These days, I'm the talk of the entire school, the strongest, the most envied, the guy everyone secretly wishes they could be. Wherever I go, eyes follow me. Whispers trail behind my back, and every girl seems to want just a moment near me, a glimpse, a conversation, anything. But it wasn't always like this. Back then, I was nothing like this. The truth is, I was on the opposite end of the spectrum. And looking back, it was almost comical how utterly humiliating my life felt. I was weak, pathetically weak, a shadow in a sea of people who had more strength, more confidence, more presence than I could ever muster. Everywhere I turned, I was overlooked, dismissed, treated as though I were some sort of disposable trash cluttering the classroom. Their sneers followed me like shadows, their laughter a constant reminder that I didn't belong. They called me a gamer nerd, dragging me over to their phones, forcing me to level up their characters while they lounged back, snickering, entertained by my toil. I was their amusement, their unwilling servant, and I hated every second, and yet I couldn't resist. And then there was Arin, the girl I'd admired from afar for months, sitting right next to me every single day. Her presence alone made my chest tighten with a nervous anticipation I could barely contain. I had never managed a single word until that one moment when she actually spoke to me first. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest at the thought. Finally, she'd come to me. She'd noticed me. But as fate would have it, all she wanted was a quick gaming tip. My excitement crashed into disappointment so sharply I could barely breathe. Yet, as she turned to leave, she called my name. I froze in place, my mind blank, my body stiff. I looked like a fool standing there dumbstruck, unable to move or speak. In that exact moment of vulnerability, disaster struck. My in-game character, the one I had poured hours into, died on the screen. And the rare sword I had been grinding for under the ever-watchful gaze of the class bully vanished. Cholwoo Min. His white hair made him look almost ghostly, and his expression could freeze blood. Everyone knew he was insane, a pure psycho who thrived on tormenting others. He slammed my head against the desk with a sickening crack, a sinister sneer curling his lips. 1 week, he spat. Get an even rarer sword, or be humiliated in front of everyone. And he left no room for negotiation. Yes, right there. With Arin watching, I was forced to endure his threat. But I didn't stop. I pushed myself beyond reason, grinding relentlessly, refusing to give in. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. Food became optional. Only energy drinks fueled my desperate, obsessive pursuit. 40 hours blurred into exhaustion. Then 100 hours, 144 hours. Sitting in that same chair, every muscle in my body screaming, my eyes stinging, my fingers numb, every fiber of my being cried out in protest. Finally, on the last day, the sword was mine. I tried to stand, to breathe deeply, to savor the victory, but my body betrayed me, collapsing to the bedroom floor, utterly spent. Every muscle, every nerve, every bit of strength simply surrendered. I passed out, convinced I had been the ultimate loser, a slave to a bully's cruel whim in a game that had consumed my life, leaving nothing behind but exhaustion and shame. And then suddenly my eyes opened. I was back. The classroom. Same day. Same phones lined neatly on the desks. Everything unchanged, except now a system window hovered in front of me, glowing faintly, announcing that my entire gaming history was becoming real power. Cholwoo Min appeared as if nothing had changed. He grabbed me by the tie, his rage unbridled, and began his assault with the same brutal precision as always. This time, though, he wouldn't stop until he had vented every ounce of his frustration. Arin noticed immediately. Her gaze sharpened as she rushed back, witnessing me taking the full brunt of his fury. Without hesitation, she stepped in, putting herself between us, her hands steady and firm against Cholwoo Min's advance. There was no way she would allow him to continue. Then, in a shocking, heart-stopping move, the impossible happened. Cholwoo Min grabbed Arin by the hair, sneering viciously. He didn't care she was a girl. He didn't care about anything but asserting his cruel dominance. Something inside me snapped at the sight. I refused to stand by as injustice played out. The cowardly, beaten version of me was gone. As Cholwoo raised his hand to strike Arin and barked for her silence, every last restraint shattered inside Doan. He clenched his fists, feeling the adrenaline surge, ready to face whatever consequences might come. Fueled by pure outrage at the cruelty he swung, landing a fierce punch squarely into Cholwoo Min's face. The bully caught the blow immediately, rage twisting his face as he prepared to retaliate. Doan braced himself, fearing his efforts were futile, expecting the crushing defeat to follow. But before Cholwoo could strike back, A strange calculation flickered across Dowen's vision, tallying his experience like he was a character in a game. In an instant, he surged to the maximum experience level, ascending through ranks. First, the rare promising gamer servant, then the heroic honored gamer servant, and finally, the legendary pinnacle, the legendary class. With this new status came a unique ability tied to his legendary class, Superior Gamer Servant. The ability, Crushing Blow, erupted in a storm of hundreds of lightning-fast punches, striking Cholwu Min relentlessly. The bully's face swelled, twisted, and contorted, spitting out what looked like tomato sauce from the sheer impact of the assault. Nearby, Aren stood frozen, hand over her mouth, her eyes wide in shock, witnessing Dowen's sudden and overwhelming display of raw power. Dowen recognized the attack instantly. It was identical to a move one of his in-game characters had executed countless times. A message popped up from an administrator, explaining that this was a reward for a favor Dowen had once performed. It didn't take long for him to piece it together. The message had to be from Mingyul Cheon, and the favor was the time he had handed over a god-tier item in the game. Everything clicked. Every grind, every endless hour of struggle had led to this moment. Power, justice, and recognition all wrapped into one electrifying, game-changing revelation. A system notification flashed across the screen with an almost cinematic intensity. Dowen had done it. He had finally defeated Cholwu Min, the very monster who had haunted and tormented him relentlessly. The words lingered in the air, glowing like a neon proclamation of victory, leaving him momentarily frozen in disbelief. 200 experience points surged into his total, and the numbers skyrocketed before his eyes, climbing to heights that seemed almost laughably impossible. Each digit flickered like a starlight countdown, emphasizing the enormity of his growth in a single, decisive moment. Even though Dowen had already reached the pinnacle of experience, the system didn't stop. It elevated him yet again, this time to a hidden ultimate class, the Secret Gamer Servant. A shiver ran down his spine, a mixture of awe and disbelief at this unfathomable power. Back in the real world, Dowen stared at his own body as if seeing it for the first time. Every muscle seemed sculpted with perfection. Every reflex sharp and precise, and an almost tangible aura of power radiated from him. It wasn't just strength, it was a presence that seemed impossibly beyond human limits. All his life he had fantasized about living like a game character, where every ounce of effort translated directly into skill and measurable stats. And now that wild, impossible dream had collided with reality, unfolding before him in vivid, almost overwhelming clarity. As his attributes climbed to their absolute maximum, a cascade of questions flooded his mind. Ever since his sudden return from death, he had been able to execute abilities just like his game characters, but now the effects were amplified beyond anything he had imagined, blurring the line between reality and virtual mastery. Aranju's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and admiration as she watched Cholwu Min fall. She asked almost breathlessly, where Dowen had learned such astonishing techniques, her voice tinged with both wonder and disbelief. Her gaze then flicked to the bruises and cuts marking his head. Concern and awe warred across her expression as she hurried off to fetch the school nurse. Meanwhile, Dowen's mind spun in confusion. Had his head really taken such a brutal hit, or was this something far stranger at play? Fleeting fragments of memories, the shock of death, the sudden rewind of time, flashed through him. System windows materialized before his eyes, each displaying stats, levels, and skills like a game interface come alive, overlaying reality with digital clarity. The skill he had just unleashed mirrored a technique from one of his longest-played games, down to every motion and devastating impact. It was eerie, almost as if his virtual life had been waiting for this exact moment. Years of gaming obsession surged to the forefront of his consciousness, and a subtle, insistent intuition whispered that this scenario mirrored the plots of a favorite childhood book, a story world he had once adored, now bleeding into his reality. It had all the hallmarks of countless fantasy tales, but richer, more layered, as if the very rules had been rewritten and intensified for his life, blending the line between imagination and truth. In those stories, heroes felled monsters effortlessly, claiming buffs and rewards without fail. Dowen realized he was living the same logic, only now the stakes, the intensity, and the consequences were all real. What left him truly breathless, however, were his flawless, maxed-out attributes. Every stat was perfect, a testament to power far beyond normal human limits. Doubt had no foothold here. This was something entirely otherworldly. Another system window blinked into existence, hinting that additional bonuses awaited him for achieving the gamer servant status. The possibilities seemed endless, yet a subtle unease lingered beneath the thrill. Then came the cruel twist. Every attribute had been sealed and reset to 0. Despite ascending to the ultimate class, he was suddenly stripped of his stats, an almost mocking reminder that power came with rules he didn't yet understand. Dowen's disbelief was palpable. After achieving what should have been the final glorious class, he had been reduced to a powerless state. The unfairness of it stung sharply, a bitter irony he couldn't yet reconcile. A memory clicked. He had completed an event mission immediately after the furious battle with Chol Woo-min, and the system had been holding a reward for him. The pieces fell into place, a reward awaiting him in the midst of chaos. This was the same event mission he had accepted at the moment of his death, a bizarre loop linking his past and present, entwining fate in a circle that felt both mystical and unnervingly precise. And then, as if aware of his astonishment, the golden key promised by the mission window appeared before him, glowing softly. It hovered like a quiet sentinel, a tangible promise shimmering with latent power. Once the mission was complete, the system confirmed it officially. Dowen had received the golden key as a prize. The weight of it, the reality of it, settled in his hands, grounding the surreal events into something he could hold. In the classroom, whispers rippled through the air. Students cast furtive glances at Dowen Ha, noting his bruised, battle-worn appearance, their curiosity mixing with fear and excitement. They murmured theories, recalling Chol Woo-min's seething anger from the day before, imagining the scene that had left Dowen in such a state. Some speculated that Chol Woo had been unable to vent his rage properly, perhaps even shouting at the nurse in frustration. But no one truly knew who had struck with such force. After all, it had happened during lunch break, unseen by any witnesses. Rumors swirled unchecked. Everyone wished someone had captured it on video, a proof to post online, turning real-life mystery into virtual spectacle. Dowen ignored the chatter, his eyes repeatedly drawn to the golden key. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, deceptively simple, yet its aura whispered secrets of hidden power. According to the description, it was a legendary item, capable of unlocking a very specific place. The idea that such a mundane object could hold such extraordinary potential left him incredulous. He slid the key into his pocket, tucking it away for later. Curiosity tugged him elsewhere now, far beyond the allure of a glowing trinket. His focus shifted sharply to one burning question: the identity of the mysterious administrator. Their presence and words lingered like a shadow, demanding attention. The administrator's tone and style had triggered memories of a certain enigmatic player from his game world, a figure whose familiarity was both tantalizing and unsettling. Introducing themselves as the one who brings the end, and addressing Dowen as Your Highness, the administrator's cryptic words ignited a spark of recognition. Could they be the same person he had once encountered in-game? Eager to return home and make contact, Dowen's mind raced. But before he could act, a new mission appeared, instructing him to accept an invitation that would arrive that very night. The stakes had shifted, and the unknown loomed larger than ever. He had no clue what kind of invitation awaited him, nor how he was expected to reach its destination. Uncertainty wrapped around him like a cold wind. At that precise moment, chaos erupted. A student barreled past him, colliding violently and sending Dowen sprawling to the floor. Pain shot through his body, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, the world tilting violently for a heartbeat. The boy responsible immediately apologized, claiming inattentiveness. Dowen, regaining his footing, brushed it off and asked if the boy was okay, just as a sudden stream of blood gushed from the kid's nose, shocking them both. Dowen offered a tissue, a small gesture of care, but the boy politely declined, stubborn despite the obvious mess. Even after Dowen insisted a second time, the boy hesitated, his pride warring with practicality, though otherwise unharmed aside from the bleeding. Finally, he accepted Dowen's help. With a steady hand, Dowen handed over a cloth and cautioned him to navigate the hallways more carefully, silently marveling that such a simple collision could cause so severe a nosebleed. Observing the boy closely, Dowen noted he seemed even weaker than he was now, fragile, almost insignificant. As the boy started toward the bathroom, a familiar voice sliced through the corridor's hum. It was Shin Jaemin, exuding nonchalance with a vape casually in hand. He called out, saying he needed to speak with Dowen, his tone equal parts teasing and deliberate. Dowen responded, greeting him and asking if he had started playing the game. Jaemin merely shrugged, his indifference clear. He didn't play at all. Instead, Jaemin explained he had witnessed the entire confrontation with Chol Woo-min, which was why he had approached Dowen now. His words carried weight, as though holding a key to understanding the previous events. Dowen's memory flashed to his prior life. Jamin had been at the doorway, silently observing when he had been threatened. That moment now cast a new shadow over this encounter. This made him question Jamin's motives. Was this a chance for retribution? Or something else entirely? Suspicion and curiosity twisted inside him.
Jamin mocked him, calling him a servant with secret powers and questioning whether it was all an elaborate disguise. Dowen, recalling his helplessness from before, silently vowed that nothing like that would ever happen again.
Suddenly, Jamin grabbed Dowen by the tie, a teasing grin on his face as he called him funny. The casualness of the gesture belied the intensity of the tension simmering beneath. Then, without warning, Jamin casually invited him to go drinking with some girls from a nearby school that very evening. The unexpectedness of the proposal left Dowen frozen, caught between disbelief and calculation. He immediately recognized that the invitation aligned perfectly with the mission that had just appeared, yet the problem was glaring. Accepting meant interacting with Chol Woo-min once again. Dowen feigned ignorance, asking if Jamin was serious. Jamin's blunt confirmation left no room for evasion, forcing Dowen to weigh the looming risks of the night ahead. Caught between duty, curiosity, and the shadow of his previous battle, Dowen contemplated his next move. The mission, the mysterious administrator, and the echo of past threats intertwined, setting the stage for a night that promised both peril and revelation. Dowen's mind was spinning. Why now? Why an invitation out of nowhere? Something felt off, like there was a hidden motive buried beneath Jamin's casual, cheerful tone. His instincts screamed caution, yet curiosity prickled at the edges of his thoughts. Still, the logic ingrained from countless gaming hours kicked in. Every mission, every challenge, always came with rewards. There had to be some advantage if he went along with this one. That little spark of hope nudged him forward, urging him to consider the opportunity. In every game he had ever played, rewards meant growth. More power, more abilities, more possibilities. For a moment, he allowed himself to see it that way, a golden chance to level up in the real world, to gain something tangible beyond the ordinary. But the longer he dwelled on it, the more danger began to creep into his thoughts. The idea of stepping into a place where bullies might be waiting felt like walking straight into a trap. His gut tightened at the thought of another humiliating encounter. He scrambled for an excuse, something simple and believable. "A memorial for my late grandfather," he muttered under his breath, hoping it sounded convincing. Avoiding the risk seemed far safer than plunging headfirst into chaos that could easily spiral out of control. As if mocking his caution, a system warning appeared beside the mission window. It labeled the path as dangerous, sending a cold, sinking weight straight into his chest. His stomach twisted, a premonition of pain that made him swallow hard. Jamin didn't push. He accepted the excuse with a shrug, tossing a casual promise over his shoulder. "I'll save you a seat next time at the bar." Dowen forced a polite smile, nodding along as the conversation faded naturally, hiding the shiver that ran down his spine. Once Jamin disappeared from the bathroom, Dowen sank to his knees, letting the cool tiles press against him as he tried to steady his racing heart. He concluded bitterly that nothing good ever came from getting involved with people like this. His thoughts barely settled when a new system window blinked to life. Cold, unfeeling, it announced the consequence of refusing the mission. Punishment awaited, and the words struck him like a hammer. The pain is about to begin. Fear seized him in icy tendrils. Anxiety clawed at his chest as dread spilled into every corner of his mind. Whatever came next, he knew it wouldn't be subtle. Then, without warning, his body began to betray him. A sensation so vivid and real it blurred the line between thought and reality washed over him, twisting his perception in an instant. A vision erupted in his mind's eye, a vast green valley rolling under an impossibly wide sky teeming with massive, snorting bulls. They charged relentlessly, each impact striking him mercilessly, targeting his most vulnerable points, leaving him reeling in agony as he tried to dodge what felt like a relentless assault. Back in the school bathroom, reality collided with perception. A few students stepped inside, jaws dropping at the sight. Dowen collapsed on the floor, trembling violently, sweat and tears mingling as if the pain itself had left him drenched. Instantly, they jumped to a conclusion. "Chol Woo-min," they whispered. "It must be him again." No one considered any other possibility. The bruises, the shaking, they painted a picture of the bully's wrath in their minds. Lying against the cold, unforgiving tiles, Dowen endured the most piercing, unbearable pain he could imagine. A system notification loomed over him like a cruel overseer, reminding him that this torment would last another 59 minutes, every second a sharp knife to his resolve. Tears streamed unbidden down his face, a mingling of helplessness and anguish. as his body shuddered under the relentless onslaught. The punishment pressed down, indifferent to his suffering, unyielding in its execution. Then another system message appeared, cold and accusatory, questioning whether he truly intended to refuse the mission. The words lingered in the air, mocking and inevitable. Dowen's scream tore through the bathroom, echoing violently off the tiles. His body writhed uncontrollably, each movement punctuated by agony that seemed to stretch beyond the bounds of pain he had ever known. Later that night, the neon-lit city thrummed around Shin Jaemin as he strolled through the crowded streets. His eyes landed on Doan, waiting at the agreed-upon meeting spot, anticipation sparkling across his face. Jaemin's grin widened, lighting up his features. "You're early," he called out, his tone playful but edged with satisfaction. Clearly, he noticed that Doan had conceded he hadn't endured the full hour of the system's torment without faltering. It was obvious Doan had accepted the mission, not out of desire, but out of necessity. The system's relentless punishment had forced his hand, leaving him no other choice. When pressed about the memorial, Doan lied smoothly, claiming his grandfather had been busy. He avoided the truth completely, keeping his ordeal to himself while trying to maintain composure. Nerves stretched thin. His mind teetered on the edge of sanity. Every step, every glance, every heartbeat reminded him of the precarious balance he was forced to maintain, trying desperately to appear normal. Jaemin announced, with a dramatic flair, that the night would be fun, yet his keen eyes caught Doan's wary expression, sensing the tension behind the boy's calm facade. Something was being hidden, and Jaemin knew it. As suspected, Doan's instincts screamed escape. He fumbled for his phone, pretending a call from his grandfather might offer a graceful excuse, a lifeline back to safety. But the plan unraveled when the girls Jaemin had mentioned arrived, chattering and laughing in animated conversation. Every girl talked about other boys except for one. A single, stunningly beautiful girl, whose presence cut through the noise and pinned Doan's attention instantly. Spellbound, he found himself lingering, rooted by curiosity and fascination. Despite every logical warning, he decided to remain at the bar, mesmerized by her, unable to look away. He rationalized it in his mind, clinging to the pretense that he stayed merely because of the invitation, insisting that her breathtaking presence had nothing to do with his decision, though every instinct told him otherwise. Watching his classmates drink freely, he marveled silently at their tolerance. How could they handle so much alcohol without faltering, without losing composure? Jaemin leaned in, explaining with a grin that a friend of his worked at the bar, ensuring that drinks came freely whenever he brought a group along. A subtle mix of envy and curiosity twisted inside Doan. Seizing the opportunity, Jaemin teased playfully, asking how much alcohol Doan could handle, the question more of a challenge than a query. Doan replied flatly that he didn't get drunk, prompting Jaemin to laugh and joke that he must secretly be an alcoholic, a claim that made no sense since Doan had never touched a drop in his life. Jaemin waved away concerns about money, promising to cover the entire bill. Doan's surprise was tangible. Maybe, just maybe, this delinquent wasn't entirely bad. As Jaemin settled the payment, one of the girls spontaneously grabbed the microphone, filling the bar with energy and song, laughter spilling over every corner. Doan froze in shock at the sudden liveliness, but Jaemin simply smiled, as though expecting it, welcoming a boy named Jihan Yu to the scene. Jihan, it turned out, was Jaemin's wealthy servant, arriving specifically to cover the bar bill. He mentioned, almost casually, that he had already handled another tab just 2 hours earlier, a silent testament to his resources.
Dowan's memory clicked. He had bumped into this same boy earlier and realized immediately. This was the so-called rich servant everyone had talked about.
Jaemin scoffed, questioning whether Jihan truly thought they'd leave in just 2 hours. His tone carried mischief, a veiled warning of the chaos to come. Then, in a shocking shift, Jaemin's expression turned manic. He began yelling, his voice sharp and unpredictable, frightening Jihan Yu and threatening him with sudden intensity. Dowan's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, completely unprepared for Jaemin's erratic behavior. Every instinct screamed for him to step back. Jaemin asked if Doan and Jihan knew each other from school. Doan shook his head, cautious, sensing Jihan frozen in place. Jaemin nudged him forward, urging him to take a drink as part of the unfolding game. As Jaemin moved to pour, his carelessness sent alcohol splashing across Jihan's pants. The accident, deliberate or not, left a sharp sting of humiliation in the air. Pretending it was merely an accident, Jaemin apologized with a smirk, joking that darker pants might have prevented the mishap, a casual barb hidden in jest. As the clear target of bullying, Jihan could only nod sheepishly, accepting the minor humiliation with quiet resignation. Dowen's mind raced, recalling the small smear of ketchup he had noticed on Jihan's nose earlier, connecting past and present in a sudden, uncomfortable awareness. He remembered the bathroom Jihan had exited. It was the same one Jamin had just been in moments ago. The pieces fell together with chilling clarity. A shiver ran down his spine. Jamin must have beaten Jihan earlier. Dowen instantly regretted getting tangled with such a delinquent, realizing how far the night could spiral into chaos. The beautiful girl who had captivated him earlier now turned her gaze toward him, curiosity in her eyes, sensing the storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. Meanwhile, the other girls urged Jamin to sing, laughter and playful shouts filling the bar, but he refused, claiming he preferred the buzz of drinking to any performance. He teased about serenades, flirtatiously tossing jokes into the air, but the girls warned him that it would ruin the bar's atmosphere. Their laughter echoed around the room, leaving Dowen caught between awe, fear, and fascination. Shin Jamin's grin widened mischievously, his eyes glinting with amusement as he suggested, almost gleefully, that it would be hilarious to watch Jihan dance while singing. Dowen's stomach twisted with irritation, a hot flush of anger and sympathy rising in him. He couldn't bear the thought of seeing the poor servant humiliated so openly in front of everyone. One of the girls, her voice trembling with concern, stepped forward and pleaded for Jamin to stop pressuring Jihan into the ridiculous display, but Jamin barely even glanced at her, his amusement unshaken, the playful cruelty sparkling in his eyes like mischief incarnate. Leaning closer, Shin's voice took on a teasingly threatening edge as he asked Jihan, "Is it true you love dancing?" His tone was light, but the pressure behind it was unmistakable, forcing the servant into a corner of choice he hadn't wanted to face. Jihan could barely lift his gaze, staring up at Shin with a mixture of sadness and quiet resignation. Shin's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, scolding him gently, but unmistakably reminding him that he had embarrassed himself in front of the girls, and there was no turning back. With a long, resigned sigh, Jihan straightened, squaring his shoulders as best he could, and finally declared that he would dance. The room erupted instantly into chatter and excitement, a wave of energy sweeping through the bar, punctuated by laughter and teasing shouts. Dowen felt a twinge of sympathy. Did the wealthy servant have any pride left at all? And yet, almost immediately he realized that if he were forced into such a corner, he might have done exactly the same. Survival sometimes demanded surrender, and pride could be the first casualty. Unable to stomach the spectacle any longer, Dowen muttered a quick excuse and asked to retreat to the bathroom. He needed a moment of escape, a pocket of silence to breathe away from the chaos and humiliation unfolding before him. He knew why Shin didn't push him like he did Jihan. Everyone around them believed Dowen was a servant with secret powers, a reputation that shielded him from the worst of the bullying. The truth, however, was far less comforting. With all his abilities sealed, Dowen had nothing to back up that fearsome image. He was, in essence, just as powerless as any ordinary student would be in the same situation. The thought sent a chill down his spine. It was only a matter of time before someone uncovered the truth, and when that happened, there would be no excuses, no protection. Without the memory of previous penalties keeping him cautious, he realized he would have fled the mission long ago. As he lingered in thought, Dowen recognized that simply arriving at the bar had already fulfilled the mission's basic requirements. The weight of the obligation pressed lightly on him, yet he longed to retreat before entanglement deepened. Guilt pricked at him as he watched Jihan forced into the spotlight. Dowen resolved to leave before the night dragged him further into the twisted theater of humiliation, understanding that staying meant putting himself and anyone nearby at risk. He knew instinctively that escape was imperative. He lacked the power to protect anyone, including himself, and he recognized that he and Jihan were trapped in parallel states of helplessness, each bound by circumstance and social pressure. After Dowen had lingered longer than expected, Shin's sharp eyes caught his absence. "Where did you go?" he called out, voice tinged with mock concern, breaking Dowen from his reverie. Returning, Dowen confronted Shin directly, voice firm despite the nerves quivering beneath it, demanding to know the fate of Jihan's pants, the tangible proof of Jamin's careless teasing. Shin's smirk widened as he explained, in an almost casual tone, that guilt over spilling the drink had prompted him to have the pants washed. It was meant to soothe, but the edge of mischief in his voice kept the tension tight. Despite the flicker of fear that passed over Shin's face, Dowen steadied himself. He needed control, a semblance of authority in a space dominated by bullies and their games. Acting as if he truly were a servant with hidden powers, Dowen commanded Shin to hand over the pants. His voice carried weight, deliberate and authoritative, a performance meant to leave Shin little choice but to comply. At that moment, the bar's door swung open, and a tattooed, muscular high schooler strode in. His presence was imposing, a gang-like aura radiating from him as he announced that it had taken him a while to settle some business. He carried a bottle of tomato sauce in one hand and casually asked who the new kid was, scanning the room with an air of both curiosity and dominance. Shin prompted Dowen to greet him, revealing that this was the older brother of a friend, someone whose reputation preceded him, a silent test of courage for anyone who dared cross the threshold. Dowen froze, eyes widening in shock at the sheer size and presence of the newcomer. The red marks across his face stood out vividly, a reminder of previous chaos and a warning of potential violence. Shin's smirk remained, and he asked what Dowen wished to say to the intimidating figure, his playful expression masking the tension he knew Dowen was feeling. Caught off guard, Dowen felt panic rising, a tightening knot in his chest. Words failed him as he struggled to find a foothold in the shifting social battlefield. Seeking any respite, he asked for the microphone. Relief washed over him when it was handed over, a temporary shield granting him a moment of agency. He considered revealing a fraction of his power, recalling the near elimination he had narrowly avoided before. Just then, a notification appeared, coldly announcing that the dangerous invitation mission had officially been completed, and a new chain mission was beginning, a new gauntlet to navigate under pressure. A virtual window outlined the task. Within 30 minutes, Dowen had to strike Shin with a microphone. The parameters were clear, mechanical, yet terrifyingly precise. Success would earn him a copper key, a tangible reward to mark his achievement, a small beacon of progress in a night riddled with danger. But despite the clarity of the instructions, Dowen froze, paralyzed by fear. The thought of striking Shin, unpredictable and powerful, rooted him in place. A new warning appeared. Failure to complete the mission would bring a severe penalty. The words were stark, unyielding, and they dug deep into the memory of pain he had endured before. Memories of the bull punishment flashed vividly, sending shivers of dread racing down his spine. The thought of reliving even a fraction of that torment was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Shin glanced at his friend Manchun, whose presence now radiated the cold, predatory aura of a killer. The nearby girls whispered nervously, sensing the menace that hung in the air. Manchun shrugged casually, claiming the blood splattered on him was merely from roughhousing on the way, a casual explanation that only added to the tension and discomfort around him. The 18-year-old Manchun Yuk perched atop Dowen, his weight pressing down as he complained mockingly about the boy's trembling, amplifying Dowen's humiliation to a near-crushing level. He warned Dowen not to falter, and Shin erupted into hysterical laughter, the sound echoing around the bar, a soundtrack to the boy's escalating panic and embarrassment. For Dowen, this mission felt far harsher than the previous one, where he had been forced to strike Shin with a bottle. The stakes, the power imbalance, the unpredictability. It all pressed down on him mercilessly. The muscular newcomer glared sharply, demanding to know what was so amusing. His words reminded everyone that Dowen had once defeated Chol Woo-min, and the memory of that fight lingered like a shadow over the room. Shin acknowledged Dowen's strength, but Manchun dismissed it, claiming there was no potential, no real power to be found in him. Dowen felt trapped, cornered between the mission's demands and the looming threat of punishment for failure. If only he could unleash the abilities he had once wielded, he thought bitterly. But a glance at his skill tree revealed that the crushing blow ability, his key to defense and offense, was sealed completely, unavailable, untouchable. A sense of doom settled heavily over him. Panic started to tighten its grip as the mission window updated ominously. Only 15 minutes remained. At that moment, Shin Jaemin's curiosity got the better of him. He leaned in, ready to pose a question that would pierce Dowen's thoughts. He asked why Dowen allowed himself to be mistreated by bullies when it was obvious he had the strength to fight back. His tone was probing but not cruel, searching for an explanation. Dowen hesitated, then admitted quietly that he had gained his strength through playing games, an answer both simple and revealing of his unusual life.
Shin nodded thoughtfully. No explanation needed, he said, sensing that Dowen had his reasons. Then he leaned closer, eyes gleaming with excitement, revealing the true purpose of the invitation.
Dowen braced himself, expecting a threat, perhaps a demand to stay away from Shin's friends, but instead Shin's gaze shone with exhilaration. "Join my group," Shin declared, insisting they should stick together. The tone was electric, compelling, leaving Dowen momentarily confused by the unexpected offer. For a heartbeat, Dowen misread the words, his mind spinning as he wondered if Shin's proposal carried romantic intent. The confusion tugged at him, layering the situation with another subtle tension.
Shin quickly clarified, chuckling, that he wanted Dowen's strength to help him dominate the Gwanak district. Dowen's brow furrowed. Why would a bully need him to take over an entire area? Shin detailed the benefits: free drinks, cigarettes, and social influence sweetening the offer.
He went further, listing money, property, and admiration from women as part of the deal. The incentives dazzled, a tempting mixture of material reward and status. Finally, placing a firm yet casual hand on Doan's shoulder, Shin promised him the ultimate incentive: agree to help, and anything Doan desired could be his. The weight of possibility and danger hung heavily in the air, leaving Doan frozen between fear, temptation, and calculation. Doan shook his head firmly, the decision clear in his mind. He had no interest in shallow rewards or flashy promises. Nothing glittered enough to sway him. He wanted nothing in particular, and he would not compromise his principles for trivial gains. Integrity mattered more than power handed without purpose. The thought of joining a group of delinquents, of blending into their world of chaos and intimidation, filled him with a deep disgust. Not in a million years would he willingly align himself with people like that. His gut recoiled at the idea, a physical twist of revulsion. Shin Jamin leaned in, a sly smirk curving his lips, eyes gleaming with mischief and challenge. "Are you really planning to remain a mere gamer vassal for the rest of your life?" he asked, voice soft but cutting, powerless, invisible, unseen. The words slithered into Doan's mind, poking at old doubts. Jamin pressed further, reminding him of the bullies who had tormented him relentlessly for years. Now, he suggested, Doan held real power. Why not take revenge? Flip the tables entirely. The idea loomed like a tantalizing yet dangerous temptation, teasing the edges of his morality. Dowan's mind raced. Images flashed him, overpowering his tormentors, taking control of situations that once left him humiliated and trembling. For the first time, the possibility of rewriting past defeats seemed within reach, vivid and almost intoxicating. He realized, with a mix of relief and unease, that if he allied with Shin Jamin, he might never again endure the degrading treatment that had plagued him for so long. The thought was like a double-edged sword, both opportunity and warning intertwined. As Shin strolled toward the bathroom, leaving him alone, Doan's thoughts tumbled in a rush. The brief solitude allowed him to weigh the offer, to imagine the possibilities unfurling like a map of his potential future. His imagination ran wild, fueled by a mix of hope and desperation. Perhaps this sudden power, this second chance, was divine providence. Perhaps he had been granted a path to reshape his life, to step into a world where he was respected, admired, and no longer just the invisible gamer servant. Lost in these daydreams, a gentle tap on his shoulder startled him. Jihan Yu stood there, breaking Dowan's reverie with a small gesture of attention, his expression quiet but earnest.
Jihan pointed to a small, gleaming object on the floor. "Is this yours?" he asked. Startled, Dowan's eyes widened as he realized the golden key. The reward from his mission had slipped from his pocket unnoticed, glinting innocently on the floor.
After thanking him, Dowan listened intently as Jihan offered unusual advice, cautioning him to be careful around Shin Jamin. The warning was subtle but sharp, a reminder that danger often lurked behind charm and casual smiles. Dowan's resolve hardened in that moment. He would not let this chance slip away, would not return to the life of a powerless loser. Jihan's words, though gentle, carried weight. He only warned him because he recognized Dowan's decency beneath the surface. That small gesture inspired gratitude and determination. Then a notification appeared, stark and urgent. Only 3 minutes remained for Dowan to strike Shin. Time had shrunk, the mission's window narrowing like the narrowing of a trap. Panic surged through him. How had so much time passed so quickly? Fear gripped his heart. The memory of previous extreme punishments for failure flashed vividly, sending chills racing down his spine. He straightened his back, drawing in a slow, controlled breath. If he could endure this hour, he reasoned, it would become a defining moment, a test of courage that might mark the boundary between who he had been and who he could become. Yet still, he recoiled at the thought of further humiliation in front of the girls. Resolutely, he decided to step away, leaving the room for a private corner where he could wait it out, gathering strength and composure for what lay ahead. A mental image flashed unbidden. A green hill dotted with a herd of elephants, their massive forms serene yet potent under the sun. He recalled the story of elephants leaving the herd to face their own fate, sensing the end, standing alone with courage and dignity. A pang of kinship struck him sharply. Dowan felt the same. Isolated, facing what was coming. He was like one of those elephants, alone yet determined, preparing for a trial that would test every fiber of his being. He pressed a cloth to his mouth, trembling with a mixture of fear, anticipation, and anguish, bracing for the punishment about to strike. The seconds stretched, each one weighted with dread. The notification blinked again. 30 seconds remaining. Time's relentless march tightened around him, every heartbeat a drum of impending consequence. Dowen made a choice in that instant. He would rather fail the mission than stay anywhere near Shin Jaemin. Escape, in this moment, outweighed compliance or reward. With only 20 seconds left, he squared his shoulders and braced himself. This was his only path to freedom from the life of a powerless gamer servant, and he steeled his body and mind for the immense pain that was about to strike. Back in the karaoke room, the drunken bully Manchun staggered to the microphone, calling for a song. His clumsy movements, unsteady and exaggerated, made the girls snicker and roll their eyes. They mocked his choice, calling it outdated and melodramatic, but suddenly their eyes widened. The microphone was gone from the table. Confusion and shock rippled across the room. At that precise moment, Shin Jaemin returned from the bathroom, grimacing slightly. He muttered something about a stomachache caused by a bad school snack, distracted enough to give Dowen the opportunity he needed. Silently, Dowen crept behind him, every step measured, his heart pounding in his ears. A bottle was clutched tightly in his hands, ready to serve as his instrument of decisive action. With a swift, deliberate motion, he swung the bottle over Shin Jaemin's head. The movement was precise, calculated, born of desperation and adrenaline. The bottle struck perfectly. Shin collapsed instantly, knocked out cold by the surprise strike, his body crumpling onto the floor like a toppled marionette. With that single perfect blow, the mission, the judgment against injustice, was finally complete. A tense sense of closure settled over Dowen's shoulders, heavy but liberating. Dowen came to a firm conclusion in that quiet moment. He would rather live as a loser true to himself than become a bully like them. The principle mattered more than power gained through cruelty. Satisfied that one well-placed hit had neutralized Shin Jaemin, he decided to drag the unconscious body to a deserted corner, ensuring safety and preventing further chaos. Before leaving, his thoughts flicked to Jihan, left alone with the tattooed man. Then his eyes landed on Shin's phone lying on the ground, a small opportunity gleaming before him. He picked it up carefully, recognizing that it could serve as a bonus move, a tactical advantage, while Shin remained unconscious and oblivious. Meanwhile, the tattooed man stumbled in the bathroom, performing karaoke in a drunken, exaggerated display, unaware of the chain of events unfolding elsewhere. Mid-performance, his attention was caught by a sudden ping on his phone, a notification demanding his focus away from the theatrics. The text, sent from Shin's phone, called him a pig and harshly criticized his singing, words designed to ignite rage and humiliation. Fuming, the tattooed man's anger spiked uncontrollably. Every muscle tensed as he read the message, his pride stung, and his mind raced with frustration. Dowen had sent the text, a calculated move to bait the gangster into staying put, waiting for a confrontation on Dowen's terms. Just as Dowen began planning his escape route, a massive presence loomed directly behind him, blocking any retreat. He looked up to meet the furious glare of Manchun, the tattooed gangster, towering above him like an unmovable wall of wrath. Shock washed over Dowen. How had this brute tracked him down so quickly? The speed and precision of his appearance left Dowen reeling, heart hammering. A new mission window blinked open, warning grimly that Manchun was enraged by the provocation and preparing to engage in combat. There was no room for hesitation now. Before he could react, a brutal kick slammed into Dowen's body, sending him sprawling across the floor. The force rattled his bones, knocking the wind from his lungs. His head struck the ground hard, dazing him, vision blurring as stars exploded behind his eyelids. Pain radiated through him like fire. Manchun crouched low in front of him, a scoff curling his lips. He dismissed Dowen's efforts, claiming the messages couldn't possibly be real. He mocked the notion that Shin would text him while drunk, ridiculing Dowen's careful planning and strategic bait, amplifying the humiliation. Then, with crushing precision, the massive man grabbed Dowen by the collar and slammed a powerful punch squarely onto his face. Pain exploded across his senses, sharp and unrelenting. As the assault continued, Manchun sneered, insisting that Shin had actually liked him, twisting the insult further, adding emotional weight to each blow. Finally, he grabbed Dowen's head and delivered a violent slap, scolding him for ingratitude. "How dare you repay someone who reached out in good faith like this," he growled, each word a crushing echo of dominance and humiliation. Before Dowen could even get a word out, a thunderous slap from Manchun's massive hand rocked his entire frame, sending a jolt of pain darting from his shoulder to his spine. The gangster loomed over him, a sneer twisting his face as he spat words drenched in contempt. You call yourself someone worth associating with? A loser like you, even Shin Jaemin wouldn't bother keeping you around. Each syllable cut sharper than the last, a verbal whip leaving Dowen staggering under the weight of humiliation. Manchun's gaze swept over to Shin Jaemin, sprawled lifelessly across the cold floor. A flicker of doubt shadowed the brute's expression for the briefest moment, his coarse muttering hinting that he had a strong inkling about the scene that had just unfolded. Suspicion, barely restrained, crossed his features as he measured the aftermath with a predatory eye. With a swift motion, Manchun plunged his hand into Dowen's pocket, yanking out the crumpled microphone. He waved it like a trophy of disdain, letting the cold metal glint in the harsh light before snarling, "Coward." The word hung in the air, sharp and dripping with mockery. Teeth clenched, chest rising and falling rapidly from the exertion, Dowen snapped back, his voice steady despite the bruising pain. Cowards are people like you, those who prey on the weak, stealing what doesn't belong to them. Each word was a defiant jab, a spark of resistance against the oppressive shadow towering over him. Before he could pour out his full defiance, Manchun's monstrous strength became a brutal reality. In a flash, Dowen was hurled across the room, the sheer force slamming him against the environment like a rag doll caught in a hurricane. He collided with a wall stacked high with flour sacks, the impact releasing a cloud of fine white powder that danced in the air like snow before settling over his crumpled body. Pain seared through his ribs, each breath a harsh reminder of how powerless he felt in the presence of Manchun's raw brutality. Manchun stood over him, a dark laugh rumbling from deep within his chest. It's not Jihan's weakness that's to blame, but you, Dowen. You're next in line to pay. His words were cold, a chilling promise that Dowen was the next target in his cruel game. Sprawled atop the mound of flour sacks, Dowen's body throbbed with every ache, every joint screaming from the impact. He breathed shallowly, the taste of dust and defeat heavy on his tongue. Each exhale a reminder of how fragile and small he seemed in this chaotic battlefield. Then a glimmer caught his eye, a golden key gleaming subtly, lying just within arm's reach. His fingers stretched, curling around the cold metallic surface. He turned it over in his hand, a silent question forming in his mind. Where was he supposed to use this key, and what did it unlock in this disordered room? A tip from the administrator flickered briefly before his eyes, instructing that the key must be inserted into a lock. Dowen frowned, scanning the room. In the chaos of toppled sacks and scattered debris, he couldn't see any locks at all. Suddenly, his skill window blinked into existence, revealing a hidden technique he had never known before. Within the window, a faint outline of a keyhole shimmered. Without hesitation, Dowen slid the golden key into place, the metal clicking into the unseen mechanism as if it had been waiting for him all along. As he turned the key, an explosion of brilliant light erupted before his eyes, searingly bright and almost blinding, signaling the unlocking of a power he could barely comprehend. Meanwhile, Manchun leaned over Shin Jaemin, checking for signs of life. "You alive?" he asked, feigning concern, the mockery dripping like venom from his words. Shin Jaemin groaned, a ragged acknowledgement of pain, only for Manchun to twist the knife further. "Getting beaten by someone weaker than you? Pathetic," he jeered, relishing the humiliation. Rising from the flour-dusted floor, Dowen's eyes blazed with newfound determination. "If I don't confront you now, Manchun, I'll never truly call myself honorable," he declared, voice ringing with resolve, a fire igniting within his chest. A smirk tugged at Manchun Yuk's lips, intrigued by the pride that flared in Dowen's gaze. There was something unexpected here, a spark he hadn't anticipated in a supposed weakling. What Manchun didn't realize was that Dowen's courage was, in part, a forced act, an edict from the system itself: face Manchun or suffer the consequences. Spurred on by what appeared to be bold defiance, Manchun lunged with a roar that made the floor tremble beneath his charge, every step thundering like a drumbeat of impending doom. Yet, just as the massive figure barreled toward him, Dowen was enveloped in a strange, electrifying aura that crackled with raw, immense power. He wondered, almost aloud, why the system had bestowed such force upon him, why it seemed intent on steering him into these lethal confrontations. Then realization struck. They wanted a spectacle. Clarity coursed through him, and with sudden resolve he planted his feet, cocked his fist, and readied himself to strike at Manchun with everything he had. A spiral of brilliant blue energy erupted around him as he roared, "Your end is here!" The sound cut through the chaos, a declaration of defiance and power. In that instant, memories flooded back, the bustling local arcade of his childhood, and the legendary nerdy boy whose skill had captured the awe of every onlooker. This boy, Master Zoberano, had a flair so singular, every match became a performance, mesmerizing the crowd with each nuanced move and unexpected strategy. Whenever Master Zoberano triumphed, the arcade erupted in cheers. His talent wasn't mere luck. It was forged from countless hours of dedication, mastering every detail of the virtual battles he faced. 10-year-old Dowen had watched, spellbound, eyes glued to the screen, completely immersed in the artistry and spectacle before him. Master Zoberano's signature move, Hawk's Descent, was a devastating, precise attack capable of knocking any opponent unconscious. A perfect blend of timing and lethal precision. The move came at a high cost, draining 120 mana points with every execution, yet its destructive power was unmatched, a testament to skill and strategy over raw strength. Realizing that he had just unlocked the same head kick technique, Dowen's mind raced. Despite the overwhelming disparity between his body and Manchun's, a glimmer of possible victory emerged, all hinging on this singular, potent ability. But before he could act, a notification blared, a cruel announcement. His mana was depleted. Shock froze him in place as Manchun's fist hurtled toward him, a devastating force threatening to obliterate every inch of his body. With no alternatives left, Dowen clenched his teeth and braced himself, taking the full impact squarely on his chin. He was sent spinning through the air, a whirlwind of limbs, before crashing hard onto the ground behind Manchun Yuk. The sound echoed like a hammer striking an anvil, shaking the room. Manchun paused mid-step, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The nerd who had roared moments before seemed suddenly human, no tricks or hidden aces visible, only raw, shocking resilience. Pain surged through Dowen's body, each groan a mixture of agony and simmering fury, aimed squarely at the twisted logic of the game system dictating his fate. He only had 100 mana, yet Hawk's Descent demanded 120, a maddening mismatch that made no rational sense. His mind reeled, spinning through the absurdity, trying to reconcile the impossibility laid before him. Was the golden key simply a consolation prize for having been pummeled by Cholu Min? The thought made him clench his jaw in disbelief. As he stared at the key, a gradual realization began to crystallize in his mind. He recalled the bronze key awarded after the mission where he had struck Shin Jaemin with a microphone. Scanning the chaotic room, there was no sign of it, leaving him to puzzle over its whereabouts. His memory traced back to that mission. The key had fallen beneath the bathroom window. Since that task had been completed there, logic suggested it might still be lying in wait, hidden yet within reach. With no other options, he resolved to take the risk and retrieve it, each step a gamble against time and danger. But before he could make his move toward the door, Manchun's hand shot out, clamping onto him with iron grip, halting any attempt at escape. A brutal punch struck his ribs, pain radiating through his torso as the brute growled. "Where do you think you're going?" Every word was laced with menace, every motion a threat. Manchun's eyes lingered on Dowen, sensing an unexpected resilience buried beneath the battered exterior. Perhaps this wasn't the weakling he had assumed. Maybe, just maybe, there was more than met the eye. Dowen crumpled to the floor, groaning from the impact. But even in this position, defiance burned in his gaze. Manchun sneered down at him, his words cutting like a knife. A rat, nothing more than a lowly, insignificant rat. Every fiber of Dowen Ha's body screamed in agony, his legs trembling violently beneath him as he struggled to rise. Pain radiated through his ribs and bruised muscles, each movement a sharp reminder of his fragility. Yet he forced himself upright, knowing that his only chance at survival lay in retreating, just long enough to snatch the elusive key and regain some semblance of control in this nightmare. His heart sank as he froze, spotting Manchun Yuk, placing a massive, unyielding hand squarely in front of him. It was a barrier, physical and terrifying, blocking every possible escape route, as if daring Dowen to try. Instinct surged through him, and he bolted, desperate to flee, only for the giant's hand to slam violently against his face. The impact rattled his skull, sending a sharp jolt of pain cascading down his spine, and his knees buckled under the force. Once again, Manchun Yuk tossed him to the ground, looming above with a malicious grin stretched across his face. "Stop getting back up, loser," he sneered, his voice echoing menacingly down the narrow hallway, thick with menace and threat. Instead of fear, an unexpected, almost manic laughter bubbled up from Dowen's throat, a strange mix of defiance and crazed amusement. Manchun's eyebrows shot up in disbelief, and with a flash of anger, he slammed a heavy boot down onto Dowen's head. "Have you lost your mind?" he demanded, eyes narrowing dangerously, his tone sharp as steel. Through gritted teeth, Dowen taunted voice steady despite the pain. Do you really think all this chaos was caused by me alone? That I walked in here without a plan?" His eyes flicked calmly across the carnage, surveying the disorder with a quiet, unnerving confidence. Manchun Yuk scoffed, convinced Doan was bluffing, merely stalling for survival. But Doan knew the truth. He had bought just enough time. In that precise moment, the elevator doors behind Manchun hissed open with a mechanical whine, the subtle sound slicing through the tension like a blade. "Everyone in there! Hit him with everything you've got!" Doan shouted, his voice reverberating down the empty corridor, commanding an army that didn't even exist. The words were a gamble, a trick to manipulate the enemy's perception. Manchun's confident stride faltered. His eyes snapped toward the elevator, only to find it completely empty. Confusion froze him mid-step, disbelief twisting his rugged features as the illusion shattered his certainty. Rage erupted like a storm inside him, his attention snapping back to Doan Ha, fury igniting in every muscle as he realized he had been thoroughly deceived. He whirled to strike, intending to crush Doan once and for all, but the boy had vanished, leaving only empty air in the wake of his sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Doan sprinted through the winding hallways, muscles burning, lungs screaming with effort, exhilaration mingling with panic as he marveled at how a simple elevator ruse had successfully fooled someone as dense and dangerous as Manchun. But escaping wasn't the end. Anxiety surged as he desperately scanned for the bronze key, every passing second stretching into what felt like an eternity, each heartbeat punctuated by fear and hope intertwined. Exhaustion finally claimed him. His body hit the floor with a thud, limbs heavy as lead, his chest rising and falling with ragged gasps, summoning sheer willpower. Doan forced himself back to his feet, legs quivering violently under the strain, determination blazing brighter than pain, refusing to allow weakness to dictate his fate. At the far end of the hallway, a shadow loomed, a massive figure, knuckles cracking with almost maniacal anticipation. It was Manchun Yuk, every inch of him radiating menace, muscles tense and ready to strike. The tattooed giant barked, his voice thick with authority and threat, commanding Doan to freeze in his tracks. Doan's mind raced, with energy drained and legs barely holding him upright. The situation seemed hopeless, no way to flee, no strength left to fight, each breath a struggle against fatigue and fear. Then his gaze flicked to the side, catching a glint of the bronze key resting faintly in the corner. A spark of hope ignited in his chest. His fingers closed around it and a description popped up on his interface. The key could unlock sealed attributes, amplifying his potential. A surge of determination and relief coursed through him. Anger flared at the oversight. Why hadn't the game revealed this from the start? His eyes locked on the new key symbol in the center of his status window, calculation replacing despair. Meanwhile, the enraged Manchun charged forward, each footstep pounding the floor like a war drum, shaking the hallway with raw force. Heart hammering, adrenaline spiking. Doan slid the bronze key into the lock, urging the system to respond faster as the pounding approach of Manchun loomed closer with each heartbeat. A choice window appeared, offering him a permanent boost to one of his stats. A lifeline amidst chaos, a chance to tip the scales in his favor. Knowing more mana was essential to unleash his abilities, Doan shouted decisively, commanding the system to replenish his energy points. The system responded instantly, granting him a 100-point mana boost. Mere moments before Manchun's fist thundered dangerously close, a reminder of the razor-thin margin between life and death. Twisting his body with reflexes honed by desperation, Doan narrowly evaded the brutal blow, cutting through the tension like a razor. Planting his foot firmly on Manchun's thigh, he prepared to unleash the devastating Falcon Drop, the secret class skill he had painstakingly unlocked. Leaping over the towering brute, electricity crackled along his leg as the skill activated, propelling him with surgical precision and deadly intent toward his target. The aerial kick struck true, charged with raw electric power, colliding directly with Manchun's skull with devastating impact. The strike landed flawlessly, a shockwave reverberating through the brute's massive frame, sending a jolt of pain that rattled his senses. Blood erupted from Manchun's nose, his eyes rolling back in agony as the force of Doan's attack pulsed through his skull. A confirmation message blinked across Doan's screen. Manchun Yuk, the monstrous foe, had been defeated. The giant collapsed onto his knees before crumpling unconscious, a heap of muscle, rage, and failure scattered across the floor. Landing lightly on his feet, Doan felt a rush of exhilaration surge through him. Against all odds, he had pulled it off. The reward for his daring victory, the missing silver key, glinting brilliantly in his grasp. Tangible proof of his triumph. Every muscle screamed in protest. Yet Dowen Ha clutched the key with unwavering resolve, determination burning fiercely in his eyes. Reality settled in slowly. The gamer servant had actually survived the fight. Against staggering odds, he had emerged victorious. Just as he allowed himself a flicker of hope, Shin Jaemin stirred, groggily stepping into the hallway, disoriented but alive. Fury lit up Shin Jaemin's face as he demanded to know what had happened, his voice cracking with outrage and incredulity. Dowen stammered, caught off guard by Shin's sudden recovery, only to freeze as another imposing presence appeared. A massive figure emerged from the karaoke bar, concern etched deep in his expression. "Why is my brother Manchun lying on the ground?" he demanded, muscles tensing visibly under his shirt. This was Manak Manchun, a 19-year-old bar employee and older brother of Manchun Yuk. His body rippled with muscle, every sinew taut, as he glared down at Dowen, an intimidating wall of sheer physicality. Rage flared instantly, and Dowen Ha froze, remembering Shin's warning about Manchun Yuk having an elder brother. Facing this towering figure, he felt truly cornered, trapped with no apparent escape. Other delinquents began filtering into the hallway, drawn by the earlier crash, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Their eyes immediately fell on the fallen giant, Manchun Yuk, sprawled unconscious across the floor, a spectacle that demanded attention. Dowen's mind raced, recalling Shin's mention of how he used to spend time drinking and hanging out at this very bar with his friends, connecting this environment to past dangers. With only 80 mana points remaining and a mere 12 health, Dowen realized he was too weak to run, too drained to summon any abilities, every ounce of energy sapped by relentless combat. Exhausted, battered, and cornered by a growing crowd of Shin Jaemin's delinquent friends, he muttered bitterly under his breath, "I'm totally screwed," the words a mix of fear and resignation. Meanwhile, outside on the empty, quiet streets, Jihan Yu wandered alone, questioning quietly if it was truly safe to be out at night, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding inside the building. Dowen Ha immediately realized that the message Shin Jaemin had sent to Manchun Yuk was nothing but an elaborate ruse, a calculated ploy meant to mislead the gangsters and manipulate the chaos to his advantage. He could see through the deception with a clarity born of desperation and careful observation. He understood, too, that the bullies had deliberately brushed off Jihan Yu, claiming they had other matters to settle. Deep down, Dowen knew the harsh truth. The only person reckless enough to dig his own grave in a den of gangsters, especially on his very first visit without knowledge of the unspoken rules, was himself. He had wandered blindly into a lethal game, unaware of the invisible lines that governed this territory. The final message telling everyone to disperse and go home seemed crafted to spare Jihan, a safety net thrown at the right moment. Dowen hoped silently that he, too, could survive this maelstrom of violence and confusion, his chest tightening as he considered the narrow margins between life and death. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit narrow hallway, Shin Jaemin confronted him, eyes blazing. He demanded answers, questioning why Dowen had acted as he did, insisting that he had never intended to become Dowen's enemy. The tension in the air was palpable, like a taut string ready to snap. In Dowen's mind, escape seemed nearly impossible. Gangsters encircled him, voices dripping with menace, their intentions clear. They would not allow him to leave this place alive. Every instinct screamed at him that today could very well be the day he was eliminated, a harsh and unforgiving trial he could not afford to fail. Suddenly, a frantic karaoke staff member burst into the hallway, panic etched across his face. "The police have arrived! Everything's gone horribly wrong!" he shouted, his voice reverberating off the walls, injecting a new layer of chaos into the scene. Another voice rang out, urgent and commanding. A call had come from the first floor, instructing everyone to flee immediately via the stairs. The urgency cut through the fear, adding a twist of opportunity amid the tension. The delinquents' faces fell in disappointment. Their anticipation of cornering and punishing Dowen was abruptly cut short. The sudden command to evacuate stripped them of their moment of cruel entertainment. Carrying his unconscious brother over his broad shoulder, Manchun Yuk's elder sibling, Manak Manchun, remarked with a mix of exasperation and dry amusement that Dowen Ha had been incredibly lucky to have survived this far. His tone suggested disbelief, tempered with grudging respect for the boy's tenacity. Before departing, Shin Jaemin fixed Dowen with a sharp, fiery glare. "We won't forget what happened here tonight," he spat, his words leaving a chill that lingered in the narrow hallway long after he turned to leave. Dowen knew he needed to make his own retreat via the stairs, but an unexpected jolt of electricity coursed through his body, halting his movement. Every nerve seemed on fire, forcing him to pause, caught between fear and the lingering pain of battle. Only a single day had passed since narrowly escaping death, yet he had already been beaten down twice, first by Cholwoo Min, then by Manchun Yuk. His body still ached from the bruises and battered muscles inflicted in these relentless encounters. On top of that, the cumulative strain of using two potent abilities had pushed his body near the brink, leaving him drained and teetering on the edge of collapse, and then unable to withstand the stress and physical toll any longer. Do-eun Ha's body surrendered. He collapsed, consciousness slipping away like water through grasping fingers, the world fading into a haze of dim light and muffled sounds. Slowly he began to awaken, blinking against the light to see a woman standing over him. Her expression was unreadable, leaving him dazed and disoriented, trying to piece together the fragments of reality around him. Weakly he asked where he was. She tilted her head slightly, responding with a soft, almost teasing question of her own. Finally awake? Her tone was calm, yet laced with curiosity and subtle authority. Do-eun's eyes widened in recognition. This was one of the three toughest girls in school. She gave him a knowing, slightly bemused look, dryly commenting that he really should have woken up sooner, a hint of reproach in her voice. As he opened his mouth to question why she was here, she swiftly covered it with her hand, silencing him before a single word could escape, leaving Do-eun blinking in surprise. His gaze shifted around the cramped space. The girl leaned in, whispering urgently that they were in a bathroom and that he needed to keep his voice down to avoid drawing attention. She clarified that it was the women's restroom and even a whisper could carry through the stall doors. Every word needed careful, quiet articulation to avoid detection. Leaning closer, Do-eun whispered, asking why they had chosen such an unusual hiding spot. She explained that the police were still inside the karaoke bar and reasoned that they would not dare enter the women's bathroom, making it a temporarily safe haven. Curiosity flared as Do-eun asked who had called the police. She hesitated briefly, then admitted that she herself had reported the underage drinking. Do-eun blinked in disbelief, pointing out that she had been drinking herself, and asked if she had acted solely to save him from the gangster's wrath. She nodded quietly, explaining that she had witnessed him battling Manchun Yuk, and realized just how perilous the situation had become, far more dangerous than Do-eun himself seemed to understand. She admitted that she had always assumed he was just a loser, but seeing him risk everything with fearless disregard for collateral damage had shifted her opinion completely. Sensing a mix of admiration and perhaps even attraction, Do-eun asked how he could repay her favor. Initially, she refused, but when he pressed, she coyly requested that he grant her a single wish. Leaning in close to reveal her wish, Do-eun's face flushed crimson, leaving him utterly speechless and flustered, unable to form a coherent response. The next morning, dawn broke as Do-eun Ha was abruptly awakened by the shrill ringing of his phone, his mother calling urgently. No sooner had he answered than she launched into a loud, thunderous scolding, her voice echoing through the room and demanding his immediate attention. He mumbled in confusion, trying to explain that he had only missed a single day of contact because of sheer exhaustion, his voice barely audible over his mother's tirade. His mother corrected him sharply, revealing that it had actually been 3 full days since they last spoke. Do-eun's mind reeled, dumbfounded at how much time had passed in the haze of his deep, uninterrupted sleep. Satisfied that he was safe, she ended the call, returning to her work. Do-eun slowly processed the reality. He had slept for 3 straight days, a testament to the physical and emotional toll of recent events. After the exhausting ordeal at the karaoke bar, he had gone straight home and collapsed into a deep, uninterrupted slumber, his body finally surrendering to rest. It was entirely understandable. This had been the first real fight of his life, a trial by fire unlike anything he had ever experienced before, a baptism in chaos and survival. Adding to his fatigue was the fact that he had faced 3 delinquent bullies in a single day. Even though Shin Jae-min had never directly engaged him in combat, the pressure of confrontation alone weighing heavily on him. Now, with time past and his body restored, Do-eun reflected on his victory and felt it had been far easier than it initially seemed, almost mundane in retrospect. A strange contrast to the fear and adrenaline he had felt. Stronger than ever. A blazing hunger ignited in his chest. With body and mind rejuvenated, the first thought that consumed him was to log into the game and attempt contact with the mysterious administrator once again. However, when he searched for the elusive player known as the one who brings the end, there were no results. Empty space where guidance had once existed. Do-eun hadn't expected an easy path, but he was still stunned to discover that the administrator's account had been deleted entirely, erased from the system as if they had never existed. He reasoned that this mysterious figure likely never wished to communicate directly, especially since they had never once responded to him personally through conventional means. The administrator had only ever issued instructions through the system itself. Accepting this, Doan resolved to navigate, adapt, and learn entirely on his own from this point onward. Despite the challenges, he had already discerned three crucial rules governing the system's operation. First, the system functioned like a full-fledged role-playing game, complete with levels, stats, and classes, meaning he was, for all practical purposes, a character within a living, breathing game world. Second, the system treated delinquents like monsters, rewarding combat victories as though they were creatures to be hunted and conquered. Much like a player hunting formidable creatures in a video game, each victory yielded valuable items, experience points, and opportunities for growth. Third, the keys he collected directly augmented his strength. He immediately began examining the items in his possession, understanding that each held potential far beyond simple collectibles. When he picked up the silver key, its description revealed that it unlocked a passive ability, a permanent enhancement that would bolster his capabilities for good. He discovered three distinct types of keys, each granting unique and lasting benefits. Once an ability was unlocked, it could never be sealed again, a permanent boon to his growing power. For instance, the Crushing Strike ability, initially sealed after its first use due to class restrictions, became permanently available once unlocked with a key, giving him unbroken access to its devastating power. Later, Doan Ha used a special key to permanently unlock the ability, feeling a surge of power and control course through him. Though he was fully aware of the ever-watchful penalty system monitoring his every action, a more immediate and pressing worry gnawed at him, something far more urgent than game mechanics or virtual restrictions. The real problem was clear. He had become the prime target of Shin Jaemin's gang of delinquents, ruthless individuals who held no mercy for anyone who crossed them. Every glance, every movement of theirs reminded him that one wrong step could be his last. With spring break stretching lazily ahead, Doan decided to dedicate the remaining days to deep thought and careful planning, strategizing every possible move he might need to survive the gauntlet that awaited him. His concentration, however, was shattered by the shrill chime of the doorbell. As he moved to fetch what he assumed was a food delivery, a new system notification blinked insistently on his screen, pulling his attention immediately. The message was startling. A girl wanted to go out with him, and the system dictated that he was expected to accept and fulfill her request. The words hung on the screen, almost taunting in their straightforwardness. Doan, the introverted, nerdy gamer, froze in place, his mind spinning. At first he thought the notification was merely his food arriving early, an absurd mistake that nevertheless made his heart pound. He slowly opened the door, and there she stood, the same girl from before, calm, composed, and expectant, her gaze meeting his with quiet confidence. He stammered, words faltering, as he asked why she was here. She reminded him gently of the promise he had made, to grant her wish, no exceptions. Shrugging off her coat, she clarified her purpose, to specify exactly what she wanted. Then, with a teasing grin, she playfully instructed Doan to remove an item of clothing, her tone leaving little room for misinterpretation. Doan's face went pale as comprehension dawned. The mission's title flashed in his memory: Become a Man. His heart thudded violently in his chest, and his mind raced to process the implications of this new, unnerving challenge. Frozen in disbelief, he stared at her, utterly speechless. She prompted him again, her tone firm yet playful, leaving no space for hesitation.
Take it off,
she repeated firmly. Doan's blush deepened, his nerves tangling in a mix of shock and embarrassment. He had never faced a situation like this, and every instinct screamed in protest. At that precise moment, a system notification appeared, asking him to confirm whether he would comply or refuse, a stark reminder that this was as much a game as it was a real-life challenge. Completely stunned, Doan whispered, asking her to repeat herself. She obliged, repeating her instructions word for word, her calm insistence intensifying his flustered state. He could hardly believe it. Someone could simply give such a command, and he was expected to obey, the reality of the system's power pressing down on him. Despite the initial shock, as he began to remove the clothing, an unexpected, strange excitement began to bubble within him. This was his first real encounter of this kind, and a sense of new possibility mingled with his embarrassment. Then she asked if his other clothes were somewhere in the room, leaving him fumbling, unable to understand her meaning. Confusion and embarrassment twisted his thoughts. A flush crept across his cheeks as realization dawned. She had no intention of anything intimate. Instead, she simply instructed him to turn off the heater, a mundane task delivered with commanding authority. "Why don't you just do it yourself?" Doan asked, still puzzled. When he inquired how she had discovered his home, she explained matter-of-factly that she didn't even have his phone number. Instead, she had discovered his address 3 days prior while dragging him across the ground, spotting it on the apartment card tucked in his phone case, a subtle but clever method of tracking him down. Curious, she inquired whether those nerdy clothes were all he owned. Doan sheepishly admitted that they were gifts from his mother, a small reminder of home and familiarity amid the chaos. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the thought that perhaps the day for something more personal had finally arrived. But when she announced they were going shopping, the mission's objective updated, revealing its true nature, and he realized the task's actual purpose. Still, the idea of going shopping with a girl for the first time sent an unexpected thrill through him, a new kind of excitement blossoming in his chest, blending nervousness with anticipation. Sometime later, inside a bustling clothing store, Doan found himself completely overwhelmed. The explosion of colors, textures, and displays was disorienting, leaving him unsure where to look first. He stared in confusion at the variety of clothing styles and the fake tattoos decorating the mannequins, struggling to comprehend the fashion landscape surrounding him. The girl explained the stakes. He couldn't afford to appear weak. Since they would be spending the day together and moving on to other activities afterward, his appearance mattered. First impressions were critical.
Though uncomfortable and out of his element, Doan reluctantly agreed, trusting her judgment and following her instructions, a mix of embarrassment and cautious curiosity driving him.
While he changed outfits inside a small cubicle, she continued scanning the racks, selecting items with an eye for style and presentation that he could not yet comprehend. Finally, Doan emerged, transformed. Black pants, a sleek black jacket, and sturdy black boots gave him an entirely new presence, altering how he felt in his own skin. He felt a strange blend of exhilaration and awkwardness. It was the first time he had ever dressed in a way that projected confidence and style simultaneously. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot the mission's purpose, until the system updated, instructing him that he now needed to take her out to eat, a new and immediate objective. The gamified interface of the system made the task feel like a quest, and suddenly, asking a girl out didn't seem so intimidating. It was just another mission to complete, another step in his progression. Feeling a newfound confidence, Doan announced that he was hungry and invited her to grab a bite. She smiled warmly and agreed without hesitation, her easy acceptance easing his nerves slightly. Yet, moments later, frustration crept in. He scolded himself internally for overthinking every minor detail, a familiar panic bubbling beneath his composed exterior. They had been sitting in near silence for 30 minutes, and Doan began to worry that perhaps she hadn't enjoyed the food, the pang of self-doubt gnawing at him relentlessly. Pausing to gather courage, he realized he didn't even know her name. Swallowing his nerves, he asked softly. She replied, her voice gentle yet clear, "Sion." The conversation lapsed once more into a comfortable quiet, leaving Doan nostalgic, thinking of his mother and the simpler, safer world he had known before all the chaos. Breaking the silence, Sion asked if there was anything else he wanted to know, her tone curious but patient. Embarrassed, Doan admitted that he knew almost nothing about her and wondered aloud what questions would even be appropriate to ask first. She smiled, reassuring him softly that he would learn more over time and that they would be seeing each other frequently from now on, easing some of his anxiety. Rising from the table, she urged him to hurry. They still had errands to complete, her energy and purpose infectious, prompting him to follow along with renewed focus. The mission updated again. To become a man, Doan now needed to take Sion to the movies, a fresh and unexpected challenge that made his heart race with both anticipation and trepidation. A rush of happiness filled him as he experienced these firsts, and on a whim, he casually invited her for coffee as well, savoring the light thrill of normalcy. He even sang a small song for her, a spontaneous act that made him question the system's true intentions. It felt less like punishment and more like a life lesson wrapped in gamified tasks. Until now, he had believed the system existed solely to pit him against bullies, doling out rewards for survival and conquest. This new side of the experience hinted at something broader, something more human. The sixth step of the mission unfolded, taking Sion to an arcade, a vibrant place overflowing with lights, sounds, and challenges that tested focus and coordination. As he processed the environment, he realized it was effectively a date, and he tried his best to impress her. Every heartbeat echoing nervous excitement and newfound courage. Sweat beaded on his forehead, breaths coming in short, uneven gasps, but he felt a small sense of triumph. Perhaps his charm was finally leaving an impression. While Sion admired plush toys, a few fellow nerds approached, inviting Doan to participate in a club activity. He politely declined, focusing on his immediate mission. Spotting the plushie machine, he decided to make a quick exit, telling Xian he needed to use the bathroom and excusing himself with careful politeness, heart still racing from the social and emotional whirlwind. 10 minutes later, Doan Ha returned, arms brimming with a dozen bright, colorful fish plushies. His chest heaved slightly from the effort of carrying them, but more than that, his heart raced with anticipation. Every fiber of him hoped that this small, heartfelt gesture would make Xian smile, that the effort and thoughtfulness would touch her just enough to show her how much he cared. He walked with a newfound confidence, shoulders squared and steps measured. In his mind, he silently repeated a mantra. There was no way she wouldn't be completely charmed by him today, no chance that his small act of thoughtfulness would go unnoticed. But just as Xian came into view and a grin spread across his face, ready to bask in the joy of the moment, the day's perfect spell shattered abruptly. From nowhere, a man appeared, yanking Doan up by his hair. A sharp, searing jolt of pain shot through his scalp, making him cry out involuntarily. The bully's sneer twisted across his face as he gripped Doan tightly by the hair. "Who do you think you are, using her name like that?" He growled, his voice low and threatening. The force of his grip was enough to make Doan wince, pain and shock lacing his startled cry. Doan squirmed, confusion clouding his thoughts. Who was this man, and how did he know Xian? Yet, there was something vaguely familiar about him, a fleeting sense that he had crossed paths with him somewhere before, though he couldn't place exactly when. Before Doan could react further, Xian's voice rang sharply, cutting through the tense air. "Se-Hun Kang, let go of him this instant!" Her tone carried authority and urgency, commanding attention and forcing the bully to pause mid-motion. Everything had been going smoothly until this sudden interruption, and Doan could only wait anxiously, heart hammering, for the system to flag a new challenge. Perhaps he would be forced to confront this unexpected aggressor. In a move that stunned everyone present, Xian announced loudly and decisively that the shy, nerdy Doan was, in fact, her boyfriend. Her words resonated across the courtyard, leaving no room for doubt or argument. The declaration hit like a thunderclap. Both Doan and Se-Hun froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Doan's cheeks burned a deep crimson as Xian turned sharply to the bully, her gaze unwavering, and ordered him to leave immediately. She gently helped Doan to his feet, her hand firm yet reassuring. Whispering for him to ignore Se-Hun, she led him away from the confrontation, her presence a calming anchor in the midst of chaos. Before fully departing, Doan's eyes flicked back briefly, realizing in dismay that he had dropped the fish plushies. He wanted to retrieve them, but dared not look fully toward Se-Hun, fearing the bully's reaction. Se-Hun remained frozen behind them. Disbelief etched across his face. He struggled to process the shock. Doan Ha, the quiet, unassuming nerd, was now officially Xian's boyfriend. As the afternoon sun bathed the city streets in a warm, golden light, Doan's mind replayed her words at the arcade. The memory left him flushed and distracted, a heady mixture of embarrassment and exhilaration coursing through him. He wandered through the streets, barely noticing the bustling world around him. Thoughts of being called her boyfriend consumed every inch of his mind, leaving him lost in a personal daydream. His reverie broke when Xian announced they had arrived at their next destination, her tone commanding and direct, instructing him to follow without question. She reminded him of the promise to spend the day together, and at that moment a system prompt flickered across his interface, directing him to enter the nearby building. Inside, Xian pressed the elevator button with calm authority, selecting the 7th floor. Each click echoed softly, punctuating the tension as Doan's stomach lurched with anticipation and nervous fear. Doan's gut twisted. He felt certain, or at least feared, that she was leading him somewhere that could force intimacy, something he wasn't prepared for. As the elevator doors slid open to their floor, he nervously asked if they could slow down, needing a moment to mentally prepare for whatever awaited him. Xian simply smiled, a reassuring calm in her eyes. "I'll handle everything else," she said, quiet confidence underpinning her words, instructing him only to remain still. Doan's heart raced violently, every beat hammering against his chest. He worried this scenario might cause him to fail his mission, frantically trying to think of a way to persuade her to reconsider. When they reached the 7th floor, he noticed that every door was closed. Anxiety knotted in his chest as he asked aloud why they had come, the dim hallway amplifying the sense of foreboding. As they proceeded, dread settled over him like a heavy cloak. The realization struck with horror. They were entering a gathering of bullies, a place where danger and malice hung thick in the air. He peered into a room, noting a microphone at the center, surrounded by dozens of people. The sight only heightened his confusion and apprehension, the tension practically vibrating against his skin. A man who resembled a judge struck a gavel with sharp authority, demanding silence. "The regular meeting of the Guanaco City Bullies will now begin," he announced, his voice commanding and filled with weight, drawing every eye in the room. He continued, stating that the first agenda item concerned the Caraquar incident and, more specifically, deciding how to handle Doan Ha, placing the boy at the center of attention and scrutiny. The delinquents murmured among themselves, perplexed by the presence of a seemingly ordinary boy who had already managed to defeat 3 gangsters. Their disbelief mingled with curiosity and skepticism. Doan froze in shock, realizing with mounting dread that they were openly discussing plans to eliminate him. The threat felt tangible, almost as if the room itself pressed against him. When a vote was called to determine who wanted to take him down, every single hand shot up without hesitation. Doan could hardly believe his eyes. Every delinquent present had agreed to target him, their collective intent undeniable. In that instant, it became official. Doan Ha had become the target of all 497 members of the Guanaco Bullies, their unanimous decision hanging over him like a storm cloud. The mission concluded, and a system message appeared, ominous and definitive. A man thrives on the thrill of risking his life. It clarified that bullies referred to teenage groups engaged in school-based criminal activities, their lives ruled by audacity and instinct rather than discipline or foresight. These individuals lived by instinct, loved to flaunt their dominance, and embraced a reckless, carefree lifestyle, every action fueled by adrenaline and bravado. Their ability to act so boldly stemmed from numbers. They always moved in packs, drawing strength and security from their collective presence. Many strategies existed for controlling and leading such crews. And in the Guanaco district, the methods were particularly intense and sophisticated, ensuring loyalty and order among members. Doan struggled to comprehend these delinquents. Their choices seemed driven entirely by immediate desire, with little thought beyond momentary impulses. Shocked, he reread the system message, attempting to grasp the deeper meaning of what it truly meant to become a man in this world fraught with danger, strategy, and social hierarchy. The message also contained a warning. For chain missions, rewards would only be granted after completing the final task in the series, emphasizing the long-term nature of his journey. Noticing Xian's calm and composed demeanor amidst the chaos, Doan asked if she had orchestrated an ambush. Before she could respond, the suited man slammed his hammer down, declaring the matter closed with absolute authority. As Doan tried to process the identity of this man, Xian told him to wait, explaining that they needed to move on to the next agenda item, her composure steady and unshakable. Other bullies whispered rude, inquisitive comments about her, demanding to know who the man standing beside her was, curiosity and irritation blending in their tones. Doan, facing away from the group, trembled with terror, the thought of being eliminated, right then and there, tightening the grip of fear around his chest. Kayan and the group leader announced that the next topic would concern a vacant seat on the Council of Delinquents. When the suited man mentioned a representative election, Doan briefly wondered if these bullies were really politicians in miniature enacting governance of their chaotic domain. Xian then declared confidently that she had found the perfect candidate, even as Doan tried to shrink away, overwhelmed by the audacity and spotlight of the situation. With poise and authority, she nominated Doan Ha for the role of representative of Borough Meidan, his name echoing through the room and drawing all eyes to him. Without hesitation, Xian spoke his name aloud, leaving no room for doubt or debate in front of the assembled crowd. Doan's jaw dropped. She had thrown him directly into the deep end of this dangerous world, risking everything on his ability to survive. The bullies could hardly believe her audacity, nominating the very person they had just been plotting to eliminate. The judge of the group questioned the wisdom of promoting someone who had attacked their members so recklessly, skepticism and caution lacing his tone. Xian countered firmly. If Doan could defeat 3 of their strongest members in a single day, he was undoubtedly qualified to join their ranks, her confidence unshaken by their doubts. One delinquent mocked her logic, scoffing openly, yet she stood her ground, insisting that overcoming members of the group should indeed count as a valid qualification, leaving no room for argument. Unseong Ha, the 18-year-old face of Silimdong, offered a measured, almost imperceptible nod. There was no fanfare, no dramatic gesture, just the quiet weight of her presence, a subtle acknowledgement that Xian's words carried gravity. In that instant, the room seemed to bend around her calm, commanding aura, signaling that this was no ordinary moment, and every eye present felt the undercurrent of consequence ripple through the air. Doan's eyes widened, panic flickering across his features as his voice trembled with desperation. I never intended to join your gang," he stammered, words laced with raw fear. Sion's gaze, sharp and unyielding, locked onto him, her tone slicing through his protests like steel. "Think carefully," she warned, her voice cold yet precise. "You're just an 18-year-old boy, alone in the heart of danger, and these streets won't hesitate to swallow the unprepared." Leaning slightly closer, Sion's words dripped with chilling clarity. Her voice remained steady, cold as ice, forcing Daewon to confront the horrifying reality before him. Every criminal in the room had lifted their hands in silent, unanimous agreement: eliminate him, here and now, without hesitation. The memory of that chilling tableau gnawed at him, leaving no room for doubt. Her reasoning was razor-sharp, each word weighed with calculated intent. Joining the council wasn't just an offer, it was a shield if he aligned with them. The other delinquents would have no authority to punish him, no power to turn their hostility against him. It was a dangerous proposition, yes, but a shield nonetheless, dangling just within his reach amidst the surrounding menace. Daewon swallowed hard, muttering a hesitant thanks, the relief in his voice barely masking his lingering anxiety. But Sion's interjection cut through any sentimentality, sharp and biting. Her tone left no illusion of kindness. It was a practical, almost ruthless calculation, devoid of personal concern, and she made that clear with every syllable. With subtle disdain, she explained the stakes. Another, more arrogant contender had his eyes set firmly on the position. And if a choice had to be made, she would rather see Daewon step into the role than let that rival seize it. There was no softness in her words, only the blunt, strategic truth. He was a better option, if only because the alternative was worse. The metallic clang of the elevator doors echoed through the hall, slicing through the tension. They opened to reveal a familiar, foreboding figure, the very man who had ambushed Daewon during the earlier meeting with Sion. The atmosphere shifted, thickening with dread as every instinct in Daewon screamed recognition. Daewon's heart froze, a cold spike of terror piercing his chest. The man from the arcade stood before him, and just the sight of him sent shivers crawling over his skin. Memories, unbidden and sharp, clawed back into his consciousness, anchoring his fear in the reality of this encounter. Zi-Hun Kang stepped forward, every movement precise, eyes narrowed with irritation. "Why wasn't I informed about this assembly?" he demanded, his voice carrying authority tinged with vexation. In that instant, the Bora-Maedong associate realized, with a pang of guilty understanding, that Sion's concocted boyfriend story had been nothing more than a clever ruse to keep him at bay. His words cut through the tension like a sharpened blade. Even though Sion had opposed his ascension to representative, her maneuvers had clearly crossed a line, a boundary Zi-Hun now made plain with the sheer force of his presence. Before anyone could react, Zi-Hun's hand shot out, gripping Daewon's neck with brutal precision. The pressure was immediate, unrelenting, a vice-like force that stole Daewon's breath. "What are the two of you scheming here?" Zi-Hun demanded, his tone cold and commanding, leaving no room for evasion. Air vanished from Daewon's lungs. The sensation was suffocating, as if an invisible boulder pressed down upon him, compressing every ounce of his being. Panic clawed at him, threatening to shatter any remnants of composure as the room seemed to tilt around his panic-stricken awareness. Then, cutting through the chaos, the judge's voice rang out with authoritative command. "Stop," he demanded, reminding them that this was a formal assembly. And with the weight of finality, he declared Daewon the new leader of Bora-Maedong, his words reverberating through the room like the decisive strike of a gavel, sealing fate with a single declaration. Zi-Hun Kang's protest was immediate, vocal and sharp. The position belonged to him, he insisted. But Sion's response was steel-wrapped and unyielding, a verbal barricade that matched her composure, her logic slicing through his argument with unflinching precision. Around them, whispers erupted among the delinquents. Some sneered at Daewon, mocking the perceived weakness in his frame, while others' gazes lingered on Sion, gauging her influence, assessing the calm dominance she wielded over the room without a single overt gesture. The judge's gaze swept over the assembly, taking measure of the tension that now crackled in the air. With two nominees vying for the coveted position, he noted that the stakes had escalated beyond mere rivalry. They had surged into the realm of life-altering consequences. Finally, Sehun released his grip on Daewon's neck, but not without a lingering, unspoken threat. His words dripped with menace, promising that this confrontation would be settled one way or another, leaving a chilling uncertainty hanging over the room like a storm cloud. As the other bullies began to stir, Daewon's voice trembled, insisting he had no desire for the position at all. He sought to carve out a sliver of time, a brief reprieve in the maelstrom, hoping his reluctance might delay the inevitable. But opportunity arrived, fleeting yet potent. Doan seized it, his body coiling with precision as he unleashed his falcon drop, launching into the air with lethal grace. His kick struck with calculated force, a display of skill that seemed to defy his apparent vulnerability. The delinquent's eyes widened in astonishment. Up close, they could see the raw power behind his technique, the fluidity and precision that made the move almost mesmerizing. Murmurs of awe rippled through the room, a testament to the unexpected ferocity of his attack. Yet Se-Hun Kang, known among Boromai Dong as the granite of the district, remained unmoved. His legendary endurance absorbed the blow with effortless might, leaving Doan's strike impotent, a testament to the insurmountable wall he now faced. A jolt of disbelief shot through Doan, sharp and immediate. Had his attack been too weak? Panic surged, the rapid beat of his heart echoing his frantic thoughts, searching for a flaw, a misstep. Any opening he could exploit. Surprisingly, Si-Hun's eyes betrayed a flicker of acknowledgement. The technique, he admitted, had startled him. It was grudging, reluctant praise, but praise nonetheless, a rare concession from a man who rarely acknowledged the skill of others. Yet a puzzled frown creased Se-Hun's face. It was strange, he mused aloud. This same move had easily taken down even Manchun Yuk, a brute of considerable might, with a single decisive blow. The realization crashed over Doan like an icy wave. His mana reserves were depleted, the energy required for a second deployment of his abilities gone. Without them, victory was unattainable. He was cornered, trapped by the stark limits of his own body and power. Before he could reconcile with the truth, Se-Hun's grip returned, lifting Doan completely off the ground. Fear surged, each heartbeat a deafening drum, a warning that every moment teetered on the edge of catastrophe. Instinctively, Doan's hand pressed against Si-Hun's arm, a silent plea for mercy, but it was met with nothing. Brushed aside as though it carried no weight, no significance. Si-Hun sneered, his eyes glinting with cold amusement. "You will not be freed," he declared, voice laced with menace, "until you are unconscious." Every word dripped with calculated cruelty, leaving Doan trapped in a cage of inevitability. In that horrifying instant, recognition struck Doan like lightning. The chilling familiarity of this bully, the memories buried and distorted by time, now roared back with undeniable force. Time had altered Si-Hun's appearance so drastically that he was nearly unrecognizable. Yet the memories clawed relentlessly, vivid and unyielding, forcing Doan to confront a past he had hoped to forget. His mind flickered back to an unbearably hot summer, 5 years prior, a memory etched with pain and fear. He remembered the same chokehold, the crushing pressure around his throat, wielded by an overweight boy who had ruled over him with relentless cruelty. They were both 13 then. Yet the tormentor's dominance was absolute. That boy, that relentless oppressor, was none other than Se-Hun Kang. Fainting games had been routine. Doan had been subjected to them constantly. Every blackout a demonstration of control, humiliation drilled into him with meticulous cruelty. Even mealtime offered no respite. Se-Hun's grip remained firm, forcing Doan to swallow every bite under unbearable pressure, the threat of pain ever present. The torment followed him even into the bathroom. A chokehold only relenting once the task was completed, leaving no sanctuary, no corner untouched by humiliation. Countless times, Doan passed out, each blackout a visceral reminder of helplessness, a cycle of fear that seemed unending. Yet the physical agony paled in comparison to the dread of awakening. Shame, ridicule, and mockery awaited relentlessly, a punishment without end. Se-Hun Kang's cruel machinations had humiliated him before the entire class, including the very girls whose opinions Doan had desperately sought, embedding a lifelong scar of insecurity. Those experiences shaped him, molding Doan into a hyper-nervous shell around women, plagued by lingering shame and a fragile sense of self. Now in the present, his legs buckled, nearly collapsing. He hovered on the edge of consciousness, silently wishing for justice against bullies like Kang, longing for retribution long denied. He could scarcely comprehend the transformation Si-Hun had undergone, shedding weight, becoming strikingly handsome, exuding charm effortlessly as others seemed to orbit him with unthinking admiration. Anger surged, hot and relentless. The thought of being outmatched by his old tormentor, of facing him in this new, imposing form, burned through Doan with unrelenting intensity. Behind him, murmurs from other delinquents pricked at his resolve. Each whisper, each sidelong glance, labeled him weak, gnawed at the fragile scaffolding of his courage. But as he found the strength to rise, the jeers intensified, taunting his slim chances, mocking every tentative effort, every measured breath he drew. His mind raced, calculating impossibilities. How could he hope to win when the sole skill that might aid him had been nullified by Kang's sheer dominance? The truth settled like a heavy weight, ensnared in Sihun's chokehold. Resistance was futile. Tapping out appeared to be the only viable option, the lone path through an unyielding storm. As Kang claimed the mantle of Borum Huadong representative, defeat pressed down on Dowen like a relentless tide. Yet, against instinct and despair, he drew a shaky breath, forcing himself back onto his feet, facing the man who had long overshadowed his past. Zehun Kang's gaze hardened, a quiet menace simmering just beneath the surface. Every pulse of fear reminded Dowen that persisting now could only invite greater harm. A risk measured in both flesh and pride. And yet, amidst the fear and weight of the past, a spark ignited within Dowen, shoulders squared, breath steadying despite the tremor in his heart. He met Kang's eyes, resolved not to retreat, refusing to surrender fully, even in the face of overwhelming power. With a sharp, decisive motion, Dowen yanked off his jacket, letting it thud heavily onto the floor, a silent, defiant declaration that he was done holding back. His eyes blazed with unshakable determination, a fire that left no room for hesitation or second thoughts. This was it. He was going to face the gangster head-on, and nothing, not fear, not past trauma, would stop him. The room froze instantly. Every pair of eyes snapped toward him, drawn in by the sheer audacity of the skinny nerd standing tall, shoulders squared, ready to plunge headfirst into danger. The air thickened with tension, a collective breath held in suspense as if the walls themselves were bracing for impact. Then, like a lightning storm, Dowen unleashed his flurry. Punch after punch, arms whipping with rapid, relentless precision. Each strike was a blur, a whirlwind of motion that belied his slight frame, catching the attention of everyone present with the sheer unexpected force of his assault. But Zehun Kang remained unmoved, his posture rigid and perfectly composed. Every blow met nothing but air or the faintest resistance, effortlessly blocked. His eyes, calm and almost amused, gave the impression that Dowen's punches were invisible, inconsequential, failing to touch the immovable wall of Zehun's endurance. Sweat pricked at Dowen's brow, his teeth clenched in grim determination. He remembered something crucial from 7 hours earlier. During a quiet moment of preparation, he had rifled through his pants pockets and found an item that could very well turn the tide of this battle. It was a silver key, gleaming subtly in the harsh overhead light, a memento, a badge of honor earned after defeating Ryukman Cheon. Its presence sparked a flicker of hope, a tiny edge he might yet exploit amidst the seemingly insurmountable odds. He remembered clearly, this key could unlock passive abilities, latent powers that had been lying dormant, waiting for the perfect moment. Powers that he had already begun to activate, unseen but potent, ready to shift the balance of combat in ways that brute force alone could never achieve. Suddenly, the passive skills unique to his class stirred awake. They shimmered invisibly at the edges of his perception, like sparks in the dark waiting for the right instant to manifest in devastating effect. Among them was the critical hit, a rare, razor-thin 1% chance skill, capable of piercing even the most stalwart defenses and delivering a strike that could instantly alter the outcome of battle, turning desperation into possibility. Unlike his other abilities, this critical hit demanded no mana, no arcane expenditure. It could bypass every layer of Kang's defenses, delivering a blow that brute strength alone could never replicate, a singular chance, a lifeline in the storm of combat. Dowen's stomach twisted at the odds, the cruel 1 in 100 probability gnawing at his resolve. Statistically, it might never work, but in the present moment, that 1 in 100 chance was all he had. His entire strategy hinged upon this sliver of luck. Every calculation, every fleeting thought led to the same inescapable conclusion. Survival depended on relentless persistence. He had no choice but to keep striking, punch after punch, chasing that elusive critical hit with unwavering intensity. And so he committed fully, arms pumping tirelessly, each strike a desperate plea to fate itself, each swing a gamble cast against the unyielding stone of Kang's defense. The surrounding delinquents laughed cruelly, their mockery sharp and biting. Even Xian Sunbi glanced away, her cheeks tinged with the faintest blush of embarrassment, unwilling to witness the spectacle but unable to ignore the torrent of punches. But Dowen pressed on, unyielding, certain that persistence might yet tip the scales. One strike, one perfect critical hit could change everything. Each blow he threw edged him closer to that fateful number, closer to the precipice where possibility met destiny. By the 80th punch, he noticed it, a subtle flicker in Kang's eyes, a minuscule lapse in the perfect focus that had repelled him so far. His pulse quickened, the critical hit might be teetering at the edge of activation, waiting for just the right strike. Yet, Zehun Kang, supremely confident and barely entertained, continued to block with unwavering precision. Up to the 99th punch, every strike was met with unshakable composure, a silent, mocking challenge to Doan's relentless perseverance. Then came the 100th punch. Doan summoned every last ounce of strength, every shred of desperate resolve, and slammed it squarely into Kang's chest, a final, desperate gamble against the merciless odds. Cold sweat ran down his face. It didn't work. Kang's expression remained unreadable, almost bored, as he leaned slightly and asked, faintly smirking, "And what exactly do you think you're doing?" Doan's mind flashed back to countless games, to the unpredictable thrill of RNG, the tantalizing randomness that could grant victory against all odds, the intoxicating lure of uncertainty that had once driven him to obsession. That same thrill, he realized, was far harder to capture in real life. Here, the stakes felt heavier, the uncertainty biting deeper, the potential for failure far more consequential. It was that very allure that had driven him at 13, spending precious English class money on game upgrades, chasing the slim chance of success, each gamble a dance with fate. Back then, RNG had often denied him, leaving him empty-handed, every failure a brutal lesson in persistence and despair, each setback etching the taste of disappointment more vividly into memory. Yet, even the younger Doan pressed on, risking it all, because the possibility of triumph, no matter how small, was always worth the gamble. Victory, however fleeting, justified every attempt. Now, in the present, that same despair crashed over him as the 100th punch landed and still failed to pierce Kang's defenses. The world seemed to tilt, the weight of futility pressing down like a physical force. He couldn't fathom it. Every calculation, every strike suggested that at least one should have hit the critical mark. Yet the plan had faltered. Kang's grip had already begun to tighten, preparing to exact the consequences of failure. With brutal, unrelenting force, Si-Hun Kang hoisted Doan high into the air by the neck, preparing to slam him down. Every fiber of Doan's body tensed in anticipation of impact, a living demonstration of the peril of overestimating oneself. Kang's words cut cold through the charged air. To claim victory, a truly destructive blow was necessary. Then, with bone-crushing precision, he demonstrated exactly what that meant, channeling power into Doan with merciless intent. Doan's head collided with a pile of bricks with sickening force. Pain exploded through him, rattling bones and knocking the wind from his lungs, leaving him gasping, battered, and sprawled across the cold, unforgiving floor. Kang scoffed, dismissing the 100-punch flurry as nothing more than a bluff, a futile show of defiance that had failed spectacularly against his perfected, honed body. Even if Doan had deployed a genuine strategy, Kang boasted, it would have been meaningless. After shedding 130 kilos and sculpting every muscle to perfection, Doan's efforts were incapable of leaving a scratch. He struggled to speak, voice weak and hoarse, lying beaten on the floor. Summoning the last vestiges of strength, Doan spat out a confession. Back in middle school, Si-Hun Kang-hyun had been nothing but a fat, foolish bully. Kang's blank stare prompted an explanation. Bullies forget their victims, moving on as if the past never existed. The pain left behind remains only with the victims, etched permanently in memory. Victims carry the scars silently, while the bullies live unburdened, untouched by the suffering they once inflicted. Kang paused, absorbing the words. Doan immediately regretted speaking so freely, painfully aware of his own vulnerability. He challenged Kang, demanding a reprieve, insisting the bully back off, leaving him in peace, a desperate plea for survival amid the chaos. Desperation took over, instincts driving him into erratic, instinctive kicks. Every limb flailed, shouting a primal warning. Keep your distance. Stay away. Kang ignored the pleas entirely. With effortless precision, he grabbed Doan's foot and hurled him across the room. Doan collided with a heap of tables and chairs, splintering wood echoing the violence of impact, the air thick with dust and tension. Standing over him, Kang's gaze sharpened, his expression coldly analytical. Was this still the same pitiful Doan from years ago, the nerd so easily dominated? He asked whether Doan remembered every small joy of childhood, every toy once cherished, his tone a mixture of curiosity and muted disappointment, observing the man reduced to this battered, desperate state. Suddenly, a figure in a crisp, immaculately tailored suit stepped forward, slicing through the chaos with commanding authority, instructing the nerd to surrender before further harm could come. It was Yunseong Han-sung, the representative of Seo Leong-dong. His voice cut sharply, declaring the fight a waste of time. One side had already lost the will to continue, and further violence served no purpose. Guilt gnawed at Doan. Depending on a mere 1% chance for victory, left him feeling ashamed, painfully aware of how stacked the odds were against him. Against this monster he knew deep down he had no chance. Yet surrender was not an option. Relinquishing the fight would invite the other delinquents to descend mercilessly upon him. Han On-sung's cold, authoritative tone echoed through the room. The fight was over. Dowen's mind raced, caught between the twin pressures of fear and defiance, unwilling to yield entirely. Despite everything, Dowen slammed his hand into the floor, the sharp sound resonating through the tense room. "This battle isn't over," he shouted, defiance roaring through his voice, a challenge flung at fate itself. Pushing through the pain, he struggled upright, each movement labored, each breath ragged. Yet he faced the room with fiery determination, declaring without equivocation, he had not given up, not now, not ever. Zihun Kang's eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance mixed with disbelief crossing his features. "Are you not tired of being beaten again and again?" he asked, incredulity lacing his words, as if struggling to comprehend such stubborn persistence. Even amidst near-certain defeat, Dowen's refusal to yield astonished Zehun. A stubborn flame burned within the nerd's chest, a defiance that refused to be snuffed out, however impossible the circumstances. Broken, battered, desperate, Dowen began shuffling furiously toward the exit. Not to flee, but to create a diversion, to pull Kang's focus long enough to snatch a sliver of hope for survival. Each step was an act of defiance, a calculated gamble amidst the chaos that surrounded him. The intimidation pressed down on Dowen so heavily that his mind drifted to distant, deserted islands. He imagined a life far removed from bullies, a place where no one could chase him, no one could harm him. For a brief, bittersweet moment, that fantasy offered a fragile comfort, a fleeting reprieve amidst the chaos enveloping him. He muttered a flimsy excuse under his breath, more a pretext than a plan, fully aware that he needed to make a dash for the exit. Without a second thought, he decided this was the moment to act, launching himself forward with every ounce of speed he could muster, his feet pounding the floor as adrenaline surged through him. But fate seemed to conspire against him. In his frantic rush, his own jacket betrayed him, slipping from his grasp and tangling around his ankles. He stumbled violently, the sudden loss of balance sending panic coursing through his body like wildfire. Flailing forward, teetering dangerously close to collapsing atop his towering adversary, Dowen cursed his own oversight. Discarding the jacket now seemed like a catastrophic miscalculation, leaving him precariously balanced on the edge of disaster. Instinct snapped into overdrive. As he hit the ground, he thrust the palm of his hand outward to steady himself, and in that split second, the motion triggered a critical hit, sending Zihun Kang hurtling backward with a force that stole the breath from everyone in the room. The bully collided with the wall with a deafening crash. Bricks splintered and dust filled the air, the reverberation rattling through the floor as if the building itself had shuddered from the impact. Zihun Kang slumped to the ground, head bowed, the elevator door behind him dented and groaning from the violent collision. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as the sheer shock of the scene registered across every face. The other delinquents gaped, mouths hanging open, utterly incapable of processing the sight. Kang, the indomitable force, launched like a rag doll by a single, desperate motion. Even Xian Sunbei's lips parted in astonishment, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief at Dowen's unexpected surge of power. The gangsters scrambled to rationalize what they had seen, whispering that Dowen must have somehow channeled energy into his palm with absolute precision, his strike a perfectly controlled conduit of force. They dubbed it the Flame Dragon Emperor's Iron Palm, a legendary technique rumored to crush bones and rupture organs with surgical accuracy, a skill whispered about in hushed tones among those who had only heard the stories. In reality, the system had simply notified Dowen that his palm strike scored a critical hit, a simple mechanic, yet it manifested in a display so spectacular that it seemed supernatural, stunning everyone in its wake. Pride swelled in Dowen's chest. Even a passive ability, one he had barely expected to work, had landed with staggering effect. For the first time, he truly felt the intoxicating thrill of triumph, the sensation of turning the impossible into reality. But just as he began to savor the taste of victory, Zihun Kang coughed, a rough, strained sound that rippled through the tension in the room, before slowly pushing himself upright with an aura of unbroken menace. Despite the obvious injury, Kang's eyes blazed with disbelief and fury. How could this nerd, hidden beneath a facade of weakness, harbor such formidable strength? The room seemed to shrink under the intensity of his glare. Rising fully to his feet, every fiber of Kang's being radiated anger. With a furious roar that shook the air itself, he declared he would obliterate Doan completely, leaving no room for mercy, no space for error, his threat a palpable wave of raw intimidation. All eyes turned toward Doan, taking in the tremors running through his body from head to toe, fear manifested in every tense muscle, every clenched fist, yet it mingled with determination in a way that was impossible to ignore. Then, astonishingly, a small, peculiar smile curved Doan's lips, a gesture so unexpected, so incongruously bold, that it left every delinquent in stunned silence, their disbelief mirrored in wide, unblinking eyes. He refused to let despair dictate terms. Hopelessness had no right to decide the outcome. Not after every punch he had thrown, not after every ounce of effort he had poured into this desperate struggle. In his mind, he recalled the lessons of countless gamers. Failure, setback, despair, they were daily companions, yet the players never stopped. They persisted because they knew that, eventually, persistence could carve out victory from the jaws of defeat. To Doan, it was better to throw every punch, take every risk, and achieve nothing than to surrender without even trying, to leave potential untested when every heartbeat screamed for action. He remembered a fellow player, one who had triumphed purely by trusting the randomness of the game, relying on the RNG to deliver a miracle against all odds. Watching that player succeed had inspired him, leaving a spark that refused to die. He remembered endlessly chasing rare items, spending every allowance, refusing to quit despite repeated, crushing setbacks. Doan understood the essence of hope. Despair could always pivot into opportunity. This was why gamers trusted RNG, why they persisted, and why he, too, would refuse to relent, even in the face of near-insurmountable odds. Steeling himself, he readied his body and mind, preparing to strike Sehun Kanghyun with everything he had. Every ounce of skill, every shred of determination coalesced into a single, decisive punch. He surged forward, letting out a shout that tore through the room, a declaration that this blow would land directly in the center of his enemy's chest. No hesitation, no mercy, a commitment as absolute as the pounding of his heart. Kang anticipated a repeat of the previous trick. He braced, arms rising to shield his chest, eyes narrowing as he prepared for the strike with calculated caution, expecting the familiar path of force. But he missed the subtle shift. Doan's punch, cunningly redirected mid-flight, now aimed with lethal precision at Kang's face, exploiting a vulnerability that no brute force or defense could obscure. The scene cuts sharply, drawing a striking analogy. Deep in the ocean, a predator lurks, nearly 2,000 kilograms in mass, living at a maximum depth of 6 meters, muscles coiled like lethal springs. Roughly 85% of its body is pure muscle. The great white shark, apex predator of the seas, moves with the precise, deadly efficiency of a living weapon, a hunter whose every motion is calibrated for one goal: to kill. Above the water, two boys play, blissfully unaware, far from the safety of shore, unaware of the predator watching, waiting, calculating each moment with silent patience. The lesson is clear. When confronted with such a predator, a strike to the nose is critical, the singular vulnerability that can turn the hunter into the hunted. The same principle applies to humans. Even the most trained fighters often neglect their noses, leaving it an astonishingly effective target when precision meets opportunity. A grazing strike there, even subtle, can yield decisive results that no amount of brute strength could overcome. Doan's punch found its mark. His fist collided squarely with the center of Sehun Kanghyun's face, and the unmistakable surge of a critical hit coursed through him, a visceral thrill of sudden triumph. Kang staggered backward several steps, shock and pain radiating through his body, disrupting his once unshakable composure and leaving the room momentarily suspended in disbelief. Doan realized that he could no longer rely on a single, rare chance. He needed to escalate, to land repeated decisive strikes, transforming strategy into relentless action, turning hope into tangible force. Blood streamed from Kanghyun's nose as he screamed in fury, yet stubbornly clung to consciousness, unwilling to concede, his rage boiling with renewed intensity. Consumed by blind fury, he swore repeatedly to erase Doan entirely. In a daring countermove, Doan slipped behind him, wrapping an arm around Kang's neck, taunting him with controlled ferocity. Shouting with unwavering confidence, Doan declared it would be Kang, not he, who would fall. His fingers tightened on the bully's nose, intensifying the chokehold with a calculated, fearless grip. Doan's nerdy voice rang with menace, warning that Kang would not be released until he begged for mercy, cautioning that otherwise Dowen himself might collapse from sheer exhaustion. He pulled with every ounce of strength and fury, lifting the nose skyward, leaving no ambiguity about his resolve, the room reverberating with the raw force of his determination. The other criminals froze, stunned into silence, finally recognizing the raw strength, cunning, and audacity of Dowen. The once nerdy boy had transformed before their eyes into a force to be reckoned with. Even Taeyang Sunbae watched in disbelief, witnessing a display of sheer, unpredictable power from a boy who had once been dismissed as weak, a spectacle as bizarre as it was undeniable. Dowen maintained the choke until Kang's defenses crumbled. Tears streamed from the bully's eyes as he finally pleaded for surrender, his arrogance stripped away, leaving only raw vulnerability. At the moment Kang admitted defeat, Dowen released the chokehold, letting the tension drain like air escaping from a pressurized chamber. The bully collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, bruised and battered, struggling to regain even a semblance of composure, the room finally settling after the storm of conflict. Exhausted and battered, Dowen exhaled, the sensation of victory washing over him. For once, he had emerged victorious, standing amidst the wreckage of chaos and his own perseverance. But behind him, a new danger emerged, a precarious electronic component teetering over a puddle of water. Before Daehyun could finish his warning, the wire sagged, making contact, sparking violently. The sudden short circuit triggered a massive explosion, engulfing the area in flames and smoke. The confrontation's finale became an inferno, chaotic and shocking, the roar of destruction shaking the very room. Dowen froze, eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected blast. Fire and chaos erupted around him, smoke and sparks dancing in the air, the room alive with danger as the battle reached a sudden, violent crescendo. The explosion tore through the room like a thunderclap, rattling walls and furniture, and the other bullies froze in sheer shock. Their wide eyes mirrored the disbelief and terror coursing through their bodies, unable to process the violent chaos erupting around them. Flames licked at walls, sparks danced, and smoke swirled into the air, wrapping the scene in a surreal, deadly haze. Panic ignited instantly. The gangsters scrambled toward the elevator, flailing their arms, shouting at one another, desperate to escape before the fire could trap them in the smoke-filled space. Their movements were frantic, chaotic, each step a frantic gamble between survival and disaster. Memories of the prior police raid at the karaoke bar surged violently through their minds. They remembered how swiftly chaos could spiral out of control, how the smallest misstep could turn a tense situation into a life-threatening ordeal. Now, with flames licking at the walls and smoke stinging their lungs, the danger was immediate and undeniable. The heat pressed in, the acrid scent of burning material clawing at their senses, making every second a battle against panic and instinct. Outside, those who had been inside the room poured into safety, coughing, sweating, and gasping for air. Hearts hammered against chests, adrenaline coursing, as they staggered away from the smoke and fire, finally free from immediate peril. Dowen, who had briefly believed the fire might claim him, let out a long, shuddering exhale. Relief washed over him in a physical wave, tingling along every nerve as the sensation of survival spread like warmth returning to frozen limbs. But just as his chest began to settle, a sharp shout pierced the air. "Where's Gayan Sunbae?" The question sent a fresh surge of anxiety through the group, a cold reminder that not everyone had made it to safety. Realization struck like ice. She was nowhere to be seen. Panic spiked as the gangsters imagined the worst. Cayenne trapped upstairs alongside Sehun Kang, faces contorted in fear and desperation. The stakes of survival had doubled in an instant. Nearby, District Chief Han Yun-sun remained eerily silent. His gaze was fixed on a fire hydrant abandoned on the ground, unreadable, almost indifferent. The stillness of his expression contrasted sharply with the chaos around him, an enigma amidst disorder. A surge of indignation propelled Dowen forward. How could Sion have stayed behind when the flames erupted? Every instinct screamed that he should act, that he alone could intervene against the danger threatening her. Even though he barely knew Sion personally, instinct and a burgeoning sense of duty drove him upward. Each step carried determination, pushing him closer to the source of peril, a silent vow guiding his ascent. Memories flickered as he climbed the stairs. Though their acquaintance had been shallow, countless fleeting moments of shared experience, glances, small gestures, exchanged words, now formed a tapestry of reason that refused to be ignored. He remembered her promise, clear and unwavering. She had asked him to stay by her side throughout the day. That simple vow became his guiding beacon, a light in the smoke, urging him forward with purpose. Bursting onto the upper floor, Dowen flung the door open, voice ringing strong and urgent, announcing himself with clarity and conviction. He had come to rescue her, and he would not hesitate. His eyes immediately locked onto a figure extinguishing the remaining flames with swift, practiced efficiency. Water and foam doused the sparks, each motion precise, deliberate, removing the last remnants of the immediate threat. Seeing the fire under control, Dowen felt a pang of embarrassment. The man turned toward him, curiosity lacing amusement in his expression, asking why Dowen had returned to the chaotic scene. Flustered, cheeks burning crimson, Dowen stammered, concocting a weak excuse. He mumbled that he had only come back to see if he could head home, words faltering under the weight of his mortification. The man in the suit, calm and collected, informed him that the assembly would be postponed due to the fire, a practical, rational decision amidst the lingering chaos, prioritizing safety and order. Then came the revelation, hitting Dowen like a tidal wave. The new representative of Borumui was none other than himself. The weight of the news pressed down, leaving him stunned, struggling to process the enormity of what had just occurred. He blinked repeatedly, reality failing to anchor itself. Becoming part of the Council of Bullies felt like stepping into a surreal dream, or perhaps a bizarre illusion, where the rules of life and logic seemed to bend strangely around him. Xian spoke with quiet authority, her words cutting through Dowen's haze. Despite the confusion, it had been done for a reason greater than chaos. He had effectively neutralized the other bullies, asserting dominance and survival in one decisive moment. Dowen nodded slowly, accepting the truth. Had he not assumed the role of representative, the council would have hunted him relentlessly. A shudder of understanding ran through him, contemplating the horrors that might have befallen him otherwise. Later, they arrived in front of Sion's house. Words of farewell were exchanged, his voice gentle yet firm, advising her to take care, a quiet echo of the respect and camaraderie that had emerged amidst chaos. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a plush fish he had won at the arcade, offering it with a shy, tentative explanation. He thought it seemed like something she might have wanted, a small token amidst the turbulence of the day. Confused, Sion asked what it was. Dowen explained, his voice quiet, that he had seen her gazing at the plush toys earlier, assuming she had wanted one. Her eyes widened slightly as she clarified, "I wasn't looking at the toys at all." In reality, her gaze had been fixed on a wanted criminal poster, posted on the window beside them, a detail Dowen had completely misread, adding an ironic twist to his thoughtful gesture. Dowen froze, mortified at his blunder. Yet, despite the misunderstanding, Sion thanked him warmly, her expression sincere, acknowledging his courage and quick action during the fire. Holding the plush fish, she smiled, genuine gratitude shining in her eyes, appreciating the lengths he had gone to ensure her safety, running back into the flames without hesitation. Dowen's face flushed crimson, words failing him, and he could only mumble a barely audible goodnight, the weight of embarrassment and relief mingling in his throat. A system message pinged in his mind. He had become a man. Pragmatically, however, Dowen thought of it differently. He had just become a bully, a new member of the council, and his mission had finally reached its conclusion. Almost immediately, a notification appeared, announcing that he had completed 8 consecutive missions, earning points for maintaining his streak, a testament to perseverance and skill. Curiosity sparked within him. All those trials, all the challenges and encounters, they had been worth it. What key or reward would the system grant him this time? Yet when he glimpsed the actual mission system reward, shock overtook him completely. The sight left him speechless. Unable to form a coherent reaction, the surprise of the reward overwhelming his senses. The next morning, Dowen readied himself for school, returning after an extended absence, his mind still buzzing from the events of the previous day, processing the whirlwind of experience and newfound responsibility. Determined, he resolved to arrive early, intent on completing an important in-game task before anyone else could interfere, a rare chance to assert control and focus amidst the school day. Upon entering the classroom, he gathered wires, monitors, and electronic components, assembling what he dubbed his gamer slave station, a personal command center for managing his gaming exploits and experiments. Knowing the components needed proper installation in his designated classroom, he began scouring for the optimal spot, pacing thoughtfully as he envisioned the layout and workflow for maximum efficiency. Stepping inside, he froze. Another student had already arrived, slumped asleep at a desk. The shock of seeing someone else already there made his heart skip a beat. With all the technology laid out, Dowen silently vowed to himself. He would build the best gaming setup the school had ever seen, a personal fortress of skill and strategy. As he began arranging components across the desk, a prick of anxiety hit him. Had he made too much noise and inadvertently awakened the other student? A glance at the sleeping student's ID card revealed the name, Yunseng Han Seung. Recognition flickered faintly in his memory, connecting back to the events of yesterday. The name tugged at a thread of recollection, intertwining with the chaos, danger, and lessons of the previous day. Suddenly, Xian's warning surfaced in his mind. Yunseong Han Seung was the representative of Seoliangdong District, a figure not to be underestimated. She had cautioned him that Han Seng was the most formidable bully across all districts of Gwanak, a force with cunning, strength, and authority, a danger to approach lightly. Then Han Seung spoke, his voice calm but edged with subtle menace, assuring Dowen that now, as part of the Council of Bullies, he had nothing to fear. A declaration both comforting and intimidating. In a sudden, intimidating motion, Han swept all of Dowen's carefully arranged tech components onto the floor in one smooth, devastating gesture. The crash echoed sharply, sending wires and monitors scattering like confetti. His words carried threat as clearly as his actions. It would be trivial to deal with Dowen here and now. Memories of Taeyang Sunbei's advice echoed, warning him not to confront Han directly. Dowen's mind raced. How had he already been thrown into a clash with the district boss so early? Dowen tried to defuse the situation, reasoning calmly that, as members of the council, they were allies. There was no need for conflict among them. Fighting would weaken both sides unnecessarily. Yunzong Han Song countered sharply, his gaze piercing. He asked why Doan thought they hadn't eliminated him sooner. When Doan suggested it was because he had become Borum's leader, Han corrected him, explaining that the council's rules allowed for members to clash under certain circumstances, a chilling reminder of the hierarchy and dangers embedded within the system. Han leans in, his gaze piercing and deliberate, a quiet intensity radiating from him. Understanding who holds the power isn't just important, it's everything, he says, his words sharp and unwavering. To him, mapping the hierarchy isn't a matter of curiosity. It's a lifeline. Respect, influence, survival, it all depends on knowing where you stand in this world, and Han makes it clear that strength is the language everyone here speaks. Without a flicker of hesitation, Han coils his body, muscles taut beneath his shirt like loaded springs. This is for interfering with Seol Yong, he growls, his voice a low, rumbling warning laced with raw vengeance. Then, in one fluid motion, he surges forward, a storm incarnate, his fist slicing through the air with lethal intent, aiming straight at Dowen. Dowen reacts instinctively. Eyes squeezed shut, teeth clenched as if holding back a scream. His body stiffens like a coiled spring, every muscle braced for impact. His heart hammers in his chest, each beat echoing the threat barreling toward him, the very air around him vibrating with the impending force. But then, at the last heartbeat before contact, Han freezes mid-swing. The storm halts. His expression softens, almost playful, a glint of mischief lighting his eyes. "I'm not really interested in Seol Yong after all," he declares, a smirk curling the corners of his mouth, leaving Dowen blinking in stunned confusion. Rather than delivering a devastating blow, Han shifts his weight and shoves Dowen lightly to the ground. The movement precise yet surprisingly gentle. A sly grin spreads across his face as he adds, "We're on the same side now. It's better if we work together from here on." His tone hints at a truce, an unspoken promise that the battle is no longer his to wage against Dowen. He crouches slightly, fixing Dowen with a steady gaze. "I'll make sure no one from Seolyung bothers you again," Han assures, his voice firm yet carrying an unexpected warmth, a shield of reassurance wrapping around Dowen. For a brief moment, a flicker of safety lights up the younger boy's chest, a rare grounding sensation in the chaos of the day. Soon, the rhythm of the school day resumes. Hallways buzz with students weaving toward classrooms, backpacks swinging from shoulders, the murmur of voices rising and falling like waves. Life continues, mundane yet chaotic, oblivious to the recent confrontation, as if the universe itself decided to reset the stage. Dowen sinks into his chair, muscles slackening as exhaustion and disbelief wash over him. The first day's violent introduction leaves him rattled, the adrenaline fading and leaving a hollow space in its wake. Each breath feels heavier, every thought slower, as the weight of the morning's events settles deep into his bones. His eyes sweep the classroom, and he realizes Han isn't even present in this room. Confusion flickers across Dowen's face. Why had Han bothered to wait for him, to warn him, if he wouldn't even stick around? The question lingers, unanswered, twisting the calm into a subtle knot of unease. As his gaze drifts across the room, another, more elusive unease gnaws at Dowen. It's faint, subtle, threading beneath his awareness, a premonition without shape, a disturbance he can feel but cannot yet define. Throughout the day, as breaks weave between classes, that nagging feeling only grows. It drifts through his awareness like a shadow, threading through each glance at classmates, each turn of the head toward the hallway, whispering that something is shifting, though he cannot name it yet. During third period's break, Dowen finds himself observing the schoolyard from a distance. Students scatter across the open space, laughing, chasing, caught up in games and idle chatter. For the first time, no one pushes him to join, no traps are laid, no subtle coercions to drag him into the customary social battlefield. And yet, the strangest part is the quiet. A rare, almost surreal calm blankets the classroom, a sharp counterpoint to the usual cacophony of a semester's first day. The air itself seems to pause, allowing Dowen a moment of disorienting serenity amidst the usual storm. Typically, the start of school erupts into chaos. Upperclassmen asserting dominance, bullies staking territory with threats, their voices loud enough to mark boundaries. The day is a test of endurance, a social war where the weak are quickly identified and hunted. They would converge, selecting vulnerable targets, orchestrating months of torment as a broadcasted warning to everyone else. Fear is currency here, and each act of cruelty a lesson in survival, drilled into the new students from the very first hours. The school becomes an untamed jungle, a lawless arena where only the strongest thrive. Some claw their way to dominance, others scramble desperately for personal gain, and the harshest law prevails, survive, no matter the cost. Yet, just as Dowen allows himself a flicker of hope, imagining that this fragile peace might endure, chaos shatters the moment. A window explodes, glass raining down as a student crashes through it, an eruption of wild energy that pierces the fragile calm like a knife. Frustrated by the relentless animalistic antics of the bullies, Dowen retreats toward the bathroom, seeking solace in the tiled walls and cold sinks, a temporary haven where he can gather his scattered thoughts away from the madness of the hallways. The instant he steps inside, he encounters Jamin. Their eyes lock, frozen in a silent standoff that thickens the air between them. The world narrows, the noise outside fading, leaving only the tension of two former adversaries confronting an unresolved history. Dowen's mind spins. He had completely forgotten they attended the same school. Panic surges, imagining that Jamin still seethes over the karaoke incident, the past colliding violently with the present in a heartbeat. He instinctively raises his hands, bracing for an attack. Muscles tense, heartbeat rapid, ready to defend. Yet Jamin makes no move. He doesn't strike, doesn't lunge. He stands almost amused, as if the weight of the past had transformed into something unexpected. A gleam lights Jamin's eyes, his expression dancing on the edge of excitement. "Congratulations on becoming the representative of Borum," he says, a spark of genuine enthusiasm flickering through his voice, catching Dowen off guard. The energy only grows when Jamin mentions Dowen's bond with Yunsun. Sensing something irregular in his behavior, Dowen questions him directly. Jamin falters, stammering through a flimsy excuse before scurrying toward the door, his departure as abrupt as it was puzzling. As he retreats, he calls back over his shoulder, requesting that Dowen speak favorably of him to Yunsun, a peculiar, sudden plea that leaves Dowen blinking in disbelief at the strange turn of events. Back in the classroom, the peculiarity lingers. Nobody harasses him, nobody coerces him, and the traditional rules of bullying seem suspended as if the usual hierarchies had been quietly erased. Slowly, realization dawns. Yunseong Han hadn't lied. Han had truly intervened, warning the others to leave him unmolested, establishing a protective barrier invisible yet undeniable. For the first time, Dowen glimpses the faint possibility of a normal school life, a life within reach, tangible in its quietude, almost within his grasp for the first time. Yet, instead of relief, a subtle unease settles in. The quiet feels strange, foreign, even slightly disorienting. Relief itself seems a delicate, almost suspicious presence, unfamiliar against the backdrop of years conditioned for conflict. His thoughts drift to the missions assigned to him. Designed to pit him against the bully bosses, they seemed calculated to force confrontation. Yet his sudden entry into the bully council hints at hidden agendas, making him question whether he's merely a pawn in a larger, unseen game. A creeping suspicion takes root. Perhaps every move, every challenge, every ally is orchestrated by someone else, the strings guiding him more than his own choices ever could. As these swirling doubts settle, a girl approaches, her presence gentle yet deliberate, asking if he plays games. Dowen initially assumes pity, imagining she's commenting on his struggles. But Oranju quickly clarifies it's a genuine thank you for his help earlier. Surprised and hesitant, Dowen accepts the small gesture, questioning if reality itself has softened around him. Curiosity compels him to open the box. Inside, a small live octopus peers up at him, its tiny eyes gleaming, leaving Dowan frozen between surprise and confusion, the moment surreal in its unexpectedness. Aaron explains that the octopus is famed for restoring energy and aiding recovery, recalling how gravely he had been injured. The gesture, precise and thoughtful, underscores a care he hadn't anticipated. Dowan chuckles, the tension in his chest loosening. "Just looking at it makes my heart race," he jokes, and Aaron beams, clearly delighted by the reaction, her eyes sparkling with quiet triumph. She leans closer, voice soft yet firm, advising, "Eat it alive. That's the surest way to regain your strength." The intimacy of the gesture adds weight to her words, a mentorship cloaked in playful earnestness. Their conversation is abruptly cut off by a red-haired boy, strange and demanding, insisting that Dowan play the game on his behalf. The intrusion slices the air, shifting the moment's calm into tension. Oranju inquires if Dowan knows the boy. He hesitates, acknowledging recognition. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the school's dimly lit photography room, a group of bullies huddle in intense discussion, the shadows amplifying their scheming. One observes, curiosity flickering, that Han Nansung has never previously collaborated in such a way with anyone. The unusual partnership is unsettling, a deviation from established patterns. His companion, Kim Di-jin, listens intently, processing every word, eyes narrowing as he weighs the implications of Han's unprecedented alliance. Kim confidently asserts that Han must have his reasons, that logic, not randomness, governs this strange cooperation. Han Nansung speaks, voice calm but precise, explaining that he foresaw Dowan's utility in a physical confrontation. Yet Dowan's behavior exceeded expectation, subtle, nuanced, revealing traits that a blunt fight could never expose. Kim speculates that fear or a desire for leniency motivated Dowan, but Han shakes his head decisively. Dowan's trembling, his focus, his attentiveness, all pointed to something deeper, details Han had keenly observed, unnoticed by casual eyes. While Kim dismisses it as coincidence, Han insists that he glimpsed something unique during the assembly, a kernel of potential that demanded attention, a sign of depth beyond mere circumstance. Kim Ji, an associate from Salem Dong, interjects, questioning if this insight explains Han's choice to collaborate. Han denies the implication outright, cutting off further speculation. "It's far more entertaining to see for myself what Dowan Ha is truly capable of," he declares, intrigue sparking in his eyes, the promise of discovery glinting like steel. Back in the classroom, a visibly irritated Dowan strides toward the red-haired boy. Oranju's eyes tracking the scene with quiet observation, noting the newcomer's unusual demeanor and sudden prominence. Dowan plants himself firmly before the boy, stance wide, voice steady. "Get up," he commands, authority underlining each word. "You're interrupting my time with her." The air shifts, tension coiling around the exchange like a living thing. Elsewhere, a strong, tattooed man frowns, puzzled by the uncanny stillness of Class 3 in the second year. The usual chaos is absent, replaced by a hush that feels deliberate, calculated, almost unnatural. His colleague holds up a card, matter of fact. The unprecedented peace and silence, he explains, are the work of a single student, the quiet force behind the room's extraordinary calm. The tattooed man couldn't suppress a sly grin as his eyes landed on Seong-woo. So entering the same classroom as Dowan Ha, a spark of anticipation danced across his face, imagining the inevitable clash of personalities, the tension that was sure to ignite as the two forces collided within the confined space of the classroom. He nodded subtly, agreeing with Han's earlier assessment. With Seong-woo in the mix, a student notorious for his ruthless streak, the man could almost predict the spectacle about to unfold. The stage was set for something unpredictable and undeniably entertaining, a drama driven by raw power and pride. Meanwhile, Dowan Ha took a cautious step forward, meeting the gaze of the red-haired boy. He introduced himself carefully, gauging the situation, and inquired if Seong-woo had already spoken with Yoon Seong-han, trying to read the alliances forming in the unseen currents around them. Trying to project more confidence than he truly felt, Dowan issued a quiet warning. "If you want to survive, you'll have to play the game yourself," he said, his voice a delicate balance of defiance and prudence, careful not to provoke too much while asserting his own stance. He knew the students from Salem Dong couldn't touch him, but his narrowed eyes revealed a new concern. Seong-woo hailed from Bong Chen-dong, an entirely different territory, and that alone carried a weight of unknown danger that made Dowan's instincts sharpen. Seong-woo's face contorted in fury at the audacity, his posture straightening as he towered over Dowan, demanding to know how this boy dared speak so boldly, so disrespectfully, to someone of his reputation. Dowen, however, stood his ground, his spine rigid, his gaze unwavering. "If you've got hands and eyes, then play the game yourself," he replied, steady and unflinching, a quiet challenge laced in each syllable, refusing to cower under the looming threat. Seong-woo sneered, his lips curling with mockery. He toyed with the idea of invoking Yoon Song-han's authority, testing whether Dowen might falter at the thought of confronting a senior, attempting to intimidate through implied power rather than direct violence. Yeon, nearby, froze mid-step, her attention caught by the searing intensity in Seong-woo's eyes. The raw, unfiltered hatred flaring there made her pause, a visceral warning that this boy's anger was as fierce as it was unpredictable. A shiver ran down Dowen's spine as Seong-woo's gaze darkened, the air itself seeming to thicken with tension. But before he could process further, Seong-woo's hand darted with lightning speed, snatching Dowen's phone clean from his grip, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seong-woo quickly explained that his interest was simple. He'd heard Dowen was a dedicated gamer and wanted the phone for that reason. Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, Dowen hastily denied it, his face flushing as the tension eased slightly. A weight lifted from his shoulders as Dowen realized the danger he had imagined wasn't present. Even better, he managed to catch Aaron's attention, earning a subtle approval that made his chest swell with quiet pride, a small but satisfying victory in the chaos of the moment. That fleeting sense of relief evaporated when his irritating friend abruptly kicked Aaron out of the classroom, leaving Dowen frozen, dumbfounded, completely unable to process the abrupt disruption. Shortly afterward, the school intercom crackled, announcing the start of lunch for all second-year students, signaling a brief reprieve in the day's tension and a chance to regroup. Dowen's mind raced with an idea. If he moved quickly, he might be able to share lunch with Aaron, taking advantage of the convenient proximity of their classrooms and savoring a small moment of camaraderie. He was lost in thoughts of potential plans, searching for the prettiest girl in school, mapping the cafeteria, but his momentum halted abruptly as someone grabbed his arm, a firm yet hesitant grip pulling him back to reality. Turning, he found the shy boy he had helped at the karaoke bar earlier. The boy's eyes were earnest yet hesitant, filled with a quiet determination to seek Dowen's attention, bridging past kindness with present initiative. Dowen felt a surge of admiration for the boy's courage. With a nod of agreement, they set off together, walking side by side toward the cafeteria, the early steps of a tentative friendship forming in the corridor's buzz. As they moved down the hallway, Seong-woo so strode confidently through the center, the crowd instinctively parting around him, a living testament to his fearsome reputation. Every step he took seemed to command obedience, his presence alone shaping the flow of students around him. Just as the red-haired student approached the lunch line, an unexpected obstacle loomed before him, a physical manifestation of hierarchy and intimidation. A massive, muscular upperclassman leapt directly into his path, filling the space entirely with his towering frame, forcing a pause in Seong-woo's stride. The older student's voice boomed with authority. "As a third year, I eat before any second years," he declared, leaving little room for negotiation, his tone as imposing as his physical presence. Using sheer size, he blocked the way completely, adding a casual remark that the second years wouldn't mind waiting anyway, as if their patience were expected and trivial. He waved to his friends with a broad gesture, allowing them all to bypass the line, confident that the absence of teachers meant their authority was unchallenged. Nearby, Dowen's eyes widened in recognition. "What are you doing here?" he asked Jihan, who explained that he was also in Class 3 and immediately warned Dowen about the danger he'd just courted. He stressed the importance of caution, emphasizing that underestimating Seong-woo could have serious consequences. Dowen admitted that he had spent the previous year almost entirely absorbed in gaming, oblivious to the real-world hierarchy, and asked why Seong-woo so commanded such fear and attention. Jihan began to clarify, pointing out that Seong-woo wasn't like ordinary delinquents. While others might act unpredictably, Seong-woo's discipline and control set him apart, a calculated force that wasn't bound by conventional school rules. He didn't harm without cause, and the usual school hierarchy meant little to him. Seong-woo operated on his own terms, enforcing a personal code that others dared not breach. Jihan added that Seong-woo's temperament was typically calm, his composure steady, rarely losing control unless genuinely provoked, giving the impression of a student who was measured, deliberate, and frighteningly precise. Yet Jihan was quick to caution that calm did not equal harmlessness. In fact, Seong-woo could transform instantly, triggered by a single specific action, anyone daring to cut in line before him. Such a breach of respect could ignite a sudden, explosive fury that left no room for negotiation. A third-year bully nearby scoffed at this notion. mocking the idea that Seongwoo would actually become enraged simply because someone ate before him. He followed with an insult, deliberately testing Seongwoo's patience, a calculated push to see whether the legendary composure could crack under provocation.
Seongwoo's eyes darkened, the air around him thickening with a palpable, ominous calm. Quietly, he asked the massive upperclassman if he truly believed his hands moved faster than Seongwoo's eyes could follow.
Infuriated by the subtle challenge, the bully boasted that his hands outpaced Seongwoo's vision, his pride driving a reckless confidence. Before the boast could translate into action, Seongwoo's fist shot forward like a striking serpent, connecting solidly with the bully's stomach and sending him stumbling backward. Wind knocked out. The impact undeniable. The attack only fueled the bully's fury. He lunged with wild swings toward Seongwoo's face, but every strike was met with effortless avoidance. As if Seongwoo moved with supernatural fluidity, each dodge a seamless blend of grace and precision. He flowed with the momentum of each attack, transforming defensive maneuvers into opportunities to strike back, a dance of combat that left his opponent unbalanced and vulnerable. Seongwoo glided through the barrage, evading every punch without effort. His movements a masterful combination of speed, anticipation, and uncanny timing. The senior stood dumbfounded, unable to reconcile his failed strikes with the relentless efficiency of Seongwoo's defense, each missed punch a testament to his own overestimation. Suddenly, Seongwoo demanded a response, his sharp voice cutting through the tension before unleashing a rapid, unrelenting flurry of punches that gave the senior no room to recover or retreat. Students around froze in stunned silence, watching as the third-year bully crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated, the hallway echoing with the finality of the display. Seongwoo's voice was cold and precise. The man had overestimated his own speed, daring to cut before someone faster, and now he paid the price. The lesson brutal and unambiguous. Moments later, the defeated student fainted completely, leaving a tense hush over the corridor, a silence that spoke volumes of respect, fear, and awe. From a safe distance, Do-eun Ha observed the spectacle, his heart racing alongside the other students as they witnessed the sheer power, unerring precision, and icy detachment with which Seongwoo executed his retaliation. Both Do-eun and Jihan broke into a cold sweat, shaken by the display of efficiency and calculated brutality. On his way home, Do-eun couldn't shake the question. Could such violence really be justified for something as minor as cutting in line? He realized his knowledge of Seongwoo's So was sparse at best, limited to vague rumors linking him to the athletics club, leaving him unsettled and wary. Determined to avoid any missteps, Do-eun made a mental note to tread carefully, recognizing that Seongwoo's normally calm demeanor could erupt into sudden, terrifying rage with just the slightest provocation. Carrying his small octopus home, a mixture of joy and disbelief coursing through him, Do-eun resolved to never cut in line near Seongwoo, a simple rule of survival born from observation and respect for power. He thought the school year might finally flow smoothly, having learned how to navigate around the red-haired student's temper, but deep inside he felt a stirring certainty. This calm was fragile, and the real challenges were only just beginning. Suddenly, Do-eun Ha's system pinged with a fresh mission, jolting him fully alert. He had to chase down Seongwoo So and overtake him. The challenge was absurdly tight, almost reckless, and his heart immediately began pounding, a wild mixture of excitement and dread surging through him. The thought of pursuing the red-haired student made every nerve in his body tingle with urgency. Standing squarely in the center of the courtyard, Do-eun clenched his fists, teeth gritted as frustration bubbled up. He muttered under his breath, his mind churning over the ridiculous nature of the task, the impossible precision and speed that seemed demanded of him in such a short span. His thoughts briefly drifted, imagining the inevitable fallout of the race. Surely it wouldn't just end at a sprint. Confrontation, maybe even a fight, seemed unavoidable. Each possibility heightened his tension, making the courtyard feel simultaneously vast and confining. Shaking off the distraction, he forced his gaze back to the mission timer. 10 minutes remained. Every second pressed down on him like a weight. There was no room for error, and failure simply wasn't an option. His pulse quickened as the countdown loomed in his mind. Steeling himself, Do-eun resolved to locate Seongwoo So as quickly as possible. Determination replaced initial frustration, setting a sharp edge to his focus. Each heartbeat echoed a silent vow. He would not let this challenge slip from his grasp. Meanwhile, hidden in a narrow alleyway, a nerdy boy with cracked glasses cowered on the ground, voice trembling as he desperately called out for mercy. The tension hung thick, every syllable laced with fear and pleading.
"I'm so sorry,"
the boy stammered, eyes wide and panicked. "I was late for my tutoring class. I didn't mean any of this." His words tumbled out in a frantic rush, each one a desperate attempt to survive the looming threat. He lay sprawled across the rough pavement, hands clasped as though shielding himself from an unseen wrath above, insisting repeatedly that the collision had been purely accidental, his voice tight with dread. Song-woo so loomed over him, expression dark and unyielding, every line of his face radiating controlled menace. Then, with a chilling calm that seemed to freeze the alley around them, he asked a single piercing question. Was this boy faster than him? A tense silence stretched across the space, heavy and suffocating. Finally, Seong-woo grabbed the boy's backpack, spun on his heel, and walked away, leaving the trembling student unharmed but visibly shaken, his body slack with relief and residual fear. The boy collapsed, tears streaming freely down his cheeks, and a small trickle of blood from his nose marked the intensity of the encounter, leaving him physically and emotionally drained. At that precise moment, Dowen appeared, crouching down with a tissue in hand, offering it with gentle care. "It's not worth crying over," he said softly, voice calm and reassuring, a quiet anchor in the aftermath of fear. Grateful. The boy wiped at his face, eyes meeting Dowen's with a mix of relief, awe, and burgeoning respect. The moment hung in quiet connection, an unspoken bond forming amidst the chaos. Dowen leaned closer, voice lowered in a confidential tone. "Do you want to get revenge on Seong-woo?" "So," he asked, gauging the boy's willingness to act, his eyes reflecting a shared understanding of justice and courage. The boy's eyes immediately lit up with a fiery eagerness. "Yes," he exclaimed, before quickly adding, almost sheepishly, "but I'm too weak to do anything about it." A mix of frustration and desire flickered across his face, pleading silently for guidance. Noticing that only 2 minutes remained on his mission timer, Dowen nodded knowingly. "I understand exactly how that feels," he said softly, his tone carrying empathy forged from his own past struggles. "I used to be weak, too," he admitted, memories of past helplessness flashing briefly, shadows of former vulnerability mirrored in his eyes as he crouched beside the boy. As he comforted the trembling student, a surge of renewed determination coursed through him. "Don't be afraid anymore," he promised firmly. "From today onward, Seong-woo so won't be able to bully people like this again." The words carried both reassurance and a quiet declaration of intent. Gripping the keychain tightly in his palm, a wave of nausea briefly washed over him, the mix of fear and anticipation twisting his stomach, but he shoved it aside, resolve solidifying as he readied himself to confront Seong-woo so directly. Before taking action, a flash of memory struck him 6 days ago, the night he had said goodnight to Sian, pondering the mission that had set him on this path, and the mysterious reward promised for completing 8 missions consecutively. Part of that reward had been a mysterious keychain, appearing before him like a curious puzzle, its purpose unclear yet irresistibly intriguing. At first, the prize seemed strange, almost whimsical, and he had wondered why so many keys kept appearing in his possession, each one hinting at hidden potential. Examining them carefully, he realized he had earned 4 bronze keys and a single gold key, rewards for his consecutive mission completions, each carrying distinct powers and implications. Though the temptation to use the gold key immediately burned within him, the system had warned that all keys had to be activated simultaneously. Activating one prematurely would cause the others to vanish. Even without the warning, Dowen would have instinctively waited, understanding the strategy embedded in such a constraint, knowing that timing was everything. Unlike the gold key, which granted a random skill, this particular item allowed him to permanently enhance a single attribute, to be chosen based on the next boss he would face, a strategic advantage reserved for critical moments. Though the urge to activate it immediately was strong, he exercised restraint, saving it for the precise moment when it would yield the most impact. His original plan had been to wait for the next mission to present itself naturally, but with the dwindling 2-minute timer, hesitation was no longer an option. Dowen asked the boy if he knew of any weaknesses in Seong-woo So, only to receive the chilling answer that the red-haired student had none, heightening the stakes and urgency. Leaving the alley, Dowen sprinted to complete his mission, only stopping at a corner when his chest burned and his heartbeat thudded like a drum, each pulse echoing the pressing need to act. Realizing that time was slipping away, he decided to use the keys where no one could witness, the secluded corner providing both safety and secrecy for his preparations. He started with the gold key, hoping for something potent, unlocking a low mana cost skill designed to strike precisely at an opponent's blind spot, a calculated move aimed at gaining the upper hand instantly. A grin spread across his face as he realized the skill could be used multiple times, limited only by his mana, giving him both confidence and tactical flexibility. To remedy his limited mana, he employed one of the bronze keys, boosting his mana points substantially. Instantly, his mana rose by 100 points, fully unlocking his magical capacity and preparing him for the forthcoming confrontation. Faced with the next decision, he paused, carefully weighing which attribute to enhance next, understanding that strategy was as critical as raw power in the battle to come. Knowing that Xiangwu So was a former track team member with a combat style built on speed, Dowen wisely invested the remaining keys into boosting his own speed, ensuring he could keep pace and seize the initiative. The choice felt instinctive. Speed would be essential not just for the chase, but for controlling the confrontation and outmaneuvering an opponent renowned for quick reflexes. Suddenly, a bus roared past and a girl dashed after it, her long hair streaming behind her like a comet's tail, each frantic step a blur of urgency. In her rush, she collided lightly with someone, murmuring an apology before continuing her desperate pursuit of the departing vehicle, driven by sheer will and panic. Unbeknownst to her, she had bumped directly into Xiangwu So, momentarily finding relief as she climbed aboard, believing she was finally safe from the threat behind her. But before the bus doors could close completely, Xiangwu appeared, his sinister gaze locking onto her with unmistakable intent, erasing any sense of security she might have felt. Just as Xiangwu reached out to pull her off the bus, Dowen Ha intervened, grabbing him back and creating a tense, charged standoff that froze the world around them for an instant. At that exact moment, the system notified him that his chase mission had been successfully completed, a brief surge of accomplishment washing over him amid the tension, a reminder of progress even in chaos. He felt a fleeting satisfaction having seen the task through to completion, but concern flickered as he noticed Xiangwu So's twisted expression. He cautiously asked if the red-haired student had accepted the girl's apology, wary of further escalation. Almost immediately, a new chain mission notification appeared, flashing urgently before him, demanding attention and signaling the next stage of the challenge. The first objective was clear and formidable: defeat the bully monster, Xiangwu So himself. The thought alone made Dowen's pulse accelerate, nerves tightening with both fear and anticipation. Accepting that combat was unavoidable, he activated one of his newly acquired skills, blue lightning crackling and dancing along his limbs, an electrifying aura signaling his readiness for the confrontation. With a focused surge, he launched a punch using his blind spot skill, landing a precise, effective strike that caught Xiangwu So off guard, establishing the offensive edge from the very first movement. In that instant, Dowen understood a critical truth: offense is the best form of defense. By taking initiative, he aimed to dictate the rhythm of the battle, asserting control before Xiangwu could react, seizing the first advantage in a high-stakes duel. The moment Dowen's blind spot punch connected, Xiangwu So, his vibrant red hair gleaming under the sun, let out a sharp groan. Pain flickered across his usually impassive features, only to be quickly replaced by a searing, furious glare that radiated pure anger. It was as if the very air around him crackled with the intensity of his wrath. His expression twisted violently, eyes burning crimson with uncontained rage. A string of curses burst from his lips, each word dripping with venom, aimed directly at Dowen Ha. The sound of his voice cut through the chaos like a whip, sharp and merciless. Feeling the full force of Xiangwu's anger bearing down on him, Dowen's instincts screamed survival. Without a second thought, he launched forward, his legs pumping furiously, moving as though every step was a desperate bid to escape death itself. His plan was simple yet cunning: fall back, regroup, and then strike again, but this time with unpredictable attacks designed to exploit Xiangwu's blind spots. Every movement was calculated to create openings, every retreat a setup for the next surprise assault. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xiangwu closed the gap. His long, confident strides swallowed the space between them, and his hand lunged toward Dowen's backpack with unnerving speed and almost predatory precision in his motion. Before Dowen could even react, Xiangwu's grip tightened on the backpack strap. With a sharp tug, he wrenched it from Dowen's grasp and flung it violently to the ground, the impact reverberating through the pavement. Dowen's eyes went wide in disbelief. How could Xiangwu move with such lightning speed after taking a direct hit? Suddenly, the pieces clicked in his mind. The blind spot punch must have consumed less mana, which meant it dealt reduced damage and allowed Xiangwu to recover quicker.
Xiangwu didn't even have a moment to taunt or question Dowen's speed. Before he could react, Dowen launched another flurry of rapid surprise strikes, each one probing for weaknesses and testing the red-haired bully's reflexes with daring audacity.
Dowen's fists blurred, striking with unexpected angles, each hit a challenge. He shouted provocatively, daring Xiangwu to match his pace. his voice a mix of bravado and youthful confidence echoing off the nearby walls. Amid the chaos of flying fists and rapid movements, he mocked the red-haired bully openly, asserting that he was faster, taunting Seongwoo's pride and daring him to prove otherwise. As Seongwoo staggered slightly, coughing from the combination of hits, Doan considered the possibility that the usually composed bully might just hate being dragged into drawn-out skirmishes, his patience thinner than it appeared. Seongwoo, removing his own backpack with deliberate calm, spoke with grim satisfaction. Doan Ha, he realized, had genuinely provoked him, shattering the composure he so carefully maintained. Doan's gaze followed the backpack as it crashed onto the pavement with a resounding thud. The heavy thump suggested it was filled with rocks, each one adding a menacing weight to the object, amplifying the danger he now faced. Stunned by the revelation, Doan braced himself instinctively as Seongwoo surged forward, a deadly grin carving across his face, exuding both menace and anticipation. Doan activated another blind spot skill in a split second, swinging with renewed vigor, but Seongwoo's perfectly timed dodge left him off balance, a subtle but critical misstep that threatened to undo his strategy. Seongwoo's precision was chilling. He demanded Doan repeat his earlier taunt, punishing him with a brutal succession of punches that landed squarely across his face, each blow ringing out with raw power. The assault sent shockwaves through Doan's body. Crimson spread across his nose as the sudden pain left him reeling, a vivid reminder of the stakes in this duel. He attempted to strike again, but Seongwoo evaded with an effortless grace that revealed a previously unseen depth to his speed, leaving Doan momentarily disoriented and struggling to recalibrate. In that instant, realization hit. The heavy backpack had been a limiting factor, restraining Seongwoo's agility, and now unencumbered, he moved with lethal swiftness and precision. Seongwoo's glare darkened, an ominous challenge in his eyes. "Repeat that taunt if you've got the guts," he dared, the words dripping with menace. Before Doan could respond, a punch landed squarely in his chest. He was hurled across the ground, bouncing helplessly before finally collapsing with a heavy thud, breathless and stunned. The impact clarified everything. Seongwoo so had evolved into a faster, far more dangerous opponent than Doan had ever imagined. Doan considered Seongwoo's skill usage and weighed the possibility of countering with the Falcon's drop, a complex maneuver requiring perfect timing. The risk was immense and the consequences unforgiving. Dodging such a potent strike would be extraordinarily difficult, and Doan feared that he might deplete his mana before seizing any advantage, a chilling prospect in this high-stakes clash. A surge of anxiety surged through him. How could he face an opponent so swift and skillful when his own combat experience was limited to theory and gaming, lacking true battlefield instinct? Seongwoo's shadow loomed over him, the sharp edge in his voice slicing through Doan's panic. "Would you rather end up in a coma or paralyzed?" The words sank into Doan's mind like ice. The lethal threat was stark, unmistakable, and deeply unnerving. Yet, even in the face of such peril, Doan made a choice. He refused to be cowed by the grim options laid before him, determined to confront the challenge head-on, on his own terms. He unleashed another trio of blind spot strikes in rapid succession, the rhythm and speed honed by practice. But Seongwoo dodged each attack with fluid, unyielding motion, unshakable and precise. Seongwoo moved with controlled grace, his voice a sharp warning. These tricks and punches would no longer be enough to breach his defense. Doan, however, refused to surrender. With meticulous timing, he feinted and struck, managing to land a sudden, unexpected blow, a backhand that caught Seongwoo off guard. The impact connected cleanly with Seongwoo's cheek, enough to make the red-haired bully flinch, a subtle but significant crack in his composure. Seizing the moment, Doan taunted, relishing the irony. Just as Seongwoo claimed nothing could touch him, a hit landed right where it counted, challenging the bully's pride. He emphasized that the strike had been deliberate but not particularly fast, yet even so it found its mark, proving that speed alone wasn't everything. Drawing upon his fighting game experience, Doan leaned on a fundamental truth. Timing and placement often outweighed raw speed, a principle now applied in real physical combat. A well-placed strike amidst a flurry of attacks could change the tide, and a strong hit strategically landed could turn an entire confrontation in his favor. He executed a feint, a deceptive move designed to exploit Seongwoo's expectations perfectly, a calculated gamble honed through countless hours of gaming strategy. All his combat knowledge stemmed from games, where observation, prediction, and clever strategy outweighed sheer brute force. Here in this living battlefield, that insight had to pay off. He risked everything on a single calculated decision, and it bore fruit. Unlocking his attributes confirmed the truth. Outrunning Seong Woo in sheer speed was impossible. This was why every point had been invested in attack rather than speed. His hands forged into blunt, devastating weapons, each strike carrying a power rating of 31 brutal, unyielding force. By approaching the fight as if it were a game, Doan sensed that victory, while far from guaranteed, was finally within reach. A strategy began to unfold in real time, adaptive and precise. In other areas of life, he might falter, but in games, he had never lost. That confidence now infused his every movement on the battlefield, steadying his nerves and sharpening his focus. He approached the confrontation methodically, analyzing Seong Woo So's attack patterns and anticipating every movement, every subtle cue that might hint at the next strike. Another blind spot strike followed, calculated from Seong Woo's style, but it missed, a vital lesson in timing and distance, teaching him the rhythm of his opponent's offense. Still, it was far from wasted. He recognized a pattern. Seong Woo often followed a dodge with a rapid punch, a predictable rhythm that, if exploited correctly, could become a key opening. His immediate focus became defense, keeping his face safe from direct hits while scouting for the perfect moment to counterattack. Scanning for an opening, he was caught off guard as Seong Woo switched tactics, launching a sudden kick that disrupted his calculations entirely. The strike slammed into his face, propelling him across the floor, a stark reminder of Seong Woo's unpredictable versatility and lethal adaptability. He hit the ground hard, sliding for a moment before regaining his footing, determination sparking anew in his eyes, the fire of resilience refusing to die. Seong Woo So's voice rang out, unwavering and resolute. "Doan Ha, you'll never beat me." In that instant, a flood of memories hit Doan Ha. Visions of endless laps on the track, of countless kicks and strikes drilled into muscle memory during his days on the team. His body instinctively tensed, every sinew ready, every reflex sharpened, as he realized that his past athletic training could be the edge he needed to turn this fight in his favor. A shiver ran down his spine as a chilling thought struck him. If Seong Woo So's blow had landed on the side of his head instead of just grazing his forehead, consciousness might have slipped from him in an instant, leaving him completely at the mercy of his opponent. Resolute Doan made a silent vow. He would not prolong this battle. Each moment wasted was another second. His body risked further injury. Determination blazed in his chest. He had to end this, and he had to end it now. He launched into a rapid flurry of attacks, his movements fluid and precise, reading Seong Woo's every dodge. With each swing, he adjusted his angle, his timing, and finally, he delivered a strike aimed squarely at the bully's stomach, meant to hit with full punishing force. But Seong Woo reacted in the nick of time. He grabbed Doan's arm, absorbing the impact, and thwarted the punch's full potential, leaving Doan frustrated but undeterred. Doan's trapped hand barely had time to register the danger before Seong Woo, so countered with a brutal, upward kick aimed directly at his chin. The strike landed with bone-jarring power. Blood spurted from Doan's mouth, his vision blurred, and for a fleeting heartbeat, darkness crept at the edges of his consciousness. Seong Woo mocked every clever maneuver Doan attempted, delivering a crushing punch to his face that sent him staggering, his head spinning from the sheer force. He didn't relent. Another vicious kick hurled Doan sprawling across the floor. Seong Woo sneered down at him, eyes glinting with cold amusement, and declared that no trick Doan tried would ever succeed. With a gaze blazing like wildfire, Seong Woo So leaned closer, his words sharp and merciless. There was no turning back now. Doan lay gasping on the floor, each cough racking his body as he tried to recover. The relentless assault had left him weak, exposed, vulnerable in ways that terrified him. The kick to his chin had hit with such devastating force that moving at all seemed impossible. Every muscle screamed in protest, every limb weighed down by pain. Crawling across the cold floor, Doan knew time was running out. Survival depended on action, immediate, decisive action, driven by desperation. He summoned his skills window, his eyes scanning frantically, searching for any ability that could shift the tide in his favor against Seong Woo So. His health was dangerously low, flashing warnings screaming at him. Pausing to recover was a luxury he simply could not afford. Thinking quickly, he realized he had only one blind spot strike remaining, his last hope for turning the tables. As he read the description, understanding dawned like a sudden flash. He froze, eyes widening, the pieces finally fitting together in his mind. Looking up, he caught sight of Seong Woo winding for a kick, the motion eerily similar to a soccer strike. The timing was perfect. An opening had revealed itself. Without hesitation, Doan unleashed the blind spot skill, sweeping Seong Woo So's leg out from under him in one fluid, precise motion. The strike connected squarely with Seong-woo's heel, a sharp cry of pain ripping from the red-haired bully's throat as he faltered. Triumph surged through Do-won in that instant, a wide smile breaking across his bloodied face as he felt victory within reach. Unlike the hawk strike, which demanded delicate precision aimed at the head, he realized the blind spot skill could affect any part of the opponent's body. Until now, he had been timid, attempting only to strike with his fingertips, seeking delicate openings. Now, he understood the ability wasn't limited to small, precise attacks. With his whole body, he could land devastating, fully effective blows. This was his single chance to wield the skill to its maximum potential, and with it, perhaps his only path to true victory. A strategy crystallized instantly in his mind, a sequence of moves designed for absolute impact. He lunged forward, yanking Seong-woo's hood down over his eyes to momentarily blind him, and in that fleeting second, launched the first punch. Yet Seong-woo had anticipated the move, twisting Do-won aside with flawless reflexes, his body a blur of athleticism. Spinning with lethal grace, Seong-woo delivered a punishing kick that sent Do-won crashing to the ground, landing in a humiliating heap as the bully's smirk widened. Injured, gasping, and barely able to move, Do-won watched as Seong-woo picked up a heavy object, dragging it across the floor until he had a firm, deadly grip. Swinging it casually, Seong-woo remarked with a hint of dark amusement that he probably should have used it earlier. His mind flashed back to his days on the track team, the relentless pressure to always finish first pressing down on him like a physical weight. For Seong-woo, the method never mattered, only finishing first, crossing the line before anyone else. He remembered the bitter sting of second place, the punishments his father had doled out whenever victory slipped from his grasp. A narcissistic man who had never known defeat, Seong-woo's father could not tolerate a son who came up short. Even after an accident left his father paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, the expectations remained, as relentless as ever. From that point forward, Seong-woo was told he had to achieve what his father no longer could, bearing a burden he had never asked for. Fueled by desperation to meet these impossible standards, he trained with unrelenting rigor every single day. He pushed himself to the brink, running until he vomited, his backpack weighed down with sand to make every stride a punishment unto itself. Yet, no matter how grueling the effort, his ranking never shifted. Second place became a recurring nightmare, the glory of first perpetually just out of reach, teasing him with its unattainable shine. Even when exhaustion and despair whispered that he should give up, his father's harsh, disappointed words haunted him relentlessly, forcing him onward. In a moment of utter frustration, Seong-woo devised a drastic, dark solution. Late one night, he summoned the track team's fastest runner, arranging a private meeting under the cover of darkness. When the unsuspecting boy arrived, Seong-woo struck him mercilessly in the face with a tournament trophy, the act a grim declaration of his intentions. From that moment forward, anyone faster or superior would be removed from the equation entirely. Through sheer force, he planned to eliminate all competition, ensuring that only he could claim the title of fastest. Back in the present, Seong-woo now held the heavy object aloft, his red hair catching the dim light as he warned Do-won Ha, reminding him that he had already put someone in a coma once before. That incident had led to his expulsion from the track team and estrangement from his father, who laid the blame for all misfortune squarely on him. Seong-woo added, with a chilling edge, that he had escaped punishment only because of the adolescent protection law, a loophole that allowed his violent path to remain unchecked, letting him continue his ruthless pursuit without consequence. Do-won hoisted the brick high above his head, every muscle taut and coiled with intent, ready to bring it down with devastating force. The air seemed to thicken around him, charged with the weight of anticipation, but then a sharp pop, sudden and slicing through the tension like a knife. The sound of a flask opening cut through the moment, jolting both him and Seong-woo with its unexpected intrusion. Calm and focused, Do-won reminded himself with a steadying breath that in the chaos of battle, cleverness often trumped raw strength. Items could be just as deadly as fists if used at the right moment. With no hesitation, he hurled the octopus straight at Seong-woo's head. The slippery creature twisted in midair, its tentacles flailing unpredictably, a chaotic blur that demanded immediate attention. Seong-woo froze, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. That octopus had been stashed in Do-won's hood since the bus ride, a hidden surprise that now sprung to life. He had assumed the creature had slipped away unnoticed along the way, but there it was, alive, wriggling in Do-won's hands, ready to act with uncanny timing. Completely unprepared for such an absurd, unpredictable tactic, Seong-woo reacted instinctively. With every ounce of desperation, he flung the octopus as far as he could, a futile attempt to reclaim control of the moment. In an instant, thick, black ink began to ooze down his hair and face. The octopus's natural defense mechanism transformed the tide of the fight in a heartbeat, blurring his vision and shocking him into helplessness. Panic surged through Seong-woo. He dropped the brick mid-swing, scrambling blindly to claw at the dark smear across his eyes, his normally fierce composure dissolving into frantic confusion.
Dowen smirked, almost amused, and explained matter-of-factly that an octopus releases ink when squeezed. Now Seong-woo's eyes were effectively blinded, the battlefield suddenly tipping in Dowen's favor. With his mana running dangerously low, Dowen realized he had just enough left for a single, precise blind strike. Every movement had to count. This had to be the blow that ended the fight decisively. In a flash, a plan formed. Muscles coiled, eyes locked, Dowen surged forward toward the disoriented Seong-woo. Each step measured, each breath fueling a focused assault. Seong-woo's scream pierced the air, raw frustration spilling out, "I can't see anything!" His voice cracked, panic overtaking pride as the ink turned his world into chaotic darkness. Seizing the perfect moment, Dowen swung a powerful downward punch, landing squarely on Seong-woo's head. The impact resonated, a precise strike driven by skill and desperation alike. In that fleeting instant, Dowen's mind flickered to Aaron, a silent, heartfelt thank you to the friend whose gift had saved him from the brink. Infusing the headbutt with the energy of his special skill, he dedicated every ounce of power to that single strike, letting gratitude flow into strength. The collision sent Seong-woo hurtling through the air, his red hair a fiery blur as he flailed helplessly like a rag doll tossed by fate. He crashed heavily onto the ground, the black ink still smearing his vision, a thin stream of blood trickling from his mouth, evidence of the decisive blow. Dowen straightened proudly, brushing off dust and grit from his clothes. With a wry mutter, he noted that appearances could be deceiving. He was stronger than anyone had guessed. A system notification pinged sharply, confirming the mission's success. Seong-woo had been defeated. As a reward, another set of keys appeared before him, glimmering with new possibilities, promising tools and opportunities yet to be discovered. He blinked in mild surprise, the battle proving far more grueling than any previous challenge he had faced. But before he could voice his relief, a strange prickling sensation coursed through his body, an unsettling warning spreading from head to toe. His legs wobbled uncontrollably. Instantly, he realized his dangerously low health was finally catching up with him. Standing seemed an impossible task. He checked his status urgently. His health points ticked downward steadily, a silent, flashing warning, each moment carrying the risk of collapse. Memories of collapsing in the karaoke bar due to weakened health surged uncomfortably to the surface. Fear gripped him. What if he passed out now, right in front of Seong-woo, who might awaken at any moment? Frantically, Dowen brought up his game attribute screen, scanning options for a lifeline, desperate to escape the suffocating edge of danger. With practiced precision, he used a golden key to restore 500 health points. The surge of vitality coursed through him, reinvigorating his weary muscles and steadying his breath. Relief washed over him as he sank to the ground, exhaling a long, measured breath, feeling a fleeting sense of safety, however temporary. Wasting no time, Dowen deployed all remaining keys, including another golden key, unleashing their full potential in a coordinated, desperate burst of restoration and power. The system responded immediately. A new class and skill had been unlocked, shimmering on the interface like a beacon of promise and potential. The new skill demanded 200 mana points, a steep cost, but in return promised a sequence of massive, devastating attacks capable of turning the tide of any battle. At last, he regained the multi-punch skill he had lost earlier. He frowned briefly at the mana requirement, noting its heaviness but also its worth. Resolutely, he used his remaining keys to boost his mana, ensuring he could wield the skill effectively when the next challenge demanded it. Turning his gaze to the octopus, Dowen whispered a quiet thanks. Without the tiny creature's timely intervention, he might have been eliminated entirely. He named it Fofucho, honoring it as a gift from Aaron, vowing silently to care for and protect the little sea creature from harm. But fate, cruel and unexpected, intervened. A stray cat leapt out of nowhere, snatching Fofucho into its mouth. Dowen's heart sank, shock freezing him for a heartbeat, before instinct and desperation propelled him into motion, chasing after the cat without a second thought. Tears streamed down his face as fury ignited in his chest. He cried out desperately, "Fofucho!" his voice raw with emotion for the pet that had unexpectedly saved his life. Hours later, battered, bruised, and exhausted from the relentless pursuit,
Dowen bore the marks of determination etched deep into his body.
Clutching a photo of Fofucho, he muttered a silent apology to Aaron, regretting that he had not managed to save the little creature in time.
Just then, his phone rang. It was his mother, checking in about his first day at school. When Dowen confessed that he had nearly died, she responded with surprising casualness, admitting she faced similar situations all the time. Acknowledging her hectic schedule, he asked where she was currently located. She explained she was living in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the moment. Confused, Dowen paused and she clarified lightly. "It's just the UK? Are you eating well?" Before ending the call, she reminded him not to forget his father's death anniversary. Explaining that her schedule was too hectic to visit the grave herself, she asked Dowen to go in her place. With that, she hastily said goodbye, leaving Dowen to process the conversation in quiet reflection. After the call, Dowen Bangshan's eyes lingered on an old family photo, memories of childhood washing over him in gentle, bittersweet waves. He stared at the picture and a framed keepsake for a long moment before finally deciding to grab a bite to eat, his mind wandering irresistibly to thoughts of fried octopus, the memory of Fofucho still fresh in his heart. In a dim, abandoned building tucked away from prying eyes, two figures huddled in tense conversation, their shadows flickering on the cracked walls under the unstable light. Every movement, every word carried weight. Their expressions were sharp, their eyes alert, as if one wrong glance could spark disaster. One of them leaned in, voice low and deliberate, delivering the news. Xiangwu had been soundly defeated by Dowen Ha, the formidable representative of Boromai-dong. The man clutching a tool leaned forward, seeking confirmation, his knuckles whitening. His subordinate nodded firmly, emphasizing that Ji Bakchang, the second-year representative of Bangshan-dong, had ordered them to keep this matter strictly confidential, no leaks tolerated. Songwu sat bound to a chair, body rigid with a mix of anger and humiliation. His superior loomed over him, reminding him in no uncertain terms that if word got out that the Bangshan representative had been bested by Boromei, the consequences would be severe, painful lessons in loyalty and defeat. Beicheng's foot slammed into the chair, sliding Xiangwu harshly across the room. A roar of frustration echoed off the walls as he raged, cursing weaklings who ruined everything and sparked his fury with their incompetence. He scolded Xiangwu, recalling their vow to protect him after his father's death, yet lamenting that loyalty had been repaid with foolishness and failure. His gaze landed on an open backpack brimming with sandbags. Sneering, Beicheng mocked Xiangwu, questioning whether he still clung to memories of the track or his father's death, and declaring his disdain for such obsessive attachments. Turning sharply to his subordinate, Ilseok Ji Beicheng commanded that he would handle the matter personally. His orders were clear: bring Dowen Ha, the Boromei-dong representative, into this situation immediately. The next morning at school, Dowen's friend Jehan remarked on a rare anomaly. The red-haired bully hadn't shown up for class, a sight so unusual it immediately drew attention. Jehan frowned, noting that Xiangwu was never absent without reason. Dowen's mind raced, suspecting that their recent confrontation had left lasting consequences. Silently, Dowen considered that perhaps it might be better if the bully never returned, a small flicker of hope lighting his thoughts. He imagined, for the first time in a long while, that with Xiangwu defeated, school life might finally offer some semblance of peace, free from constant threats and tension. That fleeting daydream shattered abruptly as a student burst into the classroom, shouting Dowen Ha's name with a mix of fear and urgency, heart pounding in his chest. The frantic student explained that strange men had infiltrated the school, demanding answers about Dowen's actions that had apparently drawn their attention. Before Dowen could even respond, another group appeared at the doorway, announcing triumphantly that they had found him. Several imposing bullies filed into the room, surveying the students. One sneered and asked if this was Class 3 of the second year. Without waiting for a reply, he struck the panicked student across the face. Dowen froze, sweat beading on his forehead, as a towering bald man stepped forward. His presence was commanding, and he greeted Dowen Ha coldly, calling him Sunbei. Hearing the name, Dowen instinctively assumed the man was tied to the school's notorious bully club, his mind racing through potential threats and strategies. The bald man's smile was chilling, and he stated plainly that Dowen needed to come with them to Bongshin, his voice carrying a quiet, menacing authority. Instinctively, Dowen refused. He knew that complying could put him directly in harm's way, possibly leading to his elimination. The bald thug insisted they could take him by force, though he paused, posing a question first. He asked whether Dowen believed he could handle the 10 bullies currently blocking the classroom doors. Dowen's heart sank. Facing 10 men alone was impossible. Panic crept in, and his eyes darted desperately around for any possible escape. Suddenly, a commanding presence entered the room, halting the bullies in their tracks and shifting the tension instantly. It was Yunseong Han Sung, his voice cutting through the chaos as he demanded to know what the Bongshan thugs were doing in his territory, in his school. The bald man's eyes narrowed sharply. Han Sung's sudden appearance was unexpected and clearly disrupted the plan. A student council member stepped forward, shouting mockery at Han Sung, but before the words fully formed, Han Sung's kick connected with surgical precision, striking the council member squarely in the face. The man collapsed, legs shattered, screaming in agony. Doan could only stare, stunned, as Han Sung's power became terrifyingly evident. Han Sung's voice rang out, commanding attention. Any who wished to challenge the nerd would first need to answer one simple question. He asked whether the 10 bullies believed they could defeat him alone, a rhetorical question brimming with lethal confidence. Doan was rendered speechless. Realizing the truth in Han Sung's words, no one could withstand such overwhelming force with a single blow. Fury flared from another council member, who charged recklessly, but Han Sung's fist met his face before he could reach him, halting his advance instantly. The attacker reeled backward, face bruised and stunned, while Han Sung maintained his composed, serious demeanor, eyes unwavering. A stocky thug tried a sneaky attack from behind, hoisting a chair above his head to strike Han Sung unexpectedly. He slammed the chair down with a yell, but Han Sung, ever agile, dodged deftly, readying a punishing strike aimed at the man's neck. The moment Han Sung's elbow made contact, the chubby thug was flung across the classroom, limbs flailing. He collided violently with the wall, smashing through it with sheer force, a testament to Han Sung's precise power. Watching this, another gang member's resolve crumbled. Fear overtook bravado, and he pleaded desperately for Han Sung not to advance further. Meanwhile, a separate thug shouted a warning, urging Han Sung to halt if he wanted to leave alive. 2 underlings then charged simultaneously, shouting that the white-haired man was cornered, confidence in their numbers fueling their reckless audacity. One of them laughed arrogantly, certain of an easy victory. Han Sung executed a breathtaking dodge, flipping upside down to land balanced atop a table, his hands steady and poised for the perfect strike. With one precise, devastating kick, both enemies were sent unconscious, heads hitting the floor with a sickening thud. Han Sung glanced at the fallen thugs, muttering that this was shaping up to be a significant problem indeed. The bald man's annoyance deepened as his subordinates were dispatched one after another, frustration mounting with every loss. Observing the chaos, Han Sung commanded the remaining group to attack all at once. They obeyed without hesitation, lured by desperation and bravado. With blinding speed, Yunseong Han Sung dismantled the group in moments, hurling them across the classroom and smashing them into desks and chairs with devastating efficiency. Doan Ha and Jehan gawked in disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend that Han Sung was, without question, the most dangerous among the council's bullies. He had just taken down 9 men simultaneously, each strike exact, each motion lethal, leaving no room for counterattack. Only one opponent remained standing, Ji Baek-chang. Squaring off, he adopted a fierce stance, eyes glinting with unwavering determination, signaling that the fight was far from over. Yunseong Han Sung's eyes locked onto the last man still standing, and the moment he realized Ji Baek-chang was the only one left, he shot forward like a blur. In a heartbeat, his fist cut through the air, aimed with terrifying precision straight for Baek-chang's chin. But just before the punch could land, Han Sung stopped it cold, his knuckles hovering only inches from Baek-chang's face. The restraint was deliberate, almost effortless, as if he had proven his point without needing to finish the blow. Then, without letting the tension linger, Han Sung shifted his gaze toward the Seolong-dong council members. His voice sharpened as he ordered them to clean up the wreckage and disorder that had exploded across the classroom. Without even turning back to keep an eye on Baek-chang, Yunseong Han Sung simply started walking away. His tone stayed calm but commanding as he told Baek-chang to make sure the classroom was put back in proper order. The bald man's face twisted with rage, his pride clearly wounded as he shouted after Han Sung. He demanded to know if Han Sung really thought he could just walk away after humiliating them, warning him that Bongshan District would never forgive this kind of defiance. Han Sung didn't even bother responding to the threat. Instead, he paused just long enough to call out to Doan Ha, as if Baek-chang's warning had meant absolutely nothing. He told Doan to meet him in the cafeteria during the next break, the invitation sounding casual on the surface, but carrying enough weight that Doan knew he had better listen. As the two of them walked together afterward, Doan thanked Yunseong for stepping in back in the classroom. Relief softened his face, and for a brief moment he felt genuinely reassured knowing someone that powerful had been on his side. But that comfort didn't last long. Han Sung suddenly leaned in close, lowering his voice beside Dowen's ear, and began probing into his true intentions as a member of the Bully Council. His questions didn't stop there. With a sharp, unreadable curiosity, Han Sung also asked why Dowen had gone after Xiangwu so from Bongshin in the first place. Dowen carefully measured every possible answer in his head. He understood that if he gave Han Sung a convincing explanation now, he might be able to avoid being questioned any further. So Dowen decided to put on a darker image and claimed he was a so-called bully hunter. But the moment the words left his mouth, regret hit him hard, because Han Sung himself was a terrifying bully, and Dowen could only hope he hadn't just offended him. When Dowen noticed Han Sung's subtle, unreadable reaction, his mind immediately spiraled. For 1/10 second, he even wondered if he should drop to his knees and show respect before things got worse.
Instead, Han Sung suddenly laughed, catching Dowen completely off guard. Rather than getting angry, he admitted that Dowen's comment was actually pretty amusing.
Then, as the elite council member turned and walked away, he casually wished Dowen good luck. Dowen stood there feeling both relieved and impressed, still processing how easily Han Sung had controlled the entire situation. From that day on, Dowen Harshan kept his guard up around Bong Shindong's goons. Even when things seemed quiet, he couldn't shake the feeling that trouble could appear without warning. Thankfully, no new incidents broke out for a while. For the first time in what felt like ages, Dowen was allowed to breathe with a small sense of security. With no urgent schoolwork weighing him down, he started spending his free time at an internet cafe, sinking into online games and letting the glow of the monitor pull him away from reality. Nearby, he overheard other gamers talking seriously about how much time and money it took to improve their skills. Their conversation made Dowen quietly reflect on his own past as a gamer. After all, he had once spent money to strengthen his gaming abilities too. As he watched the other boys pack up and leave the cafe, a wave of nostalgia tugged at his heart more strongly than he expected. Then, out of nowhere, a tray of noodles was placed in front of him. When Dowen looked up, the person carrying it turned out to be someone far more familiar than he expected. His eyes widened in surprise. Standing there as the cafe server was Ah Rin Ju, the girl he had secretly liked, now right in front of him in the most unexpected place. Dowen asked if she worked at the cafe, still trying to hide how startled he was. Ah Rin calmly explained that she was only helping her father out there from time to time. The moment Dowen realized that the girl he admired was actually the owner's daughter, excitement surged through him. His expression lit up before he could properly control it. But Ah Rin completely misunderstood his reaction. Seeing the sudden excitement on his face, she assumed he was only thrilled because he thought he might get free food. Meanwhile, a noisy crowd began gathering around one especially skilled gamer's computer. The area buzzed with excited chatter as everyone focused on the screen. Some of the other nerds started talking about punishing a player inside the game. The idea sounded strange to Dowen, and he couldn't help but find the whole situation oddly peculiar. Before long, a few younger kids came over and asked if they could borrow some avatars. Instead of helping them, the older players mocked them openly, laughing at their request. As Ah Rin Ju continued her shift, she moved through the cafe with practiced warmth, thanking customers politely and wishing them a good day as they left. While carrying a tray, she noticed one boy sitting with a crushed, miserable expression. He explained that someone had stolen every item from his character. Concern immediately crossed Ah Rin's face as she asked what had happened. The boy said that while he had gone to the bathroom, everything he owned in the game had been taken. Seeing how worried Ah Rin looked, Dowen finally spoke up. He revealed that he had seen the older players stealing the boy's items with his own eyes. Ah Rin quickly asked if he had witnessed the whole thing. Dowen confirmed that he had seen it, though he admitted he hadn't fully understood what was happening at the time. The young gamer spun around the instant he heard that. Desperation and hope filled his eyes as he looked straight at Dowen and begged him for help. Tears streamed down the boy's face as his voice cracked. He pleaded with Dowen Ha to recover his stolen items, his sobs carrying through the internet cafe. The moment Dowen heard that desperate request, a system mission appeared in front of him, exactly as he had expected it would. The objective was clear: defeat the thieves who had stolen from the child. And as usual, the system promised a key as the reward for completing the mission. Dowen's eyes widened as he read the details. This wasn't going to be a simple one-on-one situation. He would have to deal with 4 thieves at once. Sweat slid down his forehead as he considered the odds. Taking on 4 opponents alone seemed almost impossible, especially when Han's strength was still far beyond his own. But before he could seriously think about refusing, The system flashed another notice in front of him. This secret mission came with an additional hidden bonus. Outside the internet cafe, the four thieves were already showing off the stolen items for sale. They chatted casually, talking about grabbing drinks once they made money from the deal. At that moment, Dowen Ha struck first with a blind spot attack. His blow landed squarely against one thief's head, sending the man crashing helplessly to the ground. As the thief collapsed, Dowen made his reason clear. As a fellow gamer, he couldn't just stand there and watch this kind of injustice happen right in front of him. At the same time, the system revealed the secret reward waiting for him, a date with Aranju. Dowen's eyes practically sparkled the moment he saw it. Fired up beyond reason, he called out to the remaining thieves and challenged them head-on. A brief flashback passed through his mind. The crying gamer boy, Aran, standing nearby, and another child pleading desperately for help, all while Dowen stared at the secret reward glowing on his screen. Back in the present, Dowen gently placed his hand on the child's head. In a steady voice, he told him to keep playing and wait patiently. Then Dowen Ha struck a bold, heroic pose and declared that he would complete the mission before the boy's meal even had time to grow cold. Now that his surprise attack on the first thief had worked, Dowen stood with renewed confidence. He openly challenged the rest of them, ready to face the fight waiting ahead. With his resolve burning bright, Dowen stepped in front of the remaining thieves. His posture was firm, his gaze steady, and his presence radiated determination and authority. Dowen Ha's eyes blazed with intensity as he faced the remaining thieves in the narrow alley. His voice rang out sharp and commanding, slicing through the humid air. "Step up and face me," he warned, each word dripping with authority. "If you don't, I'll hunt you down myself." The weight behind his threats sent a shiver through the group, making the shadows of the alley seem darker, more oppressive. Yet inside, Dowen's mind spun in confusion. He had taken down one of the criminals already, and now he wasn't sure how to proceed. Every instinct screamed caution. Every nerve thrummed with the tension of an uncertain battle. His confusion only deepened when he saw the thug he had struck earlier struggling to rise to his feet. Despite the blow, the man seemed almost undeterred, his anger bubbling to the surface as he pushed himself upright. The delinquent growled, demanding an explanation for what had just happened. Dowen, meanwhile, questioned silently whether his initial strike had even fazed this stubborn opponent. The man's glare was wild, unbroken, a challenge in itself. The other thieves took notice immediately. Whispers spread among them. Disbelief etched in every word. They had never seen a kid interfere in their criminal affairs with such boldness and audacity. Realizing that his surprise attack and bold threats hadn't intimidated them as he had hoped, Dowen acted without hesitation. He bolted, sprinting for cover, his legs pumping with desperate speed. The delinquents gave chase, shouting threats and jeers that echoed through the tight alleyway. "You won't escape that easily," they yelled, their voices filled with both anger and amusement. When Dowen appeared to reach a dead end, the criminals laughed, certain he had nowhere to hide. The alley seemed narrow, confining, and the shadows played tricks on the young fighter's anxiety. Yet the first thug arrived at the spot only to find it empty. Dowen had vanished, leaving no trace behind. As the others rushed in, confusion spread like wildfire. The alley should have trapped him, yet the boy was nowhere to be found, a ghost in the dim light. Soon their gaze fell upon a nearby trash can. Laughter broke out as they assumed he must be hiding inside, mocking the supposed cleverness of his escape. They pretended to search, theatrically peering into the trash, taunting him for being invisible, claiming they couldn't see him at all. One of the group leaned forward, sneering, and threatened that tonight's dinner would be roast chicken, and Dowen would be the main course. But Dowen was nowhere near the trash can. Instead, he crouched high above them on a ledge, muscles coiled like a predator's, eyes locked, ready to strike from above. As one delinquent glanced up, oblivious to the danger, Dowen dropped like a hawk in mid-dive, unleashing a devastating falcon kick that connected squarely with the man's face. The thug crumpled instantly, collapsing to the ground with the trash can beneath him crushing under the impact. Every inch of his body went limp as the force knocked the wind out of him. At that exact moment, a system notification flashed, confirming that the first thief had been neutralized. Relief and satisfaction coursed through Dowen. A small, victorious smile tugged at his lips as adrenaline pumped through his veins. He had succeeded in taking down the first criminal. The remaining thugs froze, eyes wide with shock and fear, questioning whether this seemingly ordinary student could truly be such a formidable opponent. They demanded to know his identity, but Dowen simply struck a cocky pose, his confidence radiating and forcing them to stew in uncertainty over the fearsome kick they had just witnessed. To further intimidate them, he warned that if they ever knew his true identity, they would deeply regret having crossed him, the threat hanging in the air like a tangible weight. Then, in one bold declaration, Doan revealed his trump card. He was the bully representative of Boromai Dong, his voice filled with unshakable conviction. His revelation, however, was met with scoffs. The delinquents laughed, dismissing the notion entirely. They couldn't fathom the existence of any organized bully council. Before any retaliation could be mounted, Doan unleashed a precise blind spot strike, his fist connecting flawlessly with the man's neck, the motion fluid and unerring. The blow left the thug winded, hacking and gasping uncontrollably as his body bent under the impact, helpless and disoriented. Doan couldn't help but think wryly that, compared to Seongwoo, this criminal moved at a turtle's pace, a sluggish and predictable opponent. Seeing fear reflected in their eyes, he realized he didn't need to act quickly. He could advance deliberately, keeping them tense and hesitant with each movement. The remaining thugs whispered among themselves, trying to shore up their courage. They insisted there was no reason to fear, claiming that since the nerd stood alone, they had the upper hand. Two of them attempted to flank Doan simultaneously, moving to corner him from both sides, their faces twisted in eager anticipation. Doan chuckled softly, remarking that in games, numbers never mattered, and with effortless precision, he struck both opponents at once. Confident and composed, he noted how easy it was to land blows on both at the same time, the strikes flowing as naturally as in his gaming sessions. He also observed that the four remaining delinquents were shockingly inept, moving slowly and predictably, which only simplified his task. Despite his success, Doan remained alert. He knew that without his special skills, he could still be vulnerable if he let his guard down. Maintaining pressure was crucial. Keeping the delinquents on edge a little longer ensured he stayed in control of the encounter. One of the remaining thieves hatched a plan. All three would rush him at once, attempting to encircle Doan and overwhelm him with numbers. As they counted down to strike, Doan interrupted them with a sly grin, asking if they knew the most effective way to deal with weak enemies. The criminals looked at him, puzzled. Doan's smile widened as he explained, "It's simple. You gather them together and attack all at once." With those words, he baited them perfectly into surrounding him, setting the stage for his devastating multi-strike attack. With a rapid flurry of punches, each one landing with surgical precision, he dismantled every target, taking them down one by one, the motion fluid and unrelenting. As his enemies collapsed simultaneously around him, Doan remained standing, barely winded, his body humming with controlled adrenaline. The sensation reminded him of the exhilaration he had felt while defeating Seongwoo, that same rush coursing through him as power and skill converged. Each takedown brought the familiar thrill. Like leveling up in a game, the intoxicating euphoria of dominating a worthy target. Yet a shiver ran down his spine, a subtle warning that this thrill might be blurring the lines of his own humanity. One of the fallen criminals, battered and toothless, crawled on the ground, sobbing, begging Doan for mercy. Blood, sweat, and dirt mixed across his tear-streaked face. He swore to return every stolen item and promised to abandon his criminal ways. Doan felt a pang of guilt, ordering him carefully to ensure every last item was recovered. In that moment, Doan reminded himself, he was not like the others. He would not become a bully. He had to hold on to his own humanity. Retrieving his jacket, he declared that the final thief could not be spared. The mission wasn't complete until every opponent was down. Spotting the last enemy, Doan sprinted forward, muscles coiled, ready to end the confrontation with a decisive flying kick. His double-footed strike connected perfectly with the delinquent, sending a red spray from the man's nose that resembled a burst of ketchup in the dim alley light. As the final criminal collapsed, the system confirmed that every thief had been successfully neutralized, and the mission was officially complete. The mission had reached its climax. Every single one of the four notorious thieves had been dealt with, leaving Doan Ha standing alone in the quiet aftermath, chest heaving, sweat glistening, and adrenaline coursing through his veins. Victory pulsed through him like electricity, each breath sharp and alive with the thrill of triumph. Then, like a reward for his relentless effort, the black key materialized in front of him, gleaming with promise. A rush of exhilaration swept through him, making his grin widen almost uncontrollably as his fingers itched to claim it. But nothing could have prepared him for the system's next revelation. The secret reward wasn't just any prize, it was a date with Ah Rin-ju herself. His heart leapt, and a spark of excitement ignited deep inside him, shooting through every nerve. Later, the humbled thieves returned to the internet cafe, heads bowed, knees touching the floor. Their eyes avoided his as they solemnly vowed never to steal again, their voices heavy with newfound respect and fear. Dao and Ha's gaze softened slightly as he forgave them, sensing genuine remorse in the slump of their shoulders and the careful tone of their pledges to change. But his mercy came with a sharp warning. If he ever caught them committing theft again, there would be no hesitation, no mercy. They would feel the full force of his justice. The thieves nodded frantically, fear evident in every motion, fully understanding the weight of his words. Just then, a familiar voice pierced the tense quiet, Mingqiu Kyung, trying to call out to one of the thieves, but the words fell on deaf ears, unanswered and fading into the room. Rin-ju stepped forward, her tone warm as she thanked Doan. She explained the trouble they had been having with the thieves, and he promised without hesitation that he would always come to her aid whenever needed. She excused herself briefly to fetch more food, assuring him she'd be quick, a promise that made Doan practically vibrate with anticipation, his mind racing with the thought of being alone with her just moments longer. As he pictured the time they'd share, his mind wandered back to a teasing remark she had once made about her tight clothes, and the memory sent his excitement spiraling even higher, leaving him barely able to contain it. Suddenly, another memory intruded, a flash from the past. A little girl had fallen in the classroom, surrounded by two older girls mocking her, calling her a loser and blaming her for everything. At that crucial moment, a small figure had stepped forward to defend her, standing up against the cruelty. It was none other than Doan Ha himself, a first-year kindergartner, the very day he had first met Rin. And in an unexpected twist, Rin-ju had been the very first girl to deliver a punch to his stomach. She had been the ringleader of her group, mischievous eyes glinting as she asked Doan if he wanted to become their next target, challenging him with a playful but intimidating authority. Doan, intimidated by her confident, commanding presence, avoided her gaze, shrinking inwardly as the weight of her stare pressed down upon him. After that period of relentless teasing and bullying, they were separated, attending different schools and slowly drifting apart. 3 years slipped by, and Doan never imagined their paths would cross again. Then one day, she unexpectedly picked up something he had dropped on the floor, her kindness catching him completely off guard and stirring a wave of memories. The Rin he saw now in high school was transformed, her expression neutral, unaware or perhaps unburdened by the past. She returned his electronics with a gentle, sincere smile, her hands steady and courteous as though nothing had ever happened between them. Yet, in a playful echo of the past, she delivered another punch to his stomach. But this time, it carried warmth and praise instead of malice, a teasing gesture filled with camaraderie. In the present, Rin told him she would return after changing out of her tight outfit, leaving Doan teetering on the edge of anticipation, his heart thudding with eagerness. As she left, he sank into a chair, mind spinning, heart racing over the secret reward he had just earned, the very thought of a date filling him with dizzying excitement. He gazed down at the silver key resting in his palm, resolve forming as he decided to activate it immediately, silently hoping it would grant him something powerful, not another weak, random skill like before. With a flash, the weapon master's skill unlocked, a surge of energy coursing through him and instantly heightening his mastery over all weapons, his fingers trembling with newfound potential. The sudden power startled him. He had long feared the unpredictability of combat, worried about unintentionally harming someone. But carefully reading the skill description, he realized it could only be wielded against enemies already engaged in combat, perfectly safe for now, yet immensely empowering. Just as he absorbed this revelation, Rin returned, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asked what he had been doing, her voice filled with gentle inquiry. Doan's gaze instantly locked on her, captivated by how stunning she looked in her dress. Every detail amplified in his mind as if time itself had slowed. He complimented her earnestly, telling her the outfit suited her perfectly, and she blushed with relief and warmth, her cheeks lighting up as she smiled in gratitude. Then she asked him what he wanted to eat, and without hesitation, Doan suggested a steakhouse, eager to enjoy the outing and the rare moments spent together. Rin mentioned her love for spicy rice cakes, and Dalin's enthusiasm flared, claiming he adored them as well, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. She clarified she had something different in mind, and Doan went along, curious and excited to see how this new twist would blend with the fiery flavors he loved. To his astonishment, the dish arrived. Noodles swirled with chocolate and mint, a peculiar combination that left him blinking in surprise. Dalin hesitated, unsure how to approach such an unusual creation, but Rin quickly made a playful, sad expression, prompting him to eat it, lest he hurt her feelings. He hurriedly shoved noodles into his mouth, declaring he couldn't stop eating, faking delight to match her hopeful gaze. Her face lit up instantly, eyes sparkling, as she asked if he truly enjoyed it. Doan nodded, a genuine swell of happiness filling him at the simple joy of sharing this moment with her. Though she noticed he wasn't actually chewing, it didn't matter. Doan Ha was overjoyed just to be on a date with Ah Rin, every second brimming with excitement and warmth. He realized it was only his second date ever, the first having been strictly mission-related, making this one feel extraordinarily personal and thrilling. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could a date awarded as a secret reward carry a hidden purpose? Some unseen intention lurking beneath the surface? Suspicious, he asked if she planned to take him somewhere unusual, his tone a mix of curiosity and caution. Ah Rin-ju simply smiled and said she wanted to take him somewhere fun, and before long they arrived at a lively new location, laughing and making playful noise together. A warm, nervous flush spread through Doan's body, as if every nerve were alive with fire, anticipation setting his heart racing uncontrollably. It turned out the activity was simple, yet exhilarating. A game of stacking wooden blocks, each move filled with tension, concentration, and the thrill of playful competition. When it was Ah Rin's turn, Doan couldn't help but comment on her skill, marveling at how impressively the tower had grown, each block a testament to her steady hands and careful calculation. Ah Rin admitted she wasn't usually adept at games. Yet here she was, her confidence in Jenga shining through, eager to challenge him and prove herself. Suddenly the tower collapsed under her hands, and laughter erupted between them. Doan suggested they switch to another game, the light-hearted chaos filling the room with joy. They moved on to a lie detector game, where Doan teasingly asked Ah Rin if she considered herself pretty, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. She hesitated slightly, a subtle uncertainty crossing her features before answering yes, and the machine buzzed, confirming she was truthful. The brief tension melted away, replaced by her confident declaration that she truly believed in her own beauty, a proud sparkle dancing in her eyes as she shared this small, personal truth. With a quick, practiced motion, Ah Rin slid her hand back onto the toy, her fingers gripping it firmly as she braced herself, eyes narrowing slightly, ready to face whatever the next round would throw at her. The air seemed charged with anticipation, every muscle in her body poised like a spring ready to release. Doan felt a jolt of urgency surge through him. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. His heart raced, each second stretching impossibly long as he realized the questions burning in his mind couldn't be left unspoken any longer. Summoning every ounce of courage, he inhaled deeply, steadying his trembling hands and racing thoughts. Now or never, he decided, and with that he asked the question that had been gnawing at him all evening. Does she have a boyfriend? The silence that followed was almost unbearable. Every nerve in his body tightened as his heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears. The tension hung thickly, making it feel as though time itself had slowed, leaving him suspended in anticipation. When Ah Rin admitted she did, in fact, have a boyfriend, Doan's chest sank, a weight pressing down on him. The fragile bubble of hope he'd nurtured burst in an instant, leaving his mind reeling with disappointment and the stark realization of reality. Though he forced a small, polite smile, keeping his tone light and casual, inside he was crumbling. The truth hit him hard. Someone as stunning, charismatic, and spirited as Ah Rin could hardly be single. But just as the tension threatened to overwhelm him, Ah Rin's lips curved into a sheepish grin, and she confessed the truth. The toy hadn't actually worked at all. Her earlier story had been nothing more than a playful little lie, a teasing ruse designed to keep the game lively. Relief flooded through Doan like a cool, refreshing breeze on a sweltering day. Laughter bubbled up between them, bright and genuine, as they shared a moment of humor over the broken machine, the earlier tension dissolving completely. They quickly moved on, scanning the arcade for the next game to play. Excitement danced in their eyes as they settled on a new challenge, eager to dive into another round of fun together. Meanwhile, beyond the safe glow of the arcade lights, the thieves had caught wind of Doan and Ah Rin-ju's presence together, their malicious intent simmering just out of sight. One delinquent sneered, a venomous glint in his eye, mocking Doan Ha for daring to enjoy a date with Ah Rin-ju. His words dripped with contempt and disbelief. His companion shook with barely contained rage, a trembling mix of anger and anticipation, urging him to calm down as they continued their pursuit. Tension taut between them like a bowstring. The injured thief swore vengeance, his voice rough and low, cursing the one who had left him humiliated and battered. His friend tried awkwardly to soothe him, patting his head in a manner that was simultaneously clumsy and infuriating, failing to ease the seething anger that bubbled beneath the surface. Back at the arcade, Ah Rin-ju and Doan Ha remained blissfully absorbed in their fun, laughter, and playful chatter, filling the air as the minutes slipped by unnoticed. Doan felt a warm, comforting closeness envelop him, his heart lifting at the effortless joy radiating from Ah Rin as they shared these light-hearted moments together. Her finger pointed to a nearby claw machine, eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. "Do you want to try this one together?" she asked, her tone teasing yet inviting, drawing him into the game with her enthusiasm. Nearby, a vendor's voice rang out, cheerful and insistent, enticing passers-by toward a hammer and nail game where plush teddy bears awaited as prizes, each call adding to the lively arcade atmosphere. Ah Rin-ju tried her hand at winning a prize but failed, her laughter mingling with a playful groan. Doan stepped up confidently, determination flashing in his eyes as he prepared to take his turn. The vendor claimed he wasn't as strong as her, but Doan had a secret, the knowledge and technique to make the perfect strike, knowing he could win if he timed and aimed just right. All it took was the right stretch of his arm, careful alignment of the hammer above the nail, and a precise vertical strike delivered with unwavering focus. Doan, the gamer nerd at heart, envisioned the perfect moment, the bear tumbling into the prize chute, a gift for Ah Rin that would make their date unforgettable. Yet as he readied himself, a strange sensation froze him in place, something unusual flickered across the interface before him. Ah Rin-ju tilted her head in confusion, her eyes following his gaze as he stared intently at a flashing message on the system interface, a sudden chill crawling up his spine. The directive was horrifying. He was instructed to strike Ah Rin-ju on the head with a hammer as hard as possible and complete the task within 5 minutes. Her voice cut through the rising panic, worry lacing each word as she asked what was wrong. Doan's mind reeled, disbelief and dread mingling at the impossible mission now laid before him. The system demanded he hit her, dangling a dungeon map as the reward, a sharp escalation from the earlier challenges, which had only required confronting bullies, never harming someone he cared for. His hands trembled violently, the pressure mounting with every heartbeat, knowing full well that refusal or failure would provoke the system's punishment. Yet, no matter how he steeled himself, the thought of hurting Ah Rin-ju was unbearable. Instead, he slammed the hammer down on the table, feigning failure at the game, the impact echoing loudly, a deliberate act of defiance against the cruel instruction. He would rather face the system's wrath than betray his own conscience and harm her in any way. Muttering under his breath about his loss, Doan's eyes caught a nearby booth featuring a Royal Castle-style game, complete with a toy mallet and a collection of random prizes, the colorful display sparking a sudden idea. Spotting the toy hammer, inspiration struck, and without hesitation, he guided Ah Rin-ju toward the new game, determination shining in his every movement. Vendors called out eagerly, trying to draw a crowd, while Doan stepped forward immediately, volunteering to play, his mind already focused on strategy and outcome. The rules were quickly explained. Rock, paper, scissors would decide who wielded the hammer and who defended, each round ticking closer to the 3-minute time limit. Ah Rin-ju noticed the tension etched on Doan's face, understanding the unspoken pressure weighing on him as seconds slipped mercilessly by. They played quickly, and fortune smiled upon Doan. He emerged victorious, heart pounding with the thrill of triumph and the knowledge of what was at stake. Grabbing the toy hammer, a surge of resolve washing over him, he whispered a silent apology to Ah Rin-ju, readying himself for the strike. He swung eagerly, yet Ah Rin-ju, quick and perceptive, defended herself flawlessly, a pan placed deftly atop her head, absorbing each impact. They repeated the game, and Doan won again, his excitement building with each attempt, but each strike was met with the same skillful defense. He aimed, struck, and was again blocked, the pan taking every hit as if by magic, his frustration mixing with admiration. Now it was Ah Rin-ju's turn with the hammer, and Doan scrambled to defend, marveling at her instinctive anticipation and lightning-fast reflexes. He couldn't fathom how she predicted every move, each reaction perfectly timed, leaving him both awed and on edge. Ah! Rin-ju's excitement soared, delighting in the challenge, while Doan's tension escalated, the intensity of the game squeezing him like a vice. The seconds slipped by ruthlessly, and with less than 10 remaining, Doan's panic reached its peak, the pressure nearly unbearable. Ah Rin-ju prepared for another round, her energy radiant, yet Doan seized a fleeting opportunity and tapped her lightly on the head with the mallet. The sudden, unexpected strike drew gasps from the small crowd, eyes widening in shock at the abrupt turn of events. Doan braced himself for disaster, sure he had ruined everything, only for a system notification to blink across his vision. The mission was complete. Another message confirmed the reward had materialized, a bag appearing before him as tangible proof of his success. Holding the prize, Doan explained to the vendor that the hammer had broken, but the man merely shrugged and told him to keep it, a simple gesture that made the moment feel complete. Night had descended over the city, and the two friends walked down a quiet, dimly lit street, their laughter mingling with the gentle hum of the evening, the warmth of shared triumph and friendship wrapping around them like a comforting blanket.
Dowan Haw wiped the slick sweat from his brow, his chest tight with a gnawing regret. He cursed himself silently, scolding his own hesitation. Why hadn't he just failed the mission outright and accepted whatever punishment the system demanded, instead of facing this tangled web of consequences?
Summoning every ounce of courage he had left, he dared to ask Ah Rin-ju the question weighing on his mind. "Are you angry with me?" But instead of a glare or a frown, her face erupted into uncontrollable laughter that rang through the arcade, bright and infectious. The sudden eruption of her joy froze Dowan mid-step, worry flickering across his face. Had he hit her too hard? Was she hurt? His mind raced as he read the intensity of her laughter, unsure whether relief or panic should wash over him first. Still giggling, Ah Rin waved away his concern with a playful hand, assuring him it hadn't hurt in the slightest. She even admitted, with a mischievous sparkle in her eye, that she had never felt such a strong, resounding hit before, an unexpected compliment wrapped in laughter. The moment of levity shifted abruptly when Ah Rin mentioned that her father was calling and she needed to head back to the internet cafe. The sudden responsibility tugged her attention away, a subtle reminder that even amidst fun, real-world obligations lingered. As she turned to leave, she thanked Doan for the day's adventures, her words warm and genuine. Doan mirrored her sentiment with a heartfelt smile, the connection between them lingering in the space just before goodbye. Stepping closer for a brief, meaningful moment, Ah Rin promised they would play more games together next time, her eyes sparkling with sincerity and the unspoken excitement of future mischief. As she finally turned to leave, she added softly that she would see him at school later. Doan simply nodded, a strange mixture of happiness and longing knotting in his chest as he watched her disappear down the arcade's lively corridor. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged from the crowd, his presence unsettling as he asked, curiosity lacing his tone, about the game they had been playing. Startled, Doan instinctively shoved the man back, his pulse racing. The stranger swiftly raised a phone to his ear, reporting in a chilling voice that he had located the target, a cold knot of fear tightening in Doan's stomach. When instructed to hang up, Doan's heart sank further. The realization hit him hard. This man and his associates were hunting him, their eyes and actions confirming the threat he now faced. The man explained his pursuit. Vengeance for his younger friends, beaten down by Doan earlier. The words carried a weighty menace, and Doan braced himself, expecting a fight to ignite at any moment. Panic surged through him, hot and unrelenting. He had recklessly used his skills against the delinquents earlier, and now the consequences loomed large, pressing down with suffocating intensity. Exhausted, his gamer slave class had no energy points left, his arsenal of abilities lay dormant, leaving him painfully exposed. A cold, sobering realization struck him. If he engaged in combat now, defeat was almost inevitable, the odds stacked heavily against him. Yet, in a sudden turn, the man's gaze met his, and with an unexpected twist he claimed his thirst for revenge had vanished, as if some invisible weight had lifted. He turned to leave, stating that he had more important matters to attend to. Relief washed over Doan in an immense, almost physical wave, easing the tension knotted in his chest. But just as the man walked away, he glanced back, his words sharp and chilling. He intended to go after Ah Rin-ju at the internet cafe, implying a sinister game of his own. Doan confirmed her location, a shiver crawling down his spine at the threat embedded in that statement. The implication was cruel, almost predatory. If Ah Rin could play with someone like Doan, perhaps she would entertain anyone willing to play with her. The menace in the air made Doan's grip on his resolve tighten. Before the man could unleash further sinister words, Doan's hand shot out, gripping the front of his jacket with a fierce determination. Hatred burned in his eyes, the tightening grip a silent, deadly warning. No words were needed, the message was clear. Fuming, Doan growled, voice low and menacing. He demanded the man shut up and follow him without another word, every syllable sharp with authority. Minkyu-sun sneered, taunting him with a provocative grin, daring Doan to show fear. Just then, a new mission alert blinked insistently, signaling that an imminent fight was about to erupt. Moments later, incensed and provoked, Minkyu-sun launched the first attack, his movements fast and aggressive, aiming to catch Doan off guard. Dowan missed his initial strikes, and in that brief opening, Minkyu Sun landed a brutal punch directly into his stomach, the impact forcing a gasp from him as the air rushed from his lungs. Hovering over him, Minkyu mocked the tale of how Dowan had previously taken down 4 bullies, his words dripping with scorn, each syllable designed to wound more than any fist could. Humiliated and breathless, Dowan realized that his critical strikes might not trigger without his mana. Yet he knew he had no choice. He had to act to protect Rin-Ju. With his energy points depleted, he had to rely purely on instinct and luck to land a critical hit, every nerve taut with tension and resolve. Determined, he focused entirely on delivering a protective strike, keeping Minkyu Sun at bay while shielding Rin-Ju from any harm, his mind sharpening with singular purpose. The delinquent continued his mocking, repeating the very words Dowan had rehearsed in his mind while protecting Rin-Ju, trying to get under his skin with every syllable. Suddenly, Sun produced 2 gleaming golden brass knuckles, the metal catching the arcade lights, and declared he would no longer tolerate such disrespect, his threat tangible and immediate. Dowan's eyes widened as he stared at the weapon, calculating whether it counted as officially dangerous within the system's parameters. Minkyu Sun charged, shouting a wild threat to knock every tooth from Dowan's mouth, his momentum full of reckless confidence. But before he could reach him, Dowan countered with a sharp, precise strike to his chin, catching him completely off guard and halting his advance. Using the toy hammer, Dowan unleashed a flurry of consecutive hits, each blow precise, though Sun blocked several with skill that belied his earlier bravado. Finally, Dowan summoned all his strength into a decisive strike, sending Sun flying backward, though the delinquent managed to land on his feet, staggering but unbroken. Groaning from the impact, Sun blinked in disbelief as he noticed the source of the attack. A bag from the Royal Castle toy store lay nearby, revealing the humble origin of Dowan's toy hammer. As Dowan called him to continue, the system confirmed the successful activation of the Weapon Master's skill, the energy around him humming with newly affirmed power. The skill description clarified. The Weapon Master effect only triggered when facing an armed opponent. Yet the timing had been perfect, every strike amplified. Now Dowan stood his ground, the toy hammer radiating a quiet yet undeniable energy as he leveled it toward Sun Minkyu, his gaze sharp and unyielding. The delinquent blinked in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. His eyes widened as he struggled to reconcile the toy hammer's unassuming appearance with the overwhelming force behind it. He couldn't fathom that a mere plastic mallet had delivered strikes with such crushing impact, each hit carrying more weight than his own brass knuckles could muster. Desperate to understand, Minkyu Sun demanded to know the trick behind Dowan's seemingly impossible power, his voice laced with both anger and awe. Dowan casually tapped the hammer against his own head, a grin spreading across his face, insisting it was nothing more than a simple plastic mallet, mocking both the weapon and his opponent's disbelief. Infuriated by the deception, Minkyu Sun lunged again, but Dowan anticipated the attack, striking him with the mallet before the punch could even make contact. The hammer collided with Minkyu Sun's swinging hand just as he tried to unleash his brass knuckles, halting the attack mid-air with precise timing. Dowan readied another strike, his voice teasing, suggesting that Minkyu Sun could keep imagining it was all a trick if he wished, even as reality proved otherwise. He activated the Weapon Master skill once more, the air around him tingling, but this time Minkyu Sun dodged deftly, closing the distance and wrapping his arms around Dowan, trying to immobilize him. The delinquent gloated, confident in his close quarters advantage, certain that Dowan's strikes could no longer reach him up close. Yet Dowan, with impeccable timing and precision, swung the handle of the toy hammer into Sun's back, delivering a crushing surprise that left Minkyu stunned, his confidence rattled in an instant. The unexpected strike snapped Minkyu Sun's grip loose, finally granting Dowan Ha the precious breathing room he needed. The arcade seemed to hold its collective breath as Dowan's eyes narrowed, focus sharpening with every heartbeat, preparing for the next decisive move. Seizing the opening, Dowan raised his arms, his gaze burning with righteous fury, every muscle tensed as he declared, with unflinching intensity, that Minkyu Sun would pay for the vile, disrespectful words he had spat about Rin-Ju. With a controlled, furious swing, he aimed to deliver a blow precise enough to make his anger tangible. But in a shocking twist, the plastic head of the toy hammer popped off mid-swing, spinning through the air in a helpless arc, leaving Dowan staring in disbelief. His mind raced. Had the hammer truly broken so easily, a casualty of its cheap construction? Every ounce of hope seemed to wobble along with the wayward plastic piece. Struggling to maintain composure, he frantically considered if there might still be a way to wield the weapon effectively. Just then, a sharp system message flashed across his vision, cutting through his panic. It read simply, "Damaged weapons do not trigger the Weapon Master skill effect." Dawen's heart sank, cold dread spreading through him. Without a functioning weapon, the fight seemed hopeless, the margin for victory evaporating before his eyes. Desperation clawed at him as he scanned the arcade for anything he could improvise, anything that could be swung, hurled, or manipulated as a makeshift weapon. Even an ordinary trash can might serve in a pinch. Spotting his vulnerability, Minkyu Sun lunged with predatory precision, his fist armored with golden brass knuckles, aiming to land another punishing strike. The brass-knuckled fist slammed into Dowen's face with brutal force, the impact scattering ketchup from a nearby snack stand in a dramatic arc, a vivid reminder of the chaos surrounding them. Grinning with malice, Minkyu Sun taunted him mercilessly, questioning whether Dowen could even manage a fight without his little toy mallet, each word cutting as sharply as his punches. Crushed to the ground, Dowen felt the searing impact radiate through his skull and shoulders, realizing the force behind those brass knuckles was unlike anything he had ever endured. Each blow was uniquely painful, the golden knuckles delivering not just force but a lingering, almost bone-deep resonance that made every strike feel calculated to harm. Following that initial strike, Minkyu Sun unleashed a relentless flurry, hammering Dowen with hard, unyielding blows, a rhythmic assault that seemed to stretch time itself. After landing a particularly punishing hit to Dowen's stomach, a cruel glint sparked in Minkyu Sun's eyes, a new twisted idea forming in his mind. He sneered, declaring with perverse glee that he intended to beat Dowen nearly to collapse before dragging him directly to Rin-Ju, reveling in the imagined horror on Dowen's face. His words grew darker, leering as he described committing obscene acts in front of Dowen, delighting in the thought with a chilling intensity. Minkyu Sun brazenly bragged about avenging his younger friends while simultaneously indulging his own vile desires, intertwining revenge with personal depravity. Exasperated and incredulous, Dowen fired back with sarcasm, questioning if those villainous lines had been lifted straight from some movie or video game, a sharp retort cutting through the tension. He pressed further, demanding to understand why Minkyu Sun embraced such a twisted, villainous lifestyle so fervently. Minkyu scoffed, a casual shrug masking his darker impulses, insisting simply that it was the way he lived. Winding up for a downward punch, Minkyu Sun added smugly that embracing this ruthless path was far superior to pretending to live a normal life, his words dripping with arrogance. But before his fist could meet its mark, an unexpected impact struck him squarely, throwing him off balance and spinning him around. Confused, he searched the air around him, eyes widening as the source of the sudden force became clear. His shock deepened as he realized a belt had snapped across his body with sharp, stinging precision, the makeshift weapon catching him entirely off guard. Dowen had ingeniously activated his Weapon Master skill, using the belt as an improvised weapon. Every strike delivered with calculated timing that left Minkyu reeling. Infuriated by this unorthodox tactic, Minkyu Sun readied another punch, channeling his fury into a powerful downward strike, determined to regain the upper hand. Dowen lashed out repeatedly with the belt, each whip-like strike slicing through the air, connecting sharply with Minkyu Sun's torso and arms, every blow a mixture of skill and righteous indignation. As he struck, Dowen demanded, voice fierce, what could have driven Minkyu Sun to speak such vile words about Rin-Ju, the question hanging like a challenge in the charged air? In response, Minkyu dropped his brass knuckles and clamped onto Dowen's belt with a vice-like grip, attempting to immobilize the improvised weapon and reassert control. Holding the belt tightly, Sun declared, with grim determination, that a life devoid of thrill was meaningless, preparing to land yet another devastating punch, his intent unmistakable. He sneered, asserting that any pretense of normalcy was hypocrisy, bracing himself to execute the strike with full force. Dowen gritted his teeth, reacting swiftly. Looping the belt around Sun's attacking arm, he locked it in place, halting the downward momentum with precise timing. With Sun's arm restrained, Dowen leveraged his body weight, executing a flawless judo throw. Minkyu Sun sailed over his shoulder and crashed violently to the ground, the arcade floor trembling under the impact. The slam was brutal. Sun spat out jelly from a nearby snack stand and immediately lost consciousness upon hitting the floor, the unexpected defeat leaving him sprawled and defeated. Almost instantly, the system notified Dawan Ha that the mission was complete, officially recognizing the defeat of Ning Yu and confirming his success. Exhausted and battered, Dowen exhaled deeply, relief washing over him in a long, steady sigh, the tension finally ebbing from his tense muscles. Elsewhere, Ah Rin-ju's father apologized for making her work instead of letting her study, but she waved it off with a grin, simply asking for food in exchange. When asked what she wanted, Ah Rin cheerfully requested chicken flavored with chocolate and mint, her quirky preference drawing a small laugh from those around her. Dowen felt a deep sense of comfort and warmth seeing her safe, smiling quietly as he realized nothing had harmed her and she was safely in her father's care. Later, back at home, Dowen finally allowed himself to relax, relief and happiness flooding through him in equal measure for having survived the ordeal and kept those he cared about safe. Lying on the couch, battered and exhausted, he admitted to himself that for a brief moment he had genuinely feared he might not make it through the day. Recalling the bizarre question the thug had asked him, he realized it was still unanswered, a strange puzzle lingering in his mind. He pondered how his father, seasoned in dealing with people like that all his life, might have responded under similar circumstances, weighing the wisdom in silence. Choosing to set the question aside for the moment, Dowen turned his attention to the reward from the sudden mission, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Inside the package, he discovered a set of 5 bronze keys, each gleaming faintly, as if imbued with a quiet, latent power. After all that had transpired, he knew instinctively that he could never predict when the next battle might erupt, every moment carrying potential danger. Deciding to invest strategically, he chose to enhance other attributes, knowing his attack stat had already risen significantly from the prior battles. He spent his bronze keys wisely, boosting his agility by 3 points and his defense by 2, reinforcing his overall combat readiness for challenges yet to come. With all enhancements applied, he set aside the spirit stat for now, still uncertain of its purpose, but aware it might hold potential for future growth. Spotting the bag from the Hammer Game mission resting on the table, Dowen opened it with eager curiosity, anticipation sparkling in his eyes as he prepared to see what new rewards awaited him. Dowen Ha stared at the reward in his hands, confusion clouding his sharp features. The parchment seemed impossibly out of place among the usual mission loot. It was a dungeon map, but unlike any digital simulation he'd encountered. His brow furrowed as he tried to reconcile the notion, a real-life dungeon, perhaps, waiting for him somewhere beyond the ordinary world he knew. Ignoring the small system notification flickering at the corner of his vision, he muttered aloud, questioning whether this could actually lead to a true dungeon. His imagination ran wild, conjuring twisting corridors and towering gates, reminiscent of the video games he loved, both thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. Visions of shadowed hallways, hidden traps, and glittering treasures danced before his eyes, making his heart pound in anticipation. He could almost hear the echo of his footsteps in empty stone halls, feel the chill of unknown dangers pressing from all sides. Tentatively, he peered deeper into the bag holding the reward, unable to fully believe what he saw. Every fiber of his being tensed as he examined the contents, half expecting some trick or illusion. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead, his eyes widening in shock. The map was real, tangible, not a joke or virtual simulation. The reality of the mission hit him with a physical weight, sending shivers down his spine. Though labeled a dungeon map by the system, the item looked suspiciously like a real estate pamphlet, with glossy images and printed details that seemed mundane at first glance. He struggled to understand how a map of the so-called royal castle, in reality nothing more than an ordinary apartment complex, could qualify as a dungeon. The contrast between expectation and reality made the situation feel surreal. Spotting the construction date printed clearly on the pamphlet, he guessed it might be tied to the mission's deadline, a clue that hinted at timing rather than place. Suddenly, a question struck him. Could the construction site itself be the dungeon he was meant to explore, the trial waiting in plain sight, yet cloaked in normalcy? Before he could dwell too long, a system notification appeared, stating plainly that the mission would open in 5 days and recommending the formation of a party. The message was both a warning and guidance, emphasizing the challenge ahead. Dowen realized, with a sinking feeling, that just like in his favorite games, he would need allies, 2 or more people to navigate the dungeon safely, each member crucial for survival.
The thought of venturing into a dangerous, unknown dungeon made him shiver. He instantly resolved not to attempt it alone, the stakes too high for solo heroics.
But before he could settle on a plan, the system added a grim note. Failure to complete the dungeon would result in punishment. A cold knot of anxiety tightened in his stomach. Frustration surged as he cursed the game-like system that demanded so much yet offered so little clarity. He immediately thought of a trusted friend to join him, but his plan crumbled when Unsung explained he had prior commitments. Unsung's words were firm. He wasn't a pawn to be moved at Dowen's whim. The refusal left Dowen back at square one, no closer to solving the puzzle of assembling a dungeon party. Sighing deeply, Dowen pondered who else he could possibly recruit for such a perilous mission, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. At that precise moment, his antisocial classmate Jihan appeared, asking what was troubling him. For a fleeting moment, an idea sparked in Dowen's mind. Perhaps Jihan could accompany him into the dungeon. Yet he quickly dismissed it, recalling Jihan's history of conflict with bullies and the potential dangers the mission would present. The thought of endangering Jihan made the idea untenable. As he continued weighing options, Xiaoyan suddenly appeared, her presence striking and unexpected, asking where he was headed, her expression curious but warm. Dowen froze, stunned to see the beautiful girl appear at school so unexpectedly, the world around him momentarily blurring as he processed the surprise. When he asked why she had come, she simply explained that it was because she didn't have his phone number, a seemingly mundane reason that nonetheless piqued his curiosity. Her vague answer left him pondering her true motives, but Xiaoyan brushed it off casually as if the reasoning was inconsequential. She then clarified that since he had become a representative, she hadn't had the chance to introduce him to certain people. When Dowen asked who, she revealed they were the men of Boromundan, a revelation that raised his eyebrows in both interest and apprehension. He questioned the necessity of her escort, arguing that his role as representative was mostly ceremonial, imagining a scenario where his authority was little more than a title. He pictured himself bossily directing underlings to eat, and them obeying with animal-like fervor, an absurd image that made him doubt his ability to handle the position. Lost in thought, he failed to notice that they had arrived at their destination, the bustling surroundings signaling that action was imminent. Upon entering, someone called him by his gang name, expressing honor at meeting him, adding to his mix of pride and apprehension. Feeling a swirl of pride and shyness, Dowen began to ask if this was a gang meeting, but before he could request to be addressed as representative instead, an unexpected surprise caught him off guard. Two eccentric men at a table also called him Kyung Min, his gang name layering confusion atop the already chaotic scene. His attention shifted to Sehun Kang, the man he had punched earlier, who now looked equally shocked to see him present in this setting. Dowen suddenly remembered that Sehun Kang was a member of Boromundan, leaving him stunned to find him here in person. Xiaoyan immediately asked what Kang's problem was, prompting Kang to accuse Dowen of being a fraud, his tone sharp with disdain.
Dowen retorted, questioning Kang's shame at having been defeated so easily, provoking Kang to lash out further, claiming that Dowen must have cheated to win.
Striking a cocky pose, Dowen issued a playful warning, asking if Kang truly wished to be beaten again. His confidence radiating through his stance. Annoyed by the escalating tension, Xiaoyan interjected, telling both of them to stop and avoid embarrassing themselves in front of others. With a steely glare, she commanded them to be quiet and take their seats, prompting one of the eccentric men to comment that her fearsome demeanor matched every rumor he had heard. The older man expressed that he had longed to meet Dowen Hyongnim in person and thanked Kaiyan for finally arranging the meeting, a note of reverence in his tone. When Dowen asked if the rest of the members would arrive soon, the old man seemed perplexed, explaining that the four at the table were all Boromundan currently had. Confusion flickered across Dowen's face, questioning if this could truly be considered a full meeting. The old man began recounting an incident after the previous Borom representative had left, though Kang seemed eager to avoid the topic, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Xiaoyan intervened, clarifying that today was intended only for introductions, keeping the discussion light and straightforward. She then introduced Shin Se-hee, a first-year student, as part of the group, adding new dynamics to the gathering. Shin explained that Kang was Borom's deputy, angrily insisting that he would be the leader if not for Dowen, making the power hierarchy clear. He emphasized that Dowen only needed to retain the representative title for the time being, leaving authority officially in his hands. Taeyeon then asked Dowen if he had caused any trouble recently, prompting him to seek clarification before responding. He cited his interactions with Yunsong Hansong and his interference with local bullies, hinting that his actions had the potential for greater complications. According to her, Dowen's recent deeds had nearly escalated into far larger problems, suggesting that his influence was significant even when unintended. Dowen realized that, in truth, nothing had actually gone wrong, indicating that Xian had inquired with prior knowledge of the outcome. When she mentioned the scars on his face, Dowen hastily tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, his unease apparent in both tone and posture. Sehun Kang, observing him closely, noticed the subtle signs of anxiety, his trembling, the tension in his eyes, and understood that Dowen was deeply affected by the mention. The scene settled into a tense quiet, each individual acutely aware of the undercurrents at play, the meeting balancing on the edge between introductions and potential conflict. Sion's voice cut gently through the tense atmosphere, trying to calm the simmering storm in the room. Everyone, hold on. Boromai isn't at full strength right now. There's absolutely no reason for anyone to start a fight. Let's not make unnecessary trouble. Her eyes scanned each member, searching for the flickers of unease, silently urging them to hold back and think twice before acting. The weight of caution lingered in the air like a thin fog, almost tangible. But Kang's pride flared instantly, a sharp edge in his voice. I don't need anyone to hold me back. I can take on any gang that steps up on my own. His words cut through the air, both a boast and a dare, challenging anyone to question his strength. The tension spiked as his gaze flicked toward those who might oppose him. Dowen couldn't help but stifle a quiet chuckle, drawn to Kang's stormy expression, a volatile mix of frustration and stubborn pride. The moment Kang caught the subtle smirk on Dowen's lips, his face twisted in fury, eyes narrowing into sharp daggers aimed at him, warning silently yet unmistakably. Sion pinched the bridge of her nose, exhausted by the relentless bickering. Just as the tension seemed ready to snap, Shinsihi's sudden, almost casual request hung in the air. Hey, can I order some shrimp? The absurdity struck like a splash of cold water, and for a brief, fleeting moment, the room fell silent, the heat of confrontation giving way to awkward, nervous chuckles. 4 days later, far removed from Boromai's chaotic streets, the conversation had shifted to the cold, dim interior of a stark building, the air thick with the scent of dust and tension. Money, power, and responsibility now took center stage in hushed, serious tones. Two men murmured to each other, irritation evident in the sharpness of their whispers. They lamented the wasted hours, the pointless effort their subordinates had squandered on trivial tasks. Disbelief and annoyance lingered in their voices, a quiet storm brewing in their frustration. An old man leaned heavily on his cane, the weight of years pressing down on him as he explained the slow progress of construction. Reliable workers were scarce, and every hire seemed a battle. His voice carried experience and the subtle frustration of repeated setbacks, painting a clear picture of enduring hardship. Turning sharply, he leveled a stern gaze at a nearby gangster, warning with a sharpness that belied his age. You've no right to exploit these people. Leave now. Even in his frailty, there was authority that demanded respect. The gangster, broad-shouldered and inked across his arms, sneered in reply. I'm just doing my job for my client. Don't lecture me. His eyes flicked toward the old man's apparent wealth, adding slyly, If you're so rich, a little allowance for night and day work isn't too much to ask, is it? His words dripped with calculated provocation. The old man exhaled, a resigned lament for the brat's audacity, fueling the gangster's simmering irritation. The air grew heavier, thick with the promise of impending violence, the tension coiling like a spring ready to snap. With a sharp, commanding tone, the gangster barked for Ilseok. Teach him a lesson, make him hand over the money. Every syllable carried cruelty, leaving no room for hesitation, no space for mercy. Ilseok rolled up his sleeves, muscles flexing under his skin, and nodded with calm certainty. Understood. The readiness in his posture made it clear. Failure wasn't an option. Moments later, Ilseok's hand wiped at something oddly sticky, a strange, translucent substance glistening unnaturally, a small but unsettling detail amidst the mounting threat. The gang leader chuckled darkly, confident the old man would pay eventually. His laughter was low and menacing, filling the room with a palpable sense of looming danger, a shadow pressing down on everyone present. Turning to his underlings, he asked with cold precision, Everyone ready? Ilseok confirmed with a steady voice, Yes, all are gathered on the first floor. The plan was in motion, anticipation crackling like static electricity in the tense space. Then, in chilling calm, the leader revealed the deeper edge of his motive. Dowen had previously bested them, and now revenge simmered behind every calculated word, a carefully plotted retaliation ready to unfold. Cold eyes sweeping over his men, he pointed deliberately at Boromai's weakest member. We start there. Take them down first. Ice dripped from his voice. There was no room for mercy, no glimmer of hesitation. The gang members exchanged grim nods, steel settling in their posture. They moved out as one, shadows pressing forward, a silent wave intent on crushing Boromai Idang. Meanwhile, 2 more figures arrived at the construction site, one demanding the leader's position with a chilling threat, implying swift consequences should any reconsideration of the promised handover arise. The gangsters already present frowned, whispers of confusion passing among them. Who were these newcomers? And how had they tracked this hidden location? The question hung unanswered, adding a subtle layer of unease. Dowen studied a dungeon map, brow furrowing. "Why is this place even in Bongshindong?" he muttered, disbelief coloring his voice as his eyes traced the unfamiliar layout. Squaring his shoulders, he declared with steady resolve, "Last time they invaded our school. Now we're the ones stepping into their territory." Purpose surged through his tone, electrifying the air around him with determination. Just then, the sharp chime of a system announcement echoed, cutting through the tension. They had officially entered the royal castle. The digital note resonated, marking the start of a new, dangerous chapter. Flashback to earlier, Kang's voice was tense, sharp on the phone, questioning why Dowen had accepted his help in the first place, doubt threading each word. He sought clarity, wary of Dowen's intentions, wanting to ensure the plan was genuine and that they weren't walking into a trap. Frustration laced every syllable as Kang demanded the address, insisting he would rush over immediately, urgency thick in his tone. Back in the present, Kang pressed Dowen again for the leader's location. Dowen snapped, ordering him to stay quiet and help. Zehun stepped in, warning Kang not to obstruct their progress, his tone firm and protective. Suddenly, from behind, a rival gang member swung a baseball bat at Kang. The moment it struck, the bat splintered violently in half, shards scattering with a harsh crack. Kang scoffed, eyes alight with amusement and disdain. "You really thought that could hurt me?" he taunted, stepping forward with a lethal, unwavering confidence. In a blur, he grasped the delinquent's neck with both hands, precise pressure forcing a gasp from the man, control absolute in his iron grip. Lifting him effortlessly, Kang's icy gaze held firm. "Do you honestly think you can challenge Borome with this pitiful move?" His voice dripped with derision, a blade in its own right. Another underling surged forward, yelling at Kang to release his comrade, reckless fury driving him. Before he could reach them, Kang flung the first delinquent toward the approaching man, sending them crashing together with a bone-jarring impact, the air ringing with the sound of violence. Zehun Kang's roar cut through the chaos. "All of you, come at me!" His challenge echoed down the street, daring anyone to confront the raw power in front of them. Dowen's eyes widened, surprise and awe mingling. He had underestimated Kang before, but now he witnessed unstoppable force, a living weapon of sheer power and precision. He recalled the Falcon's drop, halted effortlessly by Kang, a decisive intervention that had prevented their previous defeat. Gratitude stirred quietly within him, a recognition of essential support from an unlikely ally. Even someone once considered insignificant now held a crucial role in this dungeon, a realization that lent Dowen a subtle sense of reassurance amidst the chaos. A system alert chimed, signaling a special event mission: defeat 5 ordinary people. The digital note injected focus, a new target emerging amidst the turmoil. As the Bongshin gang charged recklessly forward, the protagonist materialized silently behind them, saber in hand, ready for action, eyes cold and calculating. Though reluctant for combat, the golden key reward gleamed in his mind, irresistible, drawing him into battle with measured resolve. Calling on his weapon master skill, he moved with fluid, precise grace, the first opponent falling to a single elegant strike, the mission's opening phase complete. Fury ignited in another thug friend to the one just bested, pipe in hand, charging with reckless rage, eyes wild with vengeance. The protagonist sidestepped with flawless timing, trapping the metal pipe beneath his foot. "Iron pipes? Always the weak extras," he muttered, before striking decisively with his saber. A direct hit to the face sent a surreal, jelly-like spray, red as strawberry jam, fountaining from the man's nose, a strange yet vivid detail in the melee. With a final calculated thrust, the protagonist drove his saber into the thug's stomach, slamming him against the cold, hard ground with a satisfying thud. The system chimed once more. The second opponent had fallen. 3 remained. The challenge far from over. A surge of satisfaction coursed through him as the weapon master's skill enhanced each strike, the saber moving with deadly precision, every motion devastatingly effective. Zehun Kang's eyes widened, admiration and surprise mingling. Dowen's skill was undeniable. The man truly knew how to fight. As Kang scanned the scene, 2 more thugs attempted to trap him, converging from both sides with brute force and blind confidence. With a fluid, almost effortless motion, he dodged the first, bending his torso while keeping his feet firmly planted, each movement a testament to uncanny precision and absolute control. With a sudden surge of raw power, Kang's fist shot upward in a vicious arc, colliding squarely with the thug's chin. The impact was so fierce that the man's feet left the ground for a heartbeat, his body jerking violently backward as if propelled by an invisible force, the street around them vibrating with the echo of the strike. Before the fallen enemy could even blink or regain his footing, another thug lunged from behind, a rusted metal pipe swinging in a deadly arc. Kang absorbed the blow effortlessly, his body hardly twitching, trained instincts nullifying the force. In the same heartbeat, he countered with a lightning-quick punch that slammed into the attacker's jaw, the motion so fluid it seemed like a single continuous strike, sending shockwaves of tension through the air. In an instant, the second thug crumpled to the ground, his body trembling and slick with sweat and blood. A thick, strange red substance burst from his face, splattering across the pavement in chaotic, vivid streaks that resembled ketchup, painting a macabre pattern of defeat in the alley. Kang's sharp eyes scanned the scene, settling on another figure further ahead. He paused, muscles coiled like springs, his gaze piercing and calculating, sizing up the next threat with a predator's patience before deciding on his next move. He asked quietly, his tone low yet precise, casting a pointed glance toward the man ahead. "Is he also part of the Bongshan Assembly under Baek Cheng-chon?" His question wasn't casual, it was a tactical assessment, measuring whether this skirmish was the start of a deeper, higher-ranking threat. From a nearby vantage point, the Bongshin Dong assemblyman leaned back, swirling amber whiskey in his glass. His voice was smooth, almost lazy, yet laced with intrigue. "Have my vassals already departed?" Curiosity mingled with a trace of unease, each word carrying subtle tension beneath the calm exterior. His subordinate, Il-seok, fumbled with his phone, desperately trying to reach them. Every call rang unanswered, the silence stretching thin, heavy, with an unspoken worry that something had gone awry. Since Ji had no plans to personally chase after his battle-hardened men, Il-seok made the decision himself, stepping forward with careful, measured movements, each step alert and cautious, aware of the potential dangers lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Dawin moved with lethal precision, his red saber slicing through the air as he took down 2 more enemies for the event mission. Every swing was fluid, calculated, almost artistic in its deadly grace, each motion flowing seamlessly into the next. Sweat beaded on his forehead, muscles taut with fatigue, yet a spark of triumph glimmered in his eyes. He could feel the mission approaching completion, each heartbeat fueling his resolve to finish strong. Around the remaining 2 members of Borum Wondong, a trail of defeated rivals littered the ground, groaning and writhing in pain and frustration. Their failed attempts a testament to the unstoppable momentum of Borome's members. Kang's eyes settled on the last remaining enemy, the final obstacle standing between them and victory. His grip tightened, anticipation and adrenaline merging in a tense, silent focus. Lost in his pride, boasting about how many enemies he'd taken down compared to Dawin. Kang remained oblivious to the lurking danger. The man in his grasp suddenly drew a knife with a flash of steel, catching him off guard. Zehun Kang's eyes widened instantly, shock jolting through him as the glint of steel reflected in his vision, a sharp reminder that even the strongest can be caught off balance. Dawin didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. "Take him down," he shouted. Authority and urgency threading through his words. With precise timing, he hurled his red saber in a swift arc toward the target, every motion exact and lethal. The blade connected perfectly, striking the enemy squarely. The knife fell uselessly to the ground, clattering against the stone, while the man was flung from Kang's grasp, the force of the attack leaving him no room to recover. The thug crumpled unconscious, sprawled on the cold pavement, the impact leaving him completely incapacitated, a silent testament to Dawin's precision and skill. The system chimed triumphantly, the digital tone ringing through the air. The mission was complete, and the reward now ready for collection, signaling the end of the skirmish. After defeating 5 regular enemies, Dawin reached down and claimed the golden key, its gleaming surface promising not just power, but opportunity and the next step in their adventure. Zehun Kang-hoon's gaze fell on the discarded blade, his pride pricked. "I didn't ask for Dawin's help," he muttered, voice tight with restrained frustration, pride warring with practicality. Feeling his ego bruised, Soo-hoon turned and ascended the staircase, each step heavy and deliberate, determination tempered with lingering irritation, muscles tensing with each lift of his leg. Noticing Dawin trailing behind, he called out teasingly, "Afraid to come up?" Dawin shook his head sharply, denying any fear, his focus unwavering, each breath steady as he maintained sharp awareness of his surroundings. Several flights later, Dawin exhaled a weary sigh, the effort of the climb taking its toll. "This is really exhausting," he muttered, his voice carrying fatigue yet underscored by unbroken resolve. Suddenly, a voice echoed down from above, slicing through the stairwell with a mixture of surprise and restrained amusement, catching their attention instantly. Ilziok's figure appeared at the top, disbelief painted across his face. "I never expected the Sambas to storm the base inside the royal castle," he remarked, a mixture of shock and reluctant admiration threading his words. Damon's eyes flickered in recognition. One of the intruders was a familiar face, part of the group that had previously invaded their school, a ghost from past battles resurfacing in this new arena. Kang's eyes narrowed sharply, realization dawning. If Ilseok was here, Ji Baekchang must also be somewhere inside the castle, a formidable presence awaiting them. With calm, resolute steps, Su-hoon strode past the delinquent, moving directly toward the Bongshindong assemblyman. His eyes were locked and unwavering, every movement radiating focus and unshakable determination. Annoyed, Ilseok's subordinate barked in disbelief, questioning how anyone could brazenly ignore his presence, his voice sharp and incredulous, echoing off the castle walls. Before Ilseok could react, Dawen Ha struck from the blind spot, his movements precise, devastating, and perfectly timed, leaving no room for counterattack. Spotting the final boss on the top floor, Dawen made a calculated choice. He would engage Ilseok directly, clearing the path with ruthless efficiency and unwavering intent. Handing the vassal a paint roller as a makeshift weapon, Doan ensured a fair engagement, though every swing carried deadly force, the subtle hum of danger thick in the air. At the same moment, Sehun Kang reached Baekchang, greeting him tensely. "It's been a while since we last met," he said, voice taut, eyes scanning for any sign of weakness. The Bongshindong assemblyman's eyes sparkled with excitement, delighted at Kang's arrival within their stronghold. A predator facing a worthy adversary on familiar ground. He wasted no time, taunting Kang for having lost the class representative position to an unassuming nerd, a sly, triumphant grin spreading across his face, baiting the tension into full swing. Kang's retort was sharp, precise, and cutting. He labeled Ji a coward, orchestrating events from the shadows without the leader's knowledge, striking at pride with words as lethal as his fists. Baek's irritation flared visibly, his patience thinning. "I despise people who bluff without acting," he snapped, jaw tight, hands clenching instinctively. Without hesitation, Kang challenged him, and in a heartbeat, both men lunged, the clash erupting in a sudden violent burst of movement, energy, and sound. Meanwhile, Doan's red saber slipped from his grasp, falling toward the cold stone floor as he braced himself, anticipation coiling in every muscle, readying for the imminent confrontation. Pinned beneath Ilseok's immense strength, Doan realized the grave miscalculation. This was no ordinary enemy, and the stakes had shifted into deadly territory. Ilseok Jo revealed himself fully, an elite monster boasting that he could defeat Doan effortlessly with a single hand. Doan's mind raced, calculating survival, while Seok calmly outlined just how unlike the others Ilseok truly was, heightening the danger. Before Ilseok could strike, Doan's reflexes sparked into action, a swift, precise kick to the groin, forcing a grunt of pain, exploiting the opening with split-second timing. Yet to Doan's surprise, Ilseok anticipated it just enough to partially block, his elite reflexes on full display, a dangerous reminder that this fight would demand every ounce of skill. Doan leapt back, creating distance, shouting defiantly, asserting that he was no ordinary fighter, unique, unpredictable, and ready to meet any challenge head-on. System alert chimed sharply, confirming that clearing this intense battle would yield a dungeon reward, igniting a fresh surge of determination in Doan's chest. Locked in lethal combat with Ilseok, Doan braced, silently vowing that this dungeon would become the grave of his opponent, his resolve unyielding. Ilseok countered with a growl, declaring that the grave would be shared, their fates intertwined in a deadly dance of skill, strength, and survival. Charging forward with blinding speed, Ilseok roared that the Sunbai wouldn't survive this encounter. Every step and motion exuding lethal intent, the air vibrating with raw energy. Doan's mind flashed back to a lesson long learned. The key to a decisive strike wasn't merely hitting a blind spot, but using it to disrupt the opponent's entire rhythm, shattering their control and dictating the flow of battle. He steeled himself, every fiber alert, ready to exploit not just an opening, but the pattern of his enemy, turning precision and strategy into a weapon as deadly as any blade. Doan's mind sharpened, aware that striking a single blind spot wasn't merely an attack. It was a ripple, a subtle disturbance that could unravel his opponent's entire rhythm.
Every nerve in his body hummed with anticipation, his focus laser-tight, allowing him to predict movement before it even began, almost as if time had slowed around him. Seizing the moment with calculated precision, he delivered a clean, devastating punch directly to Seahawk's face. The impact reverberated through the air like a thunderclap, the sound echoing against walls and furniture, forcing the delinquent backward in stunned disbelief. Elated by the immediate success of his strategy, Dowen didn't pause for a second. With the same meticulous timing, he struck again, hitting the thug squarely in the face. Each punch landed with perfect precision, exploiting weaknesses and controlling the pace of the fight with brutal efficiency. The consecutive blows widened the opening further, creating a corridor of opportunity. Dowen unleashed a relentless flurry, each strike a calculated extension of the last. The assault was controlled chaos, a symphony of force that left his opponent staggering under the pressure, a beating executed with both skill and intensity. Dowen readied another blow, intending to keep the relentless rhythm, when suddenly Seahawk's fist shot forward like a striking serpent, faster than the eye could track. The unexpected attack caught Dowen slightly off guard, a sharp reminder that he was not facing an ordinary adversary. The punch seemed to connect, a sharp shock that rattled Dowen's defense. He felt the brief sting, but reacted instantly, muscles coiling and reflexes snapping into action, prepared for the counter. Seahawk admitted, his voice tight with tension, that when Dowen had called him an elite monster, he had genuinely been frightened. That momentary fear had disrupted his focus just enough to expose a weakness, and it had almost cost him dearly. Yet Dowen's reflexes were honed to perfection. He blocked Seahawk's punch cleanly, realizing instantly that it lacked the power he had feared. The boost from his recent status enhancements had fortified his body, making him far more resilient than before. A grin spread across Dowen's face, fierce and unshakable. "Today, Seahawk is the one who's going to take the pounding," he declared, radiating confidence that seemed to energize the air around him, a palpable shift in momentum that even the surrounding combatants could feel. Seahawk froze for a fraction of a second, eyes narrowing in disbelief. How had Dowen parried with such lightning speed? The realization flickered across his face, a mix of respect and mild fear piercing his composure. Observing the fight with calm interest, Seahawk revealed he had gathered some fascinating intel. Casually, he noted that Dowen tended to avoid direct sunlight, a peculiar habit, yet one that offered insight into his character and approach to conflict. He explained that anyone familiar with delinquent circles understood the organization operated less as a criminal enterprise and more as a non-profit institution of guidance, subtly steering troublemakers rather than exploiting them. Seahawk elaborated further. This group appeared only to uphold ideals, supporting those in need and aiming to redirect misguided youth toward better paths, a philosophy almost paradoxical in the midst of such brutal confrontations. He then revealed the organization's origins. Founded by Gino Ha, Dowen's father, that personal connection added layers of weight and history to the current battle, grounding the violence in family legacy and expectation. Then, with a cruel twist, Seahawk corrected himself, reminding Dowen that Gino Ha was no longer alive, reduced to a cold corpse. The insult was sharp, deliberate, designed to provoke Dowen's wrath and ignite an emotional response amidst the fight. Fury ignited in Dowen like wildfire, rolling up his sleeves. His eyes blazed with righteous anger. "Don't you dare speak about my father that way." His voice echoed through the building, a roaring defiance that matched the intensity of the battle surrounding him. The camera cut back to Baek Chang and Si-Hoon Kang, locked in a grueling test of strength. Both men strained, faces taut with effort, every muscle engaged as they pushed against each other, neither willing to yield an inch of dominance. Baek Chang, panting, confessed that confronting Boromei had been his intention all along, and he asked Kang how he had come to be involved in this chaotic struggle. Si-Hoon Kang's response was simple yet piercing. "I'm following our leader, Dowen." His eyes never wavered from the contest of force, unflinching and unwavering in focus. Hearing this, Ji deduced the proximity of Boromei's representative, a realization that injected a new urgency into his next move, shifting the battlefield calculus in his mind. Spotting an opening, Ji sprang backward, coiling his body like a tightly wound spring, preparing to unleash a sudden explosive kick aimed at gaining advantage against Kang. As his back struck the floor, he thrust his foot forward with violent precision, targeting Kang's solar plexus, the explosive force ready to knock the wind out of his opponent and tilt the fight in his favor. With a flourish, Ji exclaimed, "The mountain has come to Muhammad in the desert." His metaphor captured the sudden shift in momentum, a declaration of seizing opportunity and asserting dominance.
But as the kick connected, Kang's grip snatched Ji's leg effortlessly, leaving the would-be attacker completely exposed, his defense shattered in an instant. Kang's voice was firm, unwavering. "I am the mountain," he declared, each word a prelude to his crushing counter, signaling the turning tide of the skirmish. With a powerful swing, Kang flung Ji across the room, the momentum carrying him into furniture with bone-jarring force. The chaos left in his wake testified to Kang's raw strength and control over the battlefield. Zihun Kang confirmed he had already neutralized all underlings on the first floor, noting that Dawan remained locked in combat with Seok, ensuring the balance of the fight was maintained and the top floors could be secured. Suddenly, Ji Baekchang emerged from the dust and debris, launching a fierce punch directly at Kang's face, his aggression unrelenting, the air around him vibrating with the force of his resolve. Kang reacted instantly, meeting the blow with equal force. Ji attempted to drive his knee upward toward Kang's face, escalating the struggle, every movement a calculated strike in the deadly chess game of combat. The knee connected, and Ji tried to pin Kang for a takedown, but Kang planted his feet with unwavering stability, refusing to yield, balancing with precision that defied his opponent's attempts. Dodging a direct hit to his nose, Kang's irritation flared visibly. He glared, eyes narrowing at Ji for relying on such crude tactics, his patience thinning like stretched wire under tension. Ji fired back verbally, accusing Kang of leaving his representative behind, a critical oversight, he claimed, that had already shifted the battle's momentum and forced consequences. He added that Dawan was far from weak, contrary to Kang's assumptions, and that understanding Seok's capabilities would have prevented Kang from underestimating the situation so dangerously. Elsewhere, Dawan exploited Seok's blind spot with flawless timing, landing a precise punch squarely into Seok's stomach, the motion calculated and unstoppable in its execution. Immediately following, he struck at Seok's face, but a troubling realization began to form. Something about this fight was off. No matter his effort, the full impact of his strongest techniques seemed muted. No matter how many times Dawan struck Il-Seok punches, kicks, even the Falcon Drop technique, none of his most powerful attacks left a lasting mark. The enemy rose unbroken, relentless, a wall of resistance that defied expectation. Time seemed to stretch, and still Il-Seok moved unyielding, unstoppable, as if his body refused to acknowledge pain, an unbreakable force pushing forward no matter the blows delivered. In a nearby room, Ji Baekchang boasted loudly, declaring he had never seen his bodyguard defeated, the confidence radiating from him as if the outcome were preordained. Dawan, locked in the relentless exchange, felt frustration knot tightly within him. How could Seok be so unflinching? Every attack seemed futile, bouncing off as though reality itself were bending against him. He couldn't comprehend how Seok had not been knocked out or incapacitated, despite the immense force applied again and again. Realizing his mana reserves were dwindling, Dawan resolved to conserve energy for a decisive move, a single devastating multi-hit ability that could finally tip the scales. Just as he prepared to unleash his strongest attack, Seok struck preemptively with lightning speed, punching Dawan squarely in the face and canceling the attack mid-motion, a calculated interruption that shattered his rhythm. Seok readied another strike, commenting coolly that Dawan's energy was waning, observing that the prolonged pressure had begun to erode his stamina. At that precise instant, Dawan spotted a fleeting blind spot in Seok's defense and landed an unexpected blow, catching him momentarily off guard, exploiting the tiniest lapse with razor-sharp precision. Seok dodged fluidly, a smirk curling across his face, taunting Dawan for being too slow, predictable, and overly reliant on instinct rather than tactical patience. He drove a punishing punch into Dawan's stomach, remarking that Dawan's excitement over invoking his father had clouded his judgment. Il-Seok then asked pointedly if Dawan understood why his father's name had been brought into the fight. Before Dawan could answer, Il-Seok's fist connected again, slamming into his abdomen with brutal force. The explanation was chilling. It was done out of respect for Hajin, Dawan's father, a calculated strike woven with psychological intent. Il-Seok claimed that Hajin Ha had died believing his mission had been fulfilled, confident that he had steered bullies toward a better path and influenced countless lives for the better. Yet Dawan had seemingly betrayed that legacy, siding with the bully council, abandoning the ideals his father had worked tirelessly to instill, a bitter truth Il-Seok did not hesitate to emphasize. Finally, Il-Seok asserted that he operated on a higher plane than other delinquents, refusing to be labeled as one. His words carried weight, setting the stage for a confrontation that would push both him and Dawan beyond ordinary limits, marking the next chapter of this extraordinary battle. Il-Seok's voice sliced through the air, like a shard of ice, sharp and deliberate. His words carried a cold weight meant to pierce Dowen's focus. Hajin Ha must be watching from heaven, he said, each syllable dripping with mock concern, and he must be saddened to see his son walking down such a perilous, misguided path. He leaned closer, eyes glinting, voice sharper than steel. If you looked carefully, Dowen, you'd see that every step you take is a step toward wasting your life. The accusation hung heavy in the air, designed to destabilize and provoke, pressing on Dowen's nerves with relentless precision. As he spoke, Seok's fist wound back, coiling like a spring, ready to snap forward in a swift, precise strike aimed squarely at Dowen's face, the air around it vibrating with lethal anticipation. To Seok's astonishment, Dowen absorbed the punch with barely a flicker of movement. The force pressed against his cheek, yet his body remained immovable, steady, radiating calm and unshakable focus as if anchored by sheer willpower. With Seok's hand still brushing against his face, Dowen's mind raced. He remembered clutching the golden key he had just earned, unlocking a unique skill class through his mission reward. His determination hardened, merging strategy with raw emotion. Gripping Ilseok's clothing with deliberate force, Dowen's voice rang out, low and final. I'll say this one last time, every word dripped with controlled fury, a warning forged in years of training and the fire of righteous anger. His eyes blazed, locked in a glare that burned with memory and emotion. Never speak of my father like that again. Each syllable was charged with the recollection of Hajin Ha's guidance, warmth, and unwavering support, fueling a power far beyond mere anger. Suddenly, a vivid memory erupted in his mind. Dowen as a child, sitting beside his father, controller in hand, eyes wide with excitement, laughter filling the room as they played games together. He recalled the stunning blow, a special move in one of those games, a memory painted in joy and adrenaline, where young Dowen's laughter had mirrored his father's encouragement, each moment brimming with thrill and wonder. The story in the game featured a noble knight charging through endless peril, determined to rescue a princess ensnared by the Demon King's relentless army, a hero pressed to rise despite every crushing setback. The knight's stunning blow struck every enemy in his path, a skill honed to perfection, propelling him upward through treacherous castles, a relentless force of justice and determination, refusing to yield. No matter how many times the knight struck the Demon King, the boss refused to fall, forcing the hero to rise again and again, each failure a lesson in resilience and strategy, a rhythm young Dowen had internalized through play. Little Dowen would cry out in frustration, asking his father if the challenge was impossible to overcome. But Hajin Ha never gave up, always pressing continue after each defeat, embodying persistence and the belief that failure was only a stepping stone. Back in the present, a spark of understanding ignited in Dowen's eyes. The golden key had unlocked that very same skill, the stunning blow, linking lessons from his childhood directly to the battlefield before him. The technique consumed 90 points of mana, a powerful ability designed to strike with pinpoint accuracy, knocking the target down with controlled force, a perfect culmination of strategy, timing, and emotional focus. Clutching Ilseok's clothing with unwavering grip, Dowen repeated his warning, voice low and dangerous, each word a promise carved into the air.
"Don't ever speak of my father again," he growled.
In a fluid, practiced motion, he hoisted Ilseok over his shoulder, activating the exclusive skill he had just unlocked, the culmination of strategy, skill, and emotion. With the stunning blow unleashed, Ilseok slammed against the ground with tremendous force, dust erupting around them as the impact resonated, shaking the floor and reverberating through the surrounding walls. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and Dowen's voice rang out amidst the chaos. "Respect the boundaries!" Each word struck like a hammer, an unyielding command etched in pain and authority. But when he glanced at the spot where Ilseok should have been, the thug had vanished, leaving only a ghostly emptiness, a silent reminder that this battle was far from ordinary. Before Dowen could react, Ilseok reappeared from the side, seizing him and hurling him onto the floor with explosive, bone-jarring force, the sheer momentum testing every muscle in Dowen's body. The thug yanked at Dowen's leg, slamming him down hard. The impact reverberated like a sledgehammer through his torso, rattling his bones and demanding immediate response. As Dowen's head crashed against the ground, shock surged through him. Ilseok's endurance was terrifying. How could a human body withstand so much punishment and still keep moving? In a cold, piercing tone, Ilseok asked, "Are you done talking?" His gaze was merciless, an unflinching test of Dowen's resolve and mental fortitude, daring him to respond with action. Meanwhile, Sehun Kang squared off against Ji Bak Chang. The tension between them was electric, each heartbeat charged with anticipation, a silent war of skill and strength radiating outward. Rushing at the Boromei assemblyman, Kang declared with lethal certainty, "Your representatives finished." The words were blunt, a cold confirmation of dominance and resolve. Kang Si-hoon nodded grimly, acknowledging that there was nothing more he could do to sway the outcome otherwise, accepting the brutal calculus of the fight. With blinding speed, Kang charged, taking Ji Baek-chang down with precision, reminding himself that now was no time to worry about Doan, focus narrowed and unyielding. He added coldly that whether the assemblyman lied or fell in direct combat, the result was the same. Efficiency mattered more than perception. Laughing defiantly, Ji Baek-chang used the fall to his advantage, planting his hands on the ground and springing upward with a precise, explosive two-footed kick aimed at Se-hoon Kang, momentum and intent perfectly aligned. Ji taunted Kang, mocking him for not even feigning concern for Doan, his leader, as the attack launched a verbal strike alongside the physical. Kang countered sharply, questioning whether Baek-chang even cared about his own leader, eyes unyielding, cutting through the provocation with lethal clarity. After sweeping Se-hoon off his feet, the Bong-shin-dong delinquent sneered. "Why should I care? Your representative isn't anything like Boromei's leader." The words were venomous, laced with superiority and disdain, enduring a series of devastating strikes from Ji Baek-chang. Kang felt waves of intense pain ripple through him, testing both his body and his resolve with every blow. Ji boasted that even the Silem-dong representative could not hope to match the fighter from Bong-shin-dong, pride swelling visibly as he pressed his advantage with relentless force. Elsewhere, Il-seok continued to evade Doan's relentless attacks, calmly advising him to conserve energy while observing the battlefield with cold, calculated precision. Kicking the gamer nerd aside, Il-seok noted that the boy seemed out of shape, underestimating the true depth of Doan's endurance and the resilience born of experience. Doan fired back defiantly, asking if Il-seok truly believed he was the only one capable of rising repeatedly after every punishing strike. He declared with unwavering resolve that he would stand, again and again, no matter the ferocity of the assault, embodying determination that refused to bend. Doan surged forward, aiming a precise strike at the indestructible delinquent, each step driven by sheer willpower and unrelenting determination. Yet even his punch to Il-seok's stomach barely registered, leaving no mark, a harsh reminder of his opponent's extraordinary durability. Looking down with a cold, contemptuous gaze, Il-seok commented that Doan bore a striking resemblance to his father, Jin-oh Ha, a psychological jab aimed to shake him. He taunted that, like his father, Doan's efforts were ultimately futile, then followed through with another punishing strike executed with deadly precision. With a cold, unflinching expression, Il-seok delivered a brutal blow to Doan's face, dislodging his nose bandage and sending a spike of pain shooting through his skull. The onslaught left Doan coughing, stumbling, and bleeding, yet he refused to yield, gritting his teeth as the pain surged through every fiber of his body. Amidst the agony, a memory flickered. Doan's childhood, sitting beside his father, learning resilience through countless hours of gameplay, each failure a lesson in persistence. Though victory seemed impossible in the moment, Doan questioned whether all prior effort had been wasted, the weight of doubt pressing heavily against his resolve. Yet in that memory, his father's calm, unwavering voice insisted there was always a way to overcome the seemingly impossible, instilling a deep resilience that now surged through Doan's current battle. Doan recalled the countless lessons from those hours spent gaming, each failure shaping his ability to endure, adapt, and strategize under pressure, even when defeat seemed certain. His father had shown that determination and clever tactics could overcome any obstacle, a truth Doan now wielded as he faced Il-seok, every memory transformed into living strategy. Il-seok's piercing gaze locked onto Doan, his eyes sharp and taunting as he spoke. "Are you really going to give up now?" The words slashed through the air like a blade, making the young fighter hesitate for a fleeting moment, doubt flickering across his mind before he could dismiss it. But in that instant, the memory of his father's unwavering words surged within him, reigniting a fire that burned deep in his chest. Doan clenched his fists, every fiber of his being tensing with renewed resolve, determined to push forward until the final boss fell. In the present, Il-seok sneered. Mocking each punch, Doan launched as meaningless, a wave of verbal contempt meant to demoralize. Yet Doan's spirit remained unbroken, his resolve shining through the relentless barrage, an unyielding force of determination. Just as Il-seok prepared to dismiss Doan's latest strike, a sudden critical blow landed with terrifying precision, sending the delinquent flying across the floor. The room seemed to quake under the impact. The system chimed sharply, alerting that Dowen's overwhelming force had struck true. Ilseok's eyes widened in disbelief, scrambling to regain control as the sheer power left him reeling. He planted both hands firmly on the ground to stop himself from sliding further, the tiles shivering beneath his grip, a testament to the raw intensity of the collision. Dowen's realization struck him like lightning. No matter how much Seok boasted about his invincibility, he was still human, still capable of being overpowered with the right timing and strength. Ilseok, shocked and shaken by the sheer magnitude of the nerd's strength, demanded to know if Dowen had been conserving all his energy for this single, decisive strike, a question laced with both fear and disbelief. Rising to his feet with grim determination, Ilseok claimed the effort had been futile, asserting that even now Dowen's punches weren't sufficient to bring him down. With cold, unyielding certainty, he drove another punishing punch straight into Dowen's stomach, trying to reassert dominance and crush the boy's momentum. In response, arcs of crackling blue lightning erupted around Dowen, sparks dancing along his skin as he vehemently rejected the thug's claim, his energy and resolve surging into a tangible aura of power. "Once I learned this in a game," Dowen said, leaving Ilseok momentarily confused, before seizing the delinquent's face and hurling him backward with perfect timing, declaring, "No enemy is invincible." Screaming with every ounce of his strength, Dowen felt the hidden power of the skill surge through him. A latent ability now unleashed, his body radiating the same intensity and precision he had practiced countless times before. A vivid memory from his childhood flashed vividly before his eyes, triggered by a familiar sound from the television, flooding him with nostalgia and renewed determination. Young Dowen, exhausted but exhilarated, had just defeated the final boss in the game, rescuing the princess, a pure, triumphant joy radiating from his wide-eyed expression. His father had returned from the bathroom at that moment, witnessing his son's triumph, pride, and amazement mirrored in every flicker of his gaze. "Wow, that was easier than I thought," 10-year-old Dowen had exclaimed, cheeks flushed with excitement, barely able to believe his own victory. A mixture of shock and elation etched across his face. Now, recalling the precise timing that had defeated the demon back then, Dowen replicated it perfectly in the present, striking Ilseok with the same confident, exacting motion. He had dispatched the final boss in that game with a stunning charge, sending the enemy crashing headfirst into the ground, a memory now mirrored in reality, bridging past strategy with present execution. Activating his exclusive stunning charge ability, Dowen slammed Ilseok's head into the floor with relentless, unyielding force, the motion precise, devastating, and unstoppable. This upgraded version of the technique triggered automatically, because the enemy was already grounded, amplifying its destructive power and ensuring that the strike landed with maximum effect. As Dowen's strategy unfolded flawlessly, the stunning charge connected perfectly with Ilseok's fall, twisting the thug's face in genuine, inescapable pain for the very first time. A tender memory surfaced, Dowen's father, Oh Jin-ha, praising his skill and resilience, recognizing the young boy's determination and persistence with genuine pride. He had told Dowen to always remember that day, the day he had finally defeated the Demon King after countless attempts that had seemed impossible, a lesson etched deeply into his mind. His father's voice had assured him that no effort in life was ever wasted, that perseverance always yields results, even when the path ahead appears hopeless, a mantra that now fueled Dowen's every action. Back in the present, Dowen exhaled slowly, relief mingling with residual tension, each breath steadying him as he processed the monumental effort of the fight. A system notification chimed decisively, confirming his triumph. The elite monster Ilseok Jo had been defeated, the dungeon itself acknowledging his victory with unmistakable authority. Exhausted from the most grueling battle of his life, Dowen found himself unable to move, his body trembling in muscles spent from the relentless effort he had exerted. Outside the royal castle, a masked worker lingered in silence. Seokyoung Jeong, the representative of Bongshin, appeared, questioning whether Dowen Ha had truly stormed the base alone, eyes scanning the battleground with suspicion. As Jeong arrived, his subordinate boasted arrogantly, claiming that Young's strength surpassed Dowen's, insisting that even Han Unsung could not hope to match him, confidence radiating with every word. Seokyoung Jeong mounted Sehun Kang, unleashing a flurry of precise punishing punches, each strike measured and devastating, forcing Kang to react continuously. Despite the onslaught, Sehun Kang-hoon seized the subordinate Ji by the neck, his grip firm and controlled, scolding him for speaking too freely amidst the chaos of battle. The pressure in Kang's hold was terrifying, eyes glinting with dark promise as he called out, "All the representatives can come at me." His words carried the weight of lethal intent echoing through the corridor. Even bleeding and battered, Kang smiled darkly, a grim vow settling in his expression. Every challenger who dared approach would meet the same fate. Struggling for breath, Ji gasped and cursed, nearing unconsciousness as Sehun Kang-hoon maintained his unrelenting chokehold, every muscle taut and unyielding. With no strength left to resist, Ji finally went limp, mumbling that sometimes fighting dirty was necessary for survival. A final defeated acknowledgement. As Ji slumped, Kang remarked dryly, a smirk tugging at his lips, that perhaps he should dress properly before making such statements, his tone a mix of menace and sardonic amusement. Later, Dowen was seen ascending the seemingly endless staircase toward the rooftop, each step weighted with exhaustion, yet driven by unbroken determination, his silhouette climbing steadily. Along the path, he encountered no resistance. The corridor unusually silent, the only sound the echo of his own footsteps marking his ascent. The silence suggested that Sehun Kang must have already cleared the floor, neutralizing Baek and opening the way for Dowen's unimpeded climb. However, reaching the top left, Dowen stunned. Sehun Kang lay unconscious against a pillar, the toll of relentless combat etched clearly across his bruised and battered form. Nearby, Ji Baekchang stood, hands smeared with what appeared to be tomato sauce from his brutal assault on Soo-hoon, a maniacal grin twisting across his face, the madness in his eyes stark and terrifying. In a frenzy, Baekchang shouted that he relished when fools let their guard down, the echo of his voice amplifying the sheer madness radiating from him. He mocked the idea that a simple chokehold could subdue him, laughter bouncing off the walls, every sound a declaration of his unhinged confidence. Raising his foot to stomp on Sehun Kang's face, Baekchang sneered at his inaction earlier, fully intent on delivering punishment, until Dowen suddenly appeared, shoving him back with all his might, disrupting the attack. Dowen shouted, praising Sehun Kang's resilience and urging him to rise, determination flashing in his eyes, a fierce beacon amidst the chaos. Barely conscious, Sehun whispered to Dowen to run, buying precious seconds for himself in the melee, the camaraderie and trust between them unspoken but palpable. Ji Baekchang scoffed, mocking their bond as pathetic and laughable, his disdain radiating as he prepared for the next assault. Laughing at Dowen, he taunted that Ilseok had not truly been defeated, revealing that he himself was the true final boss of the dungeon, the ultimate challenge awaiting Dowen. Dowen froze, the revelation striking him like lightning. Not only was Ji Baekchang the final boss, but he was in peak condition, a threat demanding everything Dowen had left, pushing him to summon every ounce of strength and strategy for the battle ahead. Dowen's body trembled under the sheer exhaustion coursing through every fiber of his being. His energy was utterly drained, his muscles screaming in protest, and his health dwindled to a fragile thread. Each breath felt heavier than the last, and he knew with a sinking certainty that he was left defenseless. No strength remained to strike, no spark to counterattack, leaving him exposed in the eye of the relentless storm of battle. Across from him, Ji Baek's face twisted into a cruel grin, eyes glinting with malice as if mocking Dowen's weakened state. The taunt hung in the air like a blade, daring him to move, daring him to fail. Dowen's chest tightened as he glanced at the unconscious Kang Soo-hoon lying nearby. Survival alone would no longer suffice. If he wanted to see another day, he had to outthink, outmaneuver, and outlast his opponent in ways he hadn't before. There was no avenue for retreat. This duel demanded confrontation. Dowen braced himself, muscles coiled like springs, just as Ji Baek lunged forward with lethal intent, his fist aimed with terrifying precision. Ji Baek's roar reverberated through the hall, threatening to crush Boromei under its weight. Then, slicing through the chaos like a sudden bell, a commanding voice pierced the tumult, demanding answers, signaling the arrival of someone formidable. Stepping into the fray was an 18-year-old Young Sup Young. Despite his youth, his presence radiated a calm authority, eyes sharp, scanning the battlefield with an unnerving awareness. He claimed ignorance of Ji Baek's schemes, yet his stance alone suggested he was far from naive. Baekchuang's voice quivered, a tremor betraying fear. What is he doing here? Dowen's eyes narrowed, curiosity and apprehension knotting together in his chest. Who was this short young man that even Ji Baek appeared unsettled by his presence? Dowen struggled to gauge his height. He was remarkably short, but size was deceiving. There was a palpable authority about him, an aura that commanded attention regardless of stature, a presence that defied expectation. Ji Baek scrambled for explanations. stammering as he spun a tale about the Borome Dong crew invading their base. His words spilled out, hasty and awkward, betraying his desperation. Jung Sup Young's glare sliced through him, cold and unyielding. "No," he said with sharp clarity, his voice void of compromise. "I heard they attacked first." The statement was final, leaving no room for evasion. Baekshwang, panic etched across his features, immediately nodded in agreement. Jung's eyes shifted, interrogating, piercing through to the truth. Did they take money as well? His gaze remained unwavering, an icy lens of judgment. Sweat gleamed on Baekshwang's forehead as he admitted the theft, his voice quivering under the unflinching scrutiny of the formidable young leader. In a blur, Jung vanished, his voice echoing through the hall. Baekshwang made a mistake. Moments later, he reappeared midair, delivering a devastatingly precise kick to Ji Baekshwang's face. The strike was lightning fast, leaving no room for error, a masterclass in controlled power. The impact was catastrophic. Teeth shattered and blood flew as Ji Baekshwang was hurled into a distant wall, the collision reverberating through the bones of the building. Silence followed, heavy and complete, broken only by the aftermath of the brutal blow. Dawen stood frozen, eyes wide, disbelief etched across his face. Could this small figure have just incapacitated the final boss in a single, seamless strike? Shock deepened as Ji Baekshwang's gaze shifted to him, sharp and menacing. Dawen realized that the danger was far from over. He had just stepped into the crosshairs. Just as Jung prepared to assert his dominance, a graceful figure appeared on the stairs. Yun Sung Han, commanding attention with his serene yet firm presence, signaling for the confrontation to halt. Dawen's jaw dropped, his mind struggling to process Han's unexpected arrival amidst the chaos, an unforeseen intervention that shifted the energy of the battlefield. Han's casual shrug and subtle smirk carried a message. The threats posed by the short man were laughable at best, no cause for genuine fear. His composure was a quiet taunt, slicing through tension effortlessly. "Why are you here?" Doan asked, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Jung's eyes widened in incredulity. "You really don't know?" Jung recounted how he had personally invited Han, even providing the precise location. Memories flashed. Dawen remembered the school day when he had asked Han Yun-sung to come to the dungeon. The recollection hit like a jolt of electricity, tying past decisions to the present chaos. Dawen recalled pleading with the leader of Seoul Yongdong for aid, met with Han's initial refusal. Yet here he stood, arriving exactly where Dawen had requested, a testament to Han's attention and resolve. A mix of awe and relief surged through Dawen as he realized Han had remembered the address, personally making the journey to intervene. Yunzong Han's gaze turned to Doan, calm yet expectant. "What do you want?" he asked. But before Doan could respond, Jung's eyes blazed with intensity. "And what about the school invasion? Are we just going to ignore that?" His glare pierced Han, venom sharp in his tone. "If not for that invasion, I would have resolved everything myself." The warning was unmistakable. Never cross him or his people again. Doan swallowed, a shiver running down his spine, finally comprehending the latent threat embodied by this short but formidable figure. Han, the representative of Seoul Yongdong, walked past Jung without a word, serene and unshaken, radiating an authority that required no demonstration. Jung nodded to Yun, Sung with a simple "take care," and the large delinquent leader offered a quiet nod in return, an acknowledgement that the tension had been diffused. Dawen remained frozen, eyes lingering on the battered Jibek, replaying the relentless carnage. Could this chaotic chapter finally be drawing to a close? Later, Dawen hoisted Zihun Kang onto his back, grunting under the heavy weight. "You're incredibly heavy," he complained, muscles straining with effort. Pride brimming, Kang insisted he could walk on his own, but curiosity flickered in his gaze. "What happened with Yunsong Han-sung?" Dawen shrugged, uncertainty in his voice. "Han seems more like an ally than a friend," he offered, weighing his words carefully. Kang frowned, suspicion clouding his expression. "He wouldn't approach you without a reason. Something's off here." The thought lingered. Han might be leveraging his position as representative, using authority strategically. Dawen couldn't dismiss the possibility. It was a logical conclusion. Shifting the conversation, Dawen declared with a sense of triumph, "As promised, Sehun, you're now the official representative of Borome Dong." Zihun froze, eyes wide, memories of their grueling mission cascading through his mind. The weight of the title, and the journey to achieve it, crashed down with undeniable force. Kang had encouraged persistence, reminding Dawen of their duty within the Bully Council and the looming threat from Bonchon-dong. Inspired, Sihun stood firm, declaring that next time he would fully embrace the role of representative, ready to shoulder the responsibility without hesitation. Before parting, he offered a cryptic farewell. "Stay alive." Dowen sensed an unusual weight in the words, suspicion prickling at the edges of his mind. Moments later, a system notification confirmed that the royal castle dungeon had been cleared, signaling the end of an exhausting and harrowing ordeal. The system began tallying Dowen's contributions, calculating the rewards he would earn for surviving such a perilous mission. A smile crept across his face as he envisioned the grand rewards promised, possibilities sparking in his imagination like sunlight on steel. Yet, because he hadn't personally defeated the final boss, his reward was adjusted downward. A sobering reminder of the importance of confronting challenges head-on. He understood the logic. The critical task of vanquishing the boss dictated the bonus, a lesson embedded in the harsh calculus of success. His final reward, 12 bronze keys, was modest yet satisfying, enough to evoke a sense of accomplishment and the promise of growth. Walking with renewed vigor, Dowen's mind raced with strategies, envisioning how best to utilize his freshly earned treasures to enhance his abilities and prepare for the challenges ahead. The following morning, clad in a crisp suit, Dowen paused to appreciate the serene weather, a gentle calm washing over him, an oasis of peace after the storm. Yet solemnity lingered as he stood before a mausoleum, reflecting that the day's brightness was tempered by the weighty reason for his visit. Inside, photographs of his father were framed with flowers, a quiet, heartfelt tribute to the man he had lost too soon. Dowen's eyes lingered on the portrait, sorrow tinting his voice as he spoke softly, reaching across the void of memory, attempting connection beyond the boundaries of time. His mind drifted to that fateful day, the moment when tragedy struck, stealing his father in an instant, a cruel accident triggered by a sudden brake failure. His father had swerved instinctively to avoid a pedestrian, only to collide helplessly with a streetlight pole. The image remained indelibly etched in Dowen's heart, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. Dowen's mind wandered back to that searing day from his childhood, the one where a doctor's grim words had shattered his world. He remembered his mother's trembling hands, the sterile hospital air thick with fear, and the crushing reality that nothing more could be done. As a younger boy, tears had streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, his sobs echoing in the empty corridors of helplessness, each one a raw reflection of terror and despair. Now, standing silently before his father's grave, the grown Dowen felt a stark contrast to that helpless child. Not a single tear fell. Instead, he sensed a quiet, unyielding strength within, a resilience meticulously forged through years of sorrow, reflection, and the slow, painful honing of inner resolve. His eyes caught on the fresh flowers, carefully placed atop the framed photograph of his father, their vibrant colors standing out against the somber gray of the mausoleum. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had someone arrived here before him to pay their respects? The gestures stirred a tangled blend of gratitude and melancholy, the feeling pressing against the heart like a gentle, bittersweet weight. A soft, ethereal voice drifted from within the mausoleum, carrying words laden with solemn gravity. Dowen listened as it spoke of his father's character, a man of unwavering integrity, someone who had chosen sacrifice to shield another from harm. The words settled over him, heavy yet strangely comforting. Dowen's eyes widened as recognition flickered in his mind. The voice, both familiar and subtly disquieting, belonged to someone who had threaded themselves into the fabric of his life in unexpected ways. The presence continued, hinting that the tragedy he had long accepted as a mere accident might have been far more sinister. Perhaps it was a carefully orchestrated crime, a plot woven by hidden hands rather than the random cruelty of fate. Standing beside him, Yoon Seung Han Sung's piercing gaze fixed on Dowen, calm yet sharp, his words measured. "If you were in my shoes, what would you do?" he asked, the implication hanging like a dagger in the air. Shock coursed through Dowen like lightning. "What? What are you talking about?" he stammered, voice cracking as disbelief mingled with fear and confusion. Before Han could respond, Dowen pressed further, demanding to know why Han had come here and whether he had known his father personally. The urgency in his voice mirrored the racing pulse of his thoughts. Han fell silent, contemplative, his eyes drifting inward as memories long buried surfaced, moments of his own youth weaving seamlessly with the present confrontation. In that recollection, a man named Oh Jin-ha appeared, a figure from Han's childhood who had found him alone in a park, concern and authority etched into his every gesture. He had scolded young Han gently, a warning hidden in kindness. Drinking too much soda would never help him grow strong and healthy. Extending a small gesture of care, Jin-ha had handed young Han a strawberry juice box, a token meant to guide, to nurture, to shield from harm in a world that often ignored the small and vulnerable. Skepticism colored Han's young eyes as he questioned the man's intentions, prompting Jin Ha to clarify that his role was simple: ensuring no one engaged in harmful behavior in the park, particularly smoking. When young Han asked why this mattered, Jin Ha revealed a startling truth. He was a bully hunter, a guardian against the cruelty and danger that stalked the streets and playgrounds, a silent protector of children. The memory deepened, recalling a moment when little Han had mockingly called his father unemployed, a claim that Jin Ha had vehemently defended, preserving the dignity of a man he respected. Returning to the present, Han's tone hardened, his words carrying the weight of urgency. The details of the past, while poignant, were insignificant compared to the revelations at hand. Before Han could continue, Dowen confessed his bewilderment, struggling to process the claim that his father had been the target of a premeditated crime, and not merely a tragic accident. He reasoned aloud, insisting that Yoon Sung's presence was unlikely to be a mere attempt to unsettle him, and citing the police's conclusion of an accident. Han interrupted sharply, unwavering. He had proof, undeniable evidence that upended everything Dowen had assumed about his father's death. Han revealed the existence of previously unseen evidence, items and recordings that had never surfaced publicly, capable of rewriting the narrative of his father's final, fateful moments. Dowen's thoughts flashed to the night before, recalling Yoon Sung's hesitation, his conflicted expression, debating whether to deliver the truth in person. Consultations with the dwarf Seok-young Jeong confirmed the undeniable fact. Dowen was indeed the son of Ha Jin-ho, known to some as Shelter from the Sun, tying him irrevocably to a legacy he had only begun to comprehend. Seok-young Jeong also noted Yoon Seong Han Sung's consistent surveillance of the nerdy gamer boy, a silent, unspoken question about his motives for staying near Dowen all this time. Suddenly, Yoon Seok's excitement broke the tension as he slammed his drink down, eyes alight, revealing critical information on his phone to Han, a revelation that held the power to shatter understanding. The information regarding Dowen's father stunned Han, leaving him momentarily speechless, the gravity of the truth settling in like a heavy fog. Han explained that Yoon Seok had shown him a video from the crime scene of Oh Jin-ha's death 3 years prior, footage first witnessed during the building invasion, a chilling glimpse into events long obscured. Dowen Ha's eyes widened as disbelief and horror intermingled, struggling to reconcile the revelation with the lifetime of assumptions he had held. The representative of Seoul Yongdong delivered a measured statement. Belief was Dowen's alone. Whether he chose to accept it or dismiss it, the decision rested entirely with him. A solitary burden of truth. Alone in the hushed room, Dowen's gaze returned to the framed photograph. His father's warm, comforting smile etched into memory. A solemn sorrow settled over him, entwined with the weight of newly unveiled truths and the gravity of what had been concealed for years. Later, Dowen returned to his home and stepped into the shower, letting the hot water cascade over him, washing away the lingering tension and the remnants of a day saturated with revelations. Outside, the spring rain pounded against the window in relentless rhythm, matching the storm inside his mind as he replayed Yoon Seong Han Sung's words, letting their weight sink slowly into his consciousness. The claim echoed repeatedly. Yoon Seok possessed a video revealing the true events of the crime scene 3 years ago, a truth previously hidden, now laid bare. Dowen gripped his towel tightly, heart hammering, struggling to reconcile this revelation with the reality he had always known. Acceptance felt impossible, yet the evidence demanded acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Yoon Seong Han Sung sat by the window in his high-rise apartment, rain streaming down the glass as his thoughts spiraled into quiet reflection, a strategist contemplating moves unseen. He retrieved his phone, noting several unread messages from Dowen Ha, each one carrying the urgency of a mind seeking answers and resolution. In his messages, Dowen had inquired about the representative of Bongshin and sought the current location of Seok-young Jeong-young, hunger for clarity driving each keystroke. Elsewhere, on that same rainy day, a subordinate shielded Seok-young Jeong from the downpour with an umbrella, asking if the rain had eased. Confirmed by the subordinate, Seok-young Jeong's piercing eyes, however, caught something unusual in the slick streets below. He froze, recognizing Dowen Ha standing resolutely in the pouring rain, expression tense and unwavering. The encounter was no accident. Seok-young Jeong demanded to know Dowen's purpose, while Dowen's own voice, edged with urgency, pressed for answers regarding the critical evidence. Reacting swiftly, the gang leader produced a flash drive from his pocket, holding it aloft with deliberate intent. "Is this what you're looking for?" he asked, the challenge clear in his stance. Yet Seok-young Jeong's frown deepened, a clear message that he would not relinquish control so easily. Trust and confrontation hung in the balance. He threw down the gauntlet verbally. "If you can take it from my hands, It's yours." Without hesitation, Doan lunged forward, seizing the flash drive with practiced precision, but before he could secure it fully, a massive subordinate intervened, hurling him backward across the slick pavement. Doan landed, hands braced against the ground, absorbing the impact just enough to regain control and prepare for the next move. The towering figure of Young Sok's subordinate loomed over him, stance firm, voice a low rumble. Recklessness in these streets carried consequences. A heavy punch swung toward Doan, each movement deliberate, the intent to punish clear and undeniable. Doan's mind raced. He recalled the 12 bronze keys he had earned in the dungeon, and a plan crystallized. He would invest every last key into enhancing his attributes, pushing himself to the limits. Strategically calculating each upgrade, he unlocked his magic stats in rapid succession. The surge of power reinforcing his readiness, each point amplifying his potential. The energy coursed through him like lightning, mana swelling from 400 to an astounding 1600, fingertips crackling with raw power as he braced for the confrontation ahead, fully prepared for whatever challenge loomed next. Empowered by the torrent of upgrades he had just unlocked, Doan moved with fluid, almost instinctual precision. He exploited a blind spot in Young's stance, slipping past the flurry of attacks like water flowing around a rock. With a seamless, lethal motion, his fist collided directly with the thug's face, the sharp crack of bone and impact echoing sharply throughout the room, vibrating the very air with raw intensity. Without a moment's pause, Doan surged forward again, each movement brimming with ferocious energy. His next punch radiated an almost tangible, crackling aura, the surrounding air trembling and shimmering as though charged with the sheer force of his intent. Then, channeling all his momentum and focus, he unleashed a rapid, relentless barrage, the multiple strike destruction. Blow after blow rained down on Seokyoung Jeong's body, each hit landing with bone-shattering precision, reverberating through the floor and walls, shaking the room as if announcing the arrival of unstoppable force. Seokyoung's subordinate, enraged and humiliated by being bested by a gamer nerd, found himself completely off guard as Doan seized his face mid-motion and slammed him to the ground, the stunning fall technique activated at the precise moment of impact, leaving the man disoriented, dazed, and utterly vulnerable, his pride crumbling with every second. Gasping for breath yet carrying the thrill of survival, Doan spun to face Seokyoung Jeong directly. His narrowed eyes, brimming with fiery determination, sent a clear signal. He was ready, fully alert and primed for the real confrontation that now loomed. Seokyoung Jeong, the authoritative leader of Bongshin, cut through the tension with a cold reminder, his tone icy and commanding. The last time had been a warning, and no outsider should dare interfere with his men again. Jeong, seizing the moment, leapt into the air with a blur of motion, spinning as a flying kick sliced through the space toward Doan, his roar echoing authority and aggression, a declaration that he intended to punish any mistake. But to Young shocks, Shokan, Shokwan, Zhaoan, but to Young now Ag shocks, but to Young, but to Looking upward, Young's eyes locked onto Doan descending from above, his posture controlled and deliberate, ready to deliver a punishing, calculated strike designed to maximize both speed and impact. Doan executed the falcon drop with flawless precision, his legs snapping downward and connecting with Seokyoung Jeong's torso. The force sent ripples across a puddle on the floor, water splashing violently in all directions, a visible testament to the brutal energy behind the strike. Yet Seokyoung, displaying formidable resilience, blocked the kick with his forearm. Smoke and dust spiraled upward from the point of contact, a tangible testament to the sheer collision of force and endurance. Locking eyes with Doan, Seokyoung spoke coldly, a calculated calm masking lethal intent. "One strike won't bring me down," he stated, his expression unreadable but brimming with quiet menace. Doan's mind raced. This was no ordinary encounter. The fight demanded everything he had, and he realized that to stand a chance, he would need to unleash all his powers, fully fueled by the mana harvested from his recently earned bronze keys. Believing that unrestrained skill deployment was his only path to victory, Doan lunged into another high-speed assault. His eyes burned with unwavering determination, each movement precise and loaded with intent. Leaping high into the air, he descended once more with a second falcon drop, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with both velocity and unrelenting precision. Jung's voice cut through the air, laced with mockery. "Do you honestly think the same trick will work twice?" His taunt carried confidence, challenging Doan to prove the move's efficacy under scrutiny. Dodging with effortless grace, Jung criticized the predictability of Doan's pattern. He immediately readied a counterpunch, intending to turn the tables and seize the advantage. Before the strike could land, Doan launched a sudden, double-footed flying kick, the unexpected assault catching Jung off guard and leaving him no window to react. Still, Seokyoung blocked the assault with his forearm once more, the sound of impact ringing sharply in the tense, charged air, each clash reverberating like warning bells. Doan's thoughts sharpened. This was no ordinary opponent. Seokyoung Jeong's skill and resilience demanded respect. He would push Doan to his absolute limits before conceding even a single advantage. Spotting another incoming maneuver, Doan tensed, preparing himself. Until he fully deciphered Jung's techniques, he had no choice but to commit entirely, leaving nothing in reserve. In a daring display of raw strength, Doan hoisted his opponent over his shoulder, flinging him toward the ground. As Jung plummeted, Doan activated the stunning strike, aiming to decisively end the confrontation in one calculated move. Yet to his shock, Seokyoung remained upright, untouched by the floor. A confident smirk played across his face as he pivoted to face Doan, the calm assurance of a seasoned fighter radiating from him. "This is a pleasant surprise," Seokyoung said casually, unshaken, as if evaluating Doan's resolve rather than acknowledging a threat. Doan instinctively recoiled, awe and fear flickering across his features. The opponent's resilience exceeded every expectation, forcing a reassessment of strategy mid-battle. Jung's voice cut through, commenting on the surreal nature of Doan's movements. Yet quickly he steeled himself, eyes narrowing with clear, unwavering intent, a declaration that the fight was far from over. Rushing forward at blinding speed, Jung warned that only 2 strikes remained, challenging Doan to respond before the battle concluded, each movement a blur too fast for the untrained eye. The first strike came with precision so devastating that Doan barely had time to react, the rush of air whipping around him as the force struck with undeniable impact. The blow landed perfectly, slashing Doan's HP from 1500 to a mere 200. Pain lanced through his body, shock reverberating through every nerve, nearly knocking him into unconsciousness. Hovering above him, Jung's voice dripped with critique and dominance. Doan's defense, he proclaimed, was far weaker than his offense, a taunt that cut deep, striking at pride as surely as any physical blow. Doan's mind raced. There was no way to prevail if he continued relying on raw strength alone. Jung's power dwarfed his current abilities in every measure. When Jung remarked that he had expected more from him, frustration ignited into a simmering fury within Doan. Clenching his fists, determination surged anew, burning like wildfire through every muscle. With no alternative left, Doan employed the blind spot technique again, targeting Jung's foot in a calculated effort to destabilize him, exploiting the slick, rain-drenched floor. Jung caught his foot effortlessly, mockery lacing his words. "Is this an attack or just a pathetic attempt to trip me?" he taunted, his tone sharp and belittling. Doan's reply was steady, unwavering. Yes, he was attempting to trip him, leveraging every environmental advantage he could find, the puddle beneath them a silent ally in his strategy. Summoning the full extent of his strength, Doan struck, sending the Bongshin representative crashing violently into the puddle-soaked floor, water and debris spraying as the impact reverberated like a thunderclap. Seizing the opening, Doan wound up a punch, shouting with ferocious intensity that his opponent was about to taste his own teeth, his voice reverberating off walls and steel beams alike.
With Young finally grounded, Dowan unleashed his destructive multi-punch ability, a rapid barrage hammering with unrelenting force.
He chained the combo without pause. Second strike, third strike, each blow crashing like a storm, sweat and energy flying outward, the sheer relentlessness of his assault dominating the space. Exhausted to his very core, Dowan exhaled sharply, body trembling, muscles screaming from the unyielding torrent of strikes, every fiber tested to its absolute limit. To his horror, Seok-young remained unscathed, standing tall and composed, voice teasing as he asked if Doan had finished, the faint smile betraying amusement rather than concern.
Zhang Shao observed quietly, noting Doan's disorientation. With a measured, firm tone, he offered guidance, a strategic lifeline in the midst of chaos.
He instructed Doan to examine his own hands, mangled, coated in a grotesque, bloody jelly-like substance, a visceral testament to the ferocity of the ongoing battle. Young scoffed, unimpressed, his words cutting. "What did you expect from a boy like you?" he implied, without mercy, that Dowan had nothing left to offer in terms of novel strategy or power. Then, extending his hand with the flash drive resting there, Young offered Dowan a glimmer of opportunity, entwined with mockery, a chance to seize what had been so fiercely guarded. Torn between confusion and desperation, Dowan reached out, his trembling hand betraying both hope and cautious intent, each motion deliberate, calculated. It was a feint. Young's hand lashed with blinding speed, delivering a staggering punch that hurled Doan across the room with unrelenting force, the floor shuddering under the impact. He smashed into crates, wood splintering violently beneath him, pain radiating from every corner of his body, a brutal reminder of the high stakes in this deadly game. Young held the flash drive aloft, the evidence of Doan's father's death dangling just out of reach. His calm menace remained unbroken, revealing that he had never intended to relinquish it, and that control remained firmly in his grasp. Gasping, battered, and nearly broken, Doan heard Young-sok's measured words slice through the chaos. That was the second strike. The tone was calm, yet dripping with threat, a chilling declaration that the battle was far from over, and that the final reckoning had only just begun. Young-sok's lips curled into a cruel, taunting smirk as he loomed over Doan, his voice slicing through the rain-soaked air. "If you still want the flash drive," he said, each word dripping with venom and scorn, "you can always come visit me again." The mockery was sharp, striking at Doan's pride like a physical blow, each syllable a reminder of how thoroughly he had been bested. Then his tone darkened, laced with a chilling finality. "But next time," Jung continued coldly, "I won't hold back. I'll crush you completely, leave nothing behind." The threat hung over Doan like a black cloud, dense and suffocating, pressing down on him as heavily as the relentless rain soaking his battered body. Dowan's eyelids drooped under the crushing weight of exhaustion, his body teetering dangerously close to unconsciousness. Young shook his head with mild disappointment, muttering, "I expected more of a fight. This was far too boring." With a casual, almost mocking air, the Bongshin representative turned and walked away, leaving Dowan sprawled across the wet, cold ground, battered and humiliated. The first icy drops of rain began to fall, drumming against Dowan's face, merging with the sweat and grime of the fight. The cold stung, a relentless reminder of the storm both outside and within him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, wide with shock and clarity. The storm around him seemed to echo the turmoil raging in his mind, mirroring his inner chaos as lightning streaked across the darkened sky. Despite his battered, bruised body, he struggled to rise. Rain streaming down his face, droplets mingling with blood and sweat, soaking his clothes, painting him with the raw colors of battle and desperation. He could hardly believe what had just transpired. Had he really lost the duel to a thug like Young Seok? His chest tightened, each heartbeat hammering the question relentlessly into his consciousness, a painful knot of disbelief and frustration. Images flashed unbidden across his mind. En Sung's warning about the flash drive holding proof of his father's murder, and the cruel trick Young had played, pretending to offer it freely only to snatch it away with precision and malice. Overwhelmed by grief and anger, memories of his father's face consumed him, pressing down on his chest, each recollection a sharp pang of longing and loss that left him nearly breathless. Wrapping his arms tightly around himself, he tried in vain to shield his heart, seeking comfort from his own trembling frame as if it could protect him from the storm of emotion. He curled into a fetal position on the soaked ground, rain and tears blending into a cold, relentless mixture. Whispering apologies into the unforgiving air, he murmured, "I'm sorry, Dad." The sound barely audible over the patter of the rain, each word a fragile plea for forgiveness and solace. Fear gripped him completely, sharp and unyielding. He was certain that if he were to face Young Seok again, defeat would be inevitable, a crushing certainty that froze him in place. Desperation gnawed at him as icy raindrops mingled with his tears. The storm recalled the fateful spring night 3 years ago, the same kind of night when his father had tragically lost his life, a memory as vivid and unrelenting as the downpour around him. At that precise moment, a new mission activated in the game system, its notification flashing like a beacon of opportunity in the darkness, piercing through the despair and signaling a path forward. Dowen reflected bitterly, watching the past unfold before him. The day's events had exposed his weaknesses long before he even understood them, a painful, humbling reminder of the limits he once faced and the growth he still needed. The system displayed the rewards for this new mission, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. He realized he had grown stronger since his last battle, more capable, ready to seize the opportunity to improve both body and mind. A message popped up asking if he wished to accept the mission and claim its substantial rewards. The choice was clear, yet the weight of responsibility pressed on him. Fueled by renewed determination and a burning desire to become stronger, he accepted without hesitation. A surge of energy pulsed through him, filling every muscle, sharpening every nerve, preparing him for the challenges ahead. His thoughts drifted to the Sunshine Shelter, the institution his father had built with care, dedicated to guiding troubled youth onto a better path, a place of hope and protection amidst the chaos of the streets. His father, Jino Ha, had served as its respected representative, admired by all for tireless dedication and unwavering commitment to social work, a beacon of integrity and guidance. Yet Dowen's feelings had always been more complicated. He had never shared the same attachment or admiration. Their relationship had been distant, layered with unspoken complexities, misunderstood by those who assumed a simpler bond. The scene shifted to a memory from years ago. A younger Dowen, groggy and curious, had asked why his father was venturing out so late into the night, concern tinged with sleepy confusion. Jino Ha, noting his son's wakefulness, had explained that the work was not done, that responsibilities still demanded attention, an explanation delivered without complaint, quietly instilling a sense of duty. Dowen recalled a boy from the shelter, Park Young-soo, who habitually smoked during school breaks, a mischievous streak that often sparked trouble and drew his father's attention. Though already spoken to, Young-soo's habits persisted, and his father acknowledged that change required patience, guidance, and unwavering support. Dowen reported the boy's more troubling actions, stealing from others, even using shelter funds to buy a motorcycle, a stark sign of rebellion and the challenges of mentoring troubled youth. Hearing this, Jino Ha felt pangs of guilt, a sense of personal failure for not guiding the youth more effectively, the weight of responsibility heavy on his heart. Young Dowen, ever skeptical, questioned whether these boys could truly change, cynically suspecting that his father's charitable endeavors might conceal ulterior motives. Jino Ha departed that day without further words, leaving Dowen to stew in his assumptions now recognized as unfair, a misjudgment of a man who had only sought to help those most in need. His father had extended an invitation for a weekend camping trip, which Dowen had flatly refused, never imagining it would be the last chance to spend time together. Memories of that day surged violently, mingling with grief and regret. Overcome, Dowen screamed, letting anguish pour unrestrained into the night. He awoke in his bed, drenched in sweat, heart racing, still haunted by the nightmare of losing his father and the unresolved weight of the past. Suddenly, he remembered Young Seok's mocking words, the taunting invitation to visit him any time, a memory that stoked a fierce, fiery anger deep within, fueling his desire for retribution and mastery. Dowen was certain of one thing. Seok Young's immense strength was real, and the earlier weakness he displayed had been merely an illusion, perhaps influenced by the rain or other circumstances. Chilling thought struck him. The car accident that had killed his father 3 years ago might not have been an accident at all, but a carefully orchestrated act of malice. Another troubling question emerged. Why would Seok Young from Bongchain possess a flash drive containing such sensitive and incriminating evidence? Initially, suspicion fell on Seok Young Jong, especially given his refusal to simply relinquish the drive, keeping it as both a challenge and a prize. Yet Dowen began to reconsider. Han had suggested Jung was someone close, but Dowen had never encountered him before that day, And if Jin were truly involved, why present the evidence as a reward contingent on victory? These contradictions gnawed at him, stirring confusion and simmering irritation. Resolute, he decided he would witness the evidence firsthand once Seokyoung Jung was defeated, leaving no detail unexamined. To achieve this, he would need to undertake a mission, specifically designed to enhance his body through 5 grueling steps, each testing endurance, skill, and determination. Completing the mission promised a bounty of attribute points, an opportunity to grow stronger, faster, and closer to the power he would need to confront both Jung and the truths buried within the flash drive. Internally, he swore an oath. The flash drive would be his, no matter the trials, no matter the difficulty. He would face whatever challenge lay ahead, determined and unflinching. The first mission was deceptively bizarre. He had to traverse the path to school in a full handstand, mimicking the grotesque movements of the monster from The Exorcist, body inverted in precarious balance. As he awkwardly shuffled forward, 2 girls spotted him, their laughter cutting through the morning air as they mocked his contorted form, drawing curious and judgmental eyes from all around the schoolyard. Though humiliated to the point of wanting to disappear, Doan pressed onward, resolute to enhance his body through unconventional means, eschewing the predictability of a mere gym routine. Ignoring their jeers, he ran in his inverted stance, frightening younger students along the way, but never once letting the embarrassment break his focus or determination. The second task tested pure endurance. He had to remain in an invisible chair, legs quivering, muscles screaming in protest. Yet he held firm, forcing both body and mind to endure. The third mission demanded dexterity and precision. Doan had to capture a pigeon with his bare hands. After countless near misses and frantic lunges, he finally succeeded, a triumphant grin breaking across his rain-slicked, determined face. The fourth trial required extreme flexibility and perseverance. Clinging to the underside of a playground slide, he refused to let go. Sweat and rain dripping from his limbs, his grip unyielding against gravity and exhaustion. Finally, the fifth task pushed him to his absolute limits. Completing a ring exercise on hard mode demanded not only raw strength and precise control, but unwavering focus, a final test of his physical and mental fortitude. Even in the face of overwhelming difficulty, Doan refused to surrender. Every fiber of his being burned with determination, a fierce inner fire that eclipsed the fatigue and frustration threatening to drag him down. Each strained breath and aching muscle only fueled his resolve, driving him forward with unyielding tenacity. Days blurred into nights, an entire week slipping by under the relentless weight of grueling training. Exhausted, soaked in sweat, and still aching from his earlier failures, Doan murmured quiet apologies to his father, promising silently that he would grow stronger, that he would not falter again. Yet with progress barely reaching a measly 2%, doubt gnawed at him. Could he truly complete this monumental task? The sheer enormity of the challenge pressed down on him like a physical weight, a reminder of how far he still had to go. Late one afternoon, as he wandered through the empty lanes of an amusement park, his mind wandered beyond brute force, seeking solutions through strategy and insight rather than mere endurance. He considered the possibility that Jung Seok's evidence might be a fabrication, conjured out of nowhere to mislead or manipulate him, a tool of deception crafted to undermine his progress. The idea that Ian Sung or others connected to him might be playing a game of lies and half-truths began to feel disturbingly plausible. It stoked an urgent resolve within Doan. He had to finish the mission quickly before doubt could paralyze him entirely. Just as that creeping uncertainty threatened to overwhelm him during the ring mission, a voice cut through the fog, asking what he was muttering to himself. Doan looked up to see Zihun Kang standing nearby. Startled, he asked why Kang had appeared, and the delinquent casually replied that he had simply been in his own neighborhood, strolling through familiar territory. Kang's eyes flicked toward Doan, clinging to the underside of the playground slide. "What are you doing?" he asked, curiosity edged with amusement. Doan explained matter-of-factly that this was part of his intense, unconventional training routine. Intrigued, Kang inquired further, asking why such training was taking place in a park rather than a gym. Doan's methods, unorthodox yet purposeful, clearly sparked the question. Kang reflected on his own past. During elementary school, he had been overweight, unable to attend the gym openly. This forced him to train alone at night in the park, hidden under the cloak of darkness, striving to transform himself. Shame and embarrassment had kept him solitary, training by moonlight. Each session a silent battle against both his body and the judgmental eyes of the world. For 2 relentless years he pushed himself without pause, reshaping his body entirely through perseverance, determination, and sheer grit. He admitted that during that first year, as strength slowly returned, he had often felt the urge to quit. a sensation Doan now recognized all too clearly, a mirror of his own struggles. Kang explained that returning to the park was more than physical training. It was ritualistic, a way to remember and honor the hardships that had forged him, the challenges that had molded his character and discipline. This resonated with Doan, triggering memories of his own past, the bullying, the crushing defeats, the endless grind of school life that had forced him to confront the gap between who he was and who he aspired to become. Determined to improve, he had once begged his mother to enroll him in Taekwondo. Yet each attempt faltered. The allure of video games and the ease of escape repeatedly drew him away from discipline and structure. Each time defeat struck again, he would beg for a new chance, a different sport, a fresh route toward growth, hoping to reclaim lost ground. Yet young Doan's resolve was fragile. When the difficulty mounted, he would retreat, seeking comfort in the virtual world rather than embracing the struggle before him. Now, in the present, Kang tested him. Would he quit again, or finally see his training through? Zehun Kang pointed out the obvious. Moments ago, Doan had been deep in grueling practice, already demonstrating persistence and resilience beyond casual effort. Doan reflected, drawing inspiration from Kang's journey. He silently apologized to his father, vowing that weakness and defeat would no longer define him. Reignited with newfound determination, he gripped the playground slide once more, focus sharpening with each breath, every sinew attuned to the task ahead. Clenching his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength, Doan resolved not to quit, to endure whatever the mission demanded, committing fully to see it through to the end. Hanging from the slide, strain etched across his face. He shouted through the effort, muscles trembling. Kang Young-si-hyuk, observing nearby, merely smirked and told him to quiet down, both amused and impressed by his tenacity. Time passed unrelentingly, and 2 months slipped by as Doan continued his punishing regimen, sweat, rain, and sheer will blending into the fabric of his relentless training. In his office, young Si-hyuk looked up as someone arrived, surprise evident in his tone. "I thought you had given up," he remarked, a subtle challenge hidden behind casual words. His gaze met Doan Ha's, now resolute and unyielding as he entered through the front door. The tension in the room tightened, palpable, as though the air itself braced for the coming confrontation. Holding the flash drive firmly in his hand, Young Si-hyuk acknowledged the reason behind Doan's obsession, but reminded him of the prior warning, a grim shadow lingering in his tone. He repeated the caution when he had said Doan would be beaten until utterly annihilated. It was no exaggeration. This was a promise, a declaration of intent that left no room for misunderstanding. Closing the office door behind him, Doan met young Si-hyuk's words with unwavering resolve, a silent vow to face whatever lay ahead, unflinching and ready. The young prodigy declared with confidence that this time everything would be different. His stats were significantly higher, his body and mind honed to peak capacity. Level 100 now, he was fully prepared for the confrontation awaiting him. Before the battle could truly commence, a flashback unfolded, revealing the grueling training of 2 months prior. Sweat pouring down his face, Doan shouted in triumph, having finally succeeded in a particularly difficult task, the culmination of focus, patience, and determination. He had managed to capture a pigeon with his bare hands, a task requiring extraordinary patience, timing, and dexterity, nearly exhausting him entirely in the process. Although pigeons rarely fear humans, successfully capturing one demanded precision, quick reflexes, and a calm mind, a true test of skill that Doan had met with perseverance. Determined not to quit, he proceeded to the next challenge, hanging from the underside of a playground slide, a task that would dramatically enhance his physical attributes and fortify his resolve. At this stage, his body enhancement mission had only reached 9%, a small fraction of the ultimate goal, yet a critical and symbolic beginning. He endured sitting in an invisible chair through entire classes, pain searing through his legs and core, gradually pushing his progress to 21%, never once yielding to discomfort or doubt. Next came the ring mission at the highest difficulty, further testing his strength, concentration, and endurance, boosting his progress significantly and steadily propelling him forward. Recognizing that consistent effort was the key to completing the mission swiftly, Doan pressed on relentlessly, his focus unbroken, soon reaching the halfway mark with unwavering determination. Exhausted beyond measure, he finally completed the full regimen with the slide exercise, a testament to his willpower, discipline, and the unwavering spirit that had carried him through each trial. A wave of relief and pride washed over him as he realized he had successfully completed the body enhancement training, a tangible reward for every sacrifice endured over countless days and nights. As a reward, the system granted him a general increase in all attributes, confirming his growth and signaling the tangible benefits of relentless effort. He watched as each stat increased before his eyes, numbers climbing one by one, tangible proof of his perseverance, a visual manifestation of the hard-earned progress he had achieved. Yet, despite the numerical improvements, Doan felt no immediate dramatic change. He questioned whether these increases had truly transformed his capabilities in practice. To test his newly gained power, he resolved to apply his upgraded attributes in practical situations, maintaining unwavering focus on uncovering the truth behind his father's death. Jung mocked him without mercy, taunting that Doan had no idea what the past 2 months had cost him, questioning whether he genuinely believed victory was within reach. Doan remained silent, his calmness misinterpreted by Jung as recklessness, a naive grief over his father's death clouding judgment. With a roar of pure aggression, the delinquent from Bongshan leapt over a desk, shouting that if Doan sought death so eagerly, he would personally send him to join his late father, Jino Ha, in the afterlife. He launched a vicious kick aimed directly at Doan. But to his astonishment, the young hero, poised and composed, responded not with attack, but with a single question, signaling a subtle shift in the dynamics of the battle before it had even fully begun. Doan moved with a calm, almost effortless precision, his body flowing like water as he deflected the incoming strike. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, locked onto Jong Seo-kyung with an intensity that made the air itself seem to hold its breath. In a voice smooth yet edged with authority, he asked, measured and composed, exactly where Jong had gotten his hands on the incriminating evidence. Jong Seo-kyung stumbled back, momentarily off balance, his mind scrambling. The nerdy kid he had once dismissed as unremarkable had just turned the tables with such effortless skill that Jong could barely comprehend what had just happened. Speech caught in his throat. He froze, stunned into silence. A flicker of intrigue danced across Jeong's features. The near counter had sparked a strange curiosity within him. This wasn't the mundane encounter he had anticipated. Something about Doan's unexpected ability was far more fascinating and unsettling than he could have predicted. Fueled by frustration, Jeong lunged forward, his voice a roar of defiance. He demanded, with raw impatience, why he should even consider giving Doan an answer to his question. Without the slightest hesitation, Jeong coiled his arm and delivered a searing punch aimed straight at Doan's face. But like a shadow, anticipating the light, Doan caught it midair with uncanny reflexes, halting the blow effortlessly with his open hand. "Not yet," he said, his voice calm, almost teasing. "You don't need to answer right now." A dangerous edge crept into Doan's tone as he leaned slightly closer, each word dripping with quiet menace. He warned Jeong that no matter the cost, he would make Seok-young hand over both the evidence and the truth. There was no room for evasion, no escape from the inevitable. The surge of Doan's confidence struck Jeong like a cold jolt, pulling a memory from the recesses of his mind, a discussion he'd had not long ago with Yoon Song-han. In that memory, Jeong had been showing a video to Han, questioning whether the culprit had been a specific person. After Han confirmed the identity, Jeong had smirked, announcing his intent to exploit the video for his own advantage, savoring the control it promised. Yet Yoon Seong-han had suggested a simpler approach, just hand the video over to Doan. In Han's eyes, it was the path of least resistance. Jung had dismissed the suggestion outright, his pride flaring. "I have nothing to do with Jin," he snapped, "and I certainly have no interest in helping him." His voice was sharp as he told Han, "If you care so much, then tell Doan yourself." Jung explained that Doan would never be convinced without seeing the video firsthand. No matter how much truth was poured out, the proof itself was what mattered to him. Even after hearing every detail, Jeong argued, Doan's obsession with tangible proof would only intensify. Back then, Jeong had felt invincible. He had no intention of sharing the video, confident that Doan could never snatch the flash drive from his grasp. He had believed, with absolute certainty, that Doan would fail. And now, here in the present, watching the same seemingly meek nerd effortlessly halt his punch, Jeong felt disbelief ripple through him like a sudden cold wind. Could this really be the same weakling he had underestimated? The transformation seemed impossible, as if someone had rewritten the very rules of his body and skill. Only 2 months had passed, yet the change was nothing short of astonishing. As Doan blocked another strike with seamless fluidity and countered a rapid flurry of blows, Jeong had to admit, grudgingly, that the boy had grown far stronger than he had ever imagined. His movements were sharper, faster, more precise, each one a testament to intense, unseen training. Seok-young Jeong, the Bongshan representative, sneered, a glint of challenge in his eyes. How long do you think you can last in this duel? He taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. But even as the words left his mouth, he noticed the subtle changes in Doan's posture and timing, an almost imperceptible rise in defensive capability, like a silent 200-point boost in his stats. Seo Kyung tried a quick kick aimed at Doan's side, but the protagonist ducked effortlessly, letting the strike sail past without so much as a brush. Frustration mounting, Jeong shouted to distract Doan, preparing a powerful stomp that he hoped would catch the boy off guard. Yet Doan's movements remained fluid, precise, uncanny. The kick smashed harmlessly into the wall behind him, and in that instant, realization dawned on Jeong. There was a wide, glaring opening in Doan's defense, but he hadn't taken it. A notification flickered in Jeong's mind. Doan's agility had spiked, an increase of 200 points, clear and undeniable. Nervous laughter escaped Jeong as he recalled a past casual conversation with Han and Se-young over drinks. He had mentioned hearing whispers that Doan had been active lately but dismissed them lightly, claiming the gamer only fought weak opponents. Then he had asked if An Song truly believed Doan posed any real threat. Han's answer had been blunt. No, there was no real competition. Yet Han had added a cryptic caveat that was only true for now. The remark had lingered in Jeong's mind, puzzling and incomplete. Han couldn't fully articulate it, only insisting that Doan was, in some inexplicable way, extraordinary. Now, watching the present scene unfold, Jeong wondered if this newfound incomprehensible strength was exactly what An Se-young had meant. There was no denying it. Doan's movements defied logic, almost unreal in their perfection. His eyes wild with frustration, Jeong demanded answers, questioning if this power was inherited because nothing else made sense. Doan noticed, as he always did, the abrupt shift in Jeong's demeanor, recognizing the storm brewing behind his eyes. Fueled by sudden raw anger, the delinquent surged forward. Fists raised, sneering, "Go join your father!" Rage ignited within Doan, and in a motion so fast it seemed blurred, he struck Jeong sharply on the chin. The punch connected perfectly. Pain exploded through Jeong's jaw as blood and teeth spatters flew, the shock leaving him reeling. Doan's voice cut through the tension, cold and precise. "Looks like you're enjoying this too much." Then, without hesitation, he prepared his next calculated strike. Seizing the advantage, Doan delivered a second rapid punch, slamming Jeong to the ground with unrelenting force. Towering over him, Doan's icy gaze pierced through, warning there won't be any more laughing. Yet Jeong, eyes wild and crazed, laughed uncontrollably, exhilarated, he admitted, almost gleefully, that Doan had far exceeded his expectations. Maniacal glee twisted his face as he declared that finally he could take a fight seriously, savoring the danger in a way he never had before. Meanwhile, perched atop a deserted building, Ji Baekchun's keen eyes surveyed the chaos below, taking in every movement with practiced precision. A subordinate called out urgently, alerting the Bongshin assemblyman that the alarms continued to blare relentlessly. Baekchun asked if Seokyung was still in his office. The subordinate confirmed. The alarms were still screaming, unrelenting. Curious, Baekchun pressed for details, and the aide reported that sensors had picked up loud, violent impacts emanating from Jeong's office. At that very moment, inside, Seokyung Jeong's furious kick had triggered the alarm, echoing through the building. He swung again at Doan, but the protagonist's reflexes were unmatched. With a simple, effortless duck, the kick sailed past harmlessly. Jeong could hardly believe it. The magnitude of Doan's transformation in just 2 short months left him staggered, questioning every assumption he had held. Doan erupted into a flurry of relentless, lightning-fast strikes, each movement a blur of precision and power. The air around him seemed to vibrate with the intensity of his assault, yet no matter how rapid or forceful the attacks, Doan parried each one with flawless ease, leaving Jeong Seo-kyung frozen, eyes wide, mouth agape in stunned disbelief at the sheer skill on display. As Jeong opened his mouth, ready to boast about the past 2 months of training and conquest, his words were abruptly cut short. Doan's back collided with a nearby couch with a muffled thud, the slight stumble from the impact only fueling the tension in the room. Sensing an opening, Jeong readied a counterattack, a confident smirk playing across his lips. "You haven't really gained anything from your training," he taunted, his voice dripping with overconfidence as he prepared to capitalize on Doan's temporary imbalance. But Doan, twisting mid-fall with a fluid grace that seemed almost unnatural, harnessed the momentum of his stumble. A sharp, precise kick arced through the air, connecting squarely with Zhong's face, abruptly halting the offensive before it could even begin. Without missing a beat, Dowen vaulted onto the other couch, landing with perfect balance. In a heartbeat, the roles had reversed, and Dowen was back on the offensive, his movements smooth, controlled, and deadly. A brief sigh of relief escaped him. He was acutely aware of how narrowly that exchange had skirted disaster. Zhong's unpredictability had always been his greatest danger, and he couldn't underestimate it for a single moment. Seething with renewed aggression, Zhong charged forward again, fist cocked high, congratulating himself silently on the effectiveness of his previous attack. This time, his blow connected with brutal force, sending Dowen hurtling backward into the wall. The impact reverberated through the room, a thunderous echo of the collision. Yet Dowen recovered almost immediately, planting his feet firmly and leveling a gaze filled with dry amusement at Zhong. "Have you always been such a big talker?" he asked, the calmness in his tone belying the chaos of the fight. Zhong's grin widened, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Finally being able to fight seriously. "It thrills me," he admitted, a raw excitement vibrating in his words that surprised even himself. Dowen raised an eyebrow at this unexpected confession, noting the strangeness of hearing such heartfelt enthusiasm from a man who was about to swing a fist directly at him. Without hesitation, Dowen landed a clean, precise punch, but Zhong, ever agile, retaliated mid-fall with a sharp, quick kick, catching Dowen by surprise. This time, Dowen didn't dodge. The kick struck his face squarely, a flare of pain slicing across his vision and momentarily disrupting his focus. Zhong pressed the advantage, following with a solid punch to Dowen's ribs, probing and testing the limits of his defenses with unrelenting determination. Dowen's eyes widened slightly as he registered the speed and ferocity of Zhong's counterattack. The delinquent was far quicker and more relentless than he had anticipated, each strike a precise, rapid succession aimed to overwhelm. A thought flickered through Dowen's mind. Had Zhong been holding back all this time? The flash of defiance in Zhong's eyes answered the question as he spat out, "You'll never get the flash drive." Unfazed, Dowen tapped into the hidden well of his strength. He blocked Zhong Seop-kyung's incoming knee strike effortlessly, each movement fluid, precise, and measured. Then, with controlled intensity, he drove a powerful punch directly into Zhong's face. His words were quiet, yet laden with deadly resolve. He would take the flash drive by force if necessary, no matter what it took. Even amidst the chaos, Dowen's mind remained a bastion of clarity, analyzing each movement, each angle, each moment with painstaking focus. He realized that his sharpened perception came from the sudden surge in his spirit stat, soaring from 1 to 201, enhancing his focus and awareness in the heat of combat like never before. Armed with this newfound precision, he charged at Zhong with unyielding intent, demanding that the flash drive be surrendered immediately. Every strike was deliberate, every movement calculated, and Dowen could feel the fight tilting unmistakably in his favor. Zhong, caught off guard and reeling from the relentless precision, finally realized that Dowen Han had been concealing the true extent of his power all along. Anything more is a waste of time, Dowen declared coldly, unleashing a fresh barrage of strikes with lethal speed, each one designed to break Zhong's defenses. But Zhong, leader of Bong Shindong, dodged with razor-sharp reflexes, smirking as he taunted, questioning whether any of this was truly wasted effort. He followed with a devastating punch aimed squarely at Dowen's face, asserting boldly that the fight was only just beginning. Dowen braced, channeling every ounce of strength into resisting the blow, denying Zhong's claim with sheer resolve and raw power. Repeating his warning that the battle would end now, Dowen's arms swelled with force, every muscle coiled and primed for a devastating strike. Then, with a surge of unstoppable energy, he delivered a colossal punch straight into Zhong Suk's stomach. A scream of pure agony erupted, echoing violently through the room. Blue arcs of lightning crackled around Dowen's fist, a vivid indicator of the immense power behind the critical strike. The impact sent Zhong hurtling backward, lightning streaking from the point of contact, a trail of destruction marking his path. He slammed into the office several meters away, the force scattering furniture in a chaotic, splintered mess. Even Dowen had to pause for a moment, impressed at the decisiveness of his own strike. His original mission to question Zhong about the evidence was entirely forgotten. He had utterly dominated Seok-young Zhong in that instant. Without hesitation, Dowen seized the flash drive from the fallen delinquent and departed swiftly, taking full control of the situation and leaving no room for dispute. Meanwhile, the Bongshin deputy grew increasingly anxious, as repeated calls to Zhong went unanswered, a gnawing sense of unease pressing down on him. He quickly gathered a contingent of gang members rushing toward Zhong's office. the tension mounting with every hurried step. A subordinate was instructed to investigate, moving instantly with practiced urgency to follow the orders. In a narrow alley, the subordinate encountered a familiar figure, white-haired Yunseong Han Sung, sitting calmly on the stairs as if awaiting their arrival. The underling shouted frantically for his boss, panic etched across his face at the unexpected sight. Ji Baekchang, observing the unusual scenario, questioned why Han Yun-sung had positioned himself there so deliberately. Han answered simply, his calm demeanor masking deadly intent. He was there to prevent anyone from ascending the stairs. Immediately, Baekchang pieced together the likely scenario something serious was happening in Zhang's office. He inferred that this must have been why the alarm had been disabled. He guessed his boss was absent, which explained why Yunseong Han Sung remained stationed to guard the stairwell. Then, leveling a sharp threat at Han, Baekchang declared that no matter what occurred, everyone from Borom Huaidong would face dire consequences. He added that he had brought the full force of the Bongshindong gang, ready for any contingency.
Han met his gaze steadily, hatred simmering beneath his calm exterior, and asked again why Baekchang was present.
The white-haired man repeated with unwavering composure. His purpose, to stop anyone from climbing the stairs. Baekchang snapped his fingers, vowing that once Han was dealt with, the intruder's identity would be uncovered without fail. Han rose deliberately to his full height, his voice low and deadly, warning that Baekchang could try, but must be prepared to face the consequences. Standing face to face, the tension between them crackled like electricity. Han's words carried a lethal certainty. He would stop Ji Baekchang, no matter the cost. A flashback flickered in Do In-ha's mind, pulling him back to a moment that had startled him to his core. He had learned then, with wide-eyed shock, that Yunzang Han knew his father personally, a revelation that reshaped everything he thought he understood about the past. In that instant, Doan had made a solemn vow, burning it into his mind with unshakable determination. The next time he faced Seok-yong Jong, he would retrieve the flash drive at any cost and defeat him. He was confident, unwavering, that it would not take long to settle the score. His singular goal was clear. He needed to see the evidence with his own eyes, to confirm the truth with first-hand certainty, leaving no room for doubt or deception. Before setting out, he had called Han, ensuring he had the exact location of the Bongshindong headquarters, every detail accounted for in preparation for the confrontation ahead. Back in the present, Yunseong Han Sung faced the assembled gang with a steely gaze, presenting them with a stark ultimatum: retreat now or charge forward and face him head-on. Then, correcting himself with a sly, almost playful grin, Han invited the entire Bongshindong gang to attack at once, his tone laced with confidence. He made it clear he had no patience for drawn-out battles. A bead of sweat slid down Ji Baekchang's temple, betraying his unease. He knew Han was no ordinary man, yet the thought that a single individual could take on more than 40 gang members seemed impossible, almost absurd. The idea of being defeated by just one opponent felt completely alien, a concept he could scarcely grasp. Still, a shiver ran down Ji Baekchang's spine. Han's stance, the intensity in his gaze, it radiated a quiet, menacing power that made even hardened gang members uneasy. At that precise moment, Do In-ha descended the stairs, his eyes widening as the scene unfolded before him. His gaze darted from Han to the massive crowd of waiting gang members, the sheer scale of their numbers leaving him momentarily stunned. Ji Baekchang's anger flared immediately. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the tense space, aimed squarely at Do-an. As the tension thickened, Han leaned slightly forward, his voice low and measured as he murmured a warning to Baekchang. He disliked stalling, and time wasted would come with consequences. The words struck Baekchang like a hammer. His composure crumbled instantly, fists trembling with rage, veins standing out sharply along his arms. Finally, with a growl, he barked orders for all his men to step aside, clearing a path for Do In-ha and Han to pass unhindered, the tension in the room practically crackling in the air. Fuming, Ji Baekchang stormed toward his boss's office, vowing silently that the Borom Huaidong members would pay for the chaos once this confrontation concluded. But the moment he crossed the threshold, his fury froze. His boss, Seok-young Jeong, sat there, silently observing the aftermath, a calm eye amidst the wreckage that rendered Baekchang momentarily speechless. Jeong's battered form and the ruined office left a profound impression. Ji Baekchang demanded answers, his voice tight with disbelief. What had happened here? Seok-young Jeong responded with a calm, almost casual tone, revealing that Do In-ha had been the one responsible. Then, brushing off the chaos with an air of detached composure, he chastised Ji Baekchang for being too loud, all the while suspecting quietly that Do-in was hiding something significant. Turning to the gang, Jong ordered them to clean up the office, silently vowing to himself that the next time he would uncover every secret the nerd had been keeping. Wiping remnants of strawberry jelly from his mouth, Jeong's expression was wild, unhinged, yet sharp with focus. He swore with fervor that he would uncover everything hidden in Dowen's mind. Meanwhile, in a quiet park away from the chaos, Yoon Song, Han Sung, and Dowen Ha sat together. Curiosity sparked in Dowen's eyes as he asked why Han had sought him out so urgently. Han replied, instructing Dowen to watch the video first, promising that only after witnessing it fully would their conversation continue with clarity and complete understanding. Plugging the flash drive into his phone, Dowen felt a surge of satisfaction ripple through him. At last, the truth was within reach. He could see for himself what had happened behind the tragedy of his father's accident. The video began to play. Instantly, Dowen recognized the black car, his father's vehicle, unmistakable even in the grainy footage. The clip was brief, but sharp eyes caught every detail. A masked figure lingered near Oh Jin-hee's car, an ominous presence that immediately set Dowen's senses on edge. His heart clenched as he watched the man, hat and mask obscuring his features, deliberately tampering with his father's car. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. This person was responsible for the brake failure that had caused the fatal accident. Though the figure's identity remained hidden, Dowen connected the dots, recalling Han's earlier hint. The culprit had to be someone close, someone within the periphery of trust. He turned to Han, eyes questioning. Did he have any idea who this person could be? Han only gestured subtly, signaling Dowen to examine the figure's clothing carefully. At first glance, the outfit seemed innocuous, ordinary, nothing out of place. But as Han had suggested, a closer look revealed a jacket unmistakably from the Sunshine Shelter. Shock widened Dowen's eyes. Recognition collided with disbelief in an instant, the past and present converging. A memory surged forth. His father had once shown him that very uniform, asking Dowen's opinion on its design. Dowen had found it unappealing at the time, much to his father's mild disappointment. He had argued that delinquents would never wear something so plain, questioning the very purpose of providing it at all. Jino Ha had countered gently, explaining that the uniform was meant to make the homeless children feel welcomed and valued. He believed that such gestures could foster trust and inspire positive change among the shelter's kids. Despite its simplicity, he had asked Dowen if the jacket at least had some appeal, some hint of cool in his eyes. Now, the chilling truth hit Dowen. The person who had caused his father's death was a former member of the Sunshine Shelter. Han cautioned that the jacket alone wasn't definitive proof, though he agreed it formed a highly plausible theory. Anger surged, hot and relentless, as Dowen clenched his fists. He remembered arguing with his father about whether delinquents could ever change. Ironically, it was his father's attempts to help that had indirectly led to his death, a bitter twist of fate. Heavy with sorrow and outrage, Dowen bowed his head, feeling the crushing weight of this revelation. Jun Sung interjected pragmatically, pointing out the futility of reporting the culprit to the authorities. Even with an investigation, the person's identity would likely remain unknown. The flash drive's source was anonymous. Han asked if Dowen had any guesses, but he shook his head, admitting he did not. He explained that the shelter had collapsed after his father's death, erasing nearly all traces of the events and leaving information from that time almost impossible to recover. Then a sudden thought struck Dowen. The building still stood, potentially holding untouched evidence that could reveal the truth. He thanked Han, recognizing that their discussion had given him the crucial time and clarity to formulate a plan. When Han asked what Dowen intended to do after identifying the culprit, his thoughts immediately turned to his father, the memory of him fueling an unyielding resolve that would guide every action from this moment on. Silently, Dowen Ha made a solemn promise to himself, a vow forged in quiet determination. Though tracking down the culprit might take time, he would find them. Lifting his head, his eyes blazed with resolve, and he spoke aloud, voice steady, yet charged with righteous fury. He would make them all pay for their crimes, one way or another, no matter the cost. The very next day, in the midst of a routine class, a casual remark from a classmate struck Dowen like a bolt of lightning. Test week was starting. His eyes widened in sudden shock. He had been so absorbed in recent missions and pressing matters that the looming exams had completely slipped his mind. The teacher, following up with a serious tone, warned the class that the upcoming exam contained several difficult questions. Every student would need to study diligently, or they would risk disaster. Dowen felt a cold dread creep over him. His heart sank. He hadn't studied at all, every spare thought and energy consumed by recent missions and responsibilities that had seemed urgent at the time. Noticing the worried expression etched across his friend's face, Jihan approached quietly, asking softly if something was wrong. His voice carried concern without judgment. Dowen admitted the truth, confessing that he was completely unprepared. Understanding and empathetic, Jihan did not scold him. Instead, he offered a hand of support. With a warm smile, Jihan invited Dowen to study at his house after school. The simple gesture sparked an unexpected warmth in Dowen's chest, a comforting reminder that he wasn't facing his challenges alone. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of classes, Dowen felt a sudden, unexpected realization. Amid the chaos of his missions, he hadn't noticed how much time he had spent with Jihan lately. They shared classes, ate lunch together, and shared small conversations that had gradually built a connection. It hit Dowen. Jihan was truly his friend. The realization left him both unsettled and strangely exhilarated. Excitement bubbled up inside him, and he eagerly asked where Jihan's house was, anticipating the opportunity to study together. Before Jihan could answer, a system notification popped up on Dowen's interface, snapping both of them to attention. Startled, Jihan blinked, asking what he had just said. The mission was clear. Dowen was required to protect Ji Hyun-yu throughout the duration of test week. Though the mission's specificity puzzled him momentarily, Dowen quickly grasped the implication. Jihan was likely in danger, and protecting him would be his priority. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley nearby, two delinquents laughed crudely, encroaching on a girl who clearly felt uncomfortable. Their behavior was lewd and overbearing. One of the delinquents draped an arm around her shoulder, claiming she was the only one for him, ignoring her visible distress and protests. Another girl, noticing something in the distance, asked Gu Min what he was staring at. He replied casually, remarking that he recognized someone on the street. Min's gaze was fixed on Ji Hyun-yu. He muttered how strange it was to see him here, in such a seedy alleyway. He recalled that they had once been best friends, part of a close-knit quartet that had spent significant time together. And now it was odd to see one of their own in this vulnerable situation. Meanwhile, Dowen's system mission had activated, offering a secret item as a reward, with only 4 days left before the exams began, a ticking clock that added tension to the already high stakes. Later, Dowen stood, momentarily stunned, in front of a massive mansion. The scale and grandeur of the property made him question if this could truly be Jihan's home. Jihan confirmed it with a warm smile, beckoning Dowen inside without hesitation, making the gamer feel both welcomed and slightly out of his depth. At the door, a woman greeted them politely, inquiring if Dowen was indeed Jihan's friend. Assuming she was Jihan's mother, Dowen introduced himself. She corrected him gently. She was the family's maid, not his mother. She offered to bring them some fresh fruit, leaving Dowen wide-eyed and slightly incredulous at the notion that his friend had a personal maid to attend to such details. As they ascended a spiral staircase toward the bedrooms, Dowen commented on how the house felt like a scene from a movie, its elegance and scale breathtaking. Upon entering Jihan's room, Dowen was even more astonished. The size, the opulent decor, and meticulous attention to every detail made his eyes trace every corner in wonder. The visit left Dowen feeling closer to Jihan than ever. Being invited into a friend's home after such a long time evoked a rare sense of intimacy and camaraderie. The maid assured them that it had been a long time since Jihan had brought a friend over. "Don't worry," she said. "Call if you need anything," leaving Dowen feeling both welcome and intrigued. As she departed, Dowen's mind flashed back to the only other time he had seen Jihan interact with others, an afternoon at karaoke, brief and fleeting. Jihan then asked if they could start studying. Dowen agreed eagerly, no hesitation, ready to focus now that he felt safe in this environment. Later that afternoon, Dowen thanked Jihan and suggested they continue studying together throughout the week. As he left, promising to see him at school the next day, he marveled at how quickly the hours had passed. With Jihan safe at home, Dowen reasoned that the likelihood of any immediate danger was low, allowing him to concentrate fully on the school mission. He continued reviewing the mission, carefully noting a detail he had previously overlooked. A secret item was promised as a reward for completing the mission. Something more intriguing than the usual keys, sparking his curiosity. Imagining that the item must be genuinely valuable, Dowen felt a thrill rush through him, his heartbeat quickening with anticipation. A full day passed in focused study, leaving only 3 days before the exams would begin, a countdown that added urgency to every task. Jihan's eyes widened in surprise when he noticed Dowen had already completed all the practice problems, executed with flawless precision and methodical skill. Suddenly, Dowen collapsed to the floor, eyes rolling back slightly, startling his friend with the unexpected display. With a weak but sheepish smile, he explained that his brain had reached its overload limit, and any attempt to absorb more information would result in a complete crash. Jihan, smiling kindly, suggested a short break, understanding the mental strain his friend had endured and the need to recover before continuing. He then led Dowen into a room unlike any other, one that immediately sparked curiosity with its unusual purpose and gleaming equipment. Jihan explained it was a game room, but not just any game room. Every piece of equipment gleamed with expensive craftsmanship, exuding sophistication and wealth. Dowen felt a twinge of envy. He had always dreamed of a setup like this. To his surprise, Jihan admitted he didn't even enjoy playing games. The room had been a gift from his parents. He added that the entire second floor of the house was his personal domain, leaving Dowen both impressed and slightly overwhelmed by the disparity between their circumstances. Dowen's eyes wandered to a white door off to the side. Curiosity piqued. He asked what it contained. Jihan smiled and said it was merely a storage room. Dowen feigned belief, though suspicion lingered in his mind. Nearby, a virtual reality headset caught Dowen's attention, hinting that the seemingly ordinary storage room might conceal something far more interesting. Another day passed, leaving only 2 days until the exams would begin, a steady drumbeat of impending pressure. Dowen asked if he was imposing on Jihan's time, but Jihan assured him it was fine. They still had studying to do, and he welcomed the company. With that reassurance, Dowen felt a small but steady comfort, ready to tackle the next challenges while keeping his friends safe, his focus sharpening with every passing moment. A soft exhale escaped Dowen's lips, a quiet release of the tension he had been holding all day. Relief coursed through him as he realized the mission had unfolded without a single misstep. For the first time in hours, he allowed himself to simply exist in the moment, savoring the calm and the gentle rhythm of ordinary life. Beside him, Jihan's presence felt grounding, almost like a tether to normalcy, and Dowen found unexpected joy in these serene minutes shared with his friend, a rare, unguarded peace that seemed to stretch just long enough to be felt deeply. Curiosity nudged him forward, irresistible and persistent. Dowen asked Jihan whether he had ever been part of special classes or had the guidance of private tutors. Jihan's lips curved slightly in a nod, his eyes reflecting faint traces of nostalgia as he confirmed that tutors had indeed shaped much of his education. When Jihan offhandedly mentioned that he had cycled through 20 tutors over the years, Dowen's eyes practically jumped from their sockets. The number hit him like a physical blow, each digit stacking into a figure so staggering it seemed almost unreal, leaving his mind scrambling to reconcile what he'd just heard. Jihan elaborated, his voice calm but deliberate. He explained that the tutors hadn't focused solely on academics. Each one brought a unique expertise, ranging from fine arts to the intricate world of sciences. Through them, he had pieced together fragments of knowledge from an astonishing array of fields, weaving a tapestry of understanding that a conventional classroom could never hope to offer. Dowen could only gape, picturing the variety and depth of what his friend had absorbed. Their shared laughter and casual chatter were suddenly pierced by the sound of approaching footsteps. A figure appeared, altering the atmosphere in an instant. Dowen felt the air thicken, the easy camaraderie replaced by an unfamiliar tension as the man drew closer to Jihan with an unmistakable presence. With effortless familiarity, the man greeted Jihan, his tone light but edged with history. "It's been a long time," he said, as though the years apart were merely a minor interruption in an ongoing conversation. He continued casually, reminding them that this was their first encounter since elementary school. Jihan's eyes narrowed subtly, recognition flashing across his features as fragments of memory aligned, placing the man in a chapter-long thought closed. Perched atop a sleek motorcycle, the tattooed man revealed himself as Li Gumin. Before Jihan could even form a question, Gumin grinned and shrugged, explaining that he had simply spotted him walking by and decided to stop, nonchalant yet inherently imposing, the smirk on his face carrying the weight of a familiar threat. With a careless shrug, Gumin admitted that boredom had drawn him here. Seeing an old classmate again seemed like an entertaining diversion. The air between him and Jihan was charged, the tension palpable, though Gumin appeared entirely oblivious to the storm he stirred. Casually dropping the information that he had learned of Jihan's move to Gwanak-gu, Gumin's words had an immediate effect. Dowen noticed Jihan's hands twitch ever so slightly, subtle but undeniable tremors betraying the fear flickering behind his composed expression. Sensing the tension like a predator would, Gumin shifted his gaze toward Dowen. His voice carried a teasing edge as he inquired if this was Jihan's friend, amusement barely restrained behind the casual tone. Dowen squared his shoulders, summoning a surge of courage, and demanded to know who the man was. But Jihan's hand shot out, gripping his arm, eyes pleading for restraint, silently warning him not to escalate the situation any further. Turning to face Gyu Min, Jihan's tone hardened into cold, measured resolve. "I haven't missed you," he stated, each word sharp as steel, "and I don't want you showing up uninvited." The declaration sliced through the tense air, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Jihan's back straightened, signaling to Doan to follow. His posture radiated a mix of tension and determination as they prepared to leave the uneasy encounter behind, stepping away from the shadow of Gyu Min's looming presence. Gyu Min offered no reply. His silence was heavy, almost threatening, lingering in the space they had just vacated, an unspoken reminder of the danger embedded in his mere existence. As they walked away, Doan finally asked the question that had been gnawing at him. Who was that man? He noted the impossibility of friendship between them. Jihan's only response was a quiet apology, explaining that studying together today was no longer an option. Doan waved it off lightly, telling him he would manage on his own. When Jihan mentioned he would move ahead, Doan called out a careful goodbye, his voice carrying a mix of concern and hope, urging his friend to stay safe along the way. Left behind, Doan's mind churned with unease. The stranger's identity and intentions twisted through his thoughts, each possibility sharper than the last, leaving him restless and unsettled as he tried to decipher the tension he had just witnessed. He couldn't shake the thought that this encounter might tie into his mission. Instinctively, he opened his system screen, scanning for anomalies, monitoring for any unusual activity that could illuminate the disruption that had just occurred. Meanwhile, as Jihan walked toward home, a painful memory clawed its way back from the shadows of his past, vivid and unrelenting. The long-buried recollection emerged with cruel clarity, each detail striking as though it had happened moments ago. He remembered the question Gyu Min had once asked, whether he licked yogurt lids. Innocent in appearance, the inquiry had harbored a sinister undercurrent. Young, naive Jihan had answered yes. Without warning, Gyu Min had grabbed a spoiled yogurt, peeling it open to force him to consume the rotten contents. The classroom's walls seemed to echo with the malicious laughter that followed. Gyu Min's expression had been merciless, his taunts slicing through the air as he demanded again and again if Jihan wasn't going to lick it, his voice resonating across the room, amplifying every ounce of humiliation. Obedience was Jihan's only option. He had been compelled to taste the moldy yogurt, the bitterness and rot spreading across his tongue, while classmates erupted in laughter, a collective torment that pierced deeper than the spoiled substance itself. Haunted by that memory, Jihan trudged forward, each step weighted with the lingering sting of childhood cruelty. His movements slow, burdened, the past pressing against him like an invisible chain. From a distance, Doan noticed his friend's silent suffering. Respecting Jihan's unspoken wish, he allowed him space to walk home alone, understanding that some memories required solitude for processing. Doan refrained from trailing him, honoring the silent plea Jihan had conveyed earlier, keeping a respectful distance as he watched from afar. His eyes remained fixed until Jihan safely entered his home, a small reassurance that, for the moment, peace had been restored, and the immediate danger seemed contained. No sooner had Jihan crossed the threshold than his maid approached, curiosity etched on her features, questioning the whereabouts of Doan and the timing of events. She mentioned that another friend had visited briefly and that the rest of the group was waiting upstairs, eager to see him and reconnect after time apart. Upon realizing that these visitors were his old elementary school friends, Jihan's face drained of color. Panic spurred him upward, bolting for the stairs with urgency. He burst into his game room to find his former classmates already gathered inside. The familiarity of their presence was both a shock and a disorienting reminder of a past life. One girl's voice chimed, admiring his room and remarking on the comfort and luxury he now seemed to enjoy, her tone both complimentary and teasing. Other boys lounged across the furniture, teasing him about his video game, half joking, half demanding that he hand it over, their energy filling the space with a mix of nostalgia and mischief. Jihan's voice trembled with disbelief as he demanded the reason for their gathering. The friends only laughed, their amusement teasing the edge of his confusion, questioning why he had taken so long to return home. A girl's explanation cut through the tension. Since Jihan had been absent, they had sent Gyu Min to fetch him, bridging the past with the present in one breath. A cold sweat broke across Jihan's face as Gyu Min stepped forward. His presence was menacing, each movement deliberate, his gaze locking on Jihan with silent accusation, questioning how he could leave everyone waiting so long. Gyu Min's tone carried threat and authority as he reminded Jihan that their friends had come to visit after an extended absence, cornering him in a space where comfort and intimidation collided. With a sly grin, Gumin declared that today they would revisit the excitement and chaos of their elementary school days, promising mischief and moments of shared thrill, leaving Jihan trapped in the duality of past memories and present fear. As the daylight waned, Dowen resolved that he could no longer remain on the sidelines. It was time to head to Jihan's house, the urgency of the situation pressing upon him with relentless weight. Ignoring Jihan's earlier plea for privacy, Dowen recognized the necessity of intervention. He could not allow events to spiral unchecked, not when danger and chaos hung just beyond the threshold. A sinking feeling gnawed at him as he pressed the doorbell, bracing for the unknown, each heartbeat a drum of apprehension against the quiet backdrop of the house. When Jihan's maid responded at the intercom, Dowen quickly identified himself, striving to maintain steady, calm tones, even as anxiety tightened its grip around his chest like an iron band. The maid's surprise was immediate and tangible. Before he could articulate his concern, she hinted that there was urgent news, a detail he needed to hear, sharpening the tension with a simple, pregnant pause. She revealed that Jihan was not at home, the information hitting Dowen like a sudden jolt of electricity, forcing his mind to race with questions and unease. Further explaining, she mentioned that Jihan had left with some old elementary school classmates, though their destination remained unknown, leaving Dowen with a creeping sense of uncertainty. Offering to call Jihan, she extended a lifeline. Dowen paused, weighing the suddenness of his friend's departure against the unknown factors now swirling in his mind, but he concluded that Jihan must have planned his own path. Accepting her offer, Dowen turned to leave, his thoughts spinning through countless worst-case scenarios, each more unnerving than the last, tightening the knot of tension in his chest. Without warning, a notification flared across his game system, a stark reminder that the target he was meant to escort had gone missing, a breach that immediately set alarms blaring in his mind. A red alert pulsed ominously, the unprecedented spike in mission difficulty sending his heart into overdrive. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, each second stretching with palpable tension, signaling that what lay ahead would be anything but ordinary. The mission objective shifted in an instant, twisting from a routine escort into a desperate, high-stakes rescue. Dowen's chest tightened, a cold dread washing over him as the gravity of the situation sank in. He realized with a sinking certainty that he now had to save his friend, Jihan Yu, from a danger far beyond what he had anticipated. For a heartbeat, shock rooted Dowen in place. The abrupt transformation of his task from protection to urgent rescue threw him off balance, leaving his mind scrambling to process the sudden escalation. Every instinct screamed that the stakes had changed, and time was slipping through his fingers like water. The implications hit him like ice water, chilling him to the core. Jihan hadn't walked away willingly with his friends. The very thought that his friend was caught in a situation against his will sent a ripple of panic through Dowen's veins. He had been coerced, dragged into a scenario he never consented to, a pawn in a cruel game orchestrated by unseen hands. The realization ignited a fiery urgency within Dowen. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, the scene cut to a dimly lit hall, thick with smoke and the clatter of pool balls bouncing off the table. A group of delinquents lounged and laughed, their voices sharp with mockery, weaving a tapestry of chaos that filled the room with reckless energy. A girl missed her shot, and her companions immediately jeered, laughter cutting through the haze like knives. The camera, or Dowen's focus, shifted to Gu Min, who leaned back with a calculating glint in his eyes, taking in the disorder around him with a mix of nostalgia and dominance. He murmured, almost wistfully, about how long it had been since they'd last visited this hideout. Memories of carefree elementary school days seemed to linger in the smoky air, a stark contrast to the menace now woven through every corner of the room. Another bully reclined casually, sneering at Jihan as he spat out a cutting remark that some things never changed, and losers would always remain losers. The words hung in the air, sharp and biting, designed to wound before a punch was even thrown. Two thugs, unacquainted with Jihan, whispered among themselves. Their eyes darted to the timid-looking boy, trying to parse who he was and what place he occupied in this web of old alliances and present cruelty. Nim Min's shrug accompanied his explanation. It had been 2 years since their last visit. Naturally, Jihan wouldn't recognize the new faces. His nonchalance was chilling, a casual delivery of intimidation wrapped in an air of normalcy. Spotting Jihan trembling under the attention, the newcomers waved him off with lazy, dismissive words, telling him to relax as if comfort could be conjured through indifference in the middle of a charged room. Then came the realization that Jihan wasn't drinking. The omission grated on them, sparking irritation. Participation was expected, compliance demanded, and deviation was a provocation. Questions flew toward Gu Min. Why bring someone who wouldn't even join in? Seeing the tension, Lee Gu-min's eyes glimmered with mischief. He decided to test Jihan's loyalty, to turn the situation into a cruel performance.
The confused boy hesitated, uncertain and exposed. Lee's grin widened with malice as he explained, loudly enough for everyone to hear, that a friendship test was about to unfold, a test that would measure submission and courage under pressure.
Then Lee announced to the room, a cold thrill in his voice, that he intended to slap Jihan across the face. The statement hung in the air, thick with tension, each ear straining for the inevitable impact. He added the twisted caveat. If anyone dared to step in and take the blow on Jihan's behalf, only then would the boy pass this perverse measure of friendship. It was a cruel gamble, a challenge set before an unsuspecting audience. Grabbing Jihan by the collar, Lee leaned close, his smirk merciless, promising that someone would intervene. His cold, calculating eyes left no room for comfort. Only dread, as if anticipating every possible failure before it happened. Just as Lee readied his arm for the strike, the silence of the room shattered with a sharp, resonating slap. The sound echoed ominously, bouncing off the walls and puncturing the heavy air with cruel finality. A girl sneered at the lingering tension, her voice laced with mockery, questioning if anyone possessed the courage to intervene, or if the room would simply watch cruelty unfold.
One of the bullies shrugged, dismissive, remarking that it was only a slap. Lee Gu-min's chuckle followed, deliberate and cruel, reinforcing the sadistic atmosphere with practiced ease.
Jihan crumpled to the floor, wincing as pain radiated across his face. Lee sneered down at him, the words cutting like a knife. Perhaps he should have treated his friends better. A twisted lesson in loyalty carved into the moment through violence. The mocking girl pressed further, asking with cruel curiosity what might happen if Jihan reported them to the police, emphasizing the gravity of the situation with a malicious smile. An arrogant thug laughed, dismissing her concern coldly. Jihan wouldn't dare report them, he said, the words dripping with contempt. Even if he tried, he'd find the authorities already aware of his usual circumstances, and his mother inevitably involved, a trap of helplessness. He elaborated, painting a bleak picture. Intervention or complaint was futile, and any attempt would only highlight Jihan's vulnerability further, tightening the invisible chains around him. Lee Gu-min then turned directly to Jihan, feigning warmth. He reminisced about a past surprise, claiming he would have visited more often had he known Jihan was nearby. Every word dripped with false friendliness, a velvet mask over the steel of menace. Anguish and rage surged through Jihan, his voice trembling as he demanded the reason for Gu-min's cruelty, the words breaking through fear, yet faltering under the weight of helplessness. At that precise moment, another bully interrupted, concerned with practicalities. Their stock of drinks was running low. The mundane request contrasted sharply with the charged violence, a reminder of their lawless, careless world. He handed Lee a credit card, instructing him to buy more alcohol and cigarettes, a casual reinforcement of their unchecked dominance, treating their playground as if it were beyond consequence. Seizing the brief distraction, Lee turned to Jihan, his words laced with scorn. He questioned why the boy had refused the drinks offered by his so-called friends, further pressing him into discomfort and obedience. Face to face with the defenseless Jihan, Lee's low growl rumbled through the room, a palpable warning that his patience was thinning and the consequences for defiance would be swift and severe. Outside, the city blurred past as Dowen sprinted, every muscle straining, desperate to locate Jihan Yu before the cruel test escalated beyond control. The streets became a maze, each turn a chance to catch a fleeting lead. He darted into internet cafes, alleyways, and potential hideouts, scanning every shadowed corner with sharp, urgent eyes, but his friend remained elusive, a phantom slipping just out of reach. Through darkened alleys and winding back streets, Doan pressed on, a tightening panic curling in his chest with each empty corner, the weight of responsibility dragging against his ribs. He dialed Jihan's phone repeatedly, the monotony of silence stretching unbearably, until suddenly, a voice picked up, halting his frantic pulse just enough to inject a spark of hope. The voice instantly recognized Doan as Jihan's friend, and for a fleeting moment, relief washed over him amidst the chaos, a fragile tether in a storm of uncertainty. Recalling a man who had waited for Jihan outside school earlier, Doan asked if it was the same individual lingering near the gates, trying to piece together the thread of events that had led here. Fury ignited within him as he demanded the exact location, his voice sharp and unyielding, leaving no space for hesitation or deception, every second now a countdown toward potential disaster. From the other end, Gu-min's mocking tone sliced through the line. Planning to rescue him? he asked, the words teetering between playful teasing and pure menace, emphasizing the stakes with cruel precision. He warned that any delay would endanger Jihan, each syllable dripping with sinister amusement, ensuring that Doan understood the peril was immediate and real. Gin Min sent over the address, a sly, dangerous smile echoing through the tone of his message. It was a subtle invitation and a threat. The so-called friendship test had only just begun, and time was a weapon against Doan. Then, abruptly, the line went dead. Silence and static filled the void, leaving Doan with nothing but the chilling knowledge of what awaited at the end of that address. Turning his attention back to Jihan, Li challenged the authenticity of his bond with Doan, his eyes gleaming with a sinister, unspoken question. Would friendship withstand the cruelty about to unfold? Weak, trembling, and cornered, Jihan clutched Gu Min's arm, eyes wide and desperate, silently pleading that no harm befall Doan, a silent scream for mercy in a room that knew none. The other delinquent mocked the display of loyalty, laughter cutting cruelly across the room, the sound sharp enough to sting against the rising tension. In a brutal motion, Li slammed Jihan's face into the floor. The sickening thud reverberated through the room, a heartbeat of stunned silence before the chaos resumed. He coldly explained that Jihan's hypocrisy infuriated him and commanded absolute silence, ordering the boy to witness the consequences that awaited Doan should he falter. An unrelenting lesson in power and submission. Around them, the other bullies exchanged knowing glances, reveling in the privilege of having a wealthy ally like Gu Min. His presence granted them license to indulge in cruelty, to push limits without fear of reprisal. Whispers circled the room, speculating about the nerd approaching, the one who had once been Li's friend, now a potential adversary, and predicting how he might react to the unfolding brutality. They couldn't fathom how two people once inseparable could now be poised as enemies, the betrayal and tension thick enough to taste in the stale, smoky air. The group noted the nerd's wealth, weaving a sadistic plan in their minds, to beat him while forcing Doan to witness every excruciating moment, a cruel spectacle designed to assert dominance and shatter bonds, leaving no escape from humiliation or fear. The twin brothers moved at a glacial pace, their footsteps almost teasing the growing impatience of the delinquents sprawled across the room. Each second seemed to stretch longer than the last, tension coiling in the air as irritation rippled visibly across their scowling faces. The room felt thick with anticipation, the quiet hum of frustration louder than any words. Finally, with a sharp creak and a shove, the door burst open. Instantly, a chorus of shouts tore through the room, the bullies' voices raw with anger as they demanded an explanation. Why did it take so long? What on earth have you two been doing? Before any reply could surface, one of the twin brothers' injured bodies flew into the room, crashing to the floor with a heavy, muffled thud that echoed ominously. The suddenness of it froze the air, as if time itself had hesitated in shock. Every eye widened, disbelief etched into each face. The group froze, their gazes locked on the doorway, struggling to process the unexpected scene, a body, motionless, yet undeniably present, lying at their feet. And as if on cue from some darkly humorous script, another figure entered, cradling the second delinquent's limp form. The room's tension twisted further, a chaotic symphony of gasps and wide-eyed stares.
Min's brow arched almost imperceptibly, a quiet thought murmuring to himself. Doan's dramatic entrance, bearing not one but two incapacitated bodies, was theatrically beyond anything he had dared imagine.
At last, Doan reached Jihan Yu's side, lowering the second body gently and offering a quick apology for the delay. His tone was calm, measured, yet carried an undercurrent of urgency that hinted at the storm still to come. "I don't fully understand what's happening," he admitted, voice steady, "but if my job is simply to take down everyone here, I'll handle it." With that, he braced himself, every muscle poised for the confrontation ahead. A sudden memory struck Jihan, searing through his mind like lightning, transporting him to the serene silence of a VIP hospital room from months ago. His mother had smiled gently, admiring his neatly pressed school uniform. "Have you made any friends yet?" she asked, warmth in her eyes. Jihan's answer was hesitant, almost sheepish. It was only his first day back after vacation. She teased him lightly, slipping in a question about girlfriends. A blush crept across his cheeks, and a soft, stifled laugh escaped, breaking the tension in the otherwise quiet room. Her laughter was soft and reassuring, a gentle reminder that she only wanted him to be surrounded by people who truly cared for him. "And you need someone strong by your side," she added, her voice tinged with a fragile seriousness. "Someone who can protect you just as you've cared for me when I was at my weakest." After leaving that room, a boy had noticed Jihan's uniform and asked if he was a first-year student. That simple interaction sparked the beginning of an unexpected friendship. That boy was Gu Min, the first friend Jihan would truly know. The very next day, Gu Min asked if Jihan would be going to the hospital. Jihan suggested they go together, and in that shared walk, their bond strengthened, threading the first fibers of a deep connection. Looking back now, Jihan marveled at how quickly they had become inseparable, the speed of their closeness almost uncanny. It made sense, of course. They shared a classroom, shared struggles, and both had mothers in the hospital, a silent tie binding them in ways words could never fully capture. Their similar temperaments and circumstances made them companions in every sense. They laughed together, played together, and found comfort in each other's presence with effortless ease. Jihan recalled Gu Min expressing hope that their mothers would recover soon, a sentiment that resonated deeply within him, anchoring their friendship with shared longing. He had nodded earnestly, knowing that this mutual hope would cement a friendship meant to withstand time and adversity. Yet that closeness began to fray the day a doctor delivered grim news about Gu Min's mother, revealing her condition might not withstand another month. The invisible thread connecting them strained under the weight of fear, uncertainty gnawing at the edges of their bond. In the present, Dawen's calm voice cut through the charged atmosphere. "Should I just take out everyone in the room?" The bullies, brimming with overconfidence, assumed it would be a simple feat. They didn't even glance at the fire burning in Dawen's eyes, blind to the skill they had underestimated. Min, momentarily surprised, let irony lace his words. "You went through all this just to save me? Truly touching," he murmured, his tone equal parts jest and genuine awe. Jihan's shout pierced the air. "Dawen, retreat!" But the delinquents ignored him, surging forward with reckless confidence, declaring it far too late to back down now. Dawen moved like a blur, his fist striking the furious blonde bully with pinpoint precision, hitting a blind spot that sent the man staggering in disbelief. The assailant collapsed immediately, a testament to Dawen's lethal efficiency. And Dawen's eyes swept the room, realizing the challenge was far greater than he had first assumed. The remaining delinquents gaped, shock freezing their movements as their friend lay incapacitated from a single, expertly timed strike. Dawen knew he could no longer afford wasteful motions. Every ounce of energy had to be preserved, every strike calculated for maximum effect. He lunged toward another thug with blinding speed, forcing a brief, involuntary freeze across the group. A chubby delinquent swung a punch, but Dawen's reflexes were sharper. He struck first, unrelenting. A crisp, targeted hit to the chin sent the second enemy sprawling, the room echoing with the impact. Seeing the effectiveness of his precise strikes, Dawen's eyes scanned, calculating, anticipating the next opening. From behind, a furious thug charged, a glass bottle raised high, eyes wild with intent to crush Dawen's skull. Dawen's response was instinctive and flawless, another strike landing on the blind spot of the attacker's chin. The bottle shattered instantly, shards scattering, and the thug crumpled, rendered unconscious with a surgical precision that left no margin for error. Dawen's mind noted the heightened danger of broken glass, maintaining heightened vigilance as the fight continued. A nearby girl gasped, awestruck, asking how he could take down a man so effortlessly. The chubby delinquent, quick to notice the pattern, charged with determination, demanding to know where Dawen would strike next. Dawen's reply was calm, almost taunting his target, the face. He delivered a precise punch to the blind spot, connecting squarely with the cheek. Yet the chubby opponent barely flinched, his resilience far stronger than anticipated. Grabbing Dawen by the collar, he boasted of his sturdy build, claiming it kept him from ever losing weight, then hurled Dawen with surprising force. Dawen twisted mid-air, regaining balance before hitting the ground, a fluid display of agility and control. The chubby delinquent groaned, dizziness creeping over him. Turning to Lee for sustenance, he shrugged, saying he'd think about it later, while continuing his relentless attack. Seizing the advantage, Dawen grabbed the man by his shirt, refusing to be dominated. The thug clenched his fist, challenging Dawen. "Trying to imitate me?" he growled. Dawen's response was cool, teasing. "Did you really think you could throw me around that easily?" Then, with meticulous precision, he unleashed 3 consecutive blind spot punches, a relentless storm of perfectly timed strikes. The blows tore through, shattering teeth, inflicting severe damage, and leaving the thug sprawled unconscious on the floor, a testament to Dawen's lethal expertise. Dawen Ha's lips curled into a sly smirk as he glanced at the stunned group of delinquents sprawled across the floor. With a voice calm yet teasing, he remarked that he might just order a gigantic bowl of rice for the chubby delinquent, almost mocking the man's size and the absurdity of the situation while maintaining an air of unshakable composure. The others watched silently, their shock and disbelief mingling with a growing sense of awe. Min, standing slightly apart, remained silent, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Around him, his underlings muttered amongst themselves, voices low and conspiratorial, commenting on the evident truth. Leaving critical tasks in the hands of someone else could backfire spectacularly, and Dowen's display had just proven that point in full. The defeated group slowly stirred, rising unsteadily to their feet. Complaints spilled from their lips, a mix of indignation and incredulity. "We should have launched the attack from the beginning," they insisted, their eyes darting nervously as they admitted, begrudgingly, how weak their comrades had turned out to be in comparison. Stepping forward with a sharp bowl cut framing his face, one of the more confident delinquents raised his voice, trying to reassert dominance. "This isn't over," he declared, gaze locked onto Dowen. "The real fight is only just beginning." Dowen didn't flinch. Meeting the challenge head-on, he moved with uncanny precision. Within moments, both aggressors were sent sprawling, their earlier bravado extinguished completely, leaving them sprawled on the floor, gasping and defeated under the weight of his effortless skill. Nearby, the girls shrank back instinctively, their eyes wide and hands raised slightly as if to shield themselves. Fear dripped from every gesture. The intensity of the battle was palpable, making them visibly nervous and uncertain how to react to the rapid escalation of violence. Dowen, however, paid no attention to the vanquished delinquents. His focus remained unbroken, a fact that left Gu Min both puzzled and simmering with quiet frustration, unable to comprehend why the powerful fighter seemed to ignore the obvious threat behind him. Instead, Dowen's stride took him directly to Jihan Yu's side. He bent down, lifting his friend carefully, his hands gentle yet firm, ensuring Jihan was unharmed and steady before letting him stand. Every movement was calculated to convey protection and reassurance. Once Jihan regained his footing, Dowen's gaze snapped upward, meeting Gu Min's eyes directly. The air crackled with tension as he demanded to know, sharp and unwavering, whether Gu Min was the one responsible for harming his friend. Li, observing the scene, couldn't help but comment, his tone a mixture of admiration and disbelief. "Jihan is lucky to have a friend like Dowen Ha by his side," he said, his voice carrying both awe and respect. A small smile crossed Li's face as he added, "I'm lucky too to have someone dependable and loyal by my side." The words carried warmth, a quiet testament to the power of true friendship amidst chaos. As Li spoke, a strange, hairy man emerged from behind Dowen, his silhouette growing taller as he rose to his full height. The sudden appearance drew immediate attention, casting a new shadow of danger over the scene. Dowen pivoted swiftly, bracing himself, instinctively preparing for the possibility that this newcomer might be another enemy preparing to strike. Every muscle tensed, ready for the unpredictable. The man tossed a cloak into the air with a loud, disgruntled grumble, his annoyance with the chaos in the room clear. The motion was almost theatrical, drawing eyes momentarily as the fabric flared and fell. Using the cloak as a brief distraction, he lunged forward, swinging punches while grumbling that all he wanted was a peaceful nap. His movements were erratic, but packed surprising strength, fueled by irritation and sleep deprivation. Dowen seized the opening instantly, launching a counterattack aimed precisely at a blind spot, his timing flawless, every movement calculated to exploit the slight opening. Yet the man met his strike with unexpected strength, blocking with ease. A sly, almost mocking grin spread across his face, as though he found amusement in Dowen's precise yet futile effort. Dowen's eyes widened, shock registering not only at his strike being blocked, but also at the sheer force that accompanied the man's retaliatory push. The realization struck him like a jolt. This opponent was no ordinary fighter. In that instant, clarity hit. Kim Gang-jae wasn't just strong, he existed on an entirely different tier. A top-ranked fighter whose skill dwarfed any conventional threat Dowen had faced so far. With determination hardening his expression, Dowen readied a special technique meant to overwhelm Kim, only to hear the man counter, claiming that Dowen himself would be the one destroyed if he tried. Tension spiked, signaling that the next moments would be a battle of true extremes. Meanwhile, in the quiet of Jihan Yu's house, the maid noticed the vaporizer sitting quietly on a shelf. She carefully decided to move it to the storage room, maintaining order amidst the otherwise silent, tense household. With the device safely stored, she walked toward the familiar white door, her steps quiet but purposeful, ensuring the room remained undisturbed. Seeing the darkness within, she assumed Jihan had stepped out to eat, leaving a calm hush over the house, a stark contrast to the chaos elsewhere. A small, gentle smile curved her lips, knowing he was enjoying time with friends even during the pressures of exam week, a reassurance that would have warmed his mother's heart. Yet a fleeting thought drifted through her mind. What exactly were they all doing right now? A question left hanging as the quiet moment passed. Back amid the fight, Kim ranted angrily, complaining about being awakened and the disturbance around him, launching an unrelenting flurry of punches aimed straight at Dowan. Dowan blocked each strike with meticulous precision, feeling the cumulative force press against him. Each blow carried the weight of Kim's raw, formidable strength. It became clear that the sheer mass behind Kim's muscles made him a dangerous opponent in direct, forceful combat. Presenting a disadvantage, Dowan had to carefully navigate. Recognizing this, Dowan understood there was no room for hesitation. He had to unleash his strongest techniques without a single moment wasted, every strike calculated for maximum effect. Kim, confused by how Dowan had so effortlessly subdued others, demanded to know if there was some hidden technique he had yet to reveal. His voice dripped with incredulity, mingled with rising anger. He grabbed Dowan's wrist with the intention of neutralizing the next strike, confident in his ability to assert control. Even while restrained, Dowan twisted his body with fluid grace, delivering a devastating kick that shattered Kim's hold and opened a critical gap in his defense. Employing the technique known as the Falcon's Fall, Dowan struck Kim Gang-jae squarely in the head, breaking free from the grip with controlled force and perfect timing. Propelled by the momentum of his energized movements, Dowan followed up with calculated, unrelenting strikes, each hit precise, each motion measured for maximum effect. The impact shredded Kim's clothing and inflicted serious injury, the visible toll of the fight clear as his posture faltered and his movements slowed. Yet Dowan's frustration simmered beneath the surface. His intention had been to deliver a single decisive blow to the head, finishing the battle with one clean strike. The nearby girls shrank back further, whispering urgently to each other, their fear palpable. They dared not speak above a breath, terrified that Dowan might actually land the finishing blow on Kim. Kim, insisting he had not fully woken yet, grew irate and charged at Dowan with renewed, furious energy, determined not to be bested while half awake. Dowan sidestepped fluidly, his voice sharp with warning. "I intend to wake you up properly with a crushing blow." The edge in his tone left no doubt that he meant every word. Observing his opponent on the ground, Dowan allowed a brief flicker of doubt. Had the tide of battle shifted? Was he now the one at risk of being struck down? Nearby, a heavily injured Jihan Yu's eyes were wide with awe, witnessing firsthand the overwhelming power his friend Dowan Ha wielded. A mixture of fear and admiration etched across his face. Min, visibly irritated beyond measure, muttered under his breath, questioning the recklessness of his friend's actions amidst the chaos. His gaze drifted sideways toward some strategically placed throwing darts, and a spark of cunning appeared in his eyes as an idea began to take shape. Kim Gang-jae reeled from a vicious slap that left him disoriented, confusion and pain mixing across his face as he struggled to regain balance. Dowan noted, almost philosophically, that being overwhelmingly strong could bring its own set of challenges, though Kim seemed utterly incapable of comprehending this truth in the moment. Dowan unleashed a rapid sequence of punishing, precise strikes, each one a clear warning that it would be far safer for Kim to remain on the ground and accept his advantage. Just as Dowan readied the final decisive blow, a sharp voice cut through the tension, ordering him to halt immediately, halting the flow of the fight mid-motion.
Min had acted, taking Jihan hostage with a lethal, sharply aimed dart, his cold gaze fixed on Dowan, every word dripping with menace as he warned against making another move.
He threatened that a single misstep would result in Jihan's instant death, his fingers tightening around the dart with lethal intent, leaving Dowan no room for error. Dowan's voice rang out in a desperate shout, calling Jihan Yu's name with raw emotion, while Gu Min muttered his frustration, cursing the wasted investment in Kim and the chaos that had unraveled. With a sharp glare, Gu Min barked at his subordinate, his tone authoritative and tense. "Perform your duties properly," he commanded, "and do not allow yourself to be defeated amidst this whirlwind of confusion and combat." Anger surged violently through Dowan Ha, his fists tightening as if they alone could contain the storm brewing inside him. But before he could even launch a retaliatory strike, Kim Gang-jae's enormous hand smashed into his face with brutal precision, the impact sending a shockwave through his skull and forcing a sharp gasp from his lips. The room seemed to momentarily spin as pain and surprise collided. A cruel sneer twisted Kim's features as he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. "Can't you see?" he jeered, his words slicing through the chaos. "Everything happening around you isn't just a fight. It's designed to crush you completely." His confidence radiated a cold, unyielding aura that demanded recognition. Dowan reacted instinctively, his movements fluid as he began blocking a rapid succession of Kim's punishing punches. Each strike landed with force that would have staggered anyone else, yet Dowen absorbed them, his body flexing and shifting under the sheer brutality. Kim's voice cut through, mocking him relentlessly, daring Dowen to continue if he truly didn't care about what might happen to his friend Ji-Han Yu. Ji-Han's scream of horror pierced the air, a raw, panicked sound. He watched helplessly as Dowen took a devastating strike to the stomach, the muscles of his torso compressing violently under the impact, yet refusing to falter. Fear, awe, and desperation mingled across his face as he felt utterly powerless. Fury bubbled in Ji-Han, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits as they locked on Gu Min, who held the dart threateningly, his posture cold and unyielding. The silent warning in Gu Min's gaze left no room for recklessness. One false move could mean catastrophe. A cruel smirk crept across Gu Min's face as he revealed damning video evidence of the crimes inflicted upon Ji-Han, letting the implication hang in the air. He speculated coldly about how Ji-Han's mother, already fragile from illness, would react if she saw it, implying the potential devastation. Then, with chilling detachment, he added that Ji-Han should begin worrying about his own safety. From now on, each word heavy with menace, the weight of inevitability pressing down. Snapping to authority, Gu Min issued sharp orders to Kim Gang-jae, commanding him to cease toying with Dowen and to finish the fight immediately. The imperious tone left no room for hesitation. Kim's massive hands gripped Dowen with unrelenting force, choking him tightly. His expression was resolute as he asserted to Gu Min that the attack would proceed as planned, regardless of the danger to Dowen. Dowen's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching as the sudden chokehold constricted him, threatening to extinguish his awareness in an instant. From hard-earned experience, Dowen knew he was perilously close to losing consciousness. Every second counted, and hesitation could be fatal. He also realized the immediate danger to Ji-Han. Any reckless counterattack could provoke Gu Min into instantly harming his friend, forcing Dowen to prioritize neutralizing the dart-wielding enemy first. Min's lethal weapon made him the most pressing threat, a reality Dowen silently acknowledged. In his mind, he wished for the opportunity to unleash his weapon master skill, a power he had kept in reserve for desperate moments like this. Kim Gang-jae's grip tightened further, a physical reminder of Dowen's narrowing window of consciousness. Darkness crept at the edges of his vision, threatening to pull him under. Seeing Dowen in peril, Ji-Han Yu let out a raw, pained cry, every ounce of his willpower summoned into that desperate scream, a lifeline thrown across the chaos to reach his friend. That anguished shout triggered a memory, one from school days, the day Ji-Han had witnessed Gu Min packing his things and asked whether he was heading to the hospital. Gu Min had looked sad and hesitant, confirming he was going there but admitting that something weighed heavily on his mind. The shadow of worry had clouded his expression. He had confided that it must be nice for Ji-Han to still have a mother, revealing a quiet vulnerability and the profound change he had undergone since losing his own parent. From that moment, Gu Min began creating distance, withdrawing emotionally from his friend, a barrier growing with every passing day. Soon, he fell in with delinquents, spiraling into darker and more reckless behaviors, the path away from friendship and trust becoming increasingly pronounced. Ji-Han had tried desperately to intervene, urging Gu Min to resist those choices, to remember who he was. But his words, despite their sincerity, only pushed Gu Min further into the shadows. Gu Min responded coldly, claiming that Ji-Han's concern was mere pity, and delivered a veiled threat that left Ji-Han stunned and speechless, a rupture forming in their bond. After that confrontation, Ji-Han had fled, and Gu Min, embittered and vengeful, began targeting him relentlessly, escalating the harassment and leaving no space for reprieve. In the present chaos, Gu Min tightened his hold on the dart aimed at Ji-Han, declaring with chilling certainty that once Dowen was finished, Ji-Han would be his next victim. He laughed wickedly, a sharp, venomous sound, taunting Ji-Han, asking if he truly believed he could escape again as he had in the past. Ji-Han admitted with painful honesty that he had run before, confessing that even though he had seen Gu Min heading down a dangerous path, fear had held him back from intervening. He now bore the heavy weight of guilt, realizing that his past inaction might have allowed his friend to become the person he had feared. Summoning every ounce of courage, Ji-Han gripped Gu Min's arm tightly, his voice firm and unwavering. This time, he declared, "I will not run." The determination radiated from him, a stark contrast to the terror of moments before. Meanwhile, back at Dowen Ha's house, the maid began coughing as dust swirled thickly through the storage room, sunlight catching motes that danced in the air like tiny specters. Seeing the accumulation, she mentally catalogued the work ahead. A thorough cleaning would be necessary, a small but pressing concern in the midst of her otherwise quiet afternoon. As she moved to leave, a stumble sent an object teetering dangerously on a shelf, but she caught it just in time, her reflexes precise and practiced. Her eyes immediately recognized it. The very first trophy Jihan Yu had earned from his martial arts masters, a tangible testament to his dedication and early achievements. Memories flooded back of Jihan attending every single class, unwavering in his training even when his mother's health faltered, never missing an opportunity to hone his skills. As she gazed at the trophies, the maid quietly mused on what kind of person Jihan might have become had he continued his rigorous training uninterrupted, a life shaped entirely by discipline and determination. Back at Lee's hideout, the girls in Kim Gang-jae stared in disbelief as the battle took a sudden unexpected turn, their jaws dropping and eyes widening in astonishment. They watched, mouths agape, as Jihan Yu moved with fluid precision, executing a martial arts maneuver that overwhelmed Gu Min. Every motion was controlled, every strike deliberate, showcasing technique that outmatched brute strength. Despite Gu Min's taller, more muscular frame, Jihan slammed him decisively to the ground, the skill of his movements triumphing over raw power in a breathtaking display. Dawen Ha's eyes widened. Disbelief etched into his features. He had underestimated his friend. Now witnessing Jihan's unexpected prowess firsthand, Jihan had reversed the tide of the battle, now holding the sharp dart directly at Lee's throat, every movement precise and controlled, a stark reminder of the razor's edge he walked. With measured politeness, he offered an apology to the delinquent, a gesture that only served to ignite Gu Min's fury further, intensifying the tension in the room. Breaking free from the immediate threat, Jihan reassured Dawen Ha of his safety, prompting an angry glare from Kim, directed squarely at his subordinate, frustration coiling in every line of his body. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the room, momentarily stunning Kim Gang-jae. Seizing the instant, Jihan signaled to Dawen that the enemy was now vulnerable, prompting him to ready his signature multi-punch technique with lethal intent. The sudden shift triggered memories from the past, reflections of tense school days, moments when uncertainty and rivalry had shaped their youthful experiences. Jihan had once worried whether Lee would return to school safely, and whether the funeral he had attended had passed without incident, thoughts heavy on his mind. His reverie was interrupted by a curious classmate asking if he practiced boxing, a question he met with a humble nod, acknowledging his dual training in martial arts disciplines. The other boys reacted with awe, impressed that he trained in both jiu-jitsu and boxing, their admiration palpable, while Gu Min observed silently from outside the classroom, his emotions hidden beneath a mask of neutrality. Jihan brushed off their admiration as a simple hobby, unaware of the quiet stirrings within Gu Min, who felt a pang of jealousy and unspoken sadness. Lee, meanwhile, suffered in silence, his envy quietly gnawing at him as he compared his own deficiencies to the accolades and camaraderie Jihan effortlessly enjoyed. Watching Jihan smile, bond with friends, and receive acknowledgement while he endured his solitude only deepened Lee's bitterness, a chasm of resentment widening with every passing moment. Even the smallest interactions, queries about organizing school supplies or navigating hospital visits, had added weight over time, slowly corroding their friendship and widening the emotional rift between them. Lee would often say, almost bitterly, how fortunate someone must be to still have a mother alive beside them. But that quiet envy never stayed harmless. Over time, it rotted deep inside him, curling into a dark, stubborn hatred that pushed him further and further down a path shaped by resentment. Back in the present, Gu Min stared at the scene before him with his face twisted in disbelief. His underlings were scattered across the ground, completely beaten, and the sight made rage flash across his eyes as he barked at them, demanding why they were just lying there like they had already given up. His bloodshot eyes widened with a savage glare as he screamed at the delinquents, including Kim Gang-jae, ordering every one of them to get back on their feet immediately. Each word tore out of his throat like poison, heavy with hatred and humiliation. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Min's anger exploded. He shouted that he had poured so much money into them, only to watch them collapse pathetically the moment real pressure was placed on them. He spat at them with open disgust, calling them worthless and useless, furious that even after everything they could not manage to take down a single opponent standing in their way. Still burning with fury, Gu Min's sharp gaze suddenly shifted toward the girls nearby. His voice cut through the chaos as he snapped at them, demanding to know what they thought they were doing, just standing there. Then he lunged forward, grabbing fistfuls of their hair and yanking them around with brutal force while screaming at them to fight. The girls cried out in pain and begged him to let go, but their fear only seemed to pour more fuel onto his rage, making his fury spiral even harder. Watching the situation fall further into madness, Jihan Yu finally spoke up. His eyes stayed on Lee as he questioned whether Lee had any intention of fighting for himself, pointing out that from the look of it, he did not even know how to properly protect his own body. Gi Min answered by violently throwing the girls down to the floor. Then, still seething, he turned his attention back to Jihan and demanded to know how much Jihan had paid Lee to step in and interfere with him. He even tried shifting his tactics, tempting Do and Ha by offering him 3 times the amount, hoping money would pull him to his side. But Doan only looked back at him with a quiet, disappointed expression, as if the offer itself had lowered Gu Min even further in his eyes. Doan's response came cold and steady. He asked why he would ever want money from someone like Lee, let alone accept it from a bully who had used people and fear to get his way. Frustrated by the way, Jihan Yu continued to look at him and treat him. Lee's anger twisted into another threat. He warned that he could send the videos straight to Jihan's mother, then asked whether Jihan really wanted to experience the humiliation of that day all over again. The moment those words reached him, Jihan's thoughts were dragged backward. His mind returned to the day he and Gu Min had parted ways, a day that would sink into his memory as the heaviest regret he had ever carried. He remembered telling Gu Min that he had not always been the kind of person who lived like a delinquent. But instead of listening, Gu Min's expression flared with anger as he snapped back and asked if Jihan was looking down on him with pity. Jihan tried to soften the conversation, quickly insisting that pity was not what he meant. He warned Gu Min that the people gathering around him were not real friends at all, and that they were only staying close because of his money. Jihan even tried to show that he understood, at least a little, the pain Gu Min carried after the tragedy involving his mother. But Gu Min immediately lashed back, his voice sharp with anger, insisting that Jihan could never truly understand what that loss had done to him. Gi Min argued that Jihan had never actually lived through the same suffering himself. With his emotions boiling over, he ordered Jihan to leave and dismissed every word of comfort as empty, meaningless noise. That was the moment something inside Gu Min hardened. Instead of accepting Jihan's concern, he decided that Jihan needed to feel the full weight of his rage for himself. Then Gu Min crossed a line that should never have been crossed. He hurled cruel, unforgivable insults about Jihan's mother, words so vicious and unthinkable that even now Jihan could barely force himself to remember them. The instant those words hit him, Jihan's restraint shattered completely. Blinded by fury, he lost control of himself and attacked Gu Min with such force that he nearly beat him to death. Later, inside the principal's office, Gu Min's father erupted in anger. He demanded to know how Jihan could hit his son so brutally and then expect a simple apology to make everything right. The principal tried to calm the situation by explaining that Jihan's parents were tied up with work and could not come right away. He also mentioned carefully that Jihan's mother was in poor health and was not well enough to attend easily. But when Jihan's mother heard that her son had hurt someone, the news struck her like a thunderbolt. Even with her body weakened by illness, she hurried to the principal's office and apologized for arriving late in a frail, breathless voice. The principal gently pointed out how fragile she looked, clearly worried about her condition. Still, she insisted that she had to be there in person, no matter how much it strained her body. She then turned toward Gu Min's father and began apologizing for the serious mistake her son had made. But before she could finish, her strength suddenly failed her mid-sentence, and she collapsed right there, leaving everyone in the room frozen in stunned disbelief. Only later did Jihan learn just how dangerous his mother's condition had been that day. And to make it even worse, that incident became something Gu Min could twist and use, turning Jihan's fear and guilt into another way to control him. A few days after that, Gu Min forced Jihan to eat spoiled yogurt in front of the entire class. He even recorded the humiliation, preserving the moment like a weapon he could use again whenever he wanted. From there, Gu Min used the people around him to slowly and deliberately cut Jihan off from everyone else. One by one, the walls closed in, until Jihan was left isolated, exposed, and completely vulnerable. Standing over the kneeling Jae-han, Gu Min looked down at him with mocking satisfaction. He asked whether seeing his mother collapse right in front of him had finally convinced him to quit his extracurricular classes. Another delinquent piled on with even more cruelty, saying that Jae-han's mother would never be able to handle the truth if she knew what kind of torment her son was enduring. Terrified that the stress might hurt her again, Jae-han gave in to the bullying, unable to fight back any longer. In the end, Jae-han was left completely alone. Everyone who might have stood beside him was gone, and he had no one left to reach for. Back in the present, Gu Min played the video in front of Jae-han, sneering at his silence while threatening to send it to his mother. But before the blackmail could continue, Dowen snatched the phone away and remarked that the recording looked mild compared to what had actually happened. After checking the phone, Dowen realized there were too many files to delete one by one. So instead of wasting time, he decided to wipe the entire device clean, making sure even the cloud backups were erased along with everything else. Min scoffed at him, refusing to look worried. He warned that deleting the video from that phone would not solve anything, because for all they knew, another copy could still exist somewhere else. Dowen did not back down. With a firm voice and steady eyes, he declared that whatever had happened before, from that moment on, he was completely on Jihan's side. He then issued a clear warning to Gu Min. Anyone who tried to hurt Jihan again, no matter who they were, would have to face consequences far worse than they expected. Overcome with anger, Dowen grabbed Gu Min by the front of his shirt and pulled him close. His rage was barely restrained as he admitted that part of him wanted to act on it right then and there. Then Dowen shoved Gu Min down to the floor and turned toward his friend. Looking at Jihan, he asked what they should do with someone who had hurt him so many times and caused him so much pain. Jihan Yu's eyes moved over Gu Min, taking in the person standing before him now. And in that moment, a sudden realization struck him. During all the time they had been apart, his former friend had been completely alone too. As that thought settled in, Jihan looked deeper into the situation and understood something else as well. Lee, just like him, had been left alone with no one truly guiding him or stopping him from falling further. Lee offered to delete the videos, while Jihan quietly blamed himself for walking away from a friend who had already been drifting into darkness. At the same time, Gu Min made a serious promise that he would never show up in Jihan's life again. He muttered one last apology, his voice low and seemingly defeated, but even as he spoke, his hand secretly tightened around a sharp, jagged shard from a broken glass bottle. Then, without warning, he exploded. Screaming curses at them for getting in his way, he raised the jagged weapon and aimed himself toward Dowen. But Jihan Yu moved on instinct, driven by guilt and urgency, and kicked Lee squarely in the face before he could strike. Dowen Ha had already prepared himself to step in and stop the attack. But before he could make a move, Gu Min's body crashed to the floor, taken down before any further action was needed. Jihan immediately looked toward Dowen and asked if he had been hurt. Dowen shook his head, but instead of focusing on himself, he stared back in surprise and asked how Jihan had gotten so good at fighting. With Lee lying unconscious on the ground, the immediate danger finally passed. The weapon, the threats, and the chaos all came to a halt at once. On their way home afterward, Dowen listened as Jihan told him the full story of how Lee had changed after his mother passed away. Only then did Dowen finally understand why Jihan had stayed silent during the bullying at the karaoke bar. Jihan had wanted to resist back then, but the trauma buried inside him had frozen him in place, leaving him unable to stand up to anyone, even when every part of him wanted to fight back. Thinking back on all of it, Jihan could not stop seeing his own helplessness. He turned to Dowen with a heavy expression and asked if, deep down, he was not simply pathetic after all. The thought would not leave him alone. No matter how hard he tried to push it away, Jihan kept thinking that Dowen had nearly been placed in serious danger because of him. But Dowen's gaze remained unwavering, his head shaking ever so slightly as he spoke with a quiet conviction. He insisted, with all the certainty of someone who had seen the chaos up close, that Jihan Yu was completely trustworthy, especially in that explosive instant when Lee had lunged toward him, brandishing that jagged, menacing bottle. The memory of that split second hung thick in the air, a reminder of how perilously close disaster had been. He let out a long, relieved sigh, his shoulders loosening as the tension eased. If it weren't for Jihan stepping in at the last moment, he admitted, his voice tinged with gratitude, things could have turned out horribly wrong. The weight of that near catastrophe pressed down on him, only softened by the undeniable fact that his friend had acted without hesitation. As Jihan absorbed Dowen's words, a quiet memory began to flicker at the edges of his mind. He saw again his mother's gentle face, her soft voice carrying a lesson she had once shared. All she had ever wanted was for him to have a friend, a true companion, who would look out for him, just as he had always cared for her. The recollection stirred a warmth deep inside him, a faint echo of the maternal wisdom that had shaped him. He remembered telling her, in the earnest innocence of youth, that he wasn't strong enough for such a responsibility. But her smile had been patient and knowing, radiating an unshakable calm. Leaning lightly through the window to watch him with tender eyes, she had assured him that strength was not the measure of reliability. Even if you're not the strongest, you can still be a friend someone can count on, she had said, her voice gentle but unwavering, teaching him that true friendship meant lifting each other up in ways the world often overlooked. Her words had not stopped there. She had told him that no matter how dark or challenging life became, he could always find the courage to face both hardships and the people who relied on him. That courage, she had explained, was the quiet but enduring kind, the kind that didn't boast but simply existed in moments when it mattered most. Back then, Jihan had found it a little odd to hear such thoughts from his mother, smiling softly to himself at the memory. She had laughed, a gentle, lilting sound, saying that it was just the way an old lady saw the world, a perspective seasoned with time, kindness, and a quiet insistence on seeing the good in others. Now, in the tense present, Dawen's question cut through the quiet hum of reflection. What would Jihan do if Lee tried to spite him by sending those videos to his mother? Jihan's answer came calm and deliberate, steady as a river's flow. He didn't know precisely how long it would take, but he intended to reveal the truth to his mother slowly, piece by piece, layer by layer, until everything was laid bare. He confessed that he could no longer hide from his past, could no longer keep running from the shadows of what had happened. But he added, almost with a quiet pride, that having Dawen by his side had gifted him the courage he had once lacked, the courage to confront, to speak, to finally face the reality he had long evaded. Dawen felt a warmth bloom in his chest at Jihan's words, a quiet, spreading comfort that made him smile. He chuckled softly, teasing with a playful nudge at the sentimentality of the moment, though the fondness in his eyes betrayed how deeply he felt it. A little cringy, maybe, he murmured, shaking his head with a grin, but the warmth lingered. Suddenly the system chimed, a small notification blinking into existence, announcing that Dawen had officially completed his mission to rescue Jihan Yu. The words seemed almost celebratory, punctuating the tension of the day with a moment of triumph. Curiosity sparked like wildfire in his eyes. Without hesitation, Dawen decided he couldn't wait another moment to claim his secret reward. His hands moved quickly, eager fingers trembling slightly with anticipation as he reached out to retrieve whatever the game had chosen to bestow. When the item appeared before him, his eyes widened and his breath caught in a sudden intake. Black smoke unfurled from the object, twisting and curling upward in sinuous, almost serpentine motions. It swirled with a strange, otherworldly rhythm, casting long, flickering shadows that danced across the walls in ominous patterns. Dawen held the mysterious item cautiously, feeling the faint, eerie hum of energy radiating from it. A shiver ran down his spine as he tried to imagine the magnitude of the power it might contain. His mind raced with questions, each more unsettling than the last. What was this, really? What dangers lurked within its silent, smoke-laden depths? As the smoke gradually dissipated, leaving the room filled with an uneasy stillness, Dawen's confusion deepened. He murmured softly to himself, a frown creasing his brow, pondering whether the object was, in fact, a lock rather than a key, an unexpected twist that set his thoughts spinning. He recalled the keys he had received in the past, the ones that unlocked doors and opportunities. But this was different. This black lock seemed to defy expectations. Curiosity overpowered caution, and he immediately resolved to check the item's information, desperate to understand its purpose and potential before taking any further steps. The description confirmed his suspicions. The black lock was indeed a secret item. Dawen squinted at the text, trying to piece together what effects it might have, how it might function, and whether it could be safely wielded. Each word seemed to hint at immense power, the kind that might shift the balance of events with just a single action. A flicker of unease passed over him. Could such an object truly be handled safely in the real world? He imagined the consequences, the risks, and the sheer weight of responsibility it carried. The possibility that its power might exceed his capacity to control, it loomed large in his mind. That thought made him hesitate. For a moment, Dawen's hand hovered over the lock, his pulse quickening with a mix of fascination and apprehension. Could he manage something so potentially dangerous? Or was this item far beyond what any one person should hold? Exhaustion from the day's events finally claimed him, and Dawen collapsed onto the table with a heavy sigh. Relief washed over him in waves as he let himself bask in the knowledge that the grueling exams, the relentless tension, and the chaotic day were finally behind him. Turning toward Jihan Yu, his expression softened with gratitude. He admitted earnestly that everything he had learned from his friend had appeared on the tests, validating all the effort and sleepless nights. It had been worth it, and he felt the depth of that realization settle into him, quiet but profound. Jihan, ever modest, waved off the praise with a gentle smile. "It was all your hard work," he said softly, eyes twinkling with quiet encouragement. Then, in that familiar, friendly tone, he suggested that Dawen consider starting his studies earlier next time, a small nudge wrapped in affection and care. When Dawen asked if Jihan would be heading to the hospital soon, Jihan nodded, explaining that he had a series of appointments awaiting him.
The mention of schedules and responsibilities painted a picture of his coming weekend, filled with checkups and routines he could not avoid.
He added that he would likely remain at the hospital over the weekend, then turned the question back to Dowan, curious about his friend's plans and movements in the days ahead. Dowan replied simply that he too had somewhere he needed to go. The weight of unspoken purposes lingered in his tone, hinting at intentions beyond the casual exchange. His thoughts drifted back to a conversation with Yoon Sung, where he had reassured himself there was no suspicion of foul play, no hidden threats lurking unseen. Confidence, however cautious, grounded him. Then another memory surfaced, the evidence left behind at the Sunshine Shelter. Though time had eroded much, and the shelter now lay mostly in ruins, he remembered it vividly. The fragments, the details, the sense of history lingering in those walls. Knowing the building still stood, Dowan resolved to go there, to search firsthand for any remaining clues. He understood the futility of relying solely on online searches. With so much time past, tangible investigation was his only hope. A city map sprawled before him as he navigated the streets with careful attention. The Sunshine Shelter had been officially closed 3 years prior, a fact that weighed on him, yet the intact structure offered a glimmer of possibility. Some secrets might still remain tucked away beyond time's reach. The building itself stood as a silent sentinel, weathered but unbroken. It gave him hope, a flicker of light in the dense urban landscape, that something valuable might yet be found within its walls. He had planned a weekend of exploration, a careful scouting of the area to uncover whatever remnants might survive. But as he approached the site, his eyes caught a strange and unsettling sight. Where the shelter had once proudly stood, now lay a bustling construction site. Steel beams, scaffolding, and heavy machinery transformed the familiar scene, and a sinking feeling gripped him, realization dawning that the building was slated for demolition. An elderly man passing by and noticing Dowan's muttered exclamations about demolition, spoke up. "Talking about demolition brings bad luck," he said, his voice a mix of curiosity and caution. Dowan, irritation flickering across his features, listened as the man hastened to clarify. "It's not demolition," he explained, waving a hand to disperse the tension. "Just renovations." The old man's tone carried a weary patience, shaped by years of observing the ebb and flow of the city. He continued, recounting that for 3 long years, no one had taken interest in the building. Its owner had faced countless hardships, and the structure had stood in quiet neglect, weathering the passage of time almost unnoticed. Dowan asked directly if this had been the former Sunshine Shelter headquarters. The old man shook his head uncertainly, unable to confirm, his eyes flicking over the boy as if weighing memories against the present. Introducing himself as the son of Jino Ha, the shelter's former owner, Dowan watched as the man paused, taken aback by the revelation. Processing this connection, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly in curiosity, recognition beginning to settle into his expression. When asked why he had come, Dowan explained quietly, with a soft but determined tone, he hoped to retrieve any remaining items from the shelter before they were lost to time and renovation forever. His words carried the weight of a son reclaiming a piece of his family's past. The old man shook his head gently. After the shelter closed, everything was cleared away. Dowan's chest tightened, a hollow pang of disappointment. Was there truly nothing left? He pressed further, voice low but earnest. Absolutely nothing at all? The old man, perhaps moved by the boy's sincerity, decided to take another look. "Wait here," he said, gesturing for patience, and disappeared briefly into the shadows of the partially cleared site. Time passed, each second stretching as anticipation wound tight. Finally, the old man returned, carefully cradling an item wrapped meticulously in cloth. He extended it toward Dowan, who took it with reverent hands, feeling the weight of history in its form. The man explained that nothing else from the shelter had survived, and that no previous residents had returned since its closure. It seemed, against all odds, that this lone remnant had endured the years untouched. Yet, before renovations began, while inspecting the building, the old man had stumbled upon this singular item lying on the floor. Its presence, accidental yet deliberate, hinted at stories long forgotten. He noted that it had been discovered precisely where Dowan's father's office had once been, a silent echo of the past, nestled amid the empty space. At first, the man had considered discarding it, seeing it as an object out of place, but something about its presence, its odd insistence on existing, compelled him to preserve it, even if only for a moment longer. As Dowan's fingers began to unravel the protective cloth, the old man commented on the peculiarity of its storage. "No one keeps broken glasses in a box for no reason," he murmured, his eyes tracing the item with quiet curiosity. Seeing it now, Dowan felt a sudden conviction that someone had deliberately left it there. Though he knew his father never wore glasses, an undeniable sense of purpose clung to the object. He decided to keep it, uncertain of its connection to the shelter, but unwilling to let it go. As Dowan turned toward the exit, the old man's voice stopped him once more. "Why are you searching for clues?" he asked, a note of genuine curiosity threading through his words. Not ready to reveal the full truth, Dowan offered only a simple, heartfelt answer. "I miss my father," he said softly, letting the words carry the weight of his intent without elaboration. The old man's eyes glistened, touched deeply by the boy's sincerity. As Dowan stepped out into the fading light, the man's shoulders sagged, tears spilling silently as he mourned the profound sadness that had touched him through such a simple confession. Meanwhile, far away in the office of the delinquent counsel in Gwanak, an assistant named Che Jin-ho leaned forward with quiet interest, asking the pressing question. What had drawn his client to this place? Fuming with barely contained rage, Gu Min slammed his palm onto the polished table with a deafening thud, sending vibrations shivering through the wood. His eyes blazed with fury as he barked out his orders with ruthless intensity. Jihan Yu and Dowan Ha must be crushed utterly, without the slightest hint of mercy or hesitation. The very air in the dimly lit room seemed to quiver under the weight of his wrath, tension coiling tightly around everyone present. Che Jin-ho, ever the picture of calm composure, leaned back slightly and addressed Lee Gyu-min with measured patience. He reminded him gently, yet firmly, that just 2 days ago it had been Lee himself who had come seeking their assistance to manage his own unruly subordinates. His tone carried the subtle authority of experience, hinting that true power often lay in restraint and strategy rather than blind fury. Lee, ignoring the pointed reminder, tossed a thick stack of crisp bills onto the table. The cash fluttered slightly as it landed, a tangible promise of wealth that glittered under the dim bar lights. With a voice brimming with insistence and a hint of arrogance, he promised an exceptionally generous bonus, demanding that Che and his team take the money and execute the task with absolute precision, exactly as instructed. Che Jin-ho paused for a moment, fingers brushing the edges of the money, his expression thoughtful as he weighed the offer. His eyes flickered around the room, taking in the shadows and the faint hum of activity, before returning to Lee with a measured, deliberate gaze that suggested contemplation far deeper than the surface showed. Glancing once more around the dimly lit bar, Che's voice cut through the tension with a controlled calm. He asked Lee in a tone that was equal parts curiosity and subtle challenge, whether he truly believed that money could solve every problem. A question that hung in the smoky air like a dare. Then, with a sly, almost mischievous smile, Che scooped the stack of cash into his hands, answering his own rhetorical question with a confident nod. Yes, money could indeed move mountains. He leaned back, settling into his role with assured ease, and confirmed that they would take care of the matter, executing the mission with professional efficiency. He requested Lee to repeat the critical details, specifically the school and the individuals to be targeted. Lee confirmed, his voice steady and precise, that the marks were none other than Jihan Yu and Dowan Ha from Shinan, leaving no room for misunderstanding or error. Upon hearing Dowan Ha's name, a flicker of recognition passed through Che's eyes, sharp and calculating. He noted that while there was no obstacle to accepting the assignment, their operational system carried a special caution attached to Dowan, a subtle warning that this target was not to be underestimated. The additional notes clarified why. Dowan had previously bested the former representative of Borum, marking him as an unusually formidable and unpredictable target. Che's mind catalogued the information carefully, understanding the gravity of the challenge ahead. Lee Gyu-min quickly emphasized that both targets were exceptionally strong, not to be taken down by just anyone, highlighting the seriousness of the task. Che Jin-ho acknowledged the warning with a courteous nod, assuring him that there was no need for undue concern, they were more than capable. Che elaborated confidently, explaining that they had precisely the right professionals for such a mission, a pair whose strength and skill were legendary enough to need no further introduction. These operatives were a force in themselves, honed for situations that demanded exceptional power and finesse. Fresh out of juvenile detention, the twin brothers radiated an untamed energy that was impossible to ignore. Their prowess was immediately evident when they effortlessly subdued an entire crowd of opponents, a demonstration that left no doubt about their lethal efficiency. One twin, Oh Hyosiop, cast a casual glance toward his brother, Oh Taesiop, asking in a relaxed tone how things were progressing with the assigned leader. His manner was light, but his eyes sparkled with mischief, betraying the sharpness of his mind and the readiness of his reflexes. Taesiop replied with a confident smirk, declaring that he had already dealt with a minor target and teasingly demanded some respect from his younger brother. The smirk carried a mixture of pride and playful dominance, the unspoken hierarchy between twins ever present. Hyosiop scoffed at the demand, questioning what respect between twins could possibly mean. Tasiop's grin darkened, sharp and threatening now, as he warned that insolence might lead to dire consequences if the teasing continued, a spark of danger threading through the playful exchange. Back at the bar, Che Jin-ho addressed Lee Gyuman with quiet confidence, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier fury. He reassured Lee that there was absolutely no reason to worry. The situation was entirely under their control, managed with precision and professionalism that left no margin for error. Elsewhere, Dao Ha found himself reflecting on the swift passage of time, a small pang of disbelief crossing his face as he realized that the second-year school trip had already arrived. The anticipation in the air was palpable, yet he felt strangely detached, observing the excitement from a slight emotional distance. He watched his classmates buzzing with chatter and laughter, yet he couldn't summon the same joy. School trips had never held much appeal for him. The thought of staying home, immersing himself in games and quiet solitude, seemed infinitely more appealing than joining the collective frenzy. His gloom lingered until two familiar figures appeared. Ah Rin and Ju, greeting him with cheerful smiles that pierced the dull cloud of his mood. Their presence offered a subtle warmth, nudging him toward a lighter frame of mind. The instant Doan's gaze met Ah Rin's, a spark of recognition and affection lifted his spirits noticeably. Her bright smile was infectious, and he returned her greeting with genuine enthusiasm. When she shared her excitement for the trip, he declared with unwavering certainty that this would be the best trip of their lives, a promise wrapped in youthful energy and hope. His mood improved even further when Jihan Yu arrived, his face alight with excitement at the thought of sharing the journey with both friends. Dowan felt a surge of anticipation, the prospect of camaraderie transforming the trip into a landscape of potential adventures. With Jihan and Ah Rin by his side, Dowan's outlook shifted entirely. The trip, once a mere obligation, now shimmered with possibilities, shared laughter, inside jokes, and moments that might become cherished memories. At that precise moment, Che's voice crackled through an earpiece, cutting through the carefree atmosphere with professional detachment. He queried the O brothers, confirming whether they had received the client's mission details, his tone sharp and businesslike. Che reminded the brothers not to let distance or the setting influence their focus. His instructions were clear and unyielding. Execute the mission as they always did, ensuring the target could not move freely or resist in any meaningful way. Meanwhile, the twin brothers had already infiltrated the bus, their silent coordination evident in the shared mischievous grins. Their eyes met briefly, an unspoken understanding passing between them as they prepared to strike with precision. Oblivious to the danger lurking mere meters away, Doan chatted happily with his classmates, sharing his excitement for the school trip. His laughter and easy camaraderie painted a picture of carefree youth, unaware that the twins were lying in wait, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Moments later, the bus driver's voice rang out, announcing their arrival with a steady call. "We're here! Everyone, disembark!" The vehicle shuddered to a stop, engines quieting as students began to gather their belongings. Ah Rin stood up gracefully, reaching out to gently shake her sleepy friend, nudging him to wake. The soft touch and warmth of her hand conveyed both concern and gentle urgency, coaxing him from drowsiness. She urged him softly, her voice a tender coaxing. "It's time to get moving," she said, infusing her words with encouragement, guiding him to fully awaken and step into the new day. Ah, Rin reminded him with a smile that this trip carried extra weight. It would be their final school trip as students. The words lent significance to each moment as they arrived in Jeonju, the city's streets brimming with subtle excitement and anticipation. Later, during their pottery class, Da-eun questioned the schedule, wondering if it was truly appropriate to begin with such an activity on the very first day of their final school trip. Her tone hinted at mild skepticism and playful protest. Jae-han, however, beamed at the idea, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm at the thought of taking home a sculpture as a memento. Even though Da-eun initially considered the activity somewhat childish, his excitement was infectious, seeping into the mood of the class. After a brief pause, Da-eun began to see the charm of the idea. The prospect of a tangible keepsake, a small piece of memory to take home, suddenly made sense, a concrete reminder of the trip's fleeting joys. His excitement, however, was abruptly shattered when a sudden crash echoed through the room. Someone had smashed a sculpture, shattering it instantly into countless jagged pieces, scattering fragments across the floor and leaving the room momentarily stunned into silence. A stern voice cut through the chaos. Choi Tak-shin, the master of the pottery studio, declared sharply that the shoddy work created by Jihan had no place on this sacred ground. His eyes burned with authority, each word laced with unwavering conviction. Someone stepped forward, attempting to reason with Master Choi, arguing that interfering during class seemed inappropriate. But Choi remained unmoved, insisting that his purpose extended beyond the lesson. He was here to find his disciple, to ensure that talent was recognized and nurtured. Yet, as his gaze swept across the room, it softened upon encountering another piece of Jaehan's work. The corners of his eyes relaxed, and a hint of approval flickered within his stern expression, recognizing merit where it existed. Master Choi asked whether Jihan had crafted the piece himself. The answer was immediate and revealing. Jihan had indeed created a flawless replica of National Treasure number 91, the revered horse-shaped vase. Recognition dawned in Choi's eyes, a mixture of surprise and admiration. He lavished praise on Jihan, lauding the impeccable recreation, then inquired about his identity. Jihan replied modestly, explaining that he had merely taken a few pottery classes as a child. Choi's eyes gleamed with renewed excitement. Without hesitation, he extended an extraordinary offer. He asked Jihan to become his successor, leaving the young student completely stunned, the weight of the proposition sinking in like a stone in calm water. Later, as lunchtime arrived on the first day of the trip, the hungry students gathered, bracing themselves for what they assumed would be an unremarkable meal. Their stomachs grumbled in anticipation, and the chatter reflected both hunger and restless curiosity. When the teacher asked where they were headed for lunch, the students answered eagerly, driven more by appetite than intrigue. Their energy buzzed with the simplicity of youthful expectation. The guide announced that their destination would be the pottery workshop, eliciting puzzled glances among the students. Their curiosity was piqued, tinged with uncertainty about what awaited them. The guide elaborated that the basil pizza they would taste had been baked in the hottest kiln in Kiln, under the expert guidance of Master Choi himself. The promise carried both prestige and intrigue, hinting at an extraordinary culinary experience. The teacher chimed in, extolling Master Choi's culinary skills as equal in mastery to his pottery, elevating expectations further and creating a sense of anticipation for the meal that awaited. Diyun frowned, feigning disbelief with a teasing tone, joking that the pizza appeared as if his own sculpture had melted into the dough. Meanwhile, Jihan Yu, oblivious to the jest, took a bite with a delighted smile, declaring it absolutely delicious. Seizing the moment, Choi offered a tantalizing proposition. If Jihan became his successor, he would teach him every pizza recipe he had mastered in Italy. The offer merged the worlds of art and culinary mastery, promising unparalleled mentorship. Still on the first day, the students ventured to a museum after their meal, curiosity mingling with post-lunch lethargy. Jihan and Dayun both admitted that the immediate post-lunch visit left them sleepy and somewhat disengaged. The warmth of the day and the weight of their meals made focus a challenge. Ignoring his friend's complaints about the schedule, Jihan's attention was caught by snippets of conversation from nearby girls, remarking on how beautiful Ah-Rin appeared. His gaze followed them instinctively, drawn toward the subject of their admiration. Looking directly at her, Jihan noticed Ah-Rin wearing an exquisitely ornate, flashy crown that shimmered in the museum's lights, immediately capturing his full attention. The combination of her natural charm and the eye-catching accessory made her utterly unforgettable in that instant. Ah-Rin tilted her head slightly, curiosity and amusement flickering in her eyes as she asked her friend for their opinion on how the crown looked perched atop her head. Her friend, cheeks flushing a deep crimson, quickly looked away, caught off guard and unsure of how to respond to such a bold and playful question. The awkward pause lingered for a moment, filled with unspoken thoughts and the gentle hum of the museum around them, even though the crown was, in reality, just a simple accessory. Her friend couldn't help but wonder silently who in the world would dare wear something so extravagant. Yet Ah-Rin's eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement, shimmering with the certainty that it was perfect for her. Her smile radiated pride and delight, completely convinced that the crown elevated her playful charm into something extraordinary. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Ah-Rin suddenly darted forward, laughter bubbling from her lips. She playfully chased her friend around the polished floor, trying to force the crown onto her head, each step light and energetic, her movements weaving a pattern of joyous chaos that seemed to fill the entire gallery with the sound of youthful fun. Nearby, Dayun leaned against a display case, completely captivated by the scene. He couldn't tear his gaze away, struck by how stunning Ah-Rin looked. The crown sitting jauntily atop her head gave her an unexpected elegance that blended seamlessly with her playful antics, creating a moment of beauty that seemed suspended in time. Their moment of laughter and playful chaos was interrupted by the teacher, whose voice cut through the air with gentle authority. "Is everyone enjoying the museum?" he asked. The students, caught up in the energy of the moment, responded in unison with a bright, enthusiastic yes. The teacher then announced they would have free time to explore on their own until dinner, yet added a firm warning. Anyone caught doing anything suspicious would be sent straight back to school, grounding their freedom in clear boundaries. Seizing the opportunity for a bit of private time, Da-yoon leaned closer to his friend Jihan, inviting him to take a walk through the winding streets of the nearby neighborhood. Jihan's face softened into a small, warm smile, readily agreeing, his steps light as they moved together, the two of them weaving quietly through the bustling crowd of their classmates. As the pair wandered further into the twisting alleys and sunlit corners of the streets, they remained blissfully unaware that shadowed eyes trailed behind them. Someone had slipped silently into their path, blending seamlessly with the flow of tourists and locals, their presence imperceptible yet ominously close. It was the maniacal Oh brothers, moving with the precision and patience of seasoned predators. Their eyes narrowed, scanning their targets with calculating intent. They whispered to one another in barely audible tones, debating whether this serene moment was finally the perfect opportunity to strike at Doan and Jihan, weighing timing against risk with lethal precision. The younger twin, Oh Hyosiop, licked his ice cream cone with a casual air, yet his sharp gaze never left Doan. Impatience radiated from him like heat, a barely contained desire for confrontation flickering across his features. Each movement suggested readiness for sudden action, even in the guise of relaxed leisure. His older brother, Oh Taezop, shook his head in disapproval, urging him to restrain his impulses. "Now isn't the time," he muttered, his tone low but firm, carrying the authority of experience. He added that among all of Hyoseop's flaws, impatience was by far the most dangerous, a volatile trait that could compromise everything they had meticulously planned. Just as Taeseop began to critique his younger brother further, a nearby attendant accidentally tipped over a tub of ice cream, spilling its cold contents across Taeseop's clothes. The sudden splash drew shocked gasps from passers-by and a flurry of clumsy apologies from the attendant, who quickly offered to clean the mess. Hyosop barked a sharp warning, pointing at his brother's favorite shirt, now drenched in sticky cream. His voice carried a mixture of annoyance and dark humor, the tension crackling for a moment before escalating in an instant. In a shocking instant, the attendant collapsed, unconscious, a small heap on the ground beside the scene of chaos. The abruptness of the event sent a ripple of disbelief through the nearby crowd, leaving the area in stunned silence. Taeseop, unfazed, brushed the remaining ice cream off his shoulders with practiced ease. Hyosiop leaned closer, sneering teasingly, "So, is it really patience that's missing here?" His mockery hinted at the irony of the moment, even amid the tense energy between the brothers. Far from the icy chaos, Doan focused on a simple pleasure, sampling a local sweet treat. As the flavors exploded unexpectedly across his taste buds, his eyes widened in delight, a pure, unguarded reaction that contrasted sharply with the dark scheming unfolding nearby. Jihan chuckled at Doan's obvious enjoyment, commenting that there was still room for dessert even after their pizza meal. Doan laughed, the sound light and genuine, a melody of friendship that resonated through the air as they savored both the treat and the carefree moment. This lightheartedness was a stark contrast to the trips of his past, which had been steeped in misery and discomfort. The difference was palpable, coloring every laugh and glance with a sense of newfound freedom. He recalled those past trips vividly, being forced to sit next to the teacher on the bus, fidgeting with his phone to distract himself from the oppressive discomfort, each mile a test of endurance and patience. At the lodging, his experiences hadn't improved. He had been compelled to switch rooms because of bullies, the shadow of their cruelty hanging over him even as he unpacked, anticipating the next ordeal. He had endured relentless pranks, including obscene drawings etched onto his skin and toothpaste smeared across his face, a relentless parade of humiliation that made each trip a trial he could only survive silently. But now, surrounded by friends, laughter, and a sense of shared joy, he finally felt the weight of those painful memories lift. The oppressive shadows of the past were being replaced with sunlight and warmth, and he could savor these moments freely for the first time. Shaking off lingering shadows, Jihan leaned closer to Doan and asked if he wanted to visit a must-see spot in Jeonju, a place everyone insisted on experiencing at least once, the suggestion carrying both curiosity and anticipation. Soon, they arrived at an ATV course. Doan hesitated for a brief moment, concern flickering across his features as he wondered aloud if they were even allowed to drive without a license. Jihan laughed, brushing away the worry with ease, assuring him that everything would be perfectly fine. Suddenly, Doan's attention snapped toward a girl tearing recklessly across the course. The ATV wobbled under her expert yet wild control, drawing the sharp attention and low murmurs of disapproval from the old guide overseeing the track. The guide muttered complaints under his breath, questioning whether she had ever driven before, his furrowed brows and wringing hands betraying his deep concern over the danger she posed to herself and anyone nearby. It was Aaron, of course, pushing the ATV far beyond safe limits. Her friend clung to the passenger seat with wide, terrified eyes, bracing for each sharp turn and sudden wobble, every second a thrilling mix of fear and exhilaration. As soon as her ATV skidded to a halt, Doan hurried over, his face etched with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, eyes scanning her from head to toe, hoping no harm had come from her reckless ride. The old guide's curiosity was piqued by the interaction. He leaned slightly forward, eyebrows raised, wondering if Doan and Aaron shared some connection. "Do you want to try riding too?" he asked, gauging their relationship with a subtle blend of caution and intrigue. He grumbled under his breath that splitting into two separate pairs of riders would waste money, noting that several ATV spots were still open and perfectly usable if they coordinated differently. But Aaron's friend, visibly fed up with the chaos and clamor, shrugged and relinquished her spot without hesitation, her decision clearing the path for a safer, more organized pairing. The old man quickly suggested pairing one boy with one girl per ATV, a pragmatic solution that balanced safety and opportunity for enjoyment. When the guide asked if Jihan knew how to drive, Doan's eyes widened in realization. The implications hit him instantly, a flush creeping up his neck as he glanced nervously at Aaron, fully aware of what the arrangement meant. A blush burned across his cheeks as he processed the nearness and intimacy of the ride ahead, heart hammering at the thought of sharing this experience so closely with her. He noticed Aaron leaning casually against the vehicle, her gaze soft but teasing as she asked quietly if he was comfortable sharing the ride with her, the subtle warmth of her presence amplifying his nervous excitement. Then, more formally, and with a hint of challenge in her tone, Aaron asked if he wanted to ride the ATV together, giving Doan no room to evade the invitation. Soon, Doan gripped the handlebars firmly, the hum of the ATV beneath him vibrating through his arms, while Aaron perched closely behind him. Her warmth pressed against his back, and the proximity sent an electric rush through his body, stirring a mix of excitement and nervous tension that made his heart race wildly. With her so close, every thump of the ATV felt like it echoed through his chest. His heartbeat thudded wildly, a near-physical manifestation of the emotions swirling inside him, threatening to overwhelm his senses entirely. Aaron noticed his reaction instantly and couldn't resist teasing him. "You're burning up," she said lightly, her grin playful yet knowing. Words failed him completely, his flustered expression betraying the inner turmoil her nearness had caused. While Aaron reveled in the wind whipping through her hair, a group of thugs from the city school spotted her from the street below. Their gazes lingered greedily, assessing her with predatory interest, eyes glinting as they plotted with entitlement in mind. One of the thugs leered, commenting on her attractiveness, and the others quickly echoed the sentiment, their collective gaze brazen and possessive, fixating on her despite the fact that she belonged to a different school. Noticing Doan with her, their jealousy ignited. They assumed he was her boyfriend and decided, in their misguided bravado, that they would take her regardless, imagining the confrontation that would soon follow. Meanwhile, Aaron remarked with a playful hint of surprise that, just like at the internet cafe, it was another one of those strange coincidences where their paths crossed yet again. Doan winced, recalling the memory of having once accidentally bonked her on the head with a toy hammer, a failed attempt to impress her that left him red-faced. Yet, now sharing the ATV ride with her, he saw a new opportunity, a chance to rewrite those clumsy first impressions. Just then, he spotted a candy truck rolling lazily down the street, and inspiration struck. He saw it as the perfect chance to impress her, a small romantic gesture that could brighten the moment and perhaps earn a smile. He approached the truck confidently, mentally rehearsing the line he imagined would be charming and memorable, ready to seize the moment with flair. But the instant he opened his mouth to speak, he immediately noticed Rin's horrified expression. Panic flickered across her face, and it hit him like a splash of cold water. He had completely misjudged the situation. Doan rushed to apologize, stammering out his regrets, but Rin shook her head gently, explaining that it wasn't his fault at all. She simply hated the loudspeaker trucks, and he understood, relief washing over him as they drove away, embarrassment softened by her understanding smile. Stopping a little further down the street, he checked on her again. She smiled warmly, confirming that she was feeling fine now, her playful assurance easing the tension in his chest and restoring a sense of calm between them. He wondered aloud how she managed during school breaks, with all the noisy trucks around constantly disrupting peace. She shrugged lightly, replying that she simply walked away when it got too much, her demeanor calm and unbothered. She announced that she wanted to take a walk near the observatory, lamenting that it was a shame everyone would be leaving the next day. Before anyone could respond to her suggestion to accompany her, Jae-han suddenly appeared, dramatically carrying Ah-rin's friend in his arms, adding a burst of energy and surprise to the quiet moment. When asked what had happened, Ji-han explained with a calm, measured voice, recounting that there had been a minor accident during the ATV ride. His tone was steady, carefully downplaying the chaos while keeping everyone reassured, though the faint sparkle in his eyes hinted at the tension and adrenaline of the moment. The injured girl looked up at him, her eyes wide and filled with admiration, completely captivated by his presence. For a fleeting instant, it seemed as though nothing else in the world existed, her gaze locked on him, silently acknowledging his care and composure.
It all began earlier, during the ATV ride, when she had teasingly remarked that, in addition to being handsome, Ji-han was also an excellent driver. Her words had caught him slightly off guard, a blush creeping into his cheeks as he tried to maintain a modest demeanor.
He explained, almost shyly, that he had learned to handle vehicles during his leisure and sports classes, careful not to sound boastful. His voice carried a mix of pride and humility, reflecting someone aware of his abilities yet unwilling to flaunt them. As they sped through a shallow puddle, water splashed up, drenching her unexpectedly. Instinctively, Ji-han maneuvered the ATV back onto firmer ground, concern etched across his face, alert to the possibility that the situation could quickly become dangerous. Unfortunately, the wheel sank into the muddy water, deeper than it had appeared from a distance. The ATV jolted precariously, and Ji-han's grip tightened, every muscle ready to react to sudden instability. In the sudden lurch, as he accelerated to regain control, the girl lost her balance, tumbling onto the rocky ground with a thud that echoed faintly through the quiet path. The moment felt alarmingly drawn out, and Ji-han's heart leapt in panic. He rushed to her side immediately, his face etched with concern and urgency, eyes scanning for injuries. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice tight with worry, hands hovering protectively as he awaited her response. Quickly apologizing for not paying more attention, he carefully examined her from head to toe. Relief washed over him as he found that her injuries were minor, the tension in his shoulders slowly easing. Gently lifting her into his arms, he asked if she was in pain, his concern unwavering. She looked back at him, eyes shining with warmth and a hint of affection, and that simple gaze made his chest tighten, stirring feelings he hadn't anticipated. Even with the ATV still awkwardly tilted in the shallow water behind them, she reassured him that she wasn't badly hurt, her words soft yet firm. The tension in his body eased, replaced by a quiet sense of relief, the crisis averted. After recounting the story to their friends, the group began making their way back to the lodge. The sky had deepened into evening, casting long, stretching shadows across the winding streets, painting the scene in dusky amber light. Ji-han added that he had assisted her in walking afterward, noting that her legs were unsteady from the fall. He held her carefully, protective and considerate, the image of a watchful companion ready to shield her from further mishap. Daeun laughed, teasing that Ji-han had been bold enough to carry her like a princess. Ji-han admitted, blushing furiously, that it was his first time doing anything like that, while Dawan chimed in playfully, dubbing him a master for learning a new skill, leaving Ji-han flustered and fumbling for words, cheeks burning with embarrassment and amusement. Dawan commented that even though they hadn't traveled all the way to Jeju Island, they had still found a guest house that felt fantastic, cozy, welcoming, and perfect for relaxing after their day's adventures. Both he and Ji-han agreed that their room was spacious and tidy, an inviting retreat where they could unwind, a perfect haven to recharge their energy for the coming days. Exhausted from the day's whirlwind of activity, Dawan flopped onto the bed with a heavy sigh. Ji-han, grinning, remarked that the day had been fun and full of surprises, the memories of the adventures already forming vivid stories in his mind. Dawan nodded in agreement, his eyes brightening with anticipation as he wondered aloud if the next day would bring just as much excitement, laughter, and memorable moments. The second day began with a visit to the city's historical sites. Their guide enthusiastically explained that the scattered tombs belonged to the ancient Silla kings, weaving stories of history and intrigue into the quiet grandeur of the landscape. Later, the class stopped at Bulbuksa Temple to take photos. Dawan and Jae-han couldn't resist a bit of playful mischief, darting among the serene surroundings, their laughter light yet echoing gently across the temple grounds. Next, they explored Hanok Village. Ah-rin, radiant with excitement, dressed in traditional clothing, adding a burst of color and authenticity to the group photos, her energy contagious among the classmates. While posing with her friend, Ah-rin shivered slightly, a subtle unease crossing her expression. She whispered that she felt as though someone was watching them, eyes scanning the shadows with cautious curiosity. Her friend, attempting to lighten the mood, reminded her of all the boys who had been admiring her earlier, prompting Erin to realize that perhaps that was the cause of her eerie sensation, a blend of attention and teenage fascination. Later in the day, the class visited the Silla History Museum. Daewon Ha and Jaehan Yu soon grew restless, their attention wandering from the exhibit's energy-demanding movement rather than still observation. Meanwhile, Oh Tae-seop whispered to his younger brother, reminding him that their plan was about to unfold and urging patience a little longer, tension coiling beneath the surface of his calm words. The younger brother grumbled, frustration audible as he complained about holding back for so long, his impatience bubbling through in short, clipped phrases, eyes darting toward the anticipated moment. The older brother reassured him, a firm certainty in his tone, confirming that their action would occur that very night. There would be no further delays, the stage set for what was to come. During the midday break, the auditorium prepared for a lively dance club performance. Students eagerly gathered, buzzing with anticipation, the air charged with laughter, chatter, and the palpable excitement of the show ahead. A host took the stage, hyping up the crowd with energy and promises of chocolate boxes for the loudest screams, his voice commanding attention and pumping the atmosphere with anticipation. Pointing towards seats on the stage, he teased the audience, asking who would be fortunate enough to experience the show up close, provoking a mix of eager hands and playful groans. Several nerds and lecherous students shot their hands into the air, only to groan in disappointment when the host clarified that those coveted seats were reserved exclusively for couples, their frustrated expressions painting a comedic picture. From his seat, Daewon quietly observed the outburst, finding the angry single students' theatrics more pitiful than amusing, shaking his head at their exaggerated reactions. Turning to ask Jaehan Yu if he agreed, Daewon was startled to find that his friend's seat was empty, a sudden gap that unsettled him in the middle of the noisy auditorium. Confused, Daewon scanned the crowd, eyes darting through rows of students, searching for Jihan and wondering where he had vanished to in the bustling space. The scene shifted, revealing Jihan standing beside Ah-rin's friend, Choi Min-hee. His posture was attentive, supportive, yet slightly tentative, as he prepared to assist her in a delicate social situation. Min-hee apologized for imposing, explaining that she needed his accompaniment on stage since she lacked a boyfriend to pair with, her expression tinged with embarrassment but also hope. A little flustered, Jihan asked if all he had to do was simply sit in the chair, wanting to keep the interaction as simple and straightforward as possible, careful not to overstep. Meanwhile, Daehyun Ha watched his friend enjoying the trip with Min-hee and felt a pang of jealousy. Determined not to be left behind, he resolved to craft his own memorable experience on the trip, independent of anyone else, ready to seize opportunity and attention for himself. He recalled Ah-rin mentioning her dislike of loudspeakers and her habit of taking solitary walks near the observatory when the noise became overwhelming, an insight that painted a path for his own plans. Daehyun realized that Ah-rin must be heading alone toward Chimcheongdae in Jeonju that night, a quiet but determined journey under the veil of darkness. Walking along the path under the cover of night, he felt a subtle eeriness settle over the area. The tombs stretched long shadows across the ground, whispering tales of history and danger alike, and a knot of worry formed in his chest for Ah-rin's safety. Suddenly, his foot landed on a blue wire. Instantly, a system message flashed before him, announcing that he had entered the king's tomb. The alert glowed ominously in the dim light, sending a shiver down his spine. Frightened, Daehyun immediately assumed this was a dungeon mission. His heart raced at the thought, adrenaline surging as he braced himself for the unknown dangers hidden in the shadows. The objective seemed clear: defeat the enemies. Yet, in this vast, silent, and empty space, he had no idea where the foes might be lurking, and every shadow seemed to whisper threats and possibilities alike. Just as he glanced to the side, Oh Tae-seop, the older brother, lunged forward, throwing a punch that Daewon barely managed to block in time. The strike carried the weight of intent and skill, making the encounter immediate and threatening. Tae-seop smirked, commenting that it was convenient for Daewon to have come alone, sparing them the trouble of luring him out. His words dripped with amusement and menace, the smirk widening as he circled, confident in his advantage. Daewon demanded to know who these men were, voice sharp and wary, but before an answer could come, the younger brother appeared from behind, landing a massive, surprise blow with startling force. The punch struck Daewon's ribs with crushing impact, and Oh Tae-seop grinned wickedly, noting that Daewon seemed familiar with the area, making him a worthy opponent who would not be easily overcome. Laughing darkly, O Taesop remarked that Dowan had chosen a perfect place to fight, surrounded by the ancient tombs whose silent stones whispered history and danger alike, adding an eerie, almost haunting backdrop to the sudden confrontation. Dowan Ha stood in the midst of the shadows and looming stones, heart pounding furiously, trying to process who these men were and why they had suddenly attacked him. The tombs closed in around him, their silent presence amplifying the sense of menace as the fight erupted in the chilling, echoing stillness. O Taeseop's eyes narrowed into slits, a twisted grin curling across his face as he leaned toward his brother. In a low, menacing whisper, he promised that in mere moments Dowan's limbs would be torn apart. The tension in the dungeon was almost tangible, and Dowan could feel every hair on his neck stand on end as if sensing the lurking threat. Yet Dowan didn't flinch. He remained perfectly still, his calm, calculating gaze sweeping across the dimly lit space. The Maniac brothers froze for a brief second, thrown off by his unshakable composure, an icy confidence that refused to yield to their intimidation. A flicker of relief passed over Dowan's features as he muttered under his breath. He had braced for a swarm of zombies crawling out from the tombs, but seeing only these two men, a small weight lifted from his chest. The immediate danger was less than expected, though still far from gone. Before he could settle, the younger brother lunged from the shadows, his fist cutting through the air in a brutal, practiced swing aimed straight at Dowan. Dowan reacted with lightning reflexes. With almost supernatural precision, he struck a blind spot punch, catching Hyo-Seop square in the face, halting the attack mid-air before it could connect. The sound of impact echoed sharply in the dungeon, a crisp punctuation to his swift defense. His thoughts briefly flickered to the mission rewards awaiting completion. A clean knockout might earn him bonus points, and the notion hardened his resolve. He would finish this fight efficiently and claim what was rightfully his. With one adversary already incapacitated, Dowan's gaze roamed the room. "Is there only one left?" he murmured to himself, his mind already plotting the next move, one step closer to finding Aaron. The two brothers were notorious, known far and wide as the Maniac brothers. Agents of chaos for hire, they accepted any assignment and executed it with terrifying brutality, leaving a trail of fear and devastation wherever they went. Their reputation was forged from first-hand witnesses who had survived, or not survived, their blood-soaked rampages. Each tale, more gruesome than the last, only confirmed their infamy. No shred of guilt ever touched them, no matter the victim, be it a woman, a mother, or anyone who stood in their way. Their cruelty was unflinching, absolute, and terrifyingly consistent. Together, they were a force few could hope to withstand, even a colossal man driven by grief and vengeance after losing his family entirely. Their synergy made them a nearly unstoppable duo. With Hyo-Seop down, Dowan's eyes swept across the dungeon once more, briefly pausing to comment on the grandiose name emblazoned above the entrance, a hint of dry amusement flickering in his gaze. Taeseop's eyes widened in disbelief. His brother had fallen to a single blow, something he hadn't anticipated, and the shock left him momentarily frozen. Dowan, however, merely smirked, fully aware that this was only the opening act of the confrontation. A sudden thought struck him. The two brothers bore an uncanny resemblance. He paused, eyes narrowing as he asked aloud if they were twins, then surged forward toward Taeseop, who recoiled slightly, unprepared for the intensity of this fraternal assault. "I'm busy searching for someone," Dowan said, his voice low and firm as his fist connected with Taeseop's face. He added sharply, "You should go lie down next to your little brother," a darkly humorous edge in his tone. Taeseop, however, countered effortlessly, parrying the strike with minimal effort. He gave a subtle nod, a shadow of respect in his eyes, and commented dryly that it had been a solid hit. Dowan's grin widened, anticipation sparking in his eyes. "I've got something even better for you," he muttered, coiling his body, preparing for a series of devastating strikes aimed to overwhelm. But before he could unleash the assault, Hyo-Seop sprang upright, his boot connecting with Dowan's wrist, halting the attack mid-motion in a sudden, fluid interruption. Fuming, Hyo-Seop spat out a retort, insisting Dowan was wrong to claim they looked alike and boldly claiming he was clearly the better-looking of the two. Dowan blinked, startled at the younger brother's rapid recovery, already recognizing the second lunge forming from Hyo-Seop's momentum. With precise timing, Dowan unleashed his signature blind spot strike once more, landing a brutal kick squarely into Hyo-Seop's chest, the force reverberating through the room. O Taeseop's voice rang out, warning his brother not to get too cocky, lest they both face another punishing impact. Hyo-Seop admitted the strike had been strategically placed, yet it stung sharply enough to make him momentarily worry about his teeth. Brushing off the discomfort, He vowed silently that Doan's pain would far surpass his own in the coming moments. As the brothers readied for another charge, Doan lifted his guard, his eyes calculating and scanning every micro-movement, fully aware of the danger. Ohio Siop lunged, declaring he would be more direct this time. But before he could land a blow, Dowan's lightning-fast blind spot punch collided with his face, sending him reeling backward. Taesiop countered swiftly, delivering a rapid flurry of strikes to Dowan's head, each blow sharp and precise. Annoyance flickered across Dowan's face as he realized he had been struck from behind once more, the disorienting pain forcing him to refocus. Ohio Siop mocked him, taunting Dowan to deliver more punches while praising his opponent's own striking abilities. Dowan thought grimly that this was no ordinary brawl. This was a perfectly synchronized, deadly dance of trained fighters far removed from the chaos of uncoordinated lunatics. Their strikes were seamless, flowing together in perfect unison, each attack landing with brutal efficiency. It became evident they had been trained to operate as a single unit. Every time Dowan targeted the fighter in front, the other would strike from behind, leaving him constantly off balance, never able to find a clean opening. Though their strategy was simple, the speed and coordination left Doan unable to connect with a decisive blow, his movements perpetually interrupted by their relentless teamwork. Ohio Siop boasted about saving his brother, while Ohio Siop waved it off as inconsequential, their banter a sharp contrast to the ferocity of their attacks. The older brother scolded Dowan, disappointment flickering in his eyes, as if expecting more from a challenger of his caliber. Dowan shot back mentally, feeling the sentiment was mutual. Against a monster like Jeong Se-hyuk Jung, their techniques were almost pedestrian, barely scratching the surface. He concluded that the fight would not be about strategy, but about who could land the hardest, most punishing blows. When Doan questioned if they felt any shame, they laughed it off with a casual disregard, labeling such thoughts as the excuses of the weak. Dowan decided to prioritize the more irritating target first, Ohio Siop, the younger brother. Anticipating that striking the front would trigger a counter from behind, he executed a flawless blind spot maneuver, ready to exploit the opening. Twisting in mid-motion, he redirected his strike toward Taesiop, now looming behind him, the movement fluid and unexpected. Taesiop dodged just in time, countering with a calculated leg sweep, forcing Dowan off balance. Dowan crashed heavily to the stone floor, Taesiop's taunting voice echoing, claiming he had anticipated the move first. From the ground, Taesiop barked orders at Ohio Siop to finish the attack, pressing the advantage with ruthless efficiency. Dowan sprang back, preparing the Falcon's fall. One precise strike could turn the tide instantly, and he knew it. But Ohio Siop leapt forward, gripping Dowan's jacket and halting the move mid-air, a brutal disruption to his momentum. With unrelenting force, Ohio Siop landed a crushing punch directly on Dowan's face, sending him sprawling backward across the dungeon floor. Ohio Siop barked out a command, emphasizing that the fight needed to end swiftly. They were eager to move on to the next target without delay. The brothers grabbed hold of Dowan, wrenching his arms back with threatening force, their intent clear. They would snap every limb if he resisted. Ohio Siop leaned in close, his eyes glinting with a wild, almost unhinged light. A cruel sneer twisted his lips as he stared directly at Dowan Ha, his voice dripping with malice. "Remember," he hissed, the pain you felt before was nothing compared to what's coming next." Every word was a promise of torment, the air around them charged with tension, as if the very shadows of the tomb were holding their breath. Counting down with a sinister grin, he began aloud, his tone deliberate and chilling. 3, 2, 1. The words cut through the dungeon like a knife, coiling the tension tighter, each second stretching as if the moment itself were a drawn-out spring ready to snap. Dowan Ha tensed every muscle, his blue hair whipping around wildly as he fixed the maniac brothers with a fiery glare. "Go ahead," he growled, his voice a defiant roar echoing off the stone walls. "Throw every dirty trick you've got at me. I dare you." His stance radiated unyielding defiance, each breath a challenge in itself. With a sudden surge of raw energy, he lunged forward, grabbing both Ohio Siop and Ohio Siop firmly by their collars. His fingers dug in with lethal precision, a warning in their grip. "Let's see who lands the strongest blow," he shouted, the words vibrating with intensity as he prepared to turn the tables entirely. Electricity seemed to crackle across his body, casting an eerie, almost spectral glow throughout the tomb. He bellowed that their cheap tactics and manipulations would not faze him, not even a fraction, his aura blazing defiantly against their assaults. With a thunderous roar, Dowan Ha unleashed his signature stunning blow, a technique honed to perfection. The force of the strike sent one brother crashing into the other, the collision reverberating through the stone floor with a deafening shock, shaking dust and debris from the ceiling above. The two maniac brothers were flung backward, their bodies slamming into the unforgiving stone with bone-jarring thuds. Groans of winded pain escaped them as air was violently expelled from their lungs, the echo of their collision filling the tomb. Seething with controlled rage, Dowan Ha glared down at the pair, his voice slicing through the lingering echo of impact. "How dare you seize my arm like that?" Each syllable carried venom, a warning etched in both tone and gaze. Clutching the arm they had nearly shattered, he spat the word maniacs with razor-sharp intensity, each utterance punctuated by the crackle of his lingering aura, a tangible reminder of the power he wielded. His piercing eyes locked onto Otei Siop, immediately discerning that this was the elder brother, the one orchestrating the chaotic synergy of their deadly trio, a recognition that sharpened his focus. Before another word could pass his lips, a sudden rumble sliced through the thick tension, the unmistakable growl of a motorcycle roaring closer, its presence breaking the fragile standoff with raw energy. Dowan Ha's gaze snapped upward to the top of the king's tomb. There, a motorcycle rested, its rider still obscured in shadow. Questions flickered in his mind. Who could this new figure be? Had the bike been there all along, silently waiting for the perfect moment? Meanwhile, the younger brother groaned, wincing as lingering pain from the earlier strike coursed through him. "If that had hit cleanly, my skull would have been crushed," he muttered, his voice thick with both pain and incredulity. Both brothers struggled to rise, their movements sluggish but determined. Dowan Ha flexed his fingers, the tension in his muscles coiling like a spring. This time, he warned under his breath, "I'm going all out." His determination radiated from him, palpable in the charged air. But before he could act, his attention snapped to the newcomer arriving, a figure whose very presence shifted the dynamics, instantly recalibrating the battlefield. Otei Siop, battered but still composed, smirked with a mix of relief and impatience. "Should have come sooner," he muttered, a subtle acknowledgement that this backup was both necessary and timely. Ohio Siop boasted loudly, emphasizing that the brothers never lost when their forces united, his pride in their combined strength shining through each word. The youngest had been eager to dive into battle immediately, but the older brother had insisted on patience, waiting until that crucial backup message arrived under the cover of night. Finally, the newcomer stepped forward, explaining with calm authority that he had almost been mugged en route but had effortlessly dispatched the attackers, joining the fray without hesitation, a testament to his skill and timing. With his arrival, the trio of maniac brothers was complete. The synchronization of their movements became instantly more dangerous, their unity forming a menacing, near-perfect killing machine. The third brother, Oh Guangxiap, seized Dowan Ha's arm with a wicked grin, announcing that the battle would now continue as a united trio. Their combined strength loomed like a storm cloud, unstoppable, unrelenting, and fully coordinated. Meanwhile, far from the tomb's darkness, a nearby auditorium erupted in applause. The crowd cheered wildly, swept up in the energy of the dance club's performance, oblivious to the violent struggle unfolding elsewhere. Choi Min-hee captivated the audience with flawless, breathtaking movements. Every spin, every leap drew gasps and awe, her presence commanding attention with effortless charisma. From the sidelines, Jihan Yu observed, puzzled. Was it the dancing itself that enthralled the spectators, or had something deeper, more personal, captured their fascination? His face flushed crimson as Choi Min-hee danced perilously close. His heart raced violently when she suddenly embraced him from behind, the crowd entirely unaware of the intimate moment unfolding in their midst. Back at the tomb, the maniac brothers' bickering erupted, tension sparking between them like a live wire. Each voice fought for dominance, a chaotic symphony of aggression. The youngest complained that Guangxiap had dawdled too long, while Guangxiap defended himself, insisting he needed a brief moment to catch his breath, pride flashing in his eyes. Taisep scolded sharply, demanding that Guangxiap behave as the elder brother should and never show up late, his narrowed eyes burning with controlled fury. Dowan Ha watched them all carefully, a puzzled frown forming on his face. Why did these idiots all look so much alike? He wondered silently, the absurdity of the situation briefly distracting him. He questioned the strange timing of their sudden appearance during this school trip, but dismissed it quickly. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, landing a precise, forceful punch squarely on Oh Guangxiop's face, cutting through the confusion with raw action. Now fully prepared to face all three adversaries at once, Dowan Ha coiled his muscles, each fiber tense, ready to respond to every attack with unyielding precision. Oh Guangxiop groaned, lamenting that had he not blocked the strike, a tooth would have been lost. Pride stung sharper than the pain, fueling his determination. Sensing Dawen Ha's impatience, Guangxiap charged, his voice sharp as he threatened that the gamer servant's survival would be brief, each word carrying lethal intent. The trio moved in flawless unison, their attacks synchronized with terrifying precision. Each motion complemented the others, forming a seamless, encircling assault designed to overwhelm their target from every angle. Dawen Ha pivoted and sprinted, his reflexes honed to perfection. Evading the coordinated assault, he put critical distance between himself and the Maniac brothers, moving with the fluidity of a predator evading entrapment. The brothers immediately noticed the gap. The youngest nodded subtly, acknowledging Dawen Ha's keen instincts. Their eyes narrowed, calculating, preparing for the next phase of their relentless pursuit. Ohio Siop moved to the left, attempting to cut him off, while Ote Siop took the right, maneuvering methodically to encircle Dawen Ha completely, their movements a deadly chess game in motion. Tai Siop muttered under his breath, realizing the grim truth. Even if Dawen Ha slipped past one brother, escaping all three simultaneously was virtually impossible, their coordination leaving almost no openings. Suddenly, Dawen Ha reappeared directly in front of Taesop, delivering a punishing punch with a mocking grin. "Separated from your friends?" he jibed, exploiting the opening his clever maneuver had created, twisting their formation against them. The blue-haired brother froze, realization dawning that Dawen Ha's apparent retreat had been a calculated ruse, forcing them apart to create openings for counterattacks. Spotting Ohio Siop poised to strike from behind, Dawen Ha smirked, confident that their synchronized efforts were doomed to fail. He struck without hesitation, executing a sudden blind spot attack. His kick connected squarely with Hyo Seop's face, catching him completely off guard as his balance collapsed. The youngest brother recoiled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blackberry jelly from the sheer force of the blow, stunned and disoriented by Dawen Ha's precise timing. Dawen Ha's lips curved into a satisfied smirk. Every attack from behind had been countered fairly and decisively, turning the Maniac brothers' own strategy against them with skillful cunning. The older brother's glare sharpened, questioning Dawen Ha's plan as he prepared a massive aerial kick, aiming to strike from above with devastating force. Dawen Ha managed to block the strike, but the sheer momentum sent him flipping through the air. Mid-flight, he caught a glimpse, wondering if Guangxiap had leapt from the top of the tomb to execute the attack, his instincts tested to the extreme. Hyo Seop gritted his teeth, frustration biting into his jaw, while Guangxiap admired the success of his ambush, confident that Dawen Ha was being pushed to the limits, forced to react against all three simultaneously. Taesiop warned Guangxiap to be wary of being grabbed, but Guangxiap's confidence remained unshaken, asserting that he had full control of the situation and nothing would slip past their coordination. Drawing on careful observation from earlier, Guangxiap meticulously guided his brothers, instructing them to return to their usual formation, maximizing their advantage over Dawen Ha with precise, calculated movements. Once more, the three Maniac brothers fell into deadly synchronization, their eyes locked onto Dawen Ha with predatory focus. The tension within the tomb thickened to a palpable force, the fight was far from over, and every heartbeat counted. As Dawen Ha kept moving through the storm of attacks, parrying one strike and slipping past the next, his eyes narrowed on Guangxiap. The more they fought, the more impossible it became to ignore how much Guangxiap resembled the other brothers. The same hard, murderous resolve burning in his stare, the same heavy muscular frame, and that same wild, difficult-to-read rhythm behind every blow. Then the youngest brother suddenly sprang in, his legs snapping forward with a sharp kick. Dawen already knew both brothers were fighting through injuries, but even with that in mind, their speed still caught him off guard, forcing him to throw up his hand at the last second and barely block the strike as it cut through the air. Dawen hardly had a moment to steady his breathing before Taesiop came crashing in from behind, driving a heavy punch toward him with brutal force. The impact made Dawen's thoughts race, and for a split second he couldn't understand it. Why did these guys suddenly feel even more powerful than they had before? As the blows kept coming from different angles, Dawen was pushed into a desperate rhythm of defense. Each hit forced him to adjust, and while his body reacted, his mind kept searching for the answer, trying to figure out what kind of trick or hidden tactic they were using to pressure him this badly. Guangxiap seemed to notice exactly what was running through Dawen's head. With a smug curve at the corner of his mouth, he made it clear that Dawen had misunderstood the situation completely. They weren't suddenly becoming stronger at all. The truth was far more dangerous than that. Dawen Ha was the one fighting alone, and every exchange was draining him little by little, burning through his strength, while the brothers took turns, forcing him to spend more energy. The situation was like three wolves circling a single tiger. The tiger might be fierce, powerful, and terrifying on its own, But when a pack moves together, surrounding it from every side, even a monster like that can slowly be worn down. An old proverb echoed through the logic of the fight. Wolves do not rush a tiger all at once. They circle it, take turns attacking, test where its guard weakens, and patiently shave away its strength until even the strongest beast begins to tire. And right now, the brothers were carrying out that exact method with frightening precision. They moved around Doan in a constant loop, one brother striking as another repositioned, each attack timed to break his balance and keep him from ever finding a clean opening. By attacking again and again, never giving him space to fully recover, they were slowly gnawing away at his stamina. Their goal was simple: keep chipping at the tiger until there was nothing left in him to resist. If the pattern continued long enough, even that lone tiger would eventually be dragged down, forced onto its knees in front of the relentless pack surrounding it. Guangxiop said it outright, confirming the strategy with cold confidence. Doan Ha was alone, so every move cost him everything, while the brothers could divide the burden between them. Even if each of them was weaker than Doan individually, their teamwork gave them the means to overpower him through constant, coordinated pressure. Doan Ha let out a scoff, his expression hardening despite the pressure closing in around him. He found it almost laughable that someone like Guangxiop, a villain standing right in front of him, was trying to lecture him about strategy. The youngest brother immediately bristled at the word villain, clearly offended by the label. Taesiop, however, only shook his head as if the argument was a waste of time, suggesting they stop dragging things out and simply move on to their next target. Guangxiop shifted his stance, preparing to end the fight with his finishing move. But before the tension could break, Doan Ha's voice cut cleanly through the moment. "I'm not alone." The sudden declaration made Guangxiop blink, his confidence faltering into pure confusion. Before Guangxiop could even ask what Doan meant or who else could possibly be there, an unseen fighter slipped into motion. In one flawless judo sweep, Guangxiop's body was taken out from under him and slammed hard onto the stone floor. The attacker did not stop there. Gripping Guangxiop by the head and foot, he twisted his body with sharp control and drove his face straight into the ground, the movement clean, brutal, and precise enough to leave Guangxiop stunned on impact. The two remaining brothers froze where they stood, their eyes widening as the sudden attack shattered the flow of their formation. For a moment, all they could do was stare, trying to make sense of the mysterious new opponent who had appeared out of nowhere. Then the attacker finally revealed himself. It was Jihan Yu, wearing a slight smirk as he looked down at the damage he had caused, casually remarking that he had hit the man pretty hard and hoping, at the very least, that the guy really was a villain. Taesiop and Taesiop recognized him almost immediately. This was the person who had been sent to interfere with them. The very next target they were supposed to deal with had walked straight into the battlefield. At that moment, their memories flashed back to earlier, to the instant when the brothers had first started forming their deadly formation while Doan Ha appeared to be pulling away from the fight. Back then, they had completely misread the situation. Watching Doan move, they assumed he was running because fear had finally gotten to him, mistaking his retreat for panic instead of calculation. But the truth was very different. Doan Ha had already realized that taking on all three brothers alone was too much, so in that narrow window he moved fast and pulled out his phone. With quick, practiced urgency, he sent his exact location to Jihan Yu, making it clear that he was close to being overwhelmed and needed backup immediately before the situation turned impossible. Back in the present, Doan Ha gave Jihan a small but sincere nod, letting out a quiet, "Thanks for coming," Jihan, still focused on the fight in front of them, asked why Doan had been taking on the Maniac brothers by himself in the first place. Doan Ha did not waste time explaining every detail. He simply nodded, making it clear through that brief response that the answer was obvious now. They would have to face the brothers together. Calling the three brothers complete jerks, the two friends moved at the same time. Shoulder to shoulder, they charged forward into the fight, no longer separated, but ready to act as a single coordinated team. Taesiop immediately barked an order, telling Taesiop to take care of Jihan Yu. Furious over what Jihan had done to Guangxiop, the younger brother rushed in with a powerful punch, his anger driving the strike straight toward Jihan. Jihan Yu reacted without panic. He lowered his body and slipped beneath the incoming blow, his movement smooth, controlled, and precise enough to make the punch cut harmlessly over him. In the same motion, Jihan closed the distance and caught Taesiop around the waist. With an almost casual apology, as if he already knew this was going to hurt, he drove a devastating 1-inch punch straight into the center of Taesiop's chest. The force exploded through Taesiop's body. The Bruce Lee-style strike launched him backward with shocking power, and in an instant, the younger brother was left completely incapacitated by the impact. Even Jihan Yu looked slightly surprised by how effective the blow had been. Judging from the result, he figured Hayo Siop must have already taken serious damage earlier, and that weakened state had made the punch hit even harder. At the same time, Dao Ha drove forward toward Ote Siop. The two collided head-on with such violent force that the surrounding stone walls seemed to tremble from the shock of their clash. Jihan Yu called out in concern, worried about Doan taking on the older brother by himself. He admitted that he wasn't exactly in perfect condition either, but Doan answered with steady confidence, reassuring him that he could handle it. What Dao Ha was really referring to was Ote Siop. The older brother was now bracing himself, gathering his strength as he prepared to unleash the signature technique he had been holding back. Dao Ha's gaze flicked toward Ote Siop, reading the situation in an instant. With the other brothers already neutralized, the older one was now isolated, and Dao wasted no time before launching into a relentless barrage of destructive blows. Ote Siop was battered again and again, each strike landing with heavy, punishing force. Pain tore through him as his body reeled under the assault, his screams breaking through the chaos of the fight. Then Doan drove in one final crushing punch, smashing into Ote Siop's chin with enough force to lift him completely off the ground. As his body rose from the impact, the damage across his face and body became painfully clear. Dao Ha paused for just a brief moment, looking at the result and wondering if maybe he had hit a little too hard. But he quickly pushed the thought aside, the momentum of victory sharpening his focus as he turned his attention toward Guangxiop, who was slowly starting to rise. With his gaze fixed coldly on Guangxiop, Doan spoke in a low, firm voice. "It's time for some answers," he said, making it clear that the fight was no longer the only thing he cared about. Doan remembered the conversation the brothers had been having earlier, especially the way they had talked about their targets. Now, with the pressure on them, he demanded to know who had sent them here on this mission. Far away from that battlefield, another group of delinquents noticed the glow of an illuminated motorbike. The sight immediately drew their attention, and they realized that someone out there was already dealing with their rookies. One of them recognized the bike and connected it to the guide who had recently stirred up chaos throughout the city. That realization made the situation feel suspicious, and he wondered if they might be walking straight into a trap. Even with that doubt hanging over them, the delinquents did not seem eager to back away. Instead, they brushed off the warning with rough confidence, more interested in the chance to fight than in the danger waiting ahead. They even bragged that they had guests who had come from far away just for a battle, their faces lit with anticipation, as if the possibility of violence was exactly what they had been waiting for. As they advanced with complete confidence, the scale of their group finally became clear. A massive horde of monsters from Silagil High moved forward together, ready and eager to confront anyone foolish enough to stand in their path. Meanwhile, back at the stone-floored battlefield, the two remaining brothers were down, their bodies sprawled across the cold surface as they tried to recover from the brutal punishment they had taken. Siop, who had not actually witnessed the most recent clash unfold, could only take in the aftermath. Seeing how things had turned out, disappointment flickered across his face, leaving him looking strangely dejected. Dao Ha stepped closer, his presence firm and unyielding as he looked down at them. In a commanding voice, he made the situation simple. "All you need to do now is answer my questions." He then revealed exactly why he was pressing them. Dao had overheard them talking earlier about coming here to eliminate a target, and that single detail made the purpose behind their appearance painfully clear. Dao Ha's eyes widened as the pieces finally snapped into place. In an instant, he understood the setup. He had been chosen as the first target, and the second attack had been meant for Jihan Yu. This wasn't some random brawl at all. The entire coordinated assault had been prepared from the very beginning. He lifted one hand and pointed straight at the older brother, his expression sharpening with disbelief and anger. Dao stated bluntly that there was absolutely no reason for them to attack like this, especially when they didn't even know each other, making the whole situation feel even more absurd and twisted. Then Dao's voice dropped into something colder and far more dangerous. Staring directly at Ote Siop, he demanded that the older brother stop hiding behind silence and finally say who had sent them, forcing the question right into his face. The scene then slipped into a memory from earlier, returning to a conversation between Gu Min and Choi. Back then, Choi had calmly assured Gu Min that the brothers could be trusted, even when Gu Min questioned what would happen if the people Choi sent ended up being defeated. Choi had brushed that concern aside with confidence, describing the brothers as experts when it came to coordinated group combat. But then he added something far more chilling. If those brothers were somehow beaten, they still wouldn't talk. and no matter what happened, they would reveal absolutely nothing. Gimin had clearly doubted that kind of confidence at the time, but Choi had confirmed it without hesitation. The brothers had been warned directly not to speak under any circumstances, meaning their loyalty and their silence had already been locked in before the mission ever began. So what do you think about all of this, manhwa fans? With the tension rising, the tactics getting sharper, and the Maniac brothers showing off that frightening level of coordination, this whole battle really does feel like the kind of showdown that keeps you leaning forward. Honestly, it's not even easy to settle on a score for this part. If you had to rate this blend of action, suspense, and clever battle strategy from 0 to 10, where would you place it? Drop your rating down in the comments, because I'm genuinely interested in seeing how everyone else reacts to this wild confrontation and whether this fight hit as hard for you as it did for me. And I have to admit, I'm really looking forward to continuing this story. The stakes keep climbing. The fights are getting smarter and more intense, and the narrative has a way of pulling you deeper with every new twist.